The debauched heir, Yin Shengye, a scion of nobility often looked down upon, transformed overnight from a good-for-nothing into a genius. Those who once scorned and bullied him, including emperors, superpowers, and sacred lands, would soon find themselves beneath his feet. "Brother, drink, drink, such a weakling, and you can't handle just a few cups? Are you even a man?" Yin Shengye lay on the bed, murmuring loudly to himself. This evening, he had ventured out, only to return to the Duke of Yin's residence inebriated. However, upon entering, he stumbled over the high threshold and became a different person. The one now babbling in drunkenness also bore the name Yin Shengye, yet he was a visitor from a foreign realm. "Young master, come, rise and have some hangover soup," said Yin Fei, assisting her master to lean against the headboard as she fed him from a bowl of restorative broth. "What is this? It tastes horrendous." As Yin Shengye slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a young maiden clad in traditional attire. "Young master, this is hangover soup." Yin Fei was bewildered. Her master had never complained about the taste of the restorative broth after a night of drinking before. Why was today different? "Young master?" Yin Shengye was dazed. How had he gone from being intoxicated to becoming a young master? My head aches, it aches." "Young master, it must be the potency of the wine. Please rest, Fei will be outside. Call for me if you need anything." Yin Fei urged Yin Shengye to lie down, covering him with a blanket before departing. As she reached the door, she glanced back at the young master reclining on the bed, disbelief etched across his face. While grappling with his headache, a torrent of memories surged within his mind. This young master was named Yin Shengye, sharing a name with him, and he was the third young master of the Yin family. The third young master, Yin Shengye, was notorious in the commercial capital for his ineptitude. For a full 20 years, he had failed to break through to the realm of Xian, spending his days idling away in frivolous pursuits, earning a reputation as a notorious libertine. Upon realizing this, Yin Shengye deemed it an unfortunate revelation. Yet amidst this grim news, he also discovered a silver lining. This world was remarkably intriguing. The realm was known as the Divine Domain Continent, where everyone cultivated a force known as Xianqi, akin to the spiritual energy depicted in novels. The tiers of cultivation included Xian, Di Xian, Tian Xian, Shin Xian, and the Supreme. This filled Yin Shengye's mind with visions, albeit the body of a good-for-nothing left him feeling rather disheartened. Heaven had not abandoned him upon bringing him here. It had bestowed upon him a remarkable artifact. A middle finger capable of replicating anything. It not only allowed him to duplicate, but also concealed his true cultivation level while providing warnings. Moreover, the more he replicated, the stronger his ability became, allowing him to duplicate ever more powerful items. However, one drawback remained. He could not replicate humans, only temporarily transform into the individual he sought to emulate. Yet with this finger, Yin Shengye felt that heaven had not been unkind to him. Eager to test this newfound ability, he stealthily slipped out of bed and retrieved a gold ingot. Indeed, upon raising his middle finger and pointing at the ingot, two identical gold ingots materialized. Although raising his middle finger was rather unseemly, the thought of possessing endless wealth made Yin Shengye want to laugh heartily. With joy swelling within him, he continued to replicate. Just as he was caught up in this exhilaration, calamity struck. I feel a bit dizzy." And with that, Yin Shengye collapsed amidst the pile of gold ingots. Early the next morning, Yin Fei entered the room, carrying a basin. Young master, what has happened to you?" As she stepped in to assist Yin Shengye with his morning ablutions, she discovered him buried beneath a mound of gold ingots. What should she do? What if the gold ingots harmed him? With her exclamation, Yin Dali, Yin Shengye's personal bodyguard, rushed in, clearing the gold ingots away and placing Yin Shengye back onto the bed. Upon inspection, he found Yin Shengye to be none the worse for wear. However, upon opening his garments, they revealed a multitude of bruises. Yin Dali and Yin Fei exchanged incredulous glances, torn between laughter and tears. It was a first for them to see someone sleep amidst gold ingots, only to be left so battered. Chapter 2. The impressive middle finger. As soon as Yin Shengye finished his breakfast, he received a summons from his father. Yin Shengye. It wasn't long before he returned, crestfallen. His father, Yin Shengye, was a towering figure, while his mother, Lu Yushuang, was a beautiful and gentle woman. However, it seemed that his father did not harbor much affection for him, likely due to Yin Shengye's usual misdeeds. Nevertheless, his mother cared for him deeply. Were it not for her, he would probably have faced another beating today. Although the visit was not without its reprimands, there were still insights to be gained. It turned out that the true Yin Shengye had perished at the hands of an assassin, which was rather perplexing. The only ones who seemed aware of his predicament were his personal maid, Yin Fei, and his personal bodyguard, Yin Dali. How, then, did his father come to know? Upon reflection, Yin Shengye surmised that Yin Dali must have reported back. Yin Dali had been sent by his father, Yin Chengzai, to protect him, and thus every move he made was surely relayed to his master. These were trifling matters. Yin Shengye preferred not to dwell on them, for he had more pressing concerns at hand. Upon returning to his chamber, he raised his middle finger, examining it closely. Everything could be replicated. What exactly did that encompass? Today, Yin Shengye was determined to uncover the truth. He promptly drew a sword, raised his middle finger, and with a swift gesture akin to cellular division, it instantaneously transformed into two swords. Inanimate objects could be replicated, but what of living things? He rushed out and called loudly, "Dali, Dali." Yin Dali approached, bowing respectfully. "Young master, what is your command?" Could you demonstrate the sword technique you practice? I wish to observe." Yin Dali was perplexed. Usually, Yin Shengye held such things in disdain. Nonetheless, it was no great task to showcase a sword technique, so he unsheathed his sword and began to wield it. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye pointed his middle finger at Yin Dali, internally contemplating the replication of the sword technique. After Yin Dali finished his demonstration, he bowed to Yin Shengye and inquired, "Young master, do you wish to learn the sword technique?" "No, I merely wanted to see if your skills have improved, to ascertain if you can protect me in the future. Having seen it now, I must say, quite good. Continue your training." Yin Dali felt a surge of disdain. How could he assess the quality of his swordsmanship when Yin Shengye lacked understanding? After finishing his words, Yin Shengye retreated to his room, secured the door, and picked up the sword he had just replicated, beginning to practice. Had anyone been present, they would have been astonished, for Yin Shengye's swordplay bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yin Dali. Gazing at his middle finger, he chuckled to himself, indeed, a remarkable gift. Since he could replicate a technique as dynamic as swordplay, could the mystical energy that everyone cultivates also be replicated? With this thought, he promptly sat on his bed, directing his middle finger at his abdomen. Soon, the mystical energy transformed and increased slightly. Although it was not a complete replication, it was still a significant achievement. Yin Shengye erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. As the mystical energy can be replicated, who would dare to label themselves as worthless in the future?" Contemplating his own level of mystical energy and envisioning the remarkable feats that awaited him, Yin Shengye resolved to waste not a moment and immediately embarked on his grand endeavor of replication. Why do I feel dizzy again? Chapter 3. A call for help. Upon awakening, Yin Shengye began to comprehend the reason behind his fainting spell. It was likely due to excessive use of his abilities, resulting in utter exhaustion. It seemed prudent to exercise moderation henceforth. In the subsequent days, Yin Shengye diligently replicated all the valuable items within his residence, particularly those that could enhance his mystical energy, which he did not overlook. After replication, he consumed them, retaining a seed for future use. Through these days of rigorous practice, Yin Shengye had transformed from the outcast, deemed incapable of advancement and merely a troublemaker, into someone who had entered the realm of earth mysticism, not only reaching it but attaining its pinnacle. After spending a few days at home, perhaps due to his restless spirit, Yin Shengye felt compelled to leave the estate. Just then, he noticed Yin Fei hurriedly rushing into the room. "Young master, dire news. The second young master is looking for you again." "The second young master? Oh, what does he want?" Yin Fei's mention of the second young master prompted Yin Shengye to recall that it was Yin Shengxiao. This Yin Shengxiao was of the same ilk as the former Yin Shengye, perpetually mingling with unsavory companions and neglecting his responsibilities. It was only natural that he sought Yin Shengye for a night of revelry. Upon entering, Yin Shengxiao immediately knelt before Yin Shengye, grasping his garment with urgency, exclaiming, "Third brother, you must save me. Second brother, what on earth has caused you such distress?" Yin Shengye hastily assisted Yin Shengxiao to his feet, pondering why it was he who knelt before him. Should others discover this, it would surely invoke severe disciplinary measures. Yin Shengxiao quickly regained his footing and glanced around. To avoid being discovered, he urged Yin Fei to leave. "Fei, you should step outside." Yin Fei hesitated, casting a glance at Yin Shengye before responding. But, without Yin Shengye's command, she had no intention of departing, yet she could not defy Yin Shengxiao's request, and thus looked to her young master for guidance. Yin Shengye nodded, signaling her to exit. "Third brother, you absolutely must assist me. Otherwise, it will lead to grave consequences. Second brother, do enlighten me about the situation instead of merely pleading for help. I am unaware of the events that have transpired and how I might assist." Under Yin Shengye's insistence, Yin Shengye finally relayed the details of the incident. It turned out that since that fateful night, Yin Shengye had remained at home recuperating, while Yin Shengye had been gambling with another of his dubious companions. Tang Rongrong that a few days prior, they had both enjoyed a stroke of luck, winning significantly. However, today, it seemed as though fortune had abandoned them. Not only had they lost the winnings from the previous days, but they had also squandered the money they had brought along today. Yet, the matter does not end there. Yin Shengye's imperial jade pendant and Tang Rongrong's fiancé have both been lost. Along with the contracts they inscribe, if it were merely the loss of the jade pendant, it would not be an exceedingly grave issue. However, Tang Rongrong's fiancée, the youngest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Gu Shi, is a formidable figure. Should she become aware of this incident, not only would Tang Rongrong face her wrath, but upon returning home, he would also incur the ire of his grandfather, who would undoubtedly strip him of his skin and cast him out. Moreover, this union was a marriage bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor, adding a further layer of severity to the situation. Consequently, the ramifications are dire. Presently, Tang Rongrong is detained, while Yin Shengye is released to seek assistance, both in terms of people and funds. Second brother, given the urgency, let us depart. Dali, bring along my money chest. We shall accompany second brother on this venture. Yin Dali entered, without uttering a word, took Yin Shengye's money chest, and they all set out together. Chapter 4. Song Xiaoyi along with Yin Shengye's personal guard. A party of 4 made their way towards the gate of the manor. Halt! Second brother, third brother, where do you think you are going? And why do you bring a money chest with you? Just as the two were about to exit the Duke of Yin's residence, an unwelcome voice interrupted. The speaker was Yin Shengye, the third child of Yin Chengzai. A source of vexation for the two, little sister. Mind your own business regarding men's affairs. Third brother, we must hurry. Yin Shengye retorted, pushing Yin Shengye forward. Just before they left, Yin Shengye turned back to issue a final warning. Do not follow us. The place we are heading to is not for you. Humph, dandy young masters, only interested in visiting brothels. I certainly will not accompany you. Those two ineffectual fellows, speaking of themselves in such a manner, vexed Yin Shengye as she fumed behind them. Having evaded this troublesome individual, the two brothers hurried along, only to encounter yet another source of trouble at the street corner leading to Hongyayuan. Yin Shengye, where are you going? The speaker was Song Xiaoyi, the cherished daughter of the Minister of War, Song Hongyayuan. While Yin Shengye could dismiss Yin Shengye with ease, he knew that addressing this lady required a more courteous approach. If she were to follow them and discover the happenings within Hongyayuan, it would spell disaster. Under Yin Shengye's urging, Yin Shengye had no choice but to step forward. Sister Xiaoyi, we are not going anywhere in particular. We are merely heading to Hongyayuan. Song Xiaoyi's face flushed with indignation. Hongyayuan? Scoundrels! Yin Shengye chuckled, believing he had diffused this troublesome situation, and then added, Sister Xiaoyi, would you care to join us? Who is your sister Xiaoyi? I want to go. Neither brother anticipated that Song Xiaoyi would actually agree. What do you intend to do there? It is a place for men. Yin Shengye exclaimed anxiously, fearing that if the group of brutes from the Song family learned that Song Xiaoyi was accompanying his brothers to Hongyayuan, they would surely be beaten to the point of being bedridden for 3 days. I must prevent you from causing trouble for the young ladies. Very well, since Miss Song wishes to go, let her accompany us. Faced with the inability to dissuade her, they resigned themselves to her presence. Yin Shengye hurriedly pulled Yin Shengye aside and whispered, Third brother, how could you have agreed to it? This Song Xiaoyi is quite the blabbermouth and will undoubtedly spill the beans about today's events. Second brother, it's of no concern. If she accompanies us, does she not fear being discovered? After some deliberation, Song Xiaoyi also joined their ranks. Upon reaching the second floor of Hongyayuan, Yin Shengye finally discerned the identities of those gambling with Tang Rongrong, and Yin Shengye turned out to be the second grandson of the esteemed Gongsun Jin, Gongsun Liang, along with the second grandson of the Minister of Personnel, Li Kan, and the 3 brothers from the family of the Deputy Minister, Wang Qiqing, Wang Qiwei, and Wang Qixiang. It was peculiar that Wang Qiqing, who seldom partook in such activities with his younger brothers, had chosen to participate today. Shengye, you have arrived. Quickly, come to my aid and help me win back the contract, or I shall face dire consequences. Upon seeing Yin Shengye, Tang Rongrong rushed towards him, her tears flowing profusely, her substantial weight, a staggering 300 pounds, pressing down upon him. Were it not for his recent breakthrough in cultivation, he would have struggled to maintain his footing. Yin Shengye forcefully pushed Tang Rongrong away, exclaiming, Get off! Your bulk is unbearable. After regaining his composure, he declared, Now that I am here, I will certainly assist you in reclaiming what is yours. He turned to Gongsun Liang and the others, instructing, What are the terms of the wager? Speak clearly. Once Tang Rongrong stepped aside, Gong Sun Liang and the others finally noticed Song Xiaoyi standing behind Yin Shengye, causing a ripple of apprehension among them. They simultaneously pondered how Yin Shengxiao had managed to bring such a troublesome presence into their midst. A glance exchanged between Gong Sun Liang and Wang Qiqing confirmed their mutual understanding. Li can then addressed Yin Shengye, stating, "We have already won quite a bit. Propose a wager, and we shall accept." Chapter 5. If we play, we shall play big. However, if you lose, you must assist us with a certain task, and we shall return everything to you. Yin Shengye waved his hand grandly and replied, "Very well, you have laid down the terms. Do not blame me for raising the stakes." Gong Sun Liang and the others exchanged faint smiles. Raising the stakes? What difficulty could that present? Yin San Gongzi has spent years in this realm, with dice being his primary pursuit. If he has such an interest, we shall indulge him. Feigning deep contemplation for a moment, Yin Shengye solemnly proposed, "All right, let us roll the dice. Each of us shall have a set, and we shall see who rolls the highest." Agreed. Let it be dice. Bring the tea. Immediately, 2 servants served each participant a cup of tea. As they placed the cups before them, Yin Shengye scrutinized the tea intently. It was no wonder that Yin Shengxiao and Tang Rongrong had lost so much money, even their jade pendants and wives. This tea was clearly tainted. The tea from Xanadu was typically a rich brown, yet today it bore a faint blue hue, indicating something had been added. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have detected the anomaly, but in the heat of the gamble, their excitement and exhilaration left them oblivious. On the other side, as Song Xiaoyi reached for the tea beside Yin Shengye, her action sent a wave of panic through Gong Sun Liang and his companions. Fortunately, at that moment, for reasons unknown, the leg of Yin Shengye's chair unexpectedly broke, crashing down upon Song Xiaoyi. The teacup shattered, spilling tea all over. "Yin Shengye, are you trying to get yourself killed?" "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Upon seeing the broken leg of the chair, Song Xiaoyi's anger subsided somewhat. "Humph, why aren't you helping me up?" This farcical incident finally put Gong Sun Liang and the others at ease. Had Song Xiaoyi taken a sip, it was highly likely that the truth would have been uncovered. Li gestured to a servant nearby, then proclaimed loudly, all right, let the gambling commence." With a smile, Gong Sun Liang inquired, "Third young masterine, how much will you wager for the first round? If it's not substantial, I want to play. Let us go big. Dolly, count how many gold tickets and gold bars we have, and let us wager half." Upon hearing this, Yin Shengxiao grew anxious. "Third brother, take it easy. Both Rongrong and I depend on you to save us. With such reckless betting, you might lose it all in just a couple of rounds." Tang Rongrong echoed his concern, hoping that Yin Shengye would win back the contract. "Indeed, Shengye, take your time. As long as you can win it back, a delay is inconsequential. Do you doubt my gambling skills?" Subsequently, disregarding the advice, Yin Shengye picked up the dice that had been brought to him. "Third young master, we have a total of 500 taels in gold tickets, 200 taels in gold, and 1,000 taels in silver tickets." Yin Shengye pointed at the others. 400 taels. Do you dare to bet?" "Third masterine, your boldness is commendable. We're in." The others responded with smiles, pleased that the more Yin Shengye gambled, the happier they became. Let him win a few rounds first. The real entertainment would come later. Sitting beside Yin Shengye, Song Xiaoyi observed his gambling demeanor, finding it rather masculine. After a few rounds, Yin Shengye fortuitously won, and then, with great pride, raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp, exuding an air of bravado. Gong Sun Liang and the others secretly chuckled, pleased that their objective for the day was achieved. Since Yin Shengye was aware of their scheme, how could he possibly fall into their trap? Thus, he found an excuse to visit the restroom, discreetly expelling the tea he had just consumed. Upon returning to the room, he reclined with his legs crossed and counted the money he had won, brimming with arrogance. Observing Yin Shengye counting the money in increments of 100 taels, Song Xiaoyi had an idea. "Yin Shengye, I want a share of the money you won today." "Miss Song, this is what I won previously. If you wish to participate, then you may buy in." How could Yin Shengye refuse such a splendid proposal? Chapter 6. A rampage of victory. Gong Sun Liang and the others had originally set a trap for Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengxiao, intending to scheme against themselves. Now, with Song Xiaoyi's arrival, they would need extraordinary audacity to dare to gamble with her money. Renowned for her formidable reputation in commerce, losing would undoubtedly lead to her returning in tears. If the rowdy soldiers from the Song family caught wind of it, wouldn't they create a ruckus at their homes? At that point, their conspiracy would be exposed. So as long as they acquiesced to Song Xiaoyi's request, the items they had wagered today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely be recovered. Hence, with such an advantageous proposal, Yin Shengye naturally agreed without hesitation. Song Xiaoyi tilted her head, gazing at Yin Shengye, Pondering that with the substantial winnings he had amassed previously, how could she reconcile herself if she did not receive a share? No, you must allocate a portion for me. Yin Shengye anticipated that this troublesome girl would undoubtedly voice such a demand. However, he had his own means of dealing with it. Very well, since Miss Song holds me in such regard, I shall grant you a share, but it will be after this gambling session concludes. This naive and troublesome young lady, would she even remember her words by the end of the game? The chances are slim to none. Even if she does, Yin Shengye is confident he can manage it. The game continued as expected. Yin Shengye won nearly every round. Gong Sunliang and his companions were visibly distressed, their foreheads lined with frustration as they berated Yin Shengye's shamelessness in their minds. Perhaps in a moment of desperation, Wang Qiwei stepped back, allowing Wang Qiqing to take the dice. Yin Shengye paid little heed. For he was no fool. He was not a novice when it came to rolling dice. He possessed a modicum of skill in the matter. The two engaged in several rounds of betting, with Yin Shengye experiencing both victories and defeats, but overall, he found himself losing more often than not. No wonder Wang Qiqing had joined the fray. It turned out he was a master at rolling dice. There is a saying, to catch a fish, one must use bait. They were treating Yin Shengye as mere prey. After a few more rounds, Yin Shengye's funds were nearly depleted. Fortunately, he had won a considerable amount earlier. Otherwise, he would be in the same predicament as Tang Rongrong and Yin Shangxiao. However, it was unacceptable to continue losing. His middle finger could only replicate what already existed, and here, besides duplicating his opponent's points, he was at a loss. If he could only replicate his opponent's points, he would merely tie, never win. Just when he found himself without a strategy, inspiration struck Yin Shengye. If he could replicate, could he not envision a point in his mind and replicate that onto his own dice? With this method in mind, he boldly decided to give it a try, as he still had 2 or 3 opportunities remaining. The bowl was set down, revealing the opponent's score of 655, totaling 16 points. Yin Shengye concentrated on picturing 666, totaling 18 points, and then discreetly pointed his middle finger at the dice. As he held his breath and slowly revealed the outcome. To his delight, it was indeed 666. 18 points. He had won. A subtle smile graced Yin Shengye's lips. It seemed his approach was indeed viable. Gong Sunliang cast a wary glance at Wang Qiqing, whose expression conveyed a silent warning. Meanwhile, Tang Rongrong and Yin Shangxiao erupted in joy, clapping enthusiastically and hurling derisive comments at their opponents. Given this newfound method, Yin Shengye intended to resolve the matter swiftly. After all, he could not overexert his middle finger, lest he risk fainting from exhaustion. With an air of authority, Yin Shengye pointed decisively at the opposing players and declared, "All in. Do you dare?" Gong Sunliang first glanced at Wang Qiqing, who nodded slightly in agreement. "Very well, we shall follow suit." Thus, Yin Shengye wagered all his chips on each round, consistently rolling 666. Beside him, Song Xiaoyi beamed with delight. The more Yin Shengye won, the greater her share of the winnings. How could she not be elated to receive such an unexpected fortune? Yin Shengye, you are cheating. Chapter 7. One game to determine victory. Yin Shengye cast a disdainful glance at the speaker, Wang Qiwei. Cheating. To lose is to lose. There is no need to utter futile words. Did you lose all your money today, and now seek to evade responsibility? Tang Rongrong is the one who has suffered the most grievously in this loss. Now that Yin Shengye has won such a considerable sum, how can anyone claim that he cheated? If it is proven that Yin Shengye has cheated, his fate would be sealed. In a moment of desperation, he hastily retorted, "Indeed, to lose is to lose. Refrain from uttering such meaningless drivel." Yin Shangxiao, equally indignant, raised his voice, declaring, "You have previously won so much money and possessions from us. Does that not imply you cheated as well? Furthermore, if you allege that my third brother cheated, then produce evidence to substantiate your claim. If you cannot, cease your incessant chatter." Gong Sunliang and the others were momentarily rendered speechless, as they could indeed find no evidence, and they were aware that they had engaged in some underhanded tactics themselves. If a thorough investigation were to ensue, it would be they who would find themselves in dire straits. However, the fact that Yin Shengye's total was consistently higher than Wang Qiqing's made it difficult for the others to believe that he had not cheated. With no recourse against Yin Shengye, Gong Sunliang resorted to a desperate gamble, challenging, "How about we settle this with a single game? If we allow Yin Shengye to continue winning, they would lose everything. Losing alone would not be catastrophic, but if they failed their mission, it would indeed spell disaster." Yin Shengye smiled faintly, anticipating their move. Today, he was in a fine mood for gambling. Gong Sunliang, receiving Yin Shengye's response, felt a surge of joy. "Let us wager on a stipulation. If you win, I shall return the jade pendant and this contract to you. If you lose, the conditions remain as before, you shall assist us in a task. Yin Shengye chuckled, recognizing Gong Sunliang's clever calculation. Very well, I accept the wager. Gong Sunliang chuckled inwardly, knowing that if Yin Shengye agreed, he had achieved his objective. He then cast a glance at Wang Qiqing, who, sensing Gong Sunliang's gaze, nodded slightly. Yin Shengye observed their subtle exchange. To win was nothing short of a fantasy. Subsequently, the two gambling cups spun rapidly in the hands of Yin Shengye and Wang Qiqing. Wang Qiqing shook his cup with closed eyes, as though he could truly hear the dice within. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye merely shook his cup haphazardly, indifferent to the numbers inside, confident in his exceptional luck. With a resounding clap, the two cups were placed on the table, and both Yin Shengye and Wang Qiqing slowly lifted their lids. As the lid was raised halfway, perhaps due to nerves, Wang Qiqing's lid brushed against the dice. Yin Shengye clearly saw one die, originally a 6, transform into a 5, and he secretly rejoiced, that moment. All of Yin Shengye's dice turned to 6s as the lid was lifted. As they set the lids down. Wang Qiqing looked in disbelief at his own numbers, then at Yin Shengye's, utterly dazed. Yin Shengye, however, was far from dazed. He swiftly extended his hand to collect the jade pendant and the contract from the table. Tang Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, Shengye, hurry and burn it. This item cannot be kept, not burn it. In an instant, whether it was Gong Sunliang and his companions who had lost the wager, or Yin Shengxiao and Song Xiaoi, they were all rendered speechless by Yin Shengye's response. Wasn't Tang Rongrong a good friend and brother to Yin Shengye? Why did he refuse? The jade pendant belongs to my second brother, and the contract is Tang Rongrong's. Previously, they lost to you, so it rightfully belongs to you. Now that you have lost, it is only fitting that these become mine. Chapter 8. Let the emperor judge. If I recall correctly, you intended for Rongrong and my second brother to redeem themselves with money. Did you not? Yin Shengye smirked cunningly and continued, Rongrong, how much did you say it would cost to redeem? Here is the amount, take it as you will. And you too, second brother. With such an obvious hint from Yin Shengye, Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengxiao immediately understood. This was precisely their forte. Thus, the two of them approached Gong Sunliang and the others with several thousand taels of gold notes taken from Yin Shengye's treasury. If Gong Sunliang and his companions still failed to grasp the intentions of these three, they were unworthy of navigating the markets of Xanadu. Yin Shengye, do not overstep your bounds. We have already surrendered these items to you and lost the money. What more do you desire? Li Kan shouted angrily at Yin Shengye, his heart seething with frustration. The plan was initially to ensnare Yin Shengye and Yin Shengxiao, yet now they found themselves empty-handed, completely at Yin Shengye's mercy. What do you think I desire? He retorted, an invaluable contract, a jade pendant bestowed by the emperor. How much do you believe these are worth? Although I am not in need of money at present, it would still be quite a lucrative endeavor to extort a sum from you. After all, who would ever complain about having too much money? Indeed. The engagement between Gu Shi and myself cannot be quantified in mere currency. Yin Shengye, Yin Shengxiao, and Tang Rongrong, known as the three scoundrels of Xanadu, were in their element, embodying their mischievous and unprincipled nature. This was an opportune moment to showcase their cunning, one not to be missed. Yin Shengxiao was equally unyielding, declaring, the emperor's bestowed treasures are priceless. Gong Sunliang sensed the situation had taken a turn for the worse. However, the immediate concern was to resolve this matter, for the repercussions could spiral beyond his control. Yin Shengye, how do you propose to settle today's affair? If you intend to extort us, we lack the means, so put away your unscrupulous demeanor. Unscrupulous? Humph. Only now do you utter something sensible. Each of you shall pay 5,000 taels of gold. If not, then write a promissory note. Yin Shengye was well aware that the three of them could not truly harm them, at least not overtly, so seeking a peaceful resolution was a wise choice. Yet, there were various ways to pursue peace, and 5,000 taels would certainly cause discomfort. Upon hearing Yin Shengye's demand, Gong Sunliang's expression darkened. 5,000 taels? Yin Shengye, do you take us for fools? Yin Shengye had anticipated this reaction, knowing that as long as they harbored guilt, they would be reluctant to publicize today's events. Therefore, he was untroubled by their potential refusal. Very well, if we are not to write, then let us seek justice before the emperor. I trust his majesty would be more than willing to adjudicate our grievances. Rongrong, hasten to the palace and inform them that someone is defaulting on their debts. Very well, Shengye. Tang Rongrong felt a surge of pride. Having been cornered by a few individuals in the past, she had pinned the contract out of necessity. Now, the tables had turned, and it was her turn to press them. Gong Sunliang, witnessing Tang Rongrong's departure, immediately shouted, Wait, we will write. If only this had been the case from the outset, I wouldn't have had to waste my breath. Shortly thereafter, 5 IOUs were drafted. Yin Shengye held them in hand, gently blowing on the ink before stowing them away in his money box. With a grand gesture, he declared to Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengxiao, "Let us depart." The three, accompanied by Song Xiaoyi, made their way outside. Gongsun Liang and his companions watched the retreating figures of Yin Shengye and his party, their teeth clenched in resentment. "We shall return and report the matter truthfully," Gongsun Liang said darkly, leading the way out. Chapter 9. The division of spoils. After leaving Hongyayuan Garden, Yin Shengye and his companions arrived at a crossroads. Song Xiaoyi spread her arms, obstructing Yin Shengye's path. "Yin Shengye, what about my share?" Given her troublesome nature, Yin Shengye had anticipated such a maneuver and had already devised a response. "Miss Song, rest assured, your portion will not be overlooked. Today, I have won a total of 7,000 taels of gold. But here are 5 IOUs, each worth 5,000 taels. You do the math, 5 IOUs at 5,000 each totals 25,000 taels. Am I not generous?" Song Xiaoyi received the IOUs with a triumphant smile. "You know how to recognize wisdom. Otherwise, I would tell my father that you are bullying me." Observing the IOUs in Song Xiaoyi's hands, Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengxiao felt a pang of regret, eager to reclaim the notes. However, Yin Shengye raised a hand to halt their actions. "The reason I have won such a sum today is precisely because Miss Song stood by my side. Thus, I was favored by fortune. I hope, next time, Miss Song will grace me with her presence once more. I like that sentiment. You are indeed wise. By the way, do remember to call upon me for such fortunate endeavors in the future." With that, Song Xiaoyi skipped away, filled with glee over her newfound riches. Yet, Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengxiao felt no such joy. "Shengye, how could you give her so much money?" "Indeed, second brother, we worked so hard to win back these items. Are you not being overly generous?" Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengxiao lamented the loss, feeling it a pity that 25,000 taels would have allowed them to live extravagantly for quite some time. "Rongrong, second brother, I must ask you, do you truly believe this money can be safely retrieved? 5,000 taels of gold. Our elders earn but a fraction of that in a year, and with the income from their fiefs, it barely amounts to over 20,000 taels of gold, or perhaps 200 million taels of silver. If they engage in some external ventures, they might earn a bit more. However, at present, the sum of 5,000 taels of gold per person is by no means a trifling amount. Even if they are willing to part with it, we shall not be able to receive it." Yin Shengye's final words were uttered softly, and the implication was surely understood by Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengxiao. The two immediately grasped the crux of the matter and exclaimed in unison, "Indeed, you are absolutely right." With their understanding, Yin Shengye refrained from further elaboration, for what was to be returned must indeed be returned. "Dali, return the jade pendant to my second brother, and give the contract back to Rongrong, dividing the money inside into 3 portions." Tang Rongrong gazed at the contract in her hands, her heart brimming with joy. Yet when she beheld the banknotes that Yin Dali extended, she instinctively withdrew her hand. "Shengye, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do. I shall forego this money." Yin Shengxiao echoed her sentiment, saying, "Third brother, the return of this jade pendant to my possession is sufficient for me." Observing their demeanor, Yin Shengye felt it unnecessary to press further. "Very well, I shall keep this money then." Just as Yin Shengye intended to turn back, a pivotal thought crossed his mind, prompting him to speak up. "There is yet another matter. The issue of this IOU will surely escalate, and we are bound to face severe repercussions at home, perhaps even a beating. Thus, I propose a solution. Upon our return, we must report the events as they transpired." Tang Rongrong was adamant, exclaiming, "No way. If we speak of it, we will undoubtedly receive a harsh beating, or even be confined. Do not be hasty. Allow me to explain." Yin Shengye replied with a mysterious smile, pulling the two aside to the roadside. Chapter 10. Reporting the incident, Yin Shengye led Yin Shengxiao and Tang Rongrong to a secluded spot, with Yin Dali closely trailing behind. "Dali, please step aside a bit. We have matters to discuss." Yin Shengye was quite pleased with his loyal bodyguard, though he found it somewhat inconvenient that Dali was always in close proximity, never straying far, like a shadow surveilling him. He wondered why his second brother's bodyguard was absent today. Should not a protector accompany their master outdoors? Setting aside such thoughts, Yin Shengye concluded that attending to the pressing matter was of utmost importance. Yin Dali retreated a few steps, cradling the money box as he stood to the side. "Rongrong, second brother, upon our return, we must recount today's events truthfully. Consider this. Why would we risk losing a royal jade pendant and our own fiancée? Under normal circumstances, would you ever act so recklessly?" Tang Rongrong pondered this and realized it was indeed true. She would never engage in such absurdity. "Shengye, are you suggesting that we fell into someone else's trap?" Similarly, Yin Shengye shared this sentiment. Noticing that the two appeared to have an epiphany, Yin Shengye continued, "Now think again. They each wrote an IOU for 5,000 taels. Do you truly believe they can produce that amount and hand it over to us? If we were to later present this IOU to demand payment, would the Minister of Personnel, Li Rong, the Deputy Minister, Wang Shi, and the Grand Tutor, Gong Sunjin, remain oblivious? Thus, this matter is bound to become widely known. And when the time comes, our justification will inevitably turn into folly, leaving us vulnerable to a beating. It would be far wiser to return now and confess directly, allowing the elders at home to handle the situation." At this moment, Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengye finally grasped Yin Shengye's intention. "Indeed, if the family discovers the 5,000 taels of gold, we shall undoubtedly suffer severe consequences." Subsequently, Tang Rongrong, carrying 300 jin of pork, hurriedly made her way to the residence of the Minister of Rites, while Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye rushed home. Having made a decision, they knew they must act in tandem. The Yin Duke's residence and the Minister of Rites estate were both illustrious in the commercial capital. As long as the two families acted together, it was believed there would be no further trouble for Yin Shengye and his companions. Upon returning home, Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye swiftly entered Yin Shengye's study. Running within the house, how uncouth! Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye exchanged glances, and ultimately, Yin Shengye nudged Yin Shengye. "Father, we have something of great importance to discuss." Immediately, Yin Shengye recounted the events of the day in detail. Yin Shengye listened, sitting silently as he regarded his two sons. After a brief moment, he spoke. "Was Tang Rongrong also with you?" Yin Shengye quickly interjected, hoping to downplay his own transgression by highlighting Tang Rongrong's involvement. "Yes, father. He even lost his fiancée Em. I understand. You two may leave now." Relieved, Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye turned to depart, but just as they stepped away, they were halted. "Stop, you two, for the next few days. Behave yourselves. If I catch you causing trouble again, I will break your legs." "Yes, father." The two brothers exited the study, both feeling the cold sweat trickling down their backs. They exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a smile only siblings could comprehend, and left with arms draped over each other's shoulders. Meanwhile, Tang Rongrong returned home and recounted the events to her grandfather, Tang Guiyao, only to be unceremoniously expelled from the study. "You wretched boy! You can even lose your own fiancée. You infuriate me. Just watch. I will beat you to death today, grandfather. Please let me explain." Tang Rongrong pleaded from the floor, mentally cursing Yin Shengye 1,000 times. Wasn't it said that he wouldn't be beaten? Yet here she was, already flattened. Tang Guiyao, enraged by Tang Rongrong's account, could scarcely articulate his fury, wishing only to punish his wayward grandson. What is there to say? "You scoundrel!" With that, Tang Guiyao seized a hefty stick from the entrance. Upon seeing the thick club, Tang Rongrong was paralyzed with fear. In a desperate moment, she recalled Yin Shengye's words, and just as the stick was about to descend, she shouted desperately, "Grandfather, please let me finish. Someone is plotting against me. If you wish to beat your only grandson to death, you must understand who is behind this scheme." As she felt the stick hover ominously at her shoulder, a cold sweat broke out over her. "Plotting? Who is plotting against you?" Tang Guiyao's furious expression underwent a dramatic transformation, as if he were quite pleased with Tang Rongrong's performance. Unconcerned about the potential repercussions for Yin Shengye, Tang Rongrong prioritized her own safety, exclaiming, "Grandfather, Shengye said this to me." She then proceeded to relay Yin Shengye's words in their entirety. "Yin Shengye, I warned you not to associate with that scoundrel. Today, you were merely collateral damage. The original intention was to use you to draw out the Yin brothers. At this point, Tang Guiyao kicked Tang Rongrong in frustration and continued, "You truly are a fool, oblivious to being manipulated." Fortunately, Yin Shengye managed to recover the items. Otherwise, both the Tang and Yin families would surely face annihilation. "Come, let us go to the Yin residence." As the gates of the Tang Dukong Manor swung open, Tang Guiyao and Tang Rongrong galloped towards the Yin Dukong Manor. "Open the door," Tang Guiyao bellowed, halting his horse before the Yin residence. The gates opened, revealing two young servants. "It is the Tang Duke and young Master Tang. Please, come in quickly." Upon entering the hall, they found Yin Shengye had been waiting for quite some time. "Uncle Tang, are you here regarding today's affair?" Tang Guiyao proclaimed, sitting down with an air of authority while Tang Rongrong timidly stood behind him. "Humph! How dare you bring this up? If it weren't for your two rascals, how would my Rongrong end up in this situation?" Taking a sip of the tea that had been served, Tang Guiyao continued irritably, "Now, tell me, how do we resolve this matter? I imagine neither you nor your father will simply swallow this grievance after such an affront to the esteemed Dukong Manor." Yin Shengye smiled faintly. Uncle Tang, there's no need for such anger. Rongrong has likely informed you of the events that transpired. I wonder if you still recall those few promissory notes? Tang Guiyao pondered for a moment before responding. You mean the 5 promissory notes given to Song Xiaoyi? Precisely, those 5 notes. Are you suggesting we have Song Mengfu confront this obstacle? Yin Chengzai inquired. Uncle, the Song family has many grandsons. When it comes time for their marriages, substantial betrothal gifts will be necessary. These promissory notes shall serve as our gift to General Song, to assist him in preparing the dowry. You sly rascal. Tang Guiyao chuckled. Sending Song Wanli to deal with Gong Sunjin is an excellent idea. After all, when a scholar encounters a soldier, reason often eludes clarity. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed with this plan. Keep a close watch on your 2 rascals. Do not allow them to cause further mischief for my grandsons. Rising to his feet, Tang Guiyao waved his sleeve and made his way outside. Just then, an elderly gentleman appeared at the entrance, none other than the esteemed Duke Yin Hongtu. Tang Laohu, are you not staying for a meal before departing? Tang Guiyao glanced at Yin Chengzai within the hall and remarked, Yin Huzi, your son has truly inherited your cunning. Chapter 12. A spectacle, ha ha ha. Tang Laohu, one cannot say such things. Come, shall we share a drink? Alas, I have matters to attend to at home. Let us save the drinking for another time. After Tang Guiyao and Tang Rongrong departed, in a secluded corner outside the hall, Yin Shengye and Yin Shengxiao were concealed. Observing the distant figures of Tang Guiyao and Tang Rongrong as they left, third brother, your prediction was remarkably accurate. The rotund Rong and Duke Tang have indeed arrived. Yin Shengxiao remarked with a hint of lewdness in his expression. Naturally, with Duke Tang's notorious temper, he will surely accuse us of leading Rong astray, so it is only to be expected that they would seek us out. Yin Shengye shook his head, realizing that his brother was beyond saving. Second brother, I'm not trying to admonish you, but are you unaware of our father's temperament? Given that today's events have passed without repercussion, we should consider ourselves fortunate. If news were to circulate about us indulging in drink and revelry now, we would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, you do think ahead, third brother. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Shengxiao felt something was amiss. But second brother, don't you usually say that these things are your favorite? Yin Shengye forced an awkward smile. Well, let us first seek out Rongrong and enjoy the performance together. These matters are of little consequence. You must admit, what could possibly compare to the spectacle of Duke Song causing an uproar at the 3 mansions? Very true, we must make haste. Without further ado, the 2 made their way to the stable. Upon arriving at the Duke Tang's residence, they exerted considerable effort to locate Tang Rongrong. She regarded them with a peculiar gaze. You both are quite audacious to come find me at this hour. Enough of the pleasantries, let us go. The trio mounted their horses and first headed to the residence of Wang Shi, the vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Dismounting, they concealed themselves at the street corner, gazing towards the Wang residence. The estate was tightly shut, and Duke Song Wanli, accompanied by his son Song Hongshua and a contingent of soldiers, surrounded the entire Wang residence. Song Hongshua pointed towards the main gate, shouting, Wang Ba, come out. You owe me money, so pay your debts promptly. No reply came. Not opening the door, is it? Fine, bring it down without needing further instruction. Several soldiers procured a massive log, preparing to batter the door. Just then, the gate swung open, revealing Wang Shi, the master of the residence, who addressed them, Duke Song, General Song, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Wang Ba, spare me the pleasantries. 3 promissory notes, 15,000 taels. Bring forth the gold swiftly, or we shall enter and search for it ourselves. Song Hongshua was far from gentle, and as he spoke, he commanded his soldiers to invade the estate in search of the funds. Faced with such an affront, Wang Shi's countenance darkened, yet he could not retaliate. After all, they were a duke and a general, while he was merely a civilian official. Lacking men, they had soldiers at their disposal. In terms of prowess, they were both of the divine realm, whereas he was but of the earthly realm. Thus, Wang Shi resigned himself to fate. Duke, General Song, the gold has long been prepared. Immediately, 20 chests were brought forth and opened one by one, revealing an abundance of resplendent gold. Take these away, and proceed to the next location. Song Wanli let out a resounding shout, then waved his hand and mounted his horse, setting off towards the residence of the Minister of Personnel. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye and his companions stifled their laughter, thoroughly entertained by the brazen behavior of the Song family. Had Wang Shi not prepared the funds in advance, the Wang residence would have faced a thorough search today. Yin Shengye turned to Yin Shengxiao and Tang Rongrong, inquiring, Isn't this satisfying? Tang Rongrong replied with pride, Indeed, it is immensely gratifying. They plotted against us before, and now they are experiencing the sting of their own blade. Yin Shengye shared the sentiment but anticipated an even greater delight ahead. Let us not linger here. We must go, for something even more exhilarating awaits you. As the trio exchanged their banter, they arrived at the Li residence just in time for the spectacle to unfold. Bring forth that coward Li Rong and bind him. Li Rong stood at the entrance, being dragged by the men of Song Hongshua. Song Hongshua, do not overstep your bounds, Duke Song. I respect your title, but is it justifiable to demand payment for this dubious debt? He retorted. Humph, a slap for your insolence. Song Wanli was resolute. He acknowledged no kinship, only the demand for money, striking relentlessly until the cash was presented. The Duke of Song, notorious for his brutish demeanor during the Shang dynasty, was infamous for his tyrannical ways, often leveraging his position to intimidate others. With each slap, Li Rong struggled to utter a word, his mouth bloodied and swollen. Stop, in the distance. A rider approached at a gallop, dismounting gracefully. I have met Duke Song and General Song. The one intervening was none other than Gong Sun Ming, the grandson of Gong Sun Jin. Upon spotting Gong Sun Ming, Song Wanli's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. The grandson of Gong Sun the Rat, so, are you here to settle this debt, or is it your grandfather who seeks to pay? Grandfather Gong Sun jested. I am but a mere child and cannot muster such funds. Gong Sun Ming chuckled, then added, Duke Song. It has been some time since my grandfather last saw you. Why not visit my home? Very well. Let us go, replied Song Wanli, leading the way. The crowd before the Li residence dispersed, following Gong Sun Ming to the estate of the Duke of Wei.At. That moment, Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengye were already in fits of laughter upon the ground. It was truly delightful to witness a high-ranking minister of personnel being so publicly humiliated. The grievances they had suffered at Hongyayuan were completely forgotten. Tang Rongrong, still seated on the ground with a beaming smile, said dreamily, Shengye, wasn't he this fun? I imagine myself delivering those slaps, and the thrill is indescribable. Yin Shengye, grinning, replied, are you feeling triumphant? Is it extraordinarily satisfying? Rongrong, second brother, do you still lament the 25,000 taels of gold? Yin Shengye tugged at Yin Shengye's sleeve, laughing, not at all. If I could witness such a performance for just 50,000 taels, I would deem it worth every coin. Enough. There is not such wealth to spare. Let us return. Yin Shengye pulled the two to their feet, preparing to mount their horses and head back home. Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengye each held one of Yin Shengye's hands. Wait, aren't we going to the Duke Wei's residence? Yin Shengye shook his head, feeling quite speechless towards the two. Watching a performance is not merely about the person on stage. Previously, he was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and now he is the minister himself. The titles of our family's elders surpass theirs. We are merely seeking some amusement from the show, which is of little consequence. However, this is the Duke Wei's residence. Do you truly believe that witnessing this performance comes without a price? After speaking, Yin Shengye gestured towards his rear. Yin Shengye and Tang Rongrong instantly understood that the spectacle at the Duke Wei's residence was not as innocent as it seemed. Let us go. Let us go. Let us hurry back. If we are late and our families find out, it will be disastrous. Immediately, the three mounted their steeds and galloped towards their respective homes. Upon returning, as they entered the door, Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye saw Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye waiting for them behind the door. Uncle, third uncle. Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye stammered weakly, feeling unfortunate to encounter these two formidable figures. With a stern gaze, Yin Shengye inquired, how was the performance? Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye exchanged peculiar glances. How could they know that the two had attended a show? No need to ask. We were just enjoying some tea and happened to see you. Follow me, Yin Shengye commanded, his empty sleeves swaying as he gestured. Yin Shengye, seated in a wheelchair, awaited his two nephews to push him along. Yin Shengye stepped forward, pushing the wheelchair while following closely behind Yin Shengye alongside Yin Shengye. Kneel. With Yin Shengye's thunderous order, both Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye promptly knelt upon the ground. Despite Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye's disabilities, Yin Shengye having lost both arms and Yin Shengye both legs, the two brothers held an immense fear towards their uncle and third uncle. Do you understand the extent of damage your actions today could bring upon the Yin family? A duke, the entire Ministry of Personnel. If it becomes known that you are the ones stirring trouble, our family will be besieged from all sides. Yin Shengye, kneeling on the ground, murmured softly, but we are dukes as well. How can we be lesser than others, still daring to speak defiantly? Do you think our Yin family is truly that formidable? Indeed, on the surface, one might perceive them as powerful, but the reality was that the Yin family had significantly declined. Though these words may have come too early, remaining silent now could mean never having the chance to speak them again. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye understood. 10 years ago, The war with the Xia kingdom had severely weakened both nations, with many dukes and ministers losing numerous talents within their households. The three heroes of the Yin family, Yin Shengfeng, Yin Shengze, and Yin Shangtu, had perished in that very conflict. Previously, the defeats on the battlefield had left Yin Shengye and Yin Shenghai crippled, leading the three heroes to fight together, ultimately never to return. Yin Shengzai's strictness towards the two was rooted in his hope that they would one day uphold the legacy of the Yin family. Now, only the second son, Yin Shenghai, remained from their father's generation. While both the uncle and third uncle had long become incapacitated in the generation of Yin Shengye and Yin Shengxiao, the three leaders have successively perished in battle, leaving the future reliance solely on Yin Shengxiao, Yin Shengye, and Yin Shengkai. Presently, Yin Shengkai and Yin Shenghai, upon witnessing the reckless actions of the two brothers, feel a deep concern for their family's future. These thoughts are merely what Yin Shengye has contemplated. Subsequently, Yin Shengkai and Yin Shenghai articulate the state of the Yin family, aligning closely with Yin Shengye's apprehensions. Do you understand? I do not wish for you to squander the legacy of the Yin family once it is entrusted to you by your father. Yin Shengye and Yin Shengxiao kneel and reply, Uncle, third uncle, we comprehend. Yin Shenghai nods and continues, Rise. Remember, as members of the Yin family, our actions must honor our lineage. Henceforth, we must deliberate carefully in our endeavors. Naturally, should we be wronged, we cannot allow ourselves to be taken advantage of. Yin Shenghai interjects, Your uncle speaks wisely. Our family has a guiding principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they offend me, I shall eradicate them completely. This phrase is unfamiliar to Yin Shengye. It is akin to a slumbering tiger. If left undisturbed, it remains tranquil, but if awakened, it will not relent until there is bloodshed. We will remember. The two exit the room, and as they approach the courtyard, Yin Shengxiao casts a disdainful glance back. Chapter 15. The fraternal conflict. Upon witnessing Yin Shengxiao's behavior, Yin Shengye furrows his brow. Is this a display of contempt towards their two disabled elders? It is essential to recognize that the present standing of the Yin family is a result of sacrifices made by these valiant elders and those who fell in battle. No longer is Yin Shengye the same person he once was. He cannot abide such attitudes and speaks up, Second brother, what were you just doing? Yin Shengxiao, perplexed, gazes at Yin Shengye, unsure of the meaning behind his words. I saw the look of disdain in your eyes, oh. Is that what you mean? Should they not be looked down upon? They have become disabled and now rely on the Duke's household to support their entire family. It is truly shameful. Yin Shengye, incensed, responds, Second brother, you ought not to speak thus. They are heroes, and we should hold them in respect. Shengye, have you lost your mind? Just the two of them. Respect? Yin Shengxiao shakes his head. Finding Yin Shengye incomprehensible, at that moment, Yin Shenghai rushes out, angrily shouting at the two, You two scoundrels! If it were not for my father and uncle, you would not be here today. Had it been our second uncle on the battlefield, he might very well have perished there. Yin Shenghai bellows, having previously heard of these two idle wastrels who were thwarted by their father and uncle, he had come to investigate, only to overhear them disparaging their own heroes. How could Yin Shenghai contain his fury? Meanwhile, Yin Shenghai, Yin Shenghai, and the later arriving Yin Shengzai overhear the entire discourse among the next generation of the Yin family. Yin Shengxiao and Yin Shenghai, already at odds, represent contrasting personalities. One a wayward dandy, the other a disciplined individual. They cannot see eye to eye. What is it? I merely stated a fact. What can you do about it? Yin Shenghai and Yin Shenghai have both been rendered ineffective, and in the future, the title of Duke of Yin can only be inherited by my father. Moreover, my elder brother is deceased. Thus, upon my father's demise, it will be I who inherits the title. At that time, I shall certainly expel all of you worthless individuals to prevent any disgrace to the Duke's residence. Yin Shengxiao proclaimed audaciously, convinced that the future ducal estate belonged to him. Upon hearing Yin Shengxiao's words, Yin Shengzai was instantly consumed by fury, though fortunately, Yin Shenghai managed to restrain him. Yin Shengye quickly interjected, Second brother, regardless of the circumstances, we are still family. He was acutely aware that today's events would inevitably reach his father, and if he failed to control the situation, a severe punishment was unavoidable. What family? Yin Shengxiao retorted, We are the true family. Oh wait, we are not even born of the same mother. Therefore, we are not family at all. After speaking, Yin Shengxiao nodded as if he had come to an understanding. I see now. You wish to join forces against me, aiming to become the primary heir to the title. Furious, Yin Shenghai pointed at Yin Shengxiao and exclaimed to Yin Shengye, Yin Shengye, do you see this? This is your own second brother. Though I may be the youngest in the family, I know that only by uniting for the sake of the Yin family can we ensure its prosperity. If all the offspring of the Yin family are like this, then our lineage is doomed. A headache was the sensation plaguing Yin Shengye at that moment. In exasperation, he closed his eyes and called out loudly, "Uncle, father, third uncle, are you not coming out? Are you waiting for us to beat each other to a pulp before making your appearance?" Upon hearing these words, Yin Shengye's heart tightened. When he saw the three individuals Yin Shengye mentioned step forth, he collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. Chapter 16. The Yin Rite, Part 1. Yin Shengye fixed his gaze upon Yin Shengye and inquired, "How did you know we were nearby?" The three brothers bowed respectfully. "We, the three brothers, represent the future of the Yin family. Having committed such a grave error, it is inevitable that someone would inform you. Besides, we have not strayed far from this courtyard. Thus, I surmise that you must be here." Yin Shengye articulated each word with unwavering resolve. The expressions of Yin Shengye and the others revealed their astonishment, for this was not the kind of perceptiveness they had previously witnessed in Yin Shengye. "Humph, you seem to think clearly. To the ancestral hall." Subsequently, Yin Shengye propelled Yin Shengye, and the group made their way to the ancestral hall of the Yin family. "Neil, do you understand the error you have committed today?" Yin Shengye raised his head and replied, "Brothers in conflict, nearly leading to fratricide." Yin Shengye continued, "Do you believe you have not erred?" "No, Himph, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your current thoughts. I, your elder uncle and third uncle, are all acutely aware. The circumstances that have befallen the Yin family today have been painstakingly constructed upon the very flesh and blood of individuals. The esteemed reputation of the Yin clan is a direct result of not forsaking those who have fought valiantly for our family. It is this dedication that has garnered such renown. Yin Shengye, do you comprehend the words you have just uttered? Truly, you are a person devoid of faith, one who has forgotten the kindness bestowed upon you. You shall remain here on your knees, and only when clarity dawns upon you shall you be permitted to leave and receive your due punishment. Otherwise, you may find yourself kneeling here for eternity." Thereafter, Yin Shengye pushed Yin Shengye's wheelchair, departing alongside Yin Shengye. The three knelt in the ancestral hall, heads bowed in silence, for they understood that any further discord would surely lead to even more severe repercussions. For now, kneeling before their ancestors in contemplation was a relatively lenient punishment. Should they provoke further trouble, they might face consequences far graver. Although this was a period of reflection, it would not extend indefinitely. At most, they would remain kneeling for 5 days, a duration difficult to endure. On the evening of the second day, both Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye, having knelt for 2 days, fell into a deep slumber, while Yin Shengye remained wide awake, in the dead of night. Yin Shengye glanced back at the ancestral tablets, his brow furrowing. Who dared to disturb the ancestral rankings of the Yin family? Rising to his feet, he approached the tablets, scrutinizing each one with great care. Upon reaching the topmost tablet, he discovered that it was the only one that had been tampered with. What secrets might lie within? The platform holding the tablets was not particularly high, and with a leap, Yin Shengye ascended upon it, grasping the tablet. "Ancestral spirits, forgive my intrusion." As he applied a bit of force, the tablet split in two, revealing a piece of beast hide within. Hastily, he closed the tablet and leaped down with the fallen hide in hand. Casting a quick glance at the two who were asleep, Yin Shengye examined the contents of the hide. It bore the inscription Yin Rite, followed by detailed information. It turned out to be a method of cultivation, primarily reliant upon sacrificial offerings, specifically requiring the very bloodline of the Yin family. In a wonder, such a malevolent technique was placed among the ancestral tablets rather than being permitted for the family as practice. If the members of the Yin clan were to uncover such a sinister art, the demise of the family would likely be imminent. Not daring to scrutinize it further, Yin Shengye tucked the hide away, intending to examine it more closely once he was outside. For now, he needed to devise a means of escape. Chapter 17. The Yin Rite, Part 2. Thereafter, a faint smile graced Yin Shengye's lips as he rose and made his way toward the exit of the ancestral hall. "Young master, halt." Among the sons of the three brothers of the Yin family, Yin Shengye held the 5th position. Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the ancestral hall, 2 guards stationed at the entrance raised their hands to block his path. "2 esteemed uncles, I have come to my senses and am willing to accept my punishment." The guards were predominantly family members, thus it was only fitting for Yin Shengye to address them as uncles. Since the young master has come to an understanding, let him face the consequences. For mistakes committed, punishment is only rightful. Immediately, blows rained down upon Yin Shengye's back, each strike a testament to the Yin family's strict discipline. 100 strokes of the mystic staff. By the time Yin Shengye returned to his small courtyard, his back was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh intermingled. Had he not already ascended to the earthly realm, he likely would have collapsed from the pain. Fair, lend me your support. Leaning against the courtyard gate, Yin Shengye found himself unable to take another step. The blows had landed with unrelenting force, devoid of mercy. Upon seeing her master drenched in blood, Yin Fei anxiously inquired, "Young master, what has happened to you?" Yin Shengye waved his hand feebly. "No more words, just help me inside." As he lay on the bed, Yin Fei tended to his wounds while recounting the events of the day. "Young master, you truly ought to be more cautious. Why involve yourself in such matters? The second young master is no good, and the sixth young master is obstinately foolish. The second young master lacks ambition, while the sixth possesses lofty aspirations but lacks the capability. Entangling yourself with them can only lead to misfortune." Yin Shengye turned his head to gaze at Yin Fei. "Fei, how is it that you see so clearly?" "Young master, you are unaware that for those in servitude, failing to discern certain matters could lead to inexplicable calamity one day," she replied, a hint of sorrow in her heart. "Enough of that. Since you are in my service, I shall protect you." Yin Shengye comforted his devoted maid by patting her hand. Suddenly, as Yin Fei adjusted her position, her nail inadvertently scraped against Yin Shengye's back, causing him to cry out in pain. "Serves you right, taking advantage of me." Yin Fei chuckled, her face lighting up with a smile. "If you hadn't withdrawn your hand, how could I have hurt you? Now, the medicine is nearly applied. You should rest." Yin Shengye shook his head. "It's a trivial matter, not worth fretting over." "Very well, young master, please rest well. Do not venture out for the next few days. Enough. You are more talkative than my mother. Now, be off." Once Yin Fei departed, Yin Shengye sat on the bed and carefully examined the roll of animal hide at his bedside. After a moment, he set the hide aside and looked up at the ceiling. It became clear that the Yin Rite was a method for cultivating the power of bloodlines, though such cultivation was fraught with difficulty. As the family evolved, the bloodline gradually thinned, making the resurgence of its power increasingly elusive. Thus, whether in the past or present, the power of bloodlines had never been widely acknowledged, nor had anyone witnessed its might. The Yin Rite, while a means to cultivate this bloodline power, was notoriously brutal, requiring the sacrifice of Yin family members to collect their blood for training. Each session demanded the blood of at least 10 family members, which is why the practice had long been relegated to obscurity, seldom pursued. Yet, gazing upon the potential of the Yin family's bloodline power stirred something within Yin Shengye, presenting a dilemma. Cultivating it necessitated the death of his kin. What a quandary! If he chose not to pursue it, would it not be an utter waste? A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and a smile graced his lips. After all, was he not a member of the Yin family? Chapter 18. Self-harm. Yin Shengye, a scion of the Yin family, bore their bloodline within him. By extracting a small quantity of blood and replicating it continuously, he could amass enough of the Yin family's essence to cultivate the revered Yin Rite. Additionally, a suitable vessel was required to gather and preserve the blood. Fortunately, Yin Shengye had an abundance of jade boxes at his disposal. With this thought, he promptly retrieved one of his treasured jade boxes, made an incision on his wrist, and filled the box with his blood. "Done. Fei, bring me several large barrels." Observing the 5 sizable barrels before her, Yin Fei was perplexed. If it were for bathing, such large containers were unnecessary, and certainly not this many. "Young master, what are you doing? You wouldn't understand. Just step outside." Yin Shengye gazed contentedly at the barrels. The moment the door closed, he commenced the replication process. In a short span, several barrels were filled with his blood. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yin Shengye initiated the first step of the Yin Rite, extracting the pure bloodline essence from within. The blood danced within the barrels, gradually concentrating until only a small bowl remained in each. According to the records on the animal hide, an average person's blood, once condensed, would yield merely a cupful. Beholding the concentrated blood, Yin Shengye felt elated, for it indicated a rich lineage coursing through his veins. This would undoubtedly save him considerable effort in future cultivation of bloodline power. Subsequently, he consumed the blood and began practicing the true techniques of the Yin Rite. Streams of blood energy swirled around him, continuously entering and exiting through his mouth, nose, and other orifices. As this energy flowed in and out, Yin Shengye sensed his body growing stronger, while the mysterious energy within him transformed. The verdant energy of the earth profound stage shifted to a crimson hue, distinct from the previous human profound stage. It was imbued with an inexplicable force, which he surmised to be the essence of his bloodline. After a period of time, Yin Shengye ceased his cultivation and concentrated the remaining blood into a few more barrels for further practice. The following morning, upon awakening, a radiant crimson light emanated from his eyes. As he reached behind him, he discovered that his injuries had healed completely. The power of the bloodline was indeed formidable, however. He pondered the implications of such rapid healing. Would he not be labeled a monster? Arousing suspicion. A plan was imperative. Rising to his feet, he paced back and forth before coming to a halt. As he donned his garments, he called out, "Dali, Dali." Yin Dali, stationed outside the door, responded, "Young master, what is it?" Upon opening the door, Yin Shengye glanced at him. "Fetch me a stick." Though puzzled, Yin Dali complied, "Yes, young master." Before long, Yin Shengye knelt on the ground, as Yin Dali struck his back repeatedly with the stick. Each blow brought pain, yet it was not the excruciating agony he had endured the previous night. Just as Yin Dali continued his task, Yin Shengye arrived at the courtyard entrance. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, Yin Shengye halted in his tracks, furrowing his brow as he retreated to the side, refraining from entering the premises. What is this rebellious child up to? Is he not yet satisfied with the punishment from last night? Or is he engaging in self-punishment? Perhaps I am overthinking. Could he truly possess such awareness? Regardless, a little admonition wouldn't hurt. Yin Shengye murmured a few words to himself before departing, instructing those around him to fetch some medicinal ointment. Yes, second master. Chapter 19. A minor misunderstanding as Yin Shengye once again lay upon his bed to apply the medicine, his gaze fixated on the bottle at the head of the bed, his expression reflecting a tangle of emotions. His father, typically stern and unyielding, was now bringing him medicine due to his punishment. It would be impossible not to feel a sense of poignancy. Perhaps this exemplifies the concept of a loving mother and a strict father. "How are you faring, my son? That scoundrel really laid it on thick. Do you not bear his blood?" Lu Yushuang rushed in, and upon seeing her son's back, a gruesome sight, tears welled up in her eyes, her heart aching profoundly. "Mother, it's nothing to worry about," Yin Shengye replied with a smile. "Just a bit of flesh wound. A little ointment and I shall be well in a few days. Thank heavens." "Thank heavens." Lu Yushuang thought for a moment, sensing something amiss, and then playfully smacked Yin Shengye on the head. "Serves you right." Yin Shengye feigned great distress, exclaiming, "Ah, mother, what are you doing? If you knock some sense out of me, what shall I do?" Lu Yushuang wiped her tears and, looking at her son, said with a smile, "You brought this upon yourself by being disobedient. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this predicament." Yin Shengye marveled at the rapid shift of emotions. Just moments ago, she had been weeping for him, and now she was playfully chastising him. "Mother, I shall certainly be obedient from now on. I am weary of these promises. How many times have you uttered such words? When have you ever kept them? Mother, I assure you, this time I will definitely listen. Enough. I know your temperament well. Just refrain from causing any major troubles." Seeing him able to both laugh and wail, she concluded that he was indeed not in dire straits. "I shall take my leave now. Focus on recuperating and do not wander about recklessly." "Understood, mother. I shall be obedient." Once Lu Yushuang departed, Yin Shengye lay on the bed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, aware that his mother genuinely cared for him. Later that night, as Yin Shengye sat on his bed practicing in ritual, he noted that the bloodline power within him had not yet been fully expended from the previous night. He intended to continue his cultivation that evening. That moment, he sensed a slight movement from the roof. Though it was faint and the intruder was cautious, the enhancement from his bloodline power and his increased cultivation level allowed Yin Shengye to ascertain that someone was indeed on the roof. Ceasing his practice, Yin Shengye called out loudly towards the entrance, "Dali Fair. Young master, what are your commands?" "Guard the door. I wish to sleep and do not wish to see anyone. Fair. Come in." "Yes, young master." Upon hearing this command, Yin Fair felt her heart race, her face flushing as she responded. As the door closed behind her, Yin Fair approached her master, only to witness Yin Shengye beginning to remove his outer garments. A flush of warmth spread across her face, and with a hint of hesitation, she grasped her collar, having anticipated this day's arrival, albeit not so swiftly. "Master, you. What is it?" Yin Shengye inquired, lifting his gaze to Yin Fair, noticing her discomposure. "Are you unwell? If so, there are medicines in my room. Feel free to retrieve them yourself." Upon uttering these words, a thought struck Yin Shengye. The term personal maid implied that among his future women, she would be one. Observing her expression, he surmised his assumption was accurate. "Fair, are you overthinking this?" Yin Fair, feeling somewhat flustered, replied, "Master, you instructed Dali to guard the door, did you not?" "Ha. Come here." With a swift motion, Yin Shengye pulled Yin Fair onto the bed, covering her mouth. "Today, I shall ensure you fulfill your rightful duties." He then proceeded to speak of matters pertaining to the chamber. After a while, he finally released her mouth and whispered softly in her ear. "Lie still, do not move, until I return. Do not leave the bed, master, you." Chapter 20. Confrontation. Do not speak unnecessarily, just lie there. Yin Shengye quietly slipped off the bed, retrieving a black garment from the wardrobe. He gestured for silence to the watchful Yin Fei before stealthily exiting through the back window. Once outside, he pressed against the wall, swiftly scaling the surrounding wall and traversing to another courtyard. Climbing atop various rooftops, Yin Shengye scrutinized the rooftop of his own courtyard, and indeed, a cloaked figure was sprawled upon it. The figure surveyed the surroundings, seemingly not in pursuit of him. Yin Shengye's gaze remained fixed on this individual, eager to discern the purpose behind their intrusion into the residence of the Duke of Yin. After a period, the cloaked figure departed the rooftop, heading towards another. Yin Shengye clearly noted that the destination was the courtyard of Yin Hongtu. Could there be a secret lurking within his grandfather's domain? Contemplating whether to follow, he hesitated for a fleeting moment. Just as the cloaked figure was spotted by the estate's guards, a jolt of anxiety coursed through Yin Shengye. Clad in dark attire himself, would he be mistaken for an assassin? He promptly crouched on the rooftop, remaining utterly still. Glancing towards the commotion below, he observed the cloaked figure enveloped in swirling blue energy, an adept of Tianxian. What folly it was for a Tianxian practitioner to venture into the Duke's residence, especially considering that both his father and grandfather were adept in Shanxian, with additional hidden masters among them. The audacity of this Tianxian cultivator to trespass here was astounding. Yin Shengye focused on the unfolding skirmish. A figure radiating purple energy appeared. In mere moments, the cloaked individual was struck down to the ground by a single blow from the Shanxian practitioner. Yin Shengye recognized the assailant as his father, Yin Chengzai. The battle concluded, yet a sense of unrest lingered within the Duke's estate, likely due to the failure to capture the intruder. Just as Yin Shengye resolved to return to his room, he noticed the cloaked figure, clutching its chest, making a hasty escape down the path below. Yin Shengye harbored a thought in the dead of night, silently trailing behind. Scaling the surrounding wall, he followed the cloaked figure until they arrived at a scenic garden within the city of Xanadu, where the shadowy figure came to a halt. "Friend, what is the meaning of your pursuit?" Naturally, Yin Shengye would not divulge his intentions, yet a bit of deception could be employed. Like-minded souls, after all. For what purpose have you come? I too shall follow. Surely you have succeeded in your endeavor. Why not share the spoils? The cloaked figure remained turned away from Yin Shengye, seemingly dismissive of his presence. What if I refuse to share? If you had not received that blow, you might still have grounds to speak thus. Yet now, the impact of Shun Xian's strike must be quite painful. The cloaked figure turned to face Yin Shengye, declaring, "Since you have seen, you must know that I have not succeeded." "Who can say?" Yin Shengye retorted. "Hand over the items quickly, or you shall find it impossible to leave today." The figure furrowed their brow. Uncertain of the opponent's capabilities, injured as they were, perhaps they were not a match for this adversary, but in this situation, a confrontation was inevitable. "If you desire it, come and take it." With that, the cloaked figure clenched their fist and struck at Yin Shengye. Having just mastered Yin's sacrifice and harnessed the power of his bloodline, this injured celestial Xian practitioner was the perfect target for practice. Thus, he unleashed his mysterious energy to meet the cloaked figure head-on. Chapter 21. Yin Shengye Human Xian, a woman. Both the cloaked figure and Yin Shengye exclaimed in unison. Yin Shengye was taken aback to find a woman from the Night Duke's estate, while the cloaked figure was astonished to discover that their pursuer was of such inferior human Xian cultivation. After a few exchanges, blood spilled from the figure's mouth, shock reverberating within. "You are definitely not human Xian, but how can your energy be?" The cloaked figure clutched their chest and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Yin Shengye had no intention of revealing his identity, so he countered, "And who might you be?" "My identity is of no concern to you. Step aside quickly, or I shall not hold back. You are injured, yet you wish to engage me? Surely your condition has worsened. I truly wonder what qualifies you to make such threats." The cloaked figure could not endure for long. Yin Shengye had discerned this from their initial clash. Therefore, he could not allow her to escape, and even if he were to let her go, he needed to uncover her identity. "Then you are courting death." In an instant, the cloaked figure charged forward. Confronted by a wounded celestial Xian, Yin Shengye felt no fear. They resumed their fierce exchange. Each of Yin Shengye's strikes aimed to tear away the black cloth concealing the figure's face, while the cloaked figure launched ruthless attacks. Intent on eliminating Yin Shengye, their goals diverged. Yin Shengye sought to unveil this mysterious individual, while the cloaked figure aimed to flee. However, they shared a common urgency. Swift resolution. Prolonged conflict would surely attract attention. Just as the cloaked figure delivered a kick aimed at his chest, Yin Shengye deliberately left an opening, allowing the kick to connect, and he fell to the ground. However, at the moment when Yin Shengye fell to the ground, he forcefully slapped both hands against the earth and swiftly lunged towards the figure clad in black. Caught off guard, the black-clad individual had expected that this kick would render the person before him incapable of fighting back. Yet, to his astonishment, the adversary remained unscathed in that fleeting instant when the black-clad figure had not yet reacted. Yin Shengye successfully tore away the black cloth concealing the person's face and, simultaneously, delivered a punch to her abdomen. As the black-clad figure was propelled backward from the force of the blow, Yin Shengye finally discerned her identity. Shengshi, he exclaimed in shock, and no matter how he contemplated the situation, he had never imagined that the figure in black would be his third uncle Yin Shenghe's daughter. Yin Shengshi. Struck down on the ground, Yin Shengshi hastily covered her face with her hands. However, the impact of Yin Shengye's punch exacerbated her injuries, causing her to cough incessantly, with blood flowing from her mouth. Yin Shengshi, why have you done this? Yin Shengye questioned. Do you know me? Yin Shengshi replied, her voice tinged with panic. Upon uttering those words, for reasons unknown, she suddenly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Yin Shengye was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing that this was not a safe place to linger, he quickly advanced and carried Yin Shengshi away from the forest. Shortly after Yin Shengye and Yin Shengshi departed, a group arrived to search the area. After a thorough inspection and finding no trace of anyone, they left. Yin Shengye scaled the wall, returning to the duke's residence while cradling Yin Shengshi. The manor had already quieted down, and he stealthily brought her to her room. Fortunately, Yin Shengshi's black attire was merely a cloak, as she wore clothing underneath. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite awkward. He fetched some tea from the table, washed the bloodstains from her face, and located some medicinal herbs in the room to administer to her. Initially intending to leave, Yin Shengye could not shake the concern of not understanding why Yin Shengshi had acted in such a manner. He procured paper and ink, penned a note, and tucked it into her waistband before finally departing with the bloodied garment. Chapter 22. Inspection. As Yin Shengye stealthily entered his courtyard, he spotted Yin Chengzai engaged in conversation with several individuals at the entrance, presumably inquiring about the recent disturbances at home. Without a doubt, Yin Chengzai would not leave until he had seen his son. Without further contemplation, Yin Shengye jumped through the rear window of the house. Yin Feier was already standing at the door, seemingly attempting to delay Yin Chengzai. Time was of the essence, so Yin Shengye hurried to change his clothes. Yin Feier's heart raced. She was uncertain of Yin Shengye's whereabouts, and his prolonged absence worried her. She hoped that when their father discovered his son's absence, he would not become enraged, for that would inevitably result in punishment for her young master. Father, the young master is resting. Shall I go in and awaken him, so he can come out to see you? Yin Chengzai glanced over and proceeded into the inner room. This gaze caused Yin Feier to lower her head, trembling with fear. Father, what brings you here at this late hour? Yin Shengye queried, pulling back the covers to reveal a displeased Yin Chengzai. Furrowing his brow, Yin Chengzai remarked, Have you been here all night? Unfazed, Yin Shengye replied, If I were not here, where else could I be? If you doubt me, you may inquire with Dali and Feier. I have remained in this room the entire night. Yin Chengzai glanced back at Yin Dali, who merely nodded in response. Today, someone had intruded upon the estate. Caution was advised during the night to avoid a repeat of the last incident, where one was ambushed without awareness. Yin Shengye, unfazed, remarked, Father, that won't happen. With you all at home, who would dare to trouble me? Humph. Yin Chengzai let out a cold snort before departing. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, he exchanged a few words with Yin Dali before truly taking his leave. Inside the house, Yin Feier wore an expression of concern. Young master, you scared me to death. If master finds out you're not here, who knows what might transpire? Yin Shengye chuckled lightly, acknowledging the thrill of the situation. Indeed, it was rather perilous, but exhilarating nonetheless. Do not worry now, you should rest. I've been out and feel somewhat fatigued. But, young master. Yes, young master, please take care of yourself. Yin Feier had intended to say more, but upon reconsideration, she departed. After her exit, Yin Shengye rose from his bed, secured the door, and began to replicate his training in Yin Ji. That evening, he had sparred with Yin Shengshi. Although victorious, Yin Shengye was acutely aware of the disparity between them, namely, the gap in their respective levels. He was at the pinnacle of the earth profound realm, while Yin Shengshi was in the celestial profound realm, likely at the later stages given the depth of his aura. Even against a severely injured opponent in the celestial profound realm, his peak earth profound prowess would likely fall short. Fortuitously, he possessed the power of his bloodline. Otherwise, he would be lying in bed himself. Thus, Yin Shengye sought to elevate his strength, recognizing that the most expedient method was to cultivate his bloodline power. As for the cultivation of profound energy, Yin Shengye was self-aware. Without the use of replication, he would likely never ascend to the celestial profound realm in his lifetime. However, employing replication could easily arouse suspicion, as few had ever heard of someone advancing from the human profound to the celestial profound realm in mere days or even months. Therefore, he decided to temporarily set aside the replication of profound energy, opting instead to focus on cultivating his bloodline power. Before long, Yin Shengye concentrated several barrels of blood and consumed them, sitting cross-legged on the ground to cultivate his bloodline strength. Chapter 23. The tea house. Early the next morning, Yin Shengye awoke with the dawn. Though the kick he received from Yin Shengye the previous day had been intentional, it still stung a bit. However, the marks were already fading. Last night, he had left a note for Yin Shengye, instructing her to meet him at the Fragrant Tea House today, as he had plans to step out once more. Yet, like a persistent shadow, Yin Dali trailed closely behind him, necessitating a strategy to shake him off. The consequences of discovery would be dire. As he entered the courtyard, Yin Shengye addressed the figure standing at the door. Dali, come, accompany your young master for a stroll and admire the scenery of the city. Yin Dali frowned. Young master, the master said you should rest at home. With a darkened expression, Yin Shengye replied tersely, I am going out. He then strode purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Yin Dali felt a surge of frustration. Every time Yin Shengye ventured out, trouble seemed to follow. Yet, he could not prevent Yin Shengye's departure, and with no other option, he had no choice but to follow behind. Upon exiting the Duke's residence, Yin Shengye made his way directly to a nearby eatery, intending to indulge in a bowl of congee. Yin Dali trailed closely behind, which greatly displeased Yin Shengye. He yearned to rid himself of his presence swiftly. You stay here. I shall make a trip to the restroom. Young master, it is better if I accompany you. Do as you wish, but surely you cannot follow me into the restroom? I dare not. The two proceeded, one after the other, to the vicinity of the restroom. Yin Shengye glanced back at Yin Dali before slipping inside. Unperturbed, Yin Dali believed that with Yin Shengye's capabilities, he could not possibly escape his watchful gaze, and so he waited outside. After a while, however, Yin Dali began to sense something amiss. How could a visit to the restroom take so long? He hurried inside to check, only to discover that the ventilation opening had been ajar, and Yin Shengye had vanished. What to do? The time elapsed since entering was not considerable, so Yin Dali could only search the vicinity for clues. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye had arrived at the designated tea house, the Fragrant Tea House, and awaited in a private room on the second floor. After sipping a cup of tea, the door to the chamber swung open, and Yin Shengye entered, adorned in splendid attire. As she took her seat, a white cloth fell before her, obscuring her vision. You were the one from last night? Yin Shengye deepened his voice and replied. Indeed, Miss Yin. Do you have anything you wish to convey? Or rather, do you not intend to share something with me, Miss Yin? Yin Shengye's face flushed with anger. Though the words before her posed no direct threat, their implications were laden with menace. What do you wish to know? Typically, Yin Shengye exhibited a gentle demeanor, yet she would not easily succumb to intimidation. As she spoke, she prepared herself to unveil the cloth and strike down the figure before her at any moment. Do not move. Your injuries from yesterday should still be unhealed. If you act now, you may never return. Yin Shengye continued, let us engage in conversation instead. Yin Shengye was not foolish. Sensing the growing wariness from her opponent and acknowledging her own injuries, she realized that a single misstep could seal her fate here. Humph, what do you wish to know? Have you secured the item? Not yet. Yin Shengye was well aware that Yin Shengye had not obtained what she sought. Her inquiry was merely a test. Pray tell, what is it you desire, and does it align with my objectives? I seek the Hongyayuan sword. The Hongyayuan sword. What manner of object is that? Chapter 24. The Hongyayuan sword. Yin Shengye scoffed. It appears you know nothing. Last night was merely a ruse. Furthermore, what you seek is not the same as what I desire. Unfazed by being seen through, Yin Shengye acknowledged the truth of her words. Pray, what is the Hongyayuan sword? I lack the patience for further delay. You should be acutely aware of your current predicament. I hope you will exercise some wisdom and speak the truth. Yin Shengye felt a sense of helplessness. Now, she found herself in a position where the person before her held leverage over her, compelling her to utter certain words, the consequences of which she could scarcely fathom. Whether she could acquire the Hongyayuan sword remained uncertain, yet one thing was clear. Having another person covet this weapon would undoubtedly work to her advantage. Since you wish to know, I shall reveal it to you. That sword is a treasured heirloom of the Huang family, capable of severing hair and cutting through flesh with ease, and it can also unleash profound energy to its fullest potential. The Huang family? Ah, I recall now. It seems that 17 years ago, the head of the Huang family, Huang Ren, engaged in a fierce battle with Duke Yin Hongtu, resulting in Huang Ren's demise. It appears that the Huangquan sword now rests in the hands of Yin Hongtu. Upon hearing Yin Shengye mention the Huang family, Yin Shengye was reminded of the event, although he was but a child at the time. Nonetheless, he had heard tales of that monumental clash. However, this was common knowledge, and with the Huangquan sword residing in the Yin household, how many would dare to covet it? If this girl truly desired it, she could simply ask for it. Given her usual obedience, the old man would undoubtedly oblige, for the Yin family had no shortage of such divine weapons. This very thought led Yin Shengye to ponder why Yin Shengye would resort to theft. Indeed, is there anything else you wish to know? Yin Shengye's expression darkened, convinced that this individual would glean something further. What should happen next? Perhaps the only way to safeguard her secret was to eliminate the person before her. Well, that's enough information for now. With that, Yin Shengye nimbly leaped from the window behind him and hurried towards the restaurant they had previously visited. He intended to orchestrate a chance encounter with Yin Dali, ensuring that no suspicions arose in his mind. Yin Shengye sat in silence, the absence of further conversation weighing heavily on her. After a moment of hesitation, she swiftly removed the white cloth, only to find that the person had already departed, the teacup still exuding warmth. In frustration, she slammed her palm on the tea table and followed suit, jumping from the window. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye returned to the original restaurant but refrained from entering, opting instead to wander aimlessly nearby. Yin Dali was also in the vicinity, searching for Yin Shengye. Just as Yin Shengye was purchasing snacks, the two of them crossed paths. Yin Dali seized Yin Shengye by the arm, exclaiming, "Young master, where have you been? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is for you to be out alone? Let go." Yin Shengye's eyes widened as he shot a glare at Yin Dali. What would it feel like to be monitored like a criminal every day? Yin Dali had not anticipated such a reaction from Yin Shengye. "But young master, this is all for your own good. I understand. There's no need for your instruction. If I were oblivious to your intentions, I would have left long ago instead of waiting for you here. Enough! Return and relay everything that transpired today to my father." Regardless of whether Yin Shengye uttered this command, Yin Dali would report daily events to Yin Shengye. Yin Shengye did not seek to persuade Yin Dali to take his side. Yes, young master. Chapter 25. The lifting of restrictions upon returning home, Yin Shengye confined himself to his room, contemplating the matter of the Huangquan sword. The Huangquan sword is a treasured ancestral weapon of the Huang family, yet it currently resides in the possession of my grandfather. This can be easily elucidated. It is a spoils of war acquired by my grandfather during his fierce battle with Huang Ren, the head of the Huang family. Given that it is a trophy belonging to my grandfather, why would Yin Shengye contemplate theft? As the most obedient child in the family, receiving a sword as a gift from an elder should not be a matter of great consequence. In the solitude of his chamber, Yin Shengye pondered the connection between Yin Shengye and the Huangquan sword. Could it be that Yin Shengye shares a unique bond with the Huang family? After much deliberation, Yin Shengye could conceive of no other possibility. There must indeed be some form of connection between them. However, the lack of substantial clues rendered a sound judgment elusive. Setting aside thoughts of Yin Shengye, he intended to visit the family's library when, suddenly, the doors swung open with a clang. "Father!" A jolt of apprehension coursed through Yin Shengye. Was his father here to demand an accounting? Yin Shengye casually took a seat, saying, "Sit." With a heart laden with trepidation, Yin Shengye stood before him. "Father, you have come to find me. Is it to impart some wisdom to your son? Did I not ask you to sit? Come, sit." Yin Shengye gently patted the adjacent chair, lapsing into silence thereafter. "Yes, father." As he settled onto the chair, Yin Shengye was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. This was the first time his father had permitted him to sit and converse. "I heard that you evaded Dali's protection today?" "Indeed, father." The child acknowledges his mistake. Well, recognizing one's fault is a good start. Constant oversight can be uncomfortable for anyone. However, I too have endured such a path. Yin Shengye paused, turning to gaze at Yin Shengye. You are no longer a child. Certain responsibilities must now rest upon your shoulders. As a man, you must not only protect your family but also safeguard your lineage. Your second brother and Shengkai, surely you are aware of their dispositions. Your second brother is devoid of ambition, only indulging in trivial pursuits, unfit to bear the family's burdens. As for Shengkai, his aspirations are commendable, yet he possesses numerous shortcomings in capability. Your uncle and I are well acquainted with both of them. Now, only you remain. While you may indulge in play, you are distinct from your second brother, and unlike Shengye as well. You possess both ability and a measure of thoughtfulness, albeit with a tendency towards impulsiveness at times. Father, you flatter me. A subtle smile graced Yin Shengye's heart, though his expression remained taut to avoid further reprimand. Flattery? You are mistaken. You are merely slightly better than the two of them. Is that praise? Yes, father. The child acknowledges his mistake. Enough of this pretense. As I have previously stated, you have matured, and certain matters require your responsibility. Yin Shengye spoke solemnly. From this day forth, I will entrust Dali to you. He shall be your subordinate henceforth. With that declaration, Yin Shengye strode out. Yin Shengye remained, contemplating the implications of his father's words. Did this signify that he was no longer to be monitored by Dali? Before Yin Shengye could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding voice echoed, Yin Dali, I pay my respects to the young master. Turning around, he beheld Yin Dali kneeling on the ground in homage. Oh, Dali, rise, rise, from now on. Dali vows to protect the young master with his life. Excellent, splendid, truly remarkable. As Yin Shengye assisted Yin Dali to his feet, an overwhelming joy washed over him. This could be interpreted as a form of liberation. The implication of Yin Shengye's words was clear. He would no longer surveil him, yet every action undertaken would carry its own consequences. However, could his astute father, Yin Shengye, truly allow him such independence so readily? Chapter 26. Astonishment. Yin Shengye was no fool. He would not be swayed to believe that Yin Shengye had relinquished his oversight based solely on a few words. Such tricks were ones he had employed himself in the past. That evening, after refining his skills in Yin Shengye, and noting that the hour was still relatively early, Yin Shengye resolved to venture out for a stroll. The merchant city was rife with hidden affairs and peculiar occurrences. A brief outing might lead him to some intriguing experiences. As he opened the door, he addressed the sentinel, Yin Dali, Dali, let us step outside and behold the nocturnal splendor of the merchant city. Yes, young master. Upon hearing that Yin Shengye intended to go out, Yin Feier rushed forth, her voice laced with concern. Young master, you are going out again, and at such a late hour? She pondered. Did her master not fear the wrath of their father for wandering out at night? Indeed, I shall take a stroll. Feier, do remain at home and be well. Yin Shengye and Yin Dali departed the estate and arrived at a tavern. At tea this hour, most citizens of the merchant city had retreated to their homes, leaving only the taverns and brothels bustling with patrons. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was lively, filled with games of chance, toasts, and raucous conversation. Esteemed guests, what may I serve you? We have the finest clear liquor. Would you care for a couple of jugs? Upon noticing Yin Shengye and Yin Dali's arrival, the tavern attendant approached with enthusiasm. 2 jugs, and add 2 pounds of cooked beef. Very well, 2 jugs of clear liquor and 2 pounds of cooked beef. Please wait a moment. It shall be ready shortly. Once the attendant had departed, Yin Dali, puzzled by Yin Shengye's purpose for being there, inquired, Young master, is there something special about this place? Not particularly. I simply yearn to relive this experience, which I have not indulged in for quite some time. Yin Shengye surveyed the surroundings. The scene was familiar, reminiscent of a bar, albeit of a different era, yet the ambience remained unchanged. After consuming 2 jugs of liquor, Yin Shengye felt an insatiable desire for more. He considered ordering another round. Yet Yin Dali interjected, Young master, it grows late. Should we not return? Yin Shengye cast a meaningful glance at Yin Dali. Very well. Let us head back. The two traversed the dimly lit, deserted streets in single file when suddenly, Yin Shengye caught sight of a familiar silhouette. The figure darted past him in a flash, swift as the wind. Young master. Yin Dali instinctively shielded Yin Shengye, whispering softly, for he too recognized the individual. Yin Shengye gently patted Yin Dali's shoulder and whispered, Fear not. You must recognize this individual. Do you not wish to uncover her intentions? After a moment of hesitation, Yin Dali recalled his current identity and affirmed, I shall heed the young master's command. The two ceased their conversation and swiftly pursued the direction in which the figure had departed. Their motivation for following was twofold. Firstly, to discern her purpose, and secondly, due to her close ties with the Yin family. Should any peril arise, they would be well positioned to offer assistance. As they ran, Yin Dali was taken aback to discover that Yin Shengye, trailing closely behind, matched his speed effortlessly. How could this be? Without the use of any mystical energy, relying solely on physical prowess, Yin Dali was intrigued by Yin Shengye's ability to keep pace. After attempting to quicken his stride, Yin Dali gradually felt the strain, yet noticed that his master maintained the same speed as before, without even a hint of breathlessness. Dismissing these perplexities, he resolved to reduce his pace. He could not allow astonishment to impede their critical mission. In a concealed area outside a residence, the shadowy figure halted, and Yin Shengye and Yin Dali found refuge at a distance. It was at this moment that they became aware of their surroundings. Yin Shengye pondered, "What brings her here?" Yin Dali, filled with concern, queried, "Young master, what should we do? What is Miss Qi's purpose in coming here, especially since this is the residence of the Duke of Wei?" The Miss Qi referred to by Yin Dali was Qi Wenyi, the betrothed of Yin Shengye's elder brother, Yin Shengze, who was 25 years old. Their engagement had been arranged when she was merely 15. During the year of Yin Shengze's untimely death in battle, had he not perished, Qi Wenyi would have already been Yin Shengye's sister-in-law. Despite their engagement, Qi Wenyi held a deep admiration for Yin Shengze, which had led her to remain unmarried to this day. Her presence at the Duke of Wei's residence that evening clearly indicated ulterior motives. Although Yin Shengye was uncertain of the circumstances, he knew that Qi Wenyi must not be allowed entry. Beyond the fact that she was once Yin Shengze's fiancée, the Qi and Yin families shared intricate connections. Should anything untoward occur to Qi Wenyi within the Duke's residence, blame would inevitably fall upon the Yin family. As Qi Wenyi prepared to scale the wall into the Duke's residence, Yin Shengye, in a state of urgency, devised a plan. "Dali, you must speak loudly to draw her attention while I bring her over." Yin Dali harbored doubts regarding Yin Shengye's capabilities but ultimately acquiesced. "As you wish, young master." Yin Shengye stealthily withdrew, and just as Qi Wenyi was about to climb over the wall, Yin Dali called out, feigning inebriation, "Brother, behold. This is the Duke of Wei's residence. It is truly magnificent, indeed. How luxurious it would be if we could one day reside in such a grand abode." Upon hearing the voices, Qi Wenyi halted her actions. Meanwhile, the swiftly approaching Yin Shengye had already positioned himself behind her. "Who goes there?" Qi Wenyi sensed an approach and instinctively swung a punch behind her. Yin Shengye instinctively recoiled to evade the punch, hurriedly exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, it's me." Fortunately, his timely intervention halted Qi Wenyi's second blow just before it connected with his nose. With a frigid tone, Qi Wenyi inquired, "What brings you here?" "Sister-in-law, this is not an appropriate place for discussions. Let us find somewhere else to converse." Yin Shengye's intention was to persuade Qi Wenyi to depart, as he had no desire to clarify matters with her in this public setting. Ignoring his plea, Qi Wenyi remained resolute, stating, "You should leave. I have urgent matters to attend to." "Sister-in-law, I understand you have pressing concerns, but this is not the time for you to act." Qi Wenyi's obstinacy ignited a surge of frustration within Yin Shengye. Yet reason prevailed, urging him to refrain from resorting to violence. "Let me be clear, sister-in-law, I will not permit you to enter, nor will I ever allow it in the future." Furious, Qi Wenyi found herself taken aback by this tenacious young man. "Yin Shengye, do you wish for death?" "Sister-in-law, regardless of my desires, your current actions are tantamount to courting disaster. I can assure you that if you proceed tonight, you will never emerge again. The Qi family will face annihilation, and the Yin family will inevitably be implicated. Do you truly wish for both our families to be obliterated?" Qi Wenyi fell silent, having considered her actions thoroughly before arriving, yet Yin Shengye's explanation revealed the grave repercussions her decisions could impose on both the Qi and Yin families. Let us go to another location to discuss this matter properly. Chapter 28. Suspicion. After reuniting with Yin Dali, the trio swiftly departed from the perilous vicinity. They arrived at the banks of the only river in the commercial city, the Qingshui River, where Yin Dali stationed himself at a distance as a lookout while Yin Shengye and Qi Wenyi conversed beneath a tree. "Sister-in-law, what was your purpose in visiting the Wei Guogong residence tonight?" The significance of the Wei Guogong residence was apparent. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Not only could you find yourself trapped, but both our families could be ensnared as well. Having left the Wei Guogong residence, Yin Shengye could no longer contain himself, admonishing Qi Wenyi. The principles he articulated were easily comprehensible, yet it baffled him that this esteemed young lady did not grasp them. After his reproach, it seemed as though Qi Wenyi had not absorbed a word. "From now on, do not call me sister-in-law. I have yet to marry your elder brother." "Very well, Miss Qi, since you insist, I shall refrain from addressing you as sister-in-law henceforth. Now, let us discuss serious matters." Miss Qi would not venture to the Wei Guogong residence without reason. "What exactly was your objective?" With a dark visage, Qi Wenyi retorted, "Yin Shengye, are you interrogating me as if I were a criminal?" Yin Shengye found himself at a loss for words. At this juncture, such trivialities were inconsequential. "I merely wish to understand your intent in visiting the Wei Guogong residence. Some matters are better left unknown," she replied after a moment of silence. Yin Shengye could sense that there was more to her statement than met the eye. The Duke of Wei, the Duke of Yin, and the Duke of Song. are the three most powerful dukes in the current dynasty. Qi Wen's clandestine visit to the Duke of Wei's residence undoubtedly indicates she has uncovered something significant. As for the nature of this discovery, Yin Shengye harbors certain suspicions. The Duke of Wei, the Duke of Yin, the Duke of Song, the Duke of Tang, and the Duke of Gu. Almost all of Yin Shengye's predecessors have either perished or met with tragic fates. In this generation, many of those who are slightly older have also fallen in battle. If there were not some hidden intricacies or underlying issues at play, Yin Shengye would find it utterly implausible. Currently, Qi Wen's intent to investigate the Duke of Wei's estate likely pertains to matters concerning the kingdom of Xia from years past. Beyond that, Yin Shengye cannot conceive of any other possibilities. A young lady, preoccupied with thoughts of someone who has already met a mysterious demise in war. Could she not be driven by a desire to uncover the truth behind such an enigmatic death? Miss Qi, regardless of whether I can ascertain the details now, it is of little consequence. However, I am aware of your determination to probe into my elder brother's death, yet such a course of action is fraught with peril. You understand. A moment's reflection reveals the truth easily enough that I too am intrigued by the Xiaoshang War. Why did the Zhou dynasty not intervene? With both major dynasties suffering considerable losses, was this not an opportune moment for a strategic incursion? The ambition to unify the three dynasties, would any of the ruling houses allow such an opportunity to slip away? Clearly, they would not. Yet the reality unfolded differently. Furthermore, while war is indeed brutal, it hardly accounts for the fact that so few individuals from the prominent houses return unscathed. Those who do return are often maimed or incapacitated. This holds true not only for the Shang dynasty but also for the Xia. Miss Qi, would not a person of discerning mind question such circumstances? Would they not delve deeper into their implications? Qi Wen fixed her gaze intently on Yin Shengye. Was this truly the same Yin Shengye as before? These inquiries had eluded her own contemplation until now. How could he articulate them with such clarity? Chapter 29. Persuasion. Miss Qi, am I mistaken in my observations? Your investigation into the Duke of Wei's estate surely aims to uncover the truth of past events and the real cause of my brother's demise. Qi Wen inhaled deeply, responding, You are correct, Shengye. My intention is indeed to unveil the truth of those bygone events. After the conclusion of that great battle, many suspected that something was amiss, yet ultimately, silence prevailed. I surmise that the multitude who failed to find answers, or who discovered the truth yet remained silent, did so out of fear of their formidable adversary or an inability to procure evidence. As you previously stated, each individual bears the weight of their family behind them. They hesitate to stake everything, to expose the secrets of the past. However, I am not bound by such constraints. I can disregard these fears. As long as I uncover a single lead, I shall not relent until the truth is revealed. Yin Shengye comprehended Qi Wen's fervent resolve. Thus, you have connected the historical events to the Duke of Wei's residence, and hence you sought them out. Qi Wen continued, Indeed, I have discovered that during the Great Battle, all officials responsible for transporting grain and supplies from the Duke Wei's residence met their untimely demise without a trace. Therefore, the Duke Wei's household cannot possibly evade culpability. Miss Qi, have you informed your family about today's events? I have not. I find it hard to believe that they would uncover what I can. Thus, even if I were to convey this to my elders, it would be futile. I might even face confinement at home. Qi Wen was able to voice such sentiments, and Yin Shengye could fathom some of the underlying truths as well. It was not that the prominent families were unwilling to investigate, but rather, they chose not to, possibly due to the unbearable nature of the truth. Just as the Zhou dynasty refrained from seizing the opportunity back then, it was evident that some force must have constrained them, or perhaps there was something that instilled caution in them. On the Divine Domain continent, there exist three predominant forces: the Holy Snow Mountain Manor, the Blazing Hero City, and the Blood Mist Marshland. These entities stand aloof from the three great dynasties. Was the great battle of your connected to these three forces? Although this remains a conjecture, Yin Shengye does not dismiss the possibility. Miss Qi, let us cease our inquiry into the Duke Wei's household. As you just mentioned, do you believe the great dukes cannot uncover what you have? If they possess such capability, why did they not reveal the truth at that time instead of necessitating your clandestine investigation now? Upon hearing Yin Shengye suggest she abandon her pursuit, Qi Wen was incredulous. No, even if they know the truth, they would never disclose it, nor would they seek justice for those who perished back then. Miss Qi, do you not comprehend? We are not solitary individuals. We are a collective, and the court in which we reside is hardly just. In other words, this is a matter of politics. I am but a woman, and I do not understand, nor care for, the politics you speak of. How stubborn you are. Continuing this investigation will lead to the deaths of many. I do not care. Faced with her obstinacy, Yin Shengye had no choice but to summon Yin Dali. Dali, take Miss Qi home. Perhaps Yin Shengye possessed the ability to escort Qi Wenyi himself, but he could not afford to reveal his strength at this juncture. Yes, young master. Although Qi Wenyi could not overpower Yin Dali, she was resolute in her determination. Yin Shengye, being sent back this time does not signify the end. There will be a next time. Chapter 30. Bottleneck and cultivation. Yin Dali escorted Qi Wenyi home, while Yin Shengye made his way to the Duke's residence. Regarding this matter, Yin Shengye had long harbored a curiosity, and he decided it was time to muster the courage to inquire. Upon returning to the Duke's estate and standing outside his father's study, he noticed the oil lamp within still aglow. "Father, it is ye requesting an audience. Come in. Why are you still awake at such a late hour?" As he entered, Yin Shengye observed his father. Yin Shengye, engrossed in a book, he slightly bowed his head, discreetly studying his father's expression. "Father, I went out for drinks this evening. Do not stay out too late in the future. Is there anything else?" "Indeed." Yin Shengye cleared his throat, adding a touch of solemnity to his demeanor. "Father, I have seen my sister-in-law outside the Wagwa Duke's residence." "Qi Wenyi? The Wagwa Duke's residence? Is there anything more to say?" Yin Shengye's piercing gaze collided with Yin Shengye's furtive glance, startling him. "Father, I have a question." Before Yin Shengye could finish, he was interrupted by Yin Shengye. "Enough. Do not mention this matter again. Should you disobey, I shall break your legs. Yes, father. I take my leave." As Yin Shengye reached the doorway, Yin Shengye called out once more, "Halt! You will understand this matter when you are a bit older. Now go." "Yes, father." Upon returning to his courtyard and seated upon his bed, Yin Shengye reflected on Yin Shengye's words. Fully aware of their implications, in essence, this matter was a taboo, one that should not be broached at his current age. He was still too young to bear certain burdens. Thus, Yin Shengye had stated that he would comprehend it in due time. As for Qi Wenyi, Yin Shengye trusted that Yin Shengye would handle the situation, and he wished not to worry further. Cultivation remained the cornerstone of his existence in Xanadu, particularly the cultivation of his bloodline power, which required diligent practice. For the next several days, Yin Shengye ventured nowhere, immersing himself in the cultivation of his bloodline power, refusing any interruptions. The practice of bloodline power had previously been accessible only to those who had awakened. It was categorized into 5 stages: awakening, spirit communication, body reinforcement, celestial harmony, and cocoon transformation. In simpler terms, it was an alternative method of cultivating mystical energy, now intertwined with bloodlines, rendering mystical energy no longer singular. However, ascending levels still necessitated the enhancement of mystical energy. At present, Yin Shengye was at the initial stage of awakening, or arguably, not yet truly awakened. He had contemplated reproducing the concentrated blood, but the yield from a single replication was minimal. Moreover, after duplicating the concentrated blood once, a wave of dizziness overcame him. The feedback from his middle finger indicated that the replication level was still too low. The concentrated blood was a high-grade item, and the replication yielded subpar results. The same applied to the replication of mystical energy. After several days of cultivation, Yin Shengye had entered the realm of Tianqian. However, upon attempting to replicate mystical energy, the results were significantly diminished, leaving him utterly fatigued after a single attempt. It appeared that the capabilities of his middle finger were not omnipotent. Ultimately, he had to rely on his own efforts. Faced with the inability to replicate mystical energy, Yin Shengye found himself in a quandary. His cultivation aptitude was not the worst, but rather, it could always be worse, and bloodline cultivation required the support of mystical energy. What should he do next? Chapter 31. Advancement. If only there existed rare treasures capable of enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. As Yin Shengye gazed at the overcast sky, foretelling rain, such thoughts crossed his mind. Young master, here is an invitation from the Holy Snow Hall. Just as Yin Shengye pondered his next course of action, Yin Feier appeared before him, presenting an exquisite invitation. Holy Snow Hall? Indeed. Upon opening the invitation, Yin Shengye discovered that the Holy Snow Hall cordially invited him to attend their auction 3 days hence. In addition to this, there was a list detailing the items to be auctioned that day. A swift glance revealed the presence of the stone liquid spirit essence, causing a surge of elation within Yin Shengye. Truly, it was as if his desires materialized before him. The stone liquid spirit essence is a rare treasure that facilitates the flow of energy through the human meridians. In simpler terms, it enhances one's innate cultivation aptitude. For someone like Yin Shengye, such an item was of paramount importance. Upon identifying the coveted item that could elevate his cultivation, he resolved to strategize meticulously, aiming to draw near to it, regardless of whether he could ultimately procure it. However, approaching such a treasure would not prove to be an easy endeavor. He would need to devise a plan. Fair, where did I stash that 1,000-year blood ginseng from last year? Retrieve it for me. The 1,000-year blood ginseng, unlike the essence that augments cultivation talent, is a miraculous remedy for healing, as long as one is not deceased. Consuming the entire ginseng would lead to immediate recovery, effectively granting a second chance at life. This precious gift had been bestowed upon Yin Shengye by Lu Yushuang, and treasures of this nature were entrusted to Yin Feier for safekeeping. If left in his possession, it might easily be lost. Young master, it is kept in your room. I shall fetch it at once. Yin Feier did not comprehend Yin Shengye's intentions, yet as a servant, she dared not defy her master's command. Shortly thereafter, she appeared before Yin Shengye, cradling an ornate box. Upon unveiling the box, a vibrant crimson hue greeted them, revealing a ginseng that, while slightly smaller than the typical 1,000-year variety, retained its distinctive form. Holding the 1,000-year blood ginseng, Yin Shengye retreated into his chamber, declaring, "No one is to enter without my express permission." The 1,000-year blood ginseng is a rare and invaluable remedy. Yin Shengye was unaware of Lu Yushuang's source for such a treasure, but now he intended to utilize the ginseng as a bargaining chip. He would knock upon the doors of the Holy Snow Hall, seeking an opportunity to draw closer to the stone liquid spirit essence. Placing the ornate box upon the table, he pointed his middle finger at the ginseng within, yet received no response. Subsequently, the feedback indicated that his level was too low to replicate the item. A wave of frustration washed over Yin Shengye. The success of obtaining the stone liquid spirit essence hinged on this very finger, and yet it now proclaimed his inadequacy. Realizing the need to elevate his status, he stowed away the ginseng and retrieved the seeds he had previously set aside, proceeding to replicate them one by one. Before long, numerous identical items filled the room, but in the process, Yin Shengye succumbed to unconsciousness. Without exerting himself to the utmost, his middle finger could not level up. Without an upgrade, he could not replicate the ginseng, and without the ginseng, he would be compelled to consume the original, which he was reluctant to do. Upon regaining consciousness, Yin Shengye consumed all the replicated medicines and treasures before attempting replication once more. After enduring 5 episodes of fainting over the course of 2 days, he finally received the message from his middle finger. Level up. A smile graced Yin Shengye's lips as he wasted no time in replicating the 1,000-year blood ginseng, securing the original safely, and indulging in a well-deserved slumber. Chapter 32. The Rotund Steward in the Morning. Upon awakening, Yin Shengye immediately held the blood ginseng close to his heart. Tomorrow marks the time for the Saint Snow Hall auction. It is imperative that we make our way to the Saint Snow Hall to seize the opportunity to acquire the elusive stone liquid spirit essence. Yin Shengye personally ventured out, cradling a brocade box in his arms. "Dolly, come, accompany me to the Saint Snow Hall." The master and servant arrived at the hall. Upon Yin Shengye's arrival, a staff member approached him, saying, "Young Master Yin, so early. Are you looking to purchase something at the Saint Snow Hall?" Although the Saint Snow Hall is a business of the Saint Snow Manor, the Yin family is a prominent clan in the commercial capital. Thus, maintaining the outward decorum is essential. Yin Shengye gently tapped his brocade box and stated, "I wish to meet with your manager." The staff member immediately understood and recognized that Yin Shengye was carrying something of value. "Young master, please wait a moment. Enjoy some tea in our private area. Our manager Wang will be with you shortly." Before long, a rotund man, even larger than Tang Rongrong, approached with a smile. The plump manager clasped his hands before Yin Shengye and politely introduced himself. "My surname is Wang, given name E. I am the manager here. Young Master Yin, it is indeed a rare pleasure to see you at the Saint Snow Hall." Yin Shengye rose and returned the greeting. "Manager Wang, you flatter me. Previously, I had pressing matters that led to my absence." Wang Yi understood perfectly what pressing matters Yin Shengye referred to and chuckled. "Ah, young Master Yin, you are quite the character. Please, allow me to escort you to the second floor." Upon reaching the second floor, tea and snacks had already been prepared. "Young Master Yin, please take a seat." "Thank you." They sat across from each other, and Yin Shengye placed the brocade box to one side before taking a sip of tea. Wang Yi did the same before addressing Yin Shengye. "Young master, I am not one to beat around the bush. With the auction set for tomorrow, may I inquire as to your business here today?" Wang Yi was well aware of the allure the stone liquid spirit essence held for Yin Shengye. Thus, he surmised that Yin Shengye had come for that very purpose. If Yin Shengye wished to secure the essence beforehand, it would undoubtedly be impossible. "I have reviewed this auction's list, and I noticed the stone liquid spirit essence is included. Might I ask if Manager Wang—" "That is out of the question." Before Yin Shengye could finish, Wang Yi interrupted him. With a frown, he continued, "Young Master Yin, you should understand the rules of the auction house. Not a single item from the list may be removed." Yin Shengye smiled wryly. He had not even completed his thought. Yet the manager was so agitated. Manager Wang, please allow me to finish. I do not wish to purchase the stone liquid spirit essence. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of its true form. Wang Yi appeared somewhat embarrassed, his expression darkening, as he did not expect Yin Shengye's request to be so simple. Manager Wang, would this be a bit of a predicament for you? This was a rare opportunity for Yin Shengye to alter his cultivation talent, and he would not let it slip away. Wang Yi glanced at the brocade box on the table, and upon considering Yin Shengye's request, he finally comprehended. Young master, the stone liquid spirit essence is a precious item. It is safeguarded meticulously, and retrieving it is no easy task. Every move made by Wang Yi was keenly observed by Yin Shengye, who proactively opened the brocade box without waiting for Wang the Fat to voice his request. A millennium blood ginseng. Wang Fat exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Yin Shengye intended to use this to barter for an opportunity to witness the stone liquid spirit essence? Chapter 33. The acquisition. Wang Yi fully understood the worth of the millennium blood ginseng, a treasure on par with the stone liquid spirit essence. If Yin Shengye sought to exchange such a precious item for merely a viewing opportunity, was that not an exorbitant price? Though the Holy Snow Hall belonged to the Holy Snow Manor, the manor had never engaged in such unscrupulous dealings. Its reputation was as pristine as freshly fallen snow. After careful consideration, Wang Yi ultimately reached a resolution. Third young master Yin, let us be clear. While I can allow you to view the stone liquid spirit essence, the blood ginseng is something we, at the Holy Snow Hall, cannot accept. However, I hope you can comprehend that observing the spirit essence involves numerous intricate mechanisms and considerable effort. I understand this. Having brought the blood ginseng here today, I had no intention of taking it back. Wang, the steward, pondered the value of a top-quality millennium blood ginseng. How much could it possibly be worth? Wang Yi instantly grasped Yin Shengye's intent. Very well. Third young master, you are quite forthright. A top-quality millennium blood ginseng could fetch at least 10 million taels of gold. Excellent. I shall sell the blood ginseng to the Holy Snow Hall. Whether you choose to auction it or keep it for your own use is of no concern to me. Observing Wang Yi's demeanor, Yin Shengye found him to be a relatively upright individual. As long as the blood ginseng in his home remained, he would never find himself wanting. Third young master, you? Wang Yi was taken aback by Yin Shengye's audacity. Auctioning a millennium blood ginseng could yield at least 15 million taels of gold. What a staggering sum. Today, I shall consider you a friend, and I will take you to see the stone liquid spirit essence. Wait, first let us store the blood ginseng. Wang Yi was momentarily stunned. Did Yin Shengye not fear he might renege on the deal? Although Wang Yi harbored such thoughts, he sensed that this Yin Shengye was far from the rumored wastrel. For a truly incompetent person would lack such composure and vision. After securing the blood ginseng, Wang Yi led Yin Shengye to a warehouse filled with ordinary treasures. None of the auction items were housed there. Then, Wang Yi lightly tapped on an inconspicuous shelf, causing a door to materialize in the wall. Third young master, please. Following Wang Yi, they entered a passageway entirely forged from fine iron. As they walked, Wang Yi tapped along the walls, indicating that the location of the treasures was protected by an extraordinary number of mechanisms. Should anyone attempt to steal them, finding the entrance would be a challenge, and even if they succeeded, traversing this passage would not be guaranteed. After a brief interval, they arrived at a grand secret chamber, constructed of the same fine iron as the exterior. Inside, numerous shelves were arranged, each adorned with a small stand or a brocade box. This way, please, third young master. Wang Yi approached a wall and then infused it with a stream of violet ethereal energy. Immediately, a breach opened in the wall, and he struck it with a punch. The wall bulged outward, revealing a shelf adorned with a jade bowl, which contained a milky white essence of stone liquid. Wang Yi exclaimed to Yin Shengye, "This is the essence of stone liquid, thank you." Manager Wang. Yin Shengye's eyes fixated on the jade bowl, captivated by the milky white essence it held, his gaze shimmering with excitement. However, this moment of unrestrained joy was fleeting, as he quickly remembered the purpose of his visit. Silently raising his middle finger, he discreetly transferred the essence into a pre-prepared jade vial. After a brief moment, a satisfied smile graced Yin Shengye's lips. Chapter 34. Venom. Thank you, Manager Wang. If it weren't for you today, I might never have had the chance to observe this essence of stone liquid up close. You flatter me, third young master. Upon leaving the secret chamber, they returned to the elegant seating area on the second floor. Manager Wang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to voice his thoughts. Third young master, I must speak candidly. Why barter a blood ginseng for a mere opportunity to observe? With the Yin family's wealth, parting with 20 million taels of gold should be a trivial matter. Moreover, you possess this blood ginseng, Acquiring the essence of stone liquid tomorrow should pose no challenge. Yin Shengye did not respond immediately, but instead smiled at Wang Yi. Manager Wang, I believe you are aware of my reputation in the commercial capital, and it is evident what standing I hold within my family. Do you truly think the Yin family would invest such a sum for me to obtain this essence of stone liquid? Wang Yi was taken aback. Indeed, given Yin Shengye's current reputation, the Yin family would likely not expend such resources on him. Third young master, I misspoke. Yin Shengye gazed meaningfully at the plump Wang, simultaneously replying, no harm done. In truth, this blood ginseng was a gift from my mother. Wang, being a man of considerable experience, quickly grasped the implications of Yin Shengye's words and refrained from further commentary. Third young master, allow me to present you with the 10 million taels of gold. After departing from the sacred snow hall, Yin Shengye, laden with wealth and treasures, eagerly returned to the duke's residence. With the essence of stone liquid now in his possession, he yearned to utilize it immediately to enhance his cultivation aptitude. He instructed Yin Dali and Yin Fei to stand guard outside, then retrieved the jade vial containing the essence, to ensure he had an ample supply. He replicated the essence several times, filling every teapot on the table with it before consuming it in one swift motion. The instant the essence of stone liquid entered his body, Yin Shengye felt the potent medicinal energy surging within him. His limbs and veins began to transform. Previously stagnant meridians were suddenly unblocked, as if they were regrowing anew. Just as he reveled in this exquisite sensation, a surge of force emanated from the essence, relentlessly invading his body, engulfing him in excruciating pain. Yin Shengye collapsed to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. The anguished sounds echoed through the room, causing Yin Dali and Yin Fei outside to be filled with deep concern. Young master, what has happened? Are you all right? One must never allow others to be privy to one's personal matters. Yin Shengye could only endure the agony, resolutely declaring, it's nothing, do not let anyone enter. With great difficulty, he positioned himself upright and began to circulate the mysterious energy within his body, hoping to alleviate his suffering. However, as soon as he initiated the flow of this energy, the pain intensified, causing Yin Shengye to collapse once more onto the ground. Enduring a torment so excruciating that life itself seemed unbearable, his vision gradually blurred, as if he were witnessing his own demise. Unwilling to accept such a fate, having inadvertently arrived in the divine domain continent, must he truly perish in such an ambiguous manner? With great effort, he sat cross-legged on the floor again, channeling the power of his bloodline. He was uncertain whether this bloodline power could mitigate his pain, but if he did not attempt it, the only outcome would be a death by agony. As the bloodline power coursed throughout his being, the sensation of pain began to wane, though that force was also steadily dissipating. When that force vanished, Yin Shengye could distinctly perceive that the bloodline power seemed to have grown stronger. After a period of time, he opened his eyes and gazed contemplatively at the stone liquid essence extracted from the holy snow hall. The stone liquid essence is a treasure used to alter one's meridians, implying that there are no prerequisites for those who consume it. Indeed, after partaking of the stone liquid essence, he found this to be true. Yet, what was the nature of the excess power? Yin Shengye had never consumed the stone liquid essence before, yet he was aware of its medicinal effects, which indicated that this power had been deliberately infused. But why would the Holy Snow Hall incorporate this power into the stone liquid essence? Did they not fear that others might meet their demise upon consumption? Or was this power imbued for a specific purpose? After circulating through his bloodline power, that force vanished as if it had been devoured by it. Could it be that this power served another purpose, perhaps to ascertain whether certain individuals possessed bloodline power? Yin Shengye pondered each possibility within his mind, yet could neither confirm nor dismiss any of them. Young master, how do you feel now? Yin Fei inquired anxiously, having not heard his cries of pain. It's fine now, come in, Yin Shengye replied, tidying the area and shattering the teapot that contained the stone liquid essence. Yin Dali, observing the scene within the room, noted only the remnants of a broken teapot. Young master, what transpired just now? Should I notify the master? No need, it was a trivial matter. I was merely cultivating, and the energy impacted my meridians, causing some discomfort, but it is much better now. Yin Dali scrutinized Yin Shengye's countenance, noting its healthy hue, confirming that there were no grave issues. Satisfied that Yin Shengye was unharmed, Yin Fei proceeded to clean up the shards of the teapot before exiting in the dead of night. Yin Shengye resumed his cultivation. Having expanded his meridians and opened all pathways during the day, his progress in training was now significantly accelerated. To illustrate, one could say that he was now operating on a celestial level compared to a terrestrial one. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, It would not be long before he reached the later stages of Tianxian, and subsequently, the realm of Shenzhen. Truly, one does not shed tears until confronted with a coffin, and having experienced this once, he was determined not to relent. Yin Shengye lay with his eyes closed, murmuring softly. He had heard footsteps on the roof, suspecting it was the mischievous Yin Shengye attempting to pilfer the Huangquan's sword once more. However, to his astonishment, after the sound of footsteps faded, a window in the back room was flung open, and a figure leapt inside. Rising from his bed, Yin Shengye approached the source of the disturbance, pondering why the intruder chose to remain concealed. What motive could compel someone to visit the Yin residence at such a late hour? A towering figure clad in black emerged, revealing the presence of Yin San Shao, who was indeed more formidable than he appeared. Yin Shengye furrowed his brow, utterly unprepared to discover that the visitor was Wang Yi, the steward. "What is your intention?" he inquired. Though the Holy Snow Hall wielded considerable influence, the Yin family was not to be trifled with. "San Shao has misunderstood my purpose," Wang Yi replied. "I come with no ill intent, merely to ascertain the well-being of Yin San Shao. Now that I see you are unharmed, I am relieved." With that, before Yin Shengye could respond, Wang Yi vanished as swiftly as he had appeared. Yin Shengye remained rooted to the spot, contemplating Wang Yi's words. "Seeing San Shao unharmed, I am relieved." What could this possibly signify? Had Wang Yi surmised something, prompting him to seek confirmation? Or did he harbor ulterior motives for his visit? The Holy Snow Hall, being a faction of the sacred Snow Manor, often acted in peculiar ways, which Yin Shengye could comprehend. Yet, the enigmatic nature of Wang Yi's statement compelled him to ponder further. As the dawn broke, it marked the day of the Holy Snow Hall's auction. Initially intending to participate, Yin Shengye lingered in bed, feeling no urgency to attend now that he had secured the Shiyaling sway. However, fate had other plans. Shengye, hurry and rise. Today is the day of the Holy Snow Hall's auction. "Let us procure some fine treasures," exclaimed Tang Rongrong, his ample figure jiggling with excitement as he approached the bed and yanked the covers away. Opening his eyes, Yin Shengye groggily regarded Tang Rongrong. "Why the haste? It is still early. By the time you arrive, the event has yet to commence. You might as well enjoy a bit more rest." "Early arrival means early return," Tang Rongrong insisted. Yin Shengye was left speechless at this notion of early arrival equating to an early return. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Tang Rongrong, he reluctantly rose. The Holy Snow Hall was an exclusive venue, frequented by dignitaries and nobles, and thus, Yin Shengye could not simply don casual attire. Under the careful attendance of Yin Feier, he was adorned in splendid purple garments, crowned with a jade circlet and clad in purple gold boots, before stepping out alongside Tang Rongrong. Noticing that Tang Rongrong was not heading towards the main entrance, Yin Shengye seized the rotund figure. "Where are you off to?" Tang Rongrong, puzzled, replied. "I am seeking Xing Shao." "Enough of that. He will not be attending. Let us proceed." Without further protest, Tang Rongrong exchanged a glance with Yin Shengye, and together they departed. Upon their arrival at the Holy Snow Hall, they were met with a scene of bustling guests, many engaged in polite exchanges. Yin Shengye spotted Gong Sun Ming conversing with Gong Sun Jin and several others, including the two princes, Zhou Yayan and Zhou Yewei, along with other members of the Shang dynasty, who were busily greeting one another. Tang Rongrong, observing the pretentiousness of these individuals, disdainfully spat on the ground and remarked, "Hypocrites." Yin Shengye chuckled softly and departed. "Are we heading to your family's private room or mine?" "To my family's," he replied. "Yours might have elders present, which would be rather constraining." The two made their way to the distinguished private chamber of Duke Tang, where a maid promptly approached to attend to them. Tang Rongrong waved her hand dismissively at the maid, instructing, "Leave for now. We will call you when needed. Please do not close the door." "Yes, young masters." They sipped the exquisite wine and savored the delicacies prepared by Shengshu Hall, finding it quite delightful. "Shengye, do not be fooled by the high cost of the offerings from Shengshu Hall. Their flavors are indeed remarkable. Indeed, otherwise, how could they command such a price?" "Rongrong, I thought you never participated in these auctions. What brings you here this time?" Tang Rongrong sighed in despair, responding, "Do not mention it, I had no desire to come. It was my family's patriarch who compelled me to attend." Yin Shengye was at a loss for words. Compelled to come? What did Grandpa Tang ask you to purchase? Alas, you cannot imagine. If I were actually allowed to buy something, I would not be in such low spirits, joyfully clutching a handful of cash. But my old man insists that I spend time with you all, to broaden my horizons at such grand events. What do you think we have not witnessed? I have attended palace banquets more than once. Can this gathering compare to those? True, in terms of attendance, the palace banquets are certainly more populous. Yin Shengye sensed that Tang Wanli intended for Tang Rongrong to mingle with a broader circle of individuals, as the attendees here were not solely from the palace's elite. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. You think you have the right to be here? Leave. Humph. I too bear the surname Yin. Why should I not have the right? Do you even realize who you are? Do you think just anyone with the surname Yin can enter this private room? Chapter 37. Disgracing the Yin family. Hearing the altercation, Yin Shengye furrowed his brow, having recognized the voice. Similarly, Tang Rongrong discerned who was embroiled in the dispute, understanding at last why Yin Shengye had previously advised against seeking Yin Shengxiao. Nonetheless, Tang Rongrong felt discontent at the haughty remarks of Yin Shengxiao. Why must our own kin make such a scene before outsiders? Rongrong, please remain seated. I will investigate. All right. Yin Shengye exited the private chamber and approached the source of the quarrel, which was at the entrance to the Yin family's private room where Yin Shengxiao and Yin Shengkai were situated. Second brother, Shengkai, what is happening? There are so many people here. Let us discuss this inside. Yin Shengxiao cast a sidelong glance at Yin Shengye, retorting, step aside. We do not need you to feign brotherly affection here. Yin Shengye was taken aback by Yin Shengxiao's lack of decorum, as their public dispute was a disgrace to the Yin family. Yin Shengkai, noticing that Yin Shengye was also present, expressed his surprise before saying, Fifth brother, do not bother. He is just that kind of person. Not wishing to engage further with Yin Shengxiao, Yin Shengye placed a hand on Yin Shengkai's shoulder, saying, Shengkai, let us move over there. But, Yin Shengkai wished to articulate a few more words, yet he was directly pulled away by Yin Shengye. Upon arriving at the private room where Tang Rongrong was situated, he found that Ronggu was indeed present. Of course I'm here, Tang Rongrong remarked with a smile, pouring a glass of wine for Yin Shengkai. This is my family's private room. How could I not be? After downing the drink, Yin Shengkai still felt a surge of frustration. Fifth brother, why did you pull me away? Yin Shengxiao is infuriating. Shengkai, let it go, we're outside, and it's best not to hold a grudge against him, lest we tarnish the Yin family's reputation. Fifth brother replied wisely that you're right, we shouldn't stoop to his level. The three of them settled into light conversation, and soon after, the auction commenced. The several noble families from the Shang dynasty were absent. Only the younger generation attended. Why were only the younger ones present? Because the items up for auction did not pique the interest of their elders, yet they did not wish to offend the Shengshu Hall, so they sent their juniors instead. This also elucidated why Yin Shengye and the others had received an invitation. The auction room fell into a hush as a remarkably elegant woman clad in formal attire stepped onto the auction stage. Greetings, everyone. I am Hongyayuan, the chief auctioneer here at It is a pleasure to have you all join us today for the Shengshu Hall auction. The auction commenced with the first item, a glazed Zun pagoda, with a starting bid of 1,000 taels of gold, with increments no less than 100 taels. As Wang Yushue's words echoed, two attendants from Shengshu Hall approached, carrying a chest, which they opened to reveal a resplendent multicolored pagoda. Wang Yushue continued, this glazed Zun pagoda is not only aesthetically pleasing but also enhances our daily rest. Crafted from rest jade, it ensures that regardless of our fatigue outside, we can enjoy a restful night at home. As her words concluded, bids began to emerge. 1,100 taels, 1,200 taels, 1,400 taels. The first item was quickly sold at the high price of 2,400 taels. Next was the second item, a refined steel sword, starting at 1,200 taels of gold, which was also sold at the steep price of 2,400 taels. Each item was auctioned off. The box reserved for the Tang Duke's family remained utterly silent, seemingly devoid of any interest in the offerings. Suddenly, an idea struck Yin Shengye. Rongrong, Shengkai, would you like to play a little game? Yin Shengkai was perplexed by Yin Shengye's intention. Is there anything to play with here? Fifth brother, what do you mean by play? Tang Rongrong echoed the confusion. Yes, how do you play at an auction? Just watch. The next item presented was a set of obsidian armor, starting at 1,500 taels of gold. That moment, a voice calling out a bid emerged from the private room of the Duke of Wei. 1,800 taels. Normally, when bids arose from the Duke of Wei's room, everyone would tactfully withdraw. But the circumstances were different this time. Armor could be a lifesaver in critical situations. Thus, there were incessant bids echoing, 2,000 taels, 3,000 taels, steadily escalating. Within the elegant chamber of the Wei Guogong residence, the bidding continued, reaching the sum of 3,800 taels. The price for a piece of obsidian armor had already far surpassed its intrinsic value. Just as the crowd anticipated no further bids, a voice from the private box of the Tang Guogong emerged, calling out 4,000 taels. Among those seated in the Wei Guogong's elegant room were not only the Gong Sun Ming brothers, but also Li Can, who was eager to acquire this armor. Li Can was infuriated, for Tang Rongrong seemed intent on provoking them. Gong Sunming chuckled, showing no concern whatsoever. He held Tang Rongrong in little regard. "No matter, we can afford this." Encouraged by Gong Sunming's support, Li Qian's spirits lifted, 4,500 taels. In the Tang Guogong's private chamber, Yin Shengye's lips curled into a slight smile, 5,000 taels. Li Qian, filled with resentment towards Tang Rongrong, could only look to Gong Sunming, who nodded in agreement, 5,500 taels. Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengye watched with delight as Yin Shengye continued to raise the bid. Their satisfaction was palpable. Especially for Tang Rongrong, who amusingly tugged at her belly. Of course, they now understood what Yin Shengye's playful antics entailed. Yin Shengye, too, became intrigued, relishing in the prospect of the Wei Guogong's people spending more money. "Fifth brother, shall we raise the bid again?" "Enough. 5,500 taels has already exceeded the price of the obsidian armor by more than double." "Only a fool would continue bidding," remarked Yin Shengye, who was certainly no fool, nor were the individuals from the Wei Guogong on the stage. Wang Yushue was thoroughly pleased, never anticipating such an outcome merely a third of the way through the auction. With the Wei Guogong residents offering 5,500 taels, no one had yet bid higher. Is there anyone willing to bid further? A formidable piece of defensive armor may very well save your life in a critical moment. Any further bids? Going once, going twice, 3, 2, 1, sold. This obsidian armor belongs to the Wei Guogong residents. As the auction concluded, Yin Shengye, Yin Shengye, and Tang Rongrong all wore enigmatic smiles. Tang Rongrong cheerfully declared to Yin Shengye, "Next time, it will be my turn." Yin Shengye also felt the urge to unleash the pin-up energy he had held back. However, Tang Rongrong had already stated that she would concede this round, assuring them that there were only 3 of them present, and she would not compete, but next time, the prize would be hers. Yin Shengye found himself both amused and exasperated. "All right, take it easy. Do not keep raising the bids. If we find ourselves outmaneuvered, we might end up in tears." The auction proceeded, and after a few more items, the Wei Guogong's elegant room began bidding once more. Tang Rongrong rubbed her fists together, preparing to ensnare them again. The 39th item up for auction was an echo sword, quite ornate, yet lacking in substantial utility, with a starting bid of 899 taels of gold. The echo sword served merely as a ceremonial sword to be worn at gatherings. Nevertheless, this particular sword held some merit, being sharper than the average ceremonial sword. For such a sword, nearly every noble scion of the Shang dynasty's elite yearns to possess one. Only individuals like Yin Shengye and Tang Rongrong would scoff at such a weapon. Indeed, when the sword was initially auctioned, the sons of dukes and ministers in the private chambers on the second floor incessantly raised their bids. The esteemed chambers of the Song Duke, the Wei Duke, and the Gu Duke echoed with the sounds of escalating offers, and even Yin Shengye could not restrain himself from bidding twice. However, the group had an agreement to let Tang Rongrong take the lead in the bidding this time. Ultimately, Yin Shengye consented after Tang Rongrong promised to gift him a ceremonial sword. Yes, the bids continued to rise amidst their fervent competition. A voice from the royal chamber suddenly announced a bid of 1,800 taels. At this proclamation, an abrupt silence enveloped all the private rooms. Yin Shengye smirked, casting a glance at Tang Rongrong. "Rongrong, dare you to raise the bid?" With disdain, Tang Rongrong retorted, "Dare? Why should I not? They are merely a few princes and royal offspring. What is there to fear? 2,000 taels." Following this declaration, the crowd fell silent, halting their discussions, all eyes fixed upon the chamber of the Tang Duke. Within the royal chambers sat no princes, only the 4th princess Zhou Yuan and her attendants. The previous princes, Zhou Yeyan and Zhou Yewei, had long since vanished from sight. After witnessing numerous precious items auctioned off without capturing her interest, Zhou Yuan's temper flared upon finally spotting a sword that piqued her desire, only to find others contesting at 3,000 taels. However, Tang Rongrong was not one to be trifled with, especially when it came to those of royal blood, whom he despised most. Seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations, he declared, 3,500 taels, 4,000 taels, 4,500 taels, 5,000 taels. Just as Tang Rongrong felt his temper rising, Yin Shengye swiftly covered his mouth. With a smirk, Yin Shengye remarked, "Enough, it is not worth it. If it truly belongs to a prince, it will bring us no benefit. There will always be other opportunities to find a cause for conflict. To quarrel over a mere sword would only make us the subject of ridicule. Had he not intervened in time, Tang Rongrong might indeed have provoked a serious issue. Fine, I shall heed your words. However, next time, I will take the lead." Yin Shengye waved his hand dismissively. "As you wish." While such bouts of venting seldom amused him, today, feeling aggrieved, he was keen to unleash his frustrations. The echoing sword was ultimately claimed by the royal family, and the auction proceeded to the next item. The Tianyuan fruit, a substance that enhances mystical energy without any side effects. The Tianyuan fruit was a treasure for everyone present, and undoubtedly, many had come with the intention of acquiring it in the divine domain continent. Although nations and governments existed, the level of mystical energy was the paramount factor that determined everything. As Wang Yushue announced the starting bid of 10,000 taels, the attendees eagerly began to raise their offers. Chapter 40. Setting traps. Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye, along with Tang Rongrong, belonged to the scions of noble families, and their households were never lacking in elixirs that enhanced their profound energy. Each noble lord maintained their own medicinal garden, cultivating commonly used healing potions and those that augmented cultivation. It was only the merchants of lesser status and certain minor factions who, aspiring to elevate the cultivation of their talented offspring and thereby augment their own power and influence, sought to purchase such items. In other words, the affluent and powerful held no interest in vying for such commodities. At this moment, Yin Shengye and his companions, alongside other sons of noble lords, harbored no intention of making a purchase. However, Li Kan, who had accompanied the Gongsun brothers, had a different objective: the Tianyuan fruit. Although the Li family held the position of Minister of Personnel, they were merely a newly risen power within the court, lacking the deep-rooted heritage of other noble families. Their current status was a result of their affiliation with the Gongsun family. Li Kan rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to Gongsun Jinxing. Young Master Gongsun, I implore you to assist me in acquiring this Tianyuan fruit. Gongsun Ming replied with a warm smile. In truth, the profound energy contained within the Tianyuan fruit is not particularly abundant. If it were not for the fact that the fruits in my family's medicinal garden have yet to mature, I would not hesitate to part with a couple. Thank you, young Master Gongsun. Li Kan expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Your family's strengthening will be advantageous for us all. Feel free to bid without hesitation. With Gongsun Ming's tacit approval, a weight lifted from Li Kan's heart. If he were to rely solely on the Li family's resources to compete for the Tianyuan fruit, it would surely lead to financial ruin. The Li family, unlike the wealthier minor factions and merchants, had only recently entered the third generation and lacked substantial heritage. In a brief moment, the bidding on the first floor had escalated to 50,000 taels. With Gongsun Ming standing behind him, Li Kan no longer cared about the 50,000 taels, 55,000 taels, 55,500 taels, 60,000 taels. Wang Yushue displayed a look of delight. She had initially thought the Tianyuan fruit would cap at 50,000 taels, but it had far exceeded her expectations. Given the current situation, the final price might rise even higher. Li Kan realized that the incremental bids of 500 taels were less effective than simply raising the price significantly. 60,000 taels? Very well, 60,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The Tianyuan fruit could enhance one's strength. Each increment in power promised a corresponding gain point. 60,000 taels going once. Is there anyone else? At that moment, in the elegant chamber of the Duke of Tang, Yin Shengye nudged Tang Rongrong. Understanding immediately, Tang Rongrong declared, 60,100 taels. All right, the Duke of Tang's bid exceeds by 100 taels. Is there anyone else? Anyone? 61,000 taels? The Duke of Wei has bid 61,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Wang Yushue excitedly announced the new bids, simultaneously spurring the two elegant chambers to continue raising their offers. Tang Rongrong hesitated, contemplating whether to bid further. If they withdrew now, she certainly wouldn't have the means to settle the account. Yin Shengye's lips curled into a smile as he added 100 taels, declaring, if that is insufficient, I shall supplement it. Very well, 61,100 taels. The Duke of Tang's residence displayed its formidable presence. 100 taels more. Does the Duke of Wei wish to raise the bid? Such an opportunity is rare. Failing to acquire the Tianyuan fruit this time may mean waiting decades for the next chance, as it is well known that the Tianyuan fruit only ripens once every 30 years. Chapter 41. The thoughts of Yin Shengye. Meanwhile, Li Kan hesitated. Despite the rarity of the Tianyuan fruit, the price had far exceeded his means. Unable to make a decision, he once again turned his gaze towards Gongsun Ming. Gongsun Ming understood the implication and nodded with a smile. 70,000 taels. Tang Rongrong, believing that Yin Shengye would share the burden, attempted to raise the bid once more, only to have her mouth covered by him again. Do not shout. If you continue, they may very well abandon the auction. It is unworthy to pursue a single Tianyuan fruit. We can find better opportunities elsewhere. Tang Rongrong pried Yin Shengye's hand away, exclaiming, if you keep covering my mouth like this, you might as well suffocate me. Yin Shengye remained silent, yet found the dynamic between Yin Shengye and Tang Rongrong rather intriguing. Previously, he had been solitary in his cultivation and study, and such an outing was indeed a rarity. His life felt monotonous compared to the vibrant and exhilarating experiences of Yin Shengye and Tang Rongrong. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yin Shengye hesitated before finally asking, "Fifth brother, do you often engage in such rivalries?" Yin Shengye sensed some of Yin Shengye's thoughts and replied, "Pretty much. When we are outside, we must seek out some amusement, or else it becomes exceedingly dull. Fifth brother, could you possibly include me in your future escapades?" Upon hearing this, Tang Rongrong cast a glance at Yin Shengye. It was quite peculiar. Yin Shengye, typically the obedient child of the Yin family, was now expressing such sentiments. Did he not fear reprimand from his family? "Shengye," Yin Shengye began, "you must understand that Rongrong and I have grown accustomed to this lifestyle. As you are aware, our reputation in Shendu is well established, so I do not wish to bring you any trouble." Yin Shengye felt exasperated. Was Yin Shengye truly so easily tempted? "Fifth brother, I am not afraid. What if they scold me? It is of little consequence. You and Yin Shengxiao are frequently chastised by the family, yet nothing dire seems to come of it." Though Yin Shengye's words held merit, Yin Shengye was eager to test the waters. "Very well, let us do this. Should there be any events in which you can participate in the future, I shall certainly invite you. Does that sound agreeable? You know very well that my hopes with second brother have all but vanished. The entire family is now relying on you." Yin Shengye hung his head, recognizing the truth in Yin Shengye's words. He had already lost 3 elder brothers. If none of the remaining 3 could bear the weight of the family, the Yin clan would be in peril. After exchanging a few words, the auction continued with several more items being sold. Yin Shengye glanced at the auction list, which had now entered its final stages. They had reached the penultimate item, the thunderlight sword, with a starting bid of 1 million taels. According to Wang Yushua's introduction, if wielded by a master of the divine realm, each strike could unleash a bolt of lightning, exhibiting tremendous power. Even an ordinary person could harness its potential. When infused with qi, the sword would crackle with electricity, capable of temporarily incapacitating opponents during combat. Beyond these formidable effects, it was also an exquisite weapon, rivaling the Huangquan sword that Yin Shengye had previously mentioned. After hearing the introduction and inspecting the sword's appearance, Yin Shengye felt an undeniable affinity for it and was determined to acquire it. Though he knew that many others would undoubtedly vie for such a splendid blade, he would need to devise a strategy. Turning his attention to Yin Shengye and Tang Rongrong, a plan began to form in his mind, albeit at the expense of his 2 brothers. Chapter 42. The art of the sword. Given his previous rivalry with Gongsun Ming and Tang Rongrong's altercations with the royal family, securing the thunderlight sword seemed increasingly challenging. Initially, he had no intention of participating, but now he felt as though he was digging his own grave. The bidding war was intensifying below, and with a wry smile, Yin Shengye resolved, "Shengye, go pay a visit to the royal family on my behalf." Yin Shengye, puzzled by Yin Shengye's intentions, recognized that visiting the royal family was not an unusual task. "All right, fifth brother." Once Yin Shengye departed, Yin Shengye cast a mischievous grin at Tang Rongrong, who instinctively shifted away. "Alarmed, don't look at me like that. Just say what you need." "Your gaze gives me goosebumps. Go see Gongsun Ming." Tang Rongrong, her plump face contorting with suspicion, quickly grasped Yin Shengye's intent. "You want the thunderlight sword, don't you? Very perceptive. So, how about lending a hand to a brother? Fine, but if you win it, you must let me have a deal. Once it's in hand, you can play with it for a few days." Agreed with that, Tang Rongrong, her ample figure bobbing, departed the private chamber. Yin Shengye believed that as long as he could manage the royal family and the Duke of Wei's entourage, acquiring the thunderlight sword should not prove overly difficult. The auction price had already soared to 2 million taels, with fewer bidders remaining. Only a handful remained in contention. Rising to his feet, Yin Shengye exited the private chamber and called out loudly to the auction floor. 3 million taels. His voice reverberated throughout the auction hall, and at that proclamation, the bidding abruptly ceased. Few in attendance were unfamiliar with Yin Shengye. If he desired an item, those who dared to contest him would likely find themselves with empty pockets. Moreover, given the formidable influence of the Yin family, none wished to provoke them, leading to a wise decision to withdraw from the auction. Upon arriving at the royal chamber, Yin Shengye found only the 4th princess, Hongyayuan, with no other royal offspring present. Naturally, he lingered, as she was the object of his admiration. Hongyayuan, upon noticing Yin Shengye's arrival, found her focus on the auction dissipating. This was the first time she had shared such a small space with a man, and her heart raced uncontrollably. After Tang Rongrong ventured to Gongsun Ming's side, she was met with disdainful glances and considerable vexation. Tang Rongrong endeavored to display a cheerful demeanor, though the excess flesh on her face rendered her eyes nearly invisible. "Esteemed guests, what delightful company! Might I trouble you for a cup of wine? Upon witnessing Tang Rongrong's rather pitiful grin, Gong Sun-jin and Li Qin could hardly muster pleasant expressions, their initial inclination being to retort harshly. However, Gong Sun-ming raised a hand to halt their movements, maintaining his signature smile. Young Master Tang, your presence here is a rare delight. Surely, a mere cup of wine would be a slight. Let us indulge with a pot. Gong Sun-ming, the leader among them and undoubtedly the most astute, recognized that Tang Rongrong's sudden appearance was surely for a purpose. Having deliberately raised the stakes earlier, he now saw an opportunity for retribution and would not let it slip by. Tang Rongrong's face fell, realizing that Yin Shengye had orchestrated this ordeal for her. With Gong Sun Deshao being so effusive, how could she possibly refuse? She found herself both suffering and savoring the moment, while Yin Shengye surveyed the scene with an air of superiority. After he called out the price, not a single soul dared to contest him, and he effortlessly secured the Leguang sword. When the sword was presented, its deep purple hilt and violet blade were precisely to Yin Shengye's liking. Chapter 43. Reputation further diminished. Tang Rongrong could scarcely endure another moment in the elegant chamber of the Duke of Wei, and as soon as she heard the news that the Leguang sword had found its owner, she dashed away without a second thought. Gong Sun-jin suddenly grasped the situation, realizing that he had been ensnared by her scheme to secure the sword. Elder brother, could it be that you? Gong Sun-jin held immense admiration for Gong Sun-ming, who was typically infallible in his calculations, yet he pondered why Tang Rongrong had managed to seize this opportunity so effortlessly. Gong Sun-ming retained his ever-present smile, remarking, "Is it not merely a matter of a sword? If it allows us to vex that rotund fellow, it is hardly of consequence." Meanwhile, Yin Shengye remained in the elegant chamber of Princess Hongyayuan, engaged in lively conversation with the fourth princess. Upon Tang Rongrong's return, her ample figure quivering, she seized the Leguang sword from the table, drawing it with a resounding clang. "Yin Shengye, do you have any idea of the indignity I endured over there? 5 whole pots of wine," she declared. "If I cannot play with this Leguang sword for a couple of days, I shall sever ties with you." Yin Shengye chuckled, shaking his head. "Very well, enjoy it for a few days, but do not misplace it. That is more like it." As she spoke, Tang Rongrong swung the sword towards a piece of fruit on the table, cleaving it perfectly in two before pausing. She examined the sword and the severed fruit closely, exclaiming, "What a splendid sword, truly remarkable." Yin Shengye was taken aback by Tang Rongrong's display. "Rongrong, your swordsmanship appears quite formidable. Pray tell, when did you hone such skills? Do not mention it. It is all thanks to my esteemed father. Were it not for him, I would never have acquired such prowess." She continued, "In addition to swordplay, I am also proficient with the bow. Hitting a target from 100 paces is certainly within my capability." Yin Shengye, with a mischievous grin, replied, "It seems you have indeed mastered your rather dubious talents, indeed." In the midst of playful banter, another item was brought forth for auction, which had initially culminated in the last piece of the day, the coveted stone liquid essence. However, to everyone's surprise, it had now been replaced by the Millennium Blood Ginseng. This implies that the Sacred Snow Hall had decided to auction off Yin Shengye's Millennium Blood Ginseng, rather than retaining it. "Shengye, is that not your blood ginseng?" It is common knowledge that there exists a singular Millennium Blood Ginseng in the possession of Yin Shengye, making it the only one of its kind in the entire merchant city. Hence Tang Rongrong's inquiry. "It is not mine. They obtained this from elsewhere. Hongyayuan is still at home," came the reply. Yin Shengye would not be foolish enough to admit that his blood ginseng was up for sale, for if his family were to discover it, a severe reprimand would surely ensue. Though he was unafraid, the prospect of such a confrontation was far from pleasant. Not only was Tang Rongrong struck by this revelation, but Yin Shengye, who was engaged in a heartfelt exchange with the princess, was equally jolted by the sight of the blood ginseng. He hastily abandoned the princess and rushed back. While Yin Shengye could not definitively ascertain that this blood ginseng belonged to Yin Shengye, he had already convinced himself that it was indeed Shengye who had sold it. "Fifth brother, that blood ginseng cannot possibly be yours, can it?" Yin Shengye felt a wave of trouble washing over him. "No, mine is at home. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to see it after the auction." It was not just Yin Shengye and Tang Rongrong who were aware of Yin Shengye's possession of a Millennium Blood Ginseng. The entire assembly was privy to this fact. In that moment, many in attendance were silently chastising Yin Shengye for being a spendthrift, questioning how he could afford to purchase the Thunderclap sword. Consequently, Yin Shengye's reputation in Merchant City took a significant nosedive. Chapter 44. Ambition. The starting bid for the Millennium Blood Ginseng was set at 10 million taels, a price worthy of something that could save a life. However, not everyone present could afford such an amount. Smaller factions and merchant groups were primarily drawn to the stone liquid essence and similar treasures that could enhance their cultivation. With limited financial resources, they were compelled to choose between the two. The blood ginseng was seen as a reserve for emergencies, while the stone liquid essence offered tangible enhancements to one's strength. Faced with both options, the majority would likely opt for the stone liquid essence. Thus, those capable of spending 10 million taels on the blood ginseng were few, limited to a handful of dukes and members of the royal family. Unfortunately, the key decision-makers among the dukes were absent that day, and only one princess from the royal family was present. Consequently, the Millennium Blood Ginseng became the sole item to go unsold at the Sacred Snow Hall. However, this outcome was anticipated by the Sacred Snow Hall, and they did not regard the 10 million taels with any particular concern. Rong, shall we indulge in some wine instead? Let us not bother with this final stone liquid essence. The final bidding for the stone liquid essence revolved solely around money, which lacked any real excitement. Yin Shengye had little interest in mundane affairs. Tang Rong, too, was someone who sought amusement in life. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to accompany Yin Shengye. Very well, it does seem rather uninteresting. Instead of drinking, why don't we venture outside the city to enjoy some game? Ultimately, among the trio, Yin Shengye remained at the Sacred Snow Hall to observe who would emerge as the final owner of the stone liquid essence. Yin Shengye and Tang Rong set out together, equipped with hunting gear and accompanied by their guards, galloping towards the outskirts of the city. Beyond the bustling capital of Xanadu lies a majestic mountain known as Hongyayuan Mountain, the greatest natural barrier of the region and an idyllic hunting ground. By midday, with the assistance of their guards, they had successfully hunted several rabbits and a young deer. The task of skinning the game was naturally left to the guards, while Yin Shengye and Tang Rong reveled in the mountain breeze, engaging in profound discussions about life. Rong, what do you aspire to in the future? Honestly, I have no idea. For now, I simply wish to enjoy life for a couple of years. After marrying into poetic pursuits, I shall ponder other matters. However, I suppose I might seek a minor official position in the court and eventually inherit my grandfather's title. Tang Rong had not given much thought to such matters. To her, personal happiness was paramount, and the future could be addressed in due course. And you, Shengye, your circumstances differ from mine. My grandfather has left only me. Yet your family includes your father and brothers, and perhaps you will contend for your titles in the future. As for me, I hold no interest in titles. I possess ample wealth, and my daily pursuits consist of savoring delightful food, indulging in exquisite drinks, and engaging in enjoyable activities. As long as I can lead such a life, I shall be thoroughly content. Yin Shengye truly had no other ambitions, merely contemplating that being in this place warranted creating some excitement. Otherwise, how could he justify this extraordinary journey through time and space? You seem to revel in life more than I anticipated. Do you not desire to inherit your title and take charge of the Yin family? Tang Rong was taken aback by Yin Shengye's indifference towards titles. However, she believed that a man should possess some degree of power. Otherwise, how could he be deemed a man? Yet what significance did controlling the Yin family hold when the world outside was so splendid? One ought to venture out and explore, for remaining in Xanadu would be rather dull. Are you aspiring to become a true cultivator? She exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps Yin Shengye himself was uncertain if he genuinely yearned to be a true practitioner. This world harbored countless other realms and fascinating wonders. In his previous life, he was an ordinary individual without a prominent lineage, tirelessly striving for survival. Yet upon achieving a certain level of success, he found himself here. This world offered him opportunities previously unattainable, and Yin Shengye no longer wished to live as he once did. He sought to pursue what he desired and lead a life he cherished. However, the notion of being a cultivator, as mentioned by Tang Rong, could not be deemed his ultimate goal. Shengye, are you not foolish to disregard such a splendid heritage in favor of becoming a cultivator? It is essential to recognize that even cultivators are not truly invincible. They too hold reservations when confronted with the might of our Shang dynasty's army. Let us leave things as they are for now. The future is too uncertain to predict. While the two engaged in discussions about their grand aspirations, Yin Dali and Tang Rong's guard, Tang, had already prepared the rabbit and deer meat. Tang continued to manage the fire, while Yin Dali approached to summon them. Young Master Tang, the meal is ready. Two individuals joyfully indulged in the fragrant grilled meat, its delectable flavor captivating their senses. However, their moment of enjoyment was fleeting. A woman's voice echoed from a distance. Tang Rong, I never expected to find you, you scoundrel, here. With a piece of meat clenched between her teeth, Tang Rong looked up to see none other than his fiancée, Gu Shi. How had she arrived here? Today, Tang Rong had witnessed her attending the auction, With little time for contemplation, he seized a rabbit leg and fled, exclaiming, "Shengye, you must help me stall her." Yin Shengye, momentarily taken aback, watched as Tang Rongrong dashed away, oblivious to Gu Shi's presence as she pursued him. Shortly thereafter, Gu Shi returned, clutching Tang Rongrong by one ear and occasionally delivering a playful kick to his backside. "I told you not to run. Am I truly so fearsome? Yet, when it was time to gamble with me, you didn't seem to think so. Humph. And you, Yin Shengye, you are no better. Always leading my Rongrong astray." Sitting on the ground, Yin Shengye felt utterly innocent, having merely been enjoying his meal without a care, yet he found himself on the receiving end of Gu Shi's ire. Meanwhile, Yin Dali and Tang Tang had long since scurried away with their grilled meat, deeming the matter between the masters not worth their involvement. Even Gu Shi's bodyguards had distanced themselves, partaking in the feast while steering clear of the turmoil as Tang Rongrong was tugged by his ear. He cast furtive glances, silently imploring Yin Shengye for rescue. "Miss Gu, how have I become the villain here? Wait, why am I even considered an object? Ah, how can it be that I am not a good person? Were it not for me, you would have lost to someone else." Yin Shengye was no pushover either. Although he was friends with the portly Tang Rongrong, he had yet to be betrothed to Gu Shi. If he were to provoke her ire, he could very well find himself on the receiving end of a beating, and see whether he would still be so brazen afterward. "You are no good. My Rongrong is such a wonderful person, and yet you have led him astray." Yin Shengye gaped in astonishment. It seemed that while Gu Shi hailed her Rongrong as virtuous, he had been the one to corrupt him. Wait a moment. Only moments ago, she had called Tang Rongrong a scoundrel, and in the blink of an eye, he had been transformed into her esteemed Rongrong. Chapter 46. A perilous crisis. Just as Yin Shengye and Gu Shi exchanged words, a powerful surge of purple profound energy struck toward Tang Rongrong's back. Standing opposite Tang Rongrong, Yin Shengye caught sight of the ominous energy and, in a moment of panic, pushed both Tang Rongrong and Gu Shi down, tumbling to the side himself. Observing the scene, the bodyguards immediately fired signal flares, rushing in to shield the trio. Like Yin Shengye, Gu Shi had only brought along a single heavenly profound bodyguard. Once they assumed defensive positions, 8 cloaked figures emerged around the 6 of them. "Who are you?" Gu Shi asked anxiously, but the assailants had come to kill her, and they were unlikely to divulge their identities. "Enough of your prattle. Prepare to die." In an instant, 8 figures clad in black surged forth, yet fortune favored them, for among the assailants, there was but a single adept of the Hongyayuan realm and 2 of the Tianyuan level, while the rest were merely of the Diyuan realm. Although this was a stroke of luck, it also bore the weight of misfortune. The adversaries not only outnumbered them but also possessed superior cultivation. Yin Shengye found himself at a loss, confronting such formidable foes for the first time, and he surmised that their intentions extended beyond merely targeting Tang Rongrong. He likely found himself in their sights as well, who, after all, sought to eliminate both him and Tang Rongrong. Yin Dali and several other guards bellowed, "Young master, young miss, you must flee. We shall hold them off." Though the guards uttered these words, how could Yin Shengye and his companions truly abandon the fray? The loyalty of the guards was unwavering. It would be unwise for their master to sow seeds of doubt in their hearts. In other words, escape was neither feasible nor sensible for Yin Shengye and his companions at this juncture. The 3 guards endeavored to shield their masters, positioning themselves protectively to prevent any harm from befalling them. The black-clad assailants, undeterred by delay, understood that a signal had been dispatched. Should they fail to resolve the conflict swiftly, they risked not only failing their mission but also becoming ensnared in this dire situation. Aside from the leader among the black-clad figures, the remaining 7 advanced in unison. Jiu Shi, possessing Diyuan cultivation, and Tang Rongrong, akin to Yin Shengye in prior prowess, shared the same level of human cultivation. Faced with 2 Tianyuan warriors and 5 from the Diyuan realm, how would they manage? Although Yin Shengye and his companions were not particularly powerful, the presence of 3 Tianyuan guards provided a semblance of safety for the moment. The 2 Tianyuan black-clad fighters engaged with 2 Tianyuan guards, while another guard confronted 2 of the Diyuan adversaries. Ultimately, the 3 Diyuan assailants charged toward Yin Shengye and his companions. "Rongrong, run!" Yin Shengye exclaimed, grasping Tang Rongrong and attempting to retreat. However, Tang Rongrong forcefully pushed him aside, darting toward Gu Shi. "No, my wife is still there." With a heavy sigh, Yin Shengye had no choice but to evade the attacks of the black-clad figures and follow Tang Rongrong. Within the city of Xanadu, numerous onlookers beheld 3 distinct bursts of colored fireworks. Some speculated it to be a celebration, yet only the nobility within Xanadu comprehended the true nature of the occurrence. A distress signal. The households of Duke Tang, Duke Gu, and Duke Yin all observed the fireworks and recognized the call for aid. This particular display was unlike ordinary fireworks. At its center, unique symbols were present. These differing signals, each adorned with distinct markings, conveyed various urgent messages. Dispatch men to Hongyayuan Mountain immediately. The young master is in peril. Send reinforcements to Hongyayuan Mountain at once. The third young master is in danger. Hasten to Hongyayuan Mountain. The second young miss is at risk. Chapter 47. Gu Shiyi in mortal danger immediately. The three noble houses mobilized a contingent toward Hongyayuan Mountain. Concealed just outside the three estates, a lone figure hurried forth. Report to the commander, they have all been dispatched. Indeed, obstruct them at the city's edge. By time for our allies. Understood, commander. The individual known as the commander gazed toward Qing Mountain, a dark expression clouding his features, for he was uncertain whether the mission would succeed that day on the other side. Yin Shengye and his two companions were desperately fleeing from three earth profound experts. While Gu Shi could fend off one or two attacks, Yin Shengye and Tang Rongrong could only evade and hide. Faced with three formidable adversaries, Yin Shengye could effortlessly dispatch them, yet he refrained from revealing his true strength in such a perilous situation. Instead, he sought alternative means of escape. Amidst the onslaught of the cloaked assailants, Yin Shengye brandished the thunderlight sword, guiding Tang Rongrong as they narrowly evaded one strike after another. Sindali battled the earth profound assailants. He pondered the whereabouts of the reinforcements from the manor. Given the distance, they should have arrived by now. Could it be that they were hindered on the way? This sentiment echoed not only in Dali's mind but also in the thoughts of Tang Tang and the guards accompanying Gu Shi. A distress signal, once dispatched, should have elicited an immediate response, yet the prolonged absence of aid signaled a grave issue. Young master, you must flee quickly. This is a premeditated attack. Indeed, our reinforcements must have been intercepted. We will staunchly hold them off. Miss, you and young master Yin, young master Tang, must escape at once. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye hastily grasped Tang Rongrong's hand and urged her to run. However, Tang Rongrong broke free from his grip, exclaiming loudly, "Don't pull me. My wife is still over there." "Oh, you foolish girl." With a sigh of resignation, Yin Shengye could only follow her. If Gu Shi could manage alone, the chaos instigated by Tang Fatty would surely jeopardize everything. Yin Shengye shouted, "Gu Shi, don't delay. Hurry and flee. I'll handle the fatso. Just take care of yourself." How could Gu Shi agree to Yin Shengye's suggestion? If he couldn't manage his own affairs, how could he possibly take care of her fatty? "You focus on yourself. I can handle my own fatty." At that moment, Yin Shengye felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the couple. With a resigned sigh, he declared, "Rongrong, you escape with Gu Shi. I'll hold them off." Yet, Tang Rongrong was equally unwilling to accept such an arrangement. "No, Shengye, if we leave, we all leave together. Why must you be so stubborn?" With the thunderlight sword in hand, Yin Shengye positioned himself before Gu Shi, blocking two assailants who were about to strike. The two earth profound attackers cared not whether their opponent was Yin Shengye or Gu Shi. Their sole objective was to eliminate the 6 individuals present. Knowing Yin Shengye well, Tang Rongrong refused to let him face them alone and joined him in battle. However, the circumstances were different for Yin Shengye. He concealed his cultivation and was protected by his bloodline power, making him more than capable of dealing with the two assailants. Unfortunately, Tang Rongrong was not as fortunate. She was swiftly kicked aside as she approached. Rongrong. Gu Shi, filled with anxiety, abandoned the ongoing fight with the cloaked assailant to shield Tang Rongrong, foolishly exposing her back to others. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. Such a prime opportunity would not be overlooked by the earth profound assailants. A blade flew forth and pierced Gu Shi's back. "Shi!" Tang Rongrong cried out in anguish, swiftly cradling Gu Shi in her arms. Yin Shengye never anticipated that this young couple would commit such a foolish act. Raising his gaze towards the distant figure clad in black, he resolved to take drastic measures. If he could swiftly eliminate the 3 individuals, he would then find an opportunity to silence them, ensuring his secret remained concealed. There was no time for hesitation. With a steely determination, he unleashed the power of Tianxian, augmented by his bloodline strength, causing a surge of energy to erupt. The thunderlight sword crackled with electricity, intertwining with bolts of lightning. Gripping the hilt tightly, Yin Shengye struck 3 times, unleashing 3 arcs of thunder toward the trio of earth attribute black-clad figures. The 3 assailants were utterly unprepared for the extent of Yin Shengye's prowess. In an instant, they were struck by the bolts of lightning and reduced to charred remains. The thunderlight sword was, indeed, extraordinary. Meanwhile, the figure in black, representing the divine order, paid little heed to the skirmish. However, The sudden loss of 3 comrades astonished him, and he realized that Yin Shengye's ability to wield the thunderlight sword had escalated beyond his control. Without delay, the divine warrior had no choice but to engage in combat, knowing that reinforcements would likely arrive shortly. Without further hesitation, the adept leaped toward Yin Shengye, exclaiming, "To think you, a mere waste, could harness the power of the thunderlight sword." With a smirk, Yin Shengye welcomed the challenge, relishing the opportunity to avoid further scheming. "Oh, if you wish to kill me, then come," he declared, leaping away into the distance. "If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." The divine warrior pursued him relentlessly, while Tang Rongrong and Gu Shi on the ground realized their escape was futile. Once the two had distanced themselves from the battlefield, Yin Shengye stood his ground, awaiting the approach of the divine figure. "What's the matter? Not fleeing anymore? Or have you resigned yourself to your fate?" The black-clad figure taunted. "Who is to say who will perish?" Yin Shengye replied, his gaze icy as he gripped the thunderlight sword. He engaged in combat using the sword techniques he had learned from Yin Dali, clashing with the divine warrior. The black-clad figure was taken aback by Yin Shengye's audacity, intending to toy with him. Yet, after exchanging dozens of blows, when he attempted to parry a powerful downward strike from Yin Shengye, he was overwhelmed by a surge of electric force, rendering his body paralyzed. The might contained within the sword was beyond his capacity to withstand, forcing him to his knees. "Yin Shengye, you shall die." Yin Shengye had no time for idle chatter. Delivering a powerful kick to the warrior's chest, he sent him sprawling several paces away. Just as the black-clad figure was about to touch the ground, another bolt of lightning erupted from the thunderlight sword, incinerating him before he could land. Without delay, Yin Shengye leaped forward, delivering a final strike to the warrior's chest before retreating. Returning to his previous position, Yin Shengye found Tang Rongrong cradling Gu Shi on the ground, refusing to flee. "Fatty, we must go. We must go," he urged. Tang Rongrong looked up at him, her face ashen. "She is dead. She is dead." Yin Shengye quickly examined Gu Shi, insisting, "She is not dead. Although she appears lifeless, she still has a breath left in her. If you continue to hold her, she truly will die." "What? She is not dead?" Tang Rongrong exclaimed. "Shengye, please save her. Save her." "All right, let me take a look." Yin Shengye carefully examined Gu Shi once more. Although she was not completely lifeless, her chances of survival were grim. If she were to be saved, it would necessitate the use of his Millennium Blood Ginseng. Chapter 49. Saving a life quickly. "Fatty, stop dawdling. Take her to my house at once. I can save her." Tang Rongrong pointed towards the 3 guards over there. "Wait, what about them?" "Don't worry about them. They can handle themselves. Focus on saving your wife." Right, let's go." Thus, Yin Shengye stabilized Gu Shi's condition, and only then did Tang Rongrong carry her back. After some time, Tang Rongrong found herself unable to continue running. "Shengye, hurry, help me. I can't go on." "All right, as long as you don't mind. I'll carry your wife." Saving a life is paramount. With Tang Rongrong's consent, Yin Shengye cast aside any reservations and swiftly ran with Gu Shi on his back. However, Hongyayuan Mountain was still a considerable distance from Xanadu, and it would take time to return. If they delayed, Gu Shi would truly perish. Fortunately, Yin Shengye had already tapped into his bloodline power, which not only amplified his strength but also enhanced his physical capabilities immensely. With all his might, he would soon be able to reach Xanadu. Tang Rongrong trailed behind, utterly unable to match Yin Shengye's pace, merely witnessing the dust cloud he left in his wake. When they were 5 miles from the city of Xanadu, Yin Shengye spotted his own guard, as well as the guards from the Tang and Gu ducal residences, who were entangled with a group of men in black. It turned out that the reason for the lack of reinforcements was that they had been intercepted here. In that moment, with Gu Shi's life at stake, Yin Shengye paid no heed to anything else and called out to them. "Rongrong is behind. You all assist her. Leave some of the black-clad men alive." By the time his voice echoed, Yin Shengye was already far ahead. Upon hearing his command, the guards from the ducal residences cast aside their previous concerns and focused entirely on exterminating the black-clad assailants. Retreat. The men in black were not foolish. Having failed their mission, they deemed it futile to linger and immediately dispersed. As Yin Shengye neared home, Tang Rongrong finally caught up. The battle had concluded, leaving only a few corpses and the guards of the Tang ducal residence who had come to aid her. "Have you seen Shengye?" Replying to the young lady, "Third young master Yin has already returned." Tang Rongrong felt a wave of relief. As long as they could return to the city, there was hope. "Good, quickly take me to the Yin ducal residence." Meanwhile, Yin Shengye had returned to his courtyard carrying Gu Shi, disregarding Yin Fair's calls and blocking her outside. "Jiu Shi, you must hold on a little longer. If anything happens to you, that deadweight Rongrong will not know what to do. He laid Gu Shi on his bed, murmuring to himself as he moved to where he kept the blood ginseng. As he prepared to replicate the ginseng, a wave of dizziness overcame him, a result of his prior exertions. Steadying himself against the wall, he made his way back to the bedside. Upon exploring Gu Shi's breath, there lingered a faint trace of life, fortunate enough not to have extinguished completely. Otherwise, salvation would have been utterly impossible. Yin Shengye stood resolutely at the bedside, channeling his profound energy, with the blood ginseng suspended in mid-air. Under the influence of this mystical force, the ginseng began to dissolve, gradually transforming into a viscous crimson liquid. With one hand prying open Gu Shi's mouth and the other cradling the crimson concoction, he endeavored to administer it to her. Yet, Gu Shi had already 1 foot in the realm of the dead. How could she possibly take the medicine herself? Thus, Yin Shengye was compelled to use his energy to assist her in swallowing the blood ginseng. Once ingested, Gu Shi's complexion immediately regained its rosy hue, vitality returning to her. A smile graced the corners of Yin Shengye's lips, but he soon collapsed to the ground. Chapter 50. A tapestry of joy and sorrow from the moment Yin Shengye entered the bustling city of Xanadu carrying someone on his back. Many set their eyes upon him, including those concealed in the shadows. Within the Yin Duke's residence, Yin Hongtu and Yin Chengzai were both in the palace, while only Yin Chengkai and Yin Qinghai remained at home. In their haste, the household servants rushed to report Yin Shengye's return to the two men. Upon arriving at Yin Shengye's courtyard, they found him already collapsed on the ground. Concerned, Yin Chengkai inquired, "Feier, where is Shengye? How is he?" Summoning her courage, Yin Feier replied, "Master, the young master entered with Miss Shi and did not allow me to follow. I am unaware of the situation inside." Yin Chengkai and Yin Qinghai exchanged glances, with Yin Chengkai pushing against the door, finding it locked from within. Without hesitation, Yin Chengkai kicked the door open and rushed inside, gasping in shock as he beheld Yin Shengye on the ground and Gu Shi lying on the bed. Yin Feier wheeled Yin Chengkai closer, her face mirroring the terror of the moment. Should both of them perish here, chaos would surely ensue in Xanadu. "Elder brother, we must ascertain their condition at once. Who could dare target our 3 families?" Yin Chengkai remained silent, yet he directed a stream of profound energy towards both Yin Shengye and Gu Shi. Thankfully, the Gu family girl was not gravely harmed. Shengye had merely exhausted himself and fainted, and he would awaken shortly. Upon hearing Yin Chengzai's words, Yin Qinghai and Yin Feier breathed a sigh of relief. That moment, Tang Rongrong burst into the room. Shi, how are you?" "Yin Shengye, what has become of my Shi?" Tang Rongrong cried out, oblivious to her surroundings, until she caught sight of Gu Shi on the bed, frozen in shock. Shi, why have you left me? We have yet to wed. You once promised to torment me for a lifetime. Our lifetime is far from over. How could you depart alone?" Sobbing uncontrollably, Tang Rongrong embraced Gu Shi. Yin Chengkai and Yin Qinghai exchanged helpless glances, while Yin Feier struggled to suppress her laughter. It was unbearable to witness a man weeping so openly. What a spectacle it was! Yin Chengkai delivered a swift kick to Tang Rongrong. "She isn't dead yet. What are you blubbering about, you glutton?" The plump Tang Rongrong, momentarily stunned, soon regained her composure, noticing Yin Shengye on the ground, as well as Yin Chengkai and Yin Qinghai. Tang Rongrong rose to her feet. "Uncle Yin, third Uncle Yin, what in the world has happened?" The Gu family girl was rescued by Shengye, but Shengye has fainted. Yin Qinghai replied with irritation, "If your father were to see you like this, I fear his spirit would find no rest." "It's all right, they are unharmed, thank goodness." Overcome with joy, Tang Rongrong suddenly embraced Yin Chengkai. Being enveloped by her ample figure made Yin Chengkai quite uncomfortable, yet he could not express his displeasure. "Ahem," Tang Rongrong, feeling a bit embarrassed, released her hold on him and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Uncle Yin. I got a bit too carried away. As long as they're fine, I will take care of them both here. Uncle Yin, third Uncle Yin, you may go back to your tasks. By the way, Feier, please assist your young master onto that couch. This bed shall be reserved for my family as she. Also, Feier, send someone to my home to fetch some tonics. She has suffered significant injuries and will surely need them for her recovery." Chapter 51. The mastermind behind the scenes Yin Chengkai and Yin Qinghai shook their heads in resignation once more. Fortunately, both Yin Shengye and Gu Shi were safe, so they let this little chubby girl have her fun. After the two left, they promptly made their way to Yin Hongtu's study, instructing someone to summon Yin Shengkai and Yin Shengxiao back. They sensed that today's events were far from simple. Since the morning, Yin Hongtu, Yin Chengzai, Tang Guiyao, Gong Sunjin, Gu Hongshan, Gu Qixing, and others had all entered the palace, and they had yet to return to that moment. The auction at Shingswedang commenced, and almost all the scions from these families had attended. The convergence of these events left the brothers feeling somewhat uneasy. As night fell, Yin Hongtu and Yin Chengzai returned home, whereupon a guard approached and whispered something in their ears. The two immediately hurried towards the study. Yin Chengkai, pushing Yin Shenghai ahead, greeted them, "Father, second brother." Inside the room stood Yin Shengxiao and Yin Shangkai. Yin Hongtu glanced at his two sons. "I am already aware." He then addressed Yin Shengxiao and Yin Shangkai. "You two may return to your quarters." "Yes, grandfather." Once the brothers departed, Yin Hongtu took his seat at the head of the table. "Is Shangyi and the Gu family girl unharmed?" "The Gu family girl has escaped danger and will require some days of rest to fully recover. Shangyi has merely exhausted himself." "That is good to hear." Yin Hongtu nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Bring Yin Dali and the leader of today's rescue team here." Shortly after, Yin Dali and the internal guard captain, Yin Duanyang, arrived at the study. "Greetings, Duke. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen." Yin Hongtu fixed a steady gaze on the two. "Now, recount today's events in detail, leaving nothing out." First, Yin Dali recounted everything he had witnessed today without omitting a single detail. Next, Yin Duanyang detailed the events from the moment he saw the signal to the interception outside the city, providing a thorough account. After listening to the accounts of the two individuals, the four present fell into a moment of deep contemplation. Yin Chengzai was the first to break the silence, stating, "Dali, are you implying that you and the guards from the Tang family and the Gu family have been engaged in a prolonged cat-and-mouse game with the two Tianqian and two Dishuan? This suggests that Shengye and his companions managed to escape on their own, does it not?" Yin Dali, somewhat perplexed, merely followed the thread of Yin Chengzai's reasoning, voicing his conjecture. "Indeed, second master. The young master acquired a thunderlight sword at the Shingswedang today, a weapon of immense power. It stands to reason that he relied on this sword to effectuate his escape. And you, Duanyang, upon your exit from the city, did you encounter an ambush? Were they lying in wait as if they had prior knowledge?" "Yes, second master. We had not traveled 5 li from the city when we fell into an ambush. Were there any survivors?" "Initially, there were 2, but they chose to take poison and end their lives." Yin Hongtu waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." Once the two departed, Yin Hongtu continued, "It is evident that someone has meticulously orchestrated this entire affair under the guise of this auction. If that little mouse from the Gongsun family were to venture out today, it would likely be unavoidable. Everything appears premeditated," Yin Shenghai acknowledged, yet he was uncertain of the mastermind lurking behind the scenes. Thus, he inquired of Yin Hongtu, "Father, who exactly is behind this plot? Who seeks to bring about our demise? Who else could it be? Unless I am mistaken, it is that individual." Yin Hongtu revealed a ruthless glint in his eyes. "This entire scheme bears the mark of that person. Were it not for him, how could the Yin family find itself in such dire straits?" Chapter 52. The frightening encounter just after the 3 men had deliberated. Gu Qixing and Tang Guiyao arrived at the Yin Duke's residence together. Upon entering the hall, Gu Qixing acknowledged the key figures of the Yin family with respectful greetings. "Greetings, uncle, Cheng Kai, Chengzai, Cheng Hai." Tang Guiyao, however, was less formal, exclaiming, "Yin Hu, what has happened to my grandson and granddaughter-in-law? They are unharmed, currently resting in Shengye's chambers. Let us proceed to check on them and inquire further." Thus, the 6 individuals set off toward Yin Shengye's courtyard. Yin Feier was momentarily taken aback, for it was her first encounter with such a distinguished assembly, having met the Duke of Tang, the Duke of Yin, the 3 lords, and Lord Gu. Yin Hongtu nodded. "Well then, how are they faring?" Lowering her head, Yin Feier reported, "Young Master Tang is asleep by the bedside. Miss Gu has yet to awaken, and the young master is resting on the couch." Upon entering the room, Yin Feier promptly descended to prepare tea. However, upon their entrance, they beheld Tang Rongrong sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, with drool at the corner of her mouth. Yu Shi lay beneath the covers, her complexion rosy, seemingly unscathed by her injuries. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye appeared the most unfortunate, lying on a hard couch, with the blanket originally meant for comfort now serving as a cushion beneath Tang Rongrong in the room. Several large chests brimmed with medicinal herbs. Jiu Qixing had managed to maintain his composure until now, but upon seeing the slumbering Gu Shi, he could no longer remain calm. After surveying the room, he immediately moved closer to assess Gu Shi's injuries. Others were also aware that Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengye were unharmed. The only one injured was Gu Shi, who, in a tacit understanding, maintained a respectful silence. After a thorough examination, Gu Qixing's face revealed joy as he promptly approached Yin Shengye to assess the situation. He then knelt before Yin Hongtu, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." The sword pierced Shi's heart from her back. But fortunately, The blood ginseng saved her. Otherwise, my dear daughter's life would have been in peril. Upon hearing that the blood ginseng had been used, Yin Hongtu's beard quivered, and the three brothers of the Yin family wore grim expressions, casting bewildered glances at the unconscious Yin Shengye. With a mirthless smile, Yin Hongtu helped Gu Qixing to his feet, remarking that the blood ginseng was of no further use, but having saved a life, it had fulfilled its purpose. Why, dear nephew, please rise. At this moment, Tang Guiyao glanced at Yin Shengye, astonished that this lad possessed such commendable qualities, having utilized such a precious item to save his granddaughter-in-law. Just then, Yin Shengye opened his eyes, abruptly leaping off the hard bed, swiftly moving to the bedside, and kicking aside the obstructing Tang Rongrong, employing his mystical energy to examine Gu Shiyi's condition. Fortunately, she was unharmed. Otherwise, his precious blood ginseng would have been in vain. Yet, he pondered, if she had not survived, would the corpulent Tang harbor resentment towards him? Now, he could breathe a sigh of relief. My blood ginseng. After uttering this, Yin Shengye stretched lazily, turning around only to be startled, landing atop Tang Rongrong. You are crushing me, she shrieked, her eyes widening in shock, unable to utter a word upon regaining consciousness. When did you all arrive? Yin Shengye stammered, inwardly relieved that he had refrained from speaking too freely earlier. Yin Chengzai was infuriated by Yin Shengye's actions, grumbling, "You scoundrel, how can you be so lacking in decorum?" Hastily, Yin Shengye rose from Tang Guiyao, performing respectful greetings. Greetings to grandfather, uncle, father, third uncle, grandpa Tang, and Uncle Gu. Chapter 53. Veiled faces. Gu Qixing chuckled. Chengzai, do not be so fierce. Look at how frightened you've made Shengye. As Gu Shiyi's savior, Gu Qixing naturally wished to spare him any embarrassment. Rongrong, why are you still seated? Hurry and thank Shengye. If it weren't for his use of blood ginseng to save Shiyi, you would. Tang Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Yin Shengye had used blood ginseng to save his future bride, indicating that the blood ginseng from Shengswedeng truly did not belong to him. Shengye, thank you. Tang Rongrong earnestly expressed her gratitude to Yin Shengye, aware of the significance of the blood ginseng. Yin Shengye smiled. No need for such formality between us. Simultaneously, he comprehended the reason behind Yin Chengzai's earlier anger. It was not merely that he found Yin Shengye disrespectful. It stemmed from a sense of frustration. The act of saving Gu Shiyi with the blood ginseng was, in essence, expected, yet he felt reluctant to part with such a valuable item meant for preserving life. Thus, he was torn between his reluctance and frustration, feeling unjustly aggrieved, yet having no outlet for his emotions, he could only direct his ire towards the orchestrator of the situation. Seeing a few people deemed to be safe and sound, several elders departed from the residence of Yin Shengye after inquiring about the circumstances. Ji Yushi had only just begun to recover and was unable to move, so she was advised to rest here for a few days before returning to the Duke's residence. However, Tang Rongrong stubbornly refused to leave, insisting on staying by her daughter-in-law's side. Eventually, the adults took their leave, leaving only the reclining Gu Shiyi, along with Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengye. Shengye, thank you, Tang Rongrong exclaimed, throwing herself onto Yin Shengye, finally expressing her heartfelt gratitude now that others had departed. Get off me. If you keep holding on, I might just be crushed. Yin Shengye was already bent over under Tang Rongrong's weight. Aware of her own bulk, Tang Rongrong quickly got off. Shengye, I truly appreciate your help. Enough with the sentimentality. With that, Yin Shengye ignored Tang Rongrong and retreated to the inner room to fetch 2 blankets, choosing to sleep on the hard couch. The following morning, Yin Shengye awoke early. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Gu Shiyi was already awake, gazing tenderly at Tang Rongrong while gently caressing her face. Ahem. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just woke up. Startled by Yin Shengye's presence, Gu Shiyi quickly withdrew her hand and covered her face with the blanket. As Yin Shengye donned his boots, he remarked, all right, there's no need to hide. You've seen what you needed to see, so covering up is pointless now. He descended from the hard couch and approached the bedside to examine Gu Shiyi. This blood ginseng is truly remarkable. Such a severe injury has been remarkably healed overnight, restoring the near-fatal Gu Shiyi to her former self. Fair. Yin Fair had prepared the morning toiletries early and, upon hearing the call, entered the room. Good morning, young master. Yin Shengye splashed some water on his face and said, no need for your assistance. Go fetch Xingxi. Yes, young master. Before long, Yin Shengxi arrived in the courtyard. Fifth brother, you called for me? It's nothing urgent. Gu Shiyi is here with me. Since you two have a good relationship, I thought to ask you to keep her company. Yin Shengxi was taken aback. How is Gu Shiyi here with you? He regarded Yin Shengye with a look of suspicion. What are you thinking? She was injured yesterday and is resting here. Tang Fatty is also inside. Yin Shengye was at a loss for words. Was his character truly that questionable? Chapter 54. Cold gaze Shengye, don't blame Xingxi. Your usual behavior does raise doubts. Just as Yin Shengye was about to continue his explanation, a sharp voice interjected that it belonged to his elder sister, Yin Shengye, the daughter of Yin Shengye and the eldest daughter of the duke's residence. Yin Shengye had little patience for this woman. Oh, my elder sister has arrived. I wonder if the door was mistakenly opened or what. It's quite a rare visitor. Previously, Yin Shengye had always ridiculed Yin Shengye, and now that the roles had reversed, she was no longer intimidating. However, it must be noted that her lack of propriety was likely the reason she remained unmarried to this day. Having long held a disdain for Yin Shengye retorted, Am I not allowed to come? Gu Shiyi is here. Who can fathom your thoughts, you? What do you mean by you? Is it not so? Humph. Having said that, Yin Shengye disregarded Yin Shengye and entered his room alone. Yin Shengxi, ever so obedient, grasped Yin Shengye's hand and hastily advised, Fifth brother, do not be angry. Eldest sister is always like this, speaking to everyone in such a manner. At least you are sensible. Very well, I shan't hold it against her. By the way, Tang Rongrong is still inside. Ask him to come out swiftly. Observing Yin Shengxi's docile demeanor, Yin Shengye found it difficult to associate the shadowy figure from that fateful night with his amiable cousin before him. Soon after, Tang Rongrong emerged, her form jiggling with flesh as she hurriedly approached. Shengye, why is she here? Do not lead my Shi astray. Yin Shengye retorted with annoyance. Enough. Your Shi is not so easily influenced. Come, let us go out for a bite. I shan't go. I want to keep an eye on my Shi. What are you watching for? She is fine now, as lively as ever. Yin Shengye tugged Tang Rongrong along towards the exit. Upon reaching the gate, they encountered Yin Shengxi. You two are going out again? Truly useless individuals. Your future bride has sustained severe injuries, yet you are oblivious to her care, preferring to frolic with others. What a heart of cotton and a beast's mind. I cannot fathom how Lord Gu could ever take a liking to you. Without hesitation, Yin Shengxi launched into a tirade upon seeing Tang Rongrong and Yin Shengye, casting them a disdainful glance before retreating into the courtyard. Tang Rongrong pointed at Yin Shengxi, glancing at Yin Shengye, at a loss for words. They are like this. You'll get used to it. Such sentiments were familiar to the former Yin Shengye. The two ventured outside, casually selecting an eatery where they ordered 2 bowls of porridge. Curiosity piqued, Tang Rongrong inquired, Surely the chefs of the Duke of Yin's residence are not so lacking that we must dine out? Shengye, why do you not eat at home? Consider it. From childhood to now, the flavors have remained unchanged. How could one not grow weary? Moreover, do you wish to be ridiculed by them again? Although Yin Shengye initially preferred silence, he felt compelled to speak during their meal, as it seemed something was amiss without conversation. While they awaited their porridge, they overheard several tables nearby discussing the previous day's auction at Shankswedding. With the focus squarely on Yin Shengye, did you hear? At yesterday's auction at Shankswedding, Yin family's third young master, Yin Shengye, sold the blood ginseng gifted by his mother in exchange for a sword. Of course I heard. This news has spread far and wide since yesterday. What a misfortune for the family to have such a wastrel. Yin Shengye's lips twitched in irritation. Whom had he offended? Chapter 55. Assassination. Tang Rongrong squinted, smiling as she remarked, Shengye, look, your notoriety has increased significantly. I am done eating. Let us go. Infuriated, Yin Shengye had no retort, tossing a silver coin onto the table before departing. Wait for me. Tang Rongrong hurriedly kept pace, asking, Where are you going without eating? There are always places to find food. You won't go hungry. The two strolled along the street, casually purchasing a few items. Tang Rongrong gazed at the rice cake in her hand and inquired, Is this what you meant by food? Yes, indeed, it is. The taste is quite delightful. If you don't wish to eat it, feel free to discard it. It's just a matter of a few words. Must you be so irate? Others may not know, but I certainly do understand how you consumed that blood ginseng. Tang Rongrong was aware of Yin Shengye's sour mood. It stemmed from being misunderstood by others. If no one else understood him, could she not? However, the sensation of being misconstrued was undeniably unpleasant. That's not it. Tang Rongrong felt that Yin Shengye was being evasive, insisting, It's precisely that. Just look at your cold demeanor. It is indeed because of this. All right then, on another day, I shall present you with a grand gift alongside Shi. Are you satisfied now? Yin Shengye's frown lifted, and he smiled, placing an arm around Tang Rongrong's shoulder, saying, Fine, I shall await your words. Oh, Yin Shengye, are you setting a trap, waiting for my response? Exactly. You could have simply stated it earlier. Just watch me not knock you down. Come chase me, come on. Yin Shengye dashed ahead, with Tang Rongrong in hot pursuit. Soon, he halted in a small grove within the city. As Tang Rongrong could no longer keep up, with a triumphant smile, Yin Shengye taunted, "Well, plump one, how does it feel to be unable to catch up with me?" Tang Rongrong, breathless and leaning on her knees, gasped, You are impressive, I shall no longer pursue. Come help me up." Yin Shengye chuckled softly and prepared to assist her, guiding her to sit nearby. Unexpectedly, as he drew near, Tang Rongrong sprang up energetically and pinned Yin Shengye to the ground. "Ah, you fatso! Get up, you're crushing me." Fortunately, his robust physique saved him. Otherwise, such a weighty blow would have left him severely injured, if not worse. Tang Rongrong playfully smacked Yin Shengye's face and teased, "You think you can play with me? You're still too inexperienced. You're impressive. Now get up, you're suffocating me." Just then, a surge of blue energy struck at Tang Rongrong's back. Yin Shengye swiftly rolled over, embracing her, resulting in an unexpected intimate contact. Still reeling from the surprise, Tang Rongrong wiped her mouth and was about to scold him when she noticed the debris nearby, suddenly realizing that Yin Shengye had saved her life. As he got off her, Yin Shengye retrieved the thunder blade lying aside and scanned their surroundings. "Plump one, we must leave quickly." Oh. Tang Rongrong hesitated no longer. Reflecting on the earlier incident at Hongyayuan Mountain, had she heeded Yin Shengye's advice sooner, Gu Shi would not have been injured. Now, he had learned his lesson and decided to listen to Yin Shengye. He dashed toward the roadside while shouting for help. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye drew the thunder blade, unleashing arcs of lightning in various directions. Moments later, several figures clad in black evaded the lightning and emerged before him, revealing a formidable assembly of advanced practitioners of Tianshu. "Young Master Yin San, one cannot fathom whether fortune will favor you this time. Who can say? Nevertheless, this is Xanadu. Do you believe you can seize victory? Whether you can succeed or not, only by attempting shall you know." Chapter 56. 1 against 6. With these words, several masters of the Tianqian realm surged towards Yin Shengye. Faced with such formidable opponents, Yin Shengye was uncertain of his ability to eliminate them all. Should he fail to do so, his identity would be compromised. Yet, revealing himself was not an option at this juncture. He must conceal his true strength until at least the Shenxian stage. For otherwise, he would invite countless assassination attempts. Since he could not expose his capabilities, retreat was his only recourse. As the assailants advanced, Yin Shengye unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the approaching figure in black, propelling himself swiftly past him. As the black-clad individual evaded the lightning, Yin Shengye slipped away unnoticed. The pursuer, undeterred, kept pace, confident that within the confines of the forest, escape would be futile. By the time Tang Rongrong, that corpulent fellow, summoned reinforcements, Yin Shengye would likely be beyond salvation. 6 figures in black pursued him relentlessly as he sprinted towards the forest's edge. Without channeling his xuanqi, Yin Shengye found himself a step slower than his pursuers. And soon, 2 of the black-clad men overtook him, effectively cutting off his escape. It appeared evident that today, he could not avoid revealing his true prowess. The previous lightning strike could be attributed to the power of the thunderlight sword. They might remain oblivious to that, however. In the forthcoming confrontation, the truth of his strength would be unavoidable. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped Yin Shengye. The 6 encircling him exchanged bewildered glances. While the aura of a person in the Xian realm was indeed red, could it possess such intensity and ferocity? Without further contemplation, they gripped their weapons and charged at Yin Shengye. "Today, let me test just how formidable my true power is." Drawing upon the Yin family's swordsmanship and the strength of his bloodline, he prepared to confront the onslaught of the 6 adversaries. The thunder light sword crackled with electricity, occasionally discharging bolts that arced towards the surroundings. The black-clad men found the situation peculiar. Could a mere person in the Xian realm sustain such a struggle against them? Moreover, he seemed to be pushing them back. The reason the black-clad figures sensed Yin Shengye's ability to counter them was that he had mirrored their movements and techniques. Thus, he could anticipate their strikes and positioning, enabling him to maintain the upper hand. As time wore on, the forest transformed into a battlefield, and Yin Shengye discerned the patterns of their attacks. Yet, to eliminate them without incurring any cost would be impossible, for their offense and defense were intricately interconnected, akin to a combined assault formation. However, time was not on Yin Shengye's side. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Should reinforcements arrive, the outcome would be the same. He had no choice but to reveal his strength. In a moment of desperation, when a black-clad man lunged at him, he did not flinch or evade, allowing the blade to pierce his arm. In that instant, he retaliated with his thunder light sword, decapitating the assailant. Harnessing the momentum of his counter, he spun around and sent another black-clad figure flying, striking him with a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye also paid a price, with a sword gash across his waist. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. The assailant's technique had grown stale. With a swift flick of his left hand, which had been pierced, he sent the sword flying, severing the throat of the cloaked figure. Yet, the encounter was not over. As he swung his arm, Yin Shengye shifted his position, colliding into another black-clad assailant, executing a reverse strike. In the blink of an eye, had perished, leaving the remaining two cloaked figures gripped by trepidation. Though Yin Shengye bore wounds, his peculiar demeanor suggested that the two of them could easily subdue him. One of the remaining assailants, summoning his courage, charged at Yin Shengye once more. Little did he know, this was precisely what Yin Shengye relished. As their swords lunged and slashed, he decisively hurled the thunderlight sword, striking the attacker squarely in the heart. Meanwhile, the incoming blade found its mark, piercing deeply into Yin Shengye's right chest. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clenched his right fist and delivered a crushing blow to the assailant's head, reducing it to a mere pulp. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground. With great difficulty, Yin Shengye extracted the sword embedded in his chest and sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his bloodline power to stabilize his injuries. Aside from the wound in his right chest, the other injuries were not life-threatening. As long as he could manage the chest wound, his life would not be in jeopardy. Just as he was on the verge of stabilizing his condition, he heard footsteps approaching. In a moment of carelessness, his bloodline power surged violently, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse. The footsteps belonged not to anyone else but Yin Shengye. Emerging from the palace not long ago, Yin Shengye encountered the flustered Tang Rongrong, who was running in a panic. After discerning the situation, he hurriedly made his way to the scene, only to find his son, Yin Shengye, sprawled on the ground. Alongside the lifeless bodies of 6 cloaked figures, he quickly helped his son to his feet and examined his condition, discovering an unfamiliar force within Yin Shengye's body. Simultaneously, he himself bore severe injuries. Without hesitation, Yin Shengye set about healing Yin Shengye's wounds. Shortly thereafter, he withdrew his mystic energy, exhaling deeply. Rising to his feet, he approached each of the cloaked figures, investigating their cause of death. Upon examining the last one, he cast a puzzled glance at Yin Shengye. Each corpse exhibited traces of lightning energy. Could it be that all were slain by his son? Yin Shengye felt uncertain, for with Yin Shengye's current cultivation, he should not be capable of exerting the full power of the thunderlight sword. If Yin Shengye could not unleash its might, then who had dispatched these foes with such weaponry? If others had indeed come here, there were no signs of anyone beyond the 7 bodies, including Yin Shengye and the cloaked figures. If another party had arrived, it would have led to one of 2 outcomes for his son, either death or safety. For if the newcomers were foes, Yin Shengye would have perished. If they were allies, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Yet now, with Yin Shengye severely wounded, the situation seemed inexplicable. Yin Shengye's gaze returned to his son. Could it truly be him? What of the 2nd master and the 5th young master? As he pondered, reinforcements from the Yin family arrived. Fortunately, I arrived in time to eliminate them. Knight has sustained no grave harm. After tidying up the place, take year back. Yin Shengye voluntarily acknowledged that he had slain these men in black, for with Yin Shengye's cultivation, he was utterly no match for them, even wielding the thunderlight sword. Until the matter was elucidated, Yin Shengye shouldered all responsibilities to As for the peculiarities surrounding his son. There would be ample time for investigation later. Upon returning home, Yin Shengye summoned Tang Rongrong to clarify the entire sequence of events. Concurrently, his hatred towards a certain individual intensified. Chapter 58. A glimmer of insight. After Yin Shengye learned the full extent of the situation, he dismissed Tang Rongrong and pondered alone in his study. Second brother, have you heard that Shengye was ambushed? Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye arrived at Yin Shengye's study. Yin Shengye let out a sigh, addressing his 2 brothers. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Year is unharmed. Yin Shengye breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, That's good, that's good. Yin Shengye, still concerned, inquired, Do we know who was behind this? Yin Shengye replied coldly, It is difficult to discern who orchestrated this. The assassins bore no identifying marks. Likely part of the same group as yesterday. They have gone too far. Though filled with indignation and a desire for vengeance, both Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye felt powerless. Eldest brother, 3rd brother, you should return for now. This matter is not yet resolved. During this period, it would be prudent for you both to remain indoors. To this, Yin Shengye felt equally helpless, focusing on self-preservation for the time being. Other matters could wait. Alas, it must be this way. Once Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye departed, Yin Hongtu arrived. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, a gentle smile gracing his face. Shengye, do you have any doubts? Indeed, there are some uncertainties. Is it not perplexing why he has been so frequently aggressive towards us? Father, it's not that. Those nurtured in such an environment are the ones who can achieve greatness in the future. However, I find myself somewhat baffled as to how Yi managed to escape this assassination attempt. When I arrived, all the men in black were already deceased, and it was not I who dealt the fatal blows. Yin Hongtu was taken aback. Could there be another force at play? You did not slay them? No, it was not me. From the traces at the scene, it appears that Yi might have exchanged injury for life, eliminating these men in black. Yet, judging by the corpses, they should have all been formidable experts of Tianqian. Father, consider this. Can Yi possibly contend with 6 Tianqian masters? Beyond this, I sensed an unfamiliar force within Yi, one that I have never encountered before. Just like this. Subsequently, Yin Shengye utilized his own profound energy to simulate the force residing within Yin Shengye. Upon witnessing this, Yin Hongtu was filled with trepidation, and then his expression shifted, as if he had come to a realization. Shengye, come with me. Yin Hongtu hastily strode towards the ancestral hall of the Yin family, leaving Yin Shengye bewildered yet compelled to follow. Upon reaching the hall, Yin Hongtu first paid his respects to the ancestral tablets before leaping to the highest point to unveil one of them. Indeed, Yin Shengye was taken aback by Yin Hongtu's actions. Father, what is this? He inquired. I now understand the nature of the power you mentioned. It is the power of our bloodline. Let us discuss this in my study. After restoring the tablet to its original position, the father and son made their way to Yin Hongtu's study. Shengye, several 100,000 years ago, our Yin family was a prominent clan, and during that time, there existed a formidable power revered by the populace. That power is the bloodline strength. However, as our family's bloodline has gradually waned, the number of individuals capable of awakening this bloodline and cultivating its strength has diminished, eventually being supplanted by pure. Subsequently, one of our ancestors, lacking any talent for cultivating, grew discontent with the status quo. He thus established a technique known as Yin Ritual. Chapter 59. Concerns this technique, Yin Ritual, is ruthlessly severe. Yet those who practice it can once again manifest the power of the bloodline. However, the price of mastering it is the continual slaughter of members of the Yin family, with their blood harvested for cultivation. Yin Shengye's expression changed dramatically. How could such a technique exist? Wouldn't that spell catastrophic doom for the Yin family? Indeed, that ancestor, previously unable to cultivate, was subjected to the scorn and ridicule of his family. Once he created the Yin ritual and awakened his bloodline strength, he exacted vengeance upon those who had wronged him, turning them into sacrifices for his cultivation. At that time, fear permeated the Yin family, prompting many to flee. And what transpired thereafter? When that ancestor ascended to the rank of a revered being, perhaps due to the multitude of slaughters, he was struck down by heavenly lightning. However, his technique was preserved by his son, the very one enshrined at the pinnacle of our ancestral hall. Since then, this technique has not been practiced and has remained enshrined among the tablets. The name Yin Ritual was also bestowed by that son. Yin Hongtu paused for a moment before continuing. What you just manifested was indeed the essence of the bloodline power. Yet the Yin Ritual has since vanished. I believe you can surmise the implications. Without requiring further elaboration from Yin Hongtu, Yin Shengye grasped the potential they faced upon learning of the technique's purpose. This rebellious son. Yin Hongtu regarded Yin Shengye and thought that his son was still too impulsive. Do not be so quick to draw conclusions. It is possible that Yi's bloodline may indeed have reached the level required for cultivating the bloodline strength. In that case, investigate whether any members of our Yin family have recently gone missing without explanation or have had their blood completely drained. I understand, father. Yin Shengye vowed resolutely, I will not allow such an individual to bring ruin upon the Yin family. If it turns out this is indeed the case, I shall not spare him. Let us await the results. Yin Hongtu shook his head. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye, who had been brought back, regained consciousness shortly after returning home under Yin Shengye's care. Tang Rongrong, who was vigilantly by his side, wept tears of joy upon seeing him awake. Shengye, you have finally awakened. I feared I would never see you again. Yin Shengye attempted to lift his right hand to give Tang Rongrong a playful tap, but as soon as he moved it, he was met with excruciating pain, forcing him to abandon the thought. Rest assured, I shan't depart this world so soon. Shengye, are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you some water. After Tang Rongrong left, Yin Shengye's gaze fell upon the gauzy curtains of the bed, revealing a glint of fierce determination in his eyes. Yet, simultaneously, A twinge of worry crept into his heart. Had he unwittingly revealed his true abilities? If he had indeed exposed his strength, would he be able to evade assassination attempts in the future as he had this time? With Tang Rongrong's assistance, Yin Shengye managed to sip some water. Rongrong, who was it that saved me? It was Uncle Yin. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to deal with those cloaked figures. Otherwise, we would have been separated by death. A tightness gripped Yin Shengye's heart. My father. How could he have reached there? Tang Rongrong, oblivious to any peculiarity, responded, What is it? Here is how it happened. I had just dashed out of the woods when I spotted Uncle Yin emerging from the palace. We crossed paths on his way home. I informed him of the situation, and then I continued on my way to summon reinforcements from the Yin family. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye felt increasingly convinced that his father had indeed discerned something amiss. After all, how could he claim responsibility for eliminating those cloaked figures otherwise? Chapter 60. A father-son conspiracy. After Tang Rongrong finished speaking, she exited to gather medicinal herbs, leaving Yin Shengye to ponder alone in bed. He wondered whether his father truly knew something. If he had discovered that Yin Shengye's strength had grown, it would be inconsequential. Perhaps he might even reward him. However, if he were to uncover that Yin Shengye had cultivated the power of his bloodline, particularly in light of the incident with Yin Ji, it would spell disaster. At that point, concealment would be impossible. 10 days had elapsed since the assassination attempt, and under the formidable recuperative power of his bloodline, Yin Shengye's injuries had healed significantly. Yet, the wound on his right chest had penetrated deeply. Who could recover at such a pace? Thus, Yin Shengye had no choice but to remain in bed, feigning an incomplete recovery, only emerging occasionally to stretch his limbs. During this time, Gu Shi and Tang Rongrong had returned home but later came back to express their gratitude to Yin Shengye, bringing with them an abundance of delightful gifts. That evening, Yin Chengzai visited Yin Hongtu's study. Upon seeing his father, Yin Hongtu surmised that something was afoot. Well, have there been any developments? Yin Chengzai's expression fluctuated, revealing an inner turmoil. Yes, father. However, the outcome has left me perplexed. Yin Hongtu had long anticipated this conclusion. Let me guess, no one in the family has gone missing, nor has anyone succumbed to blood depletion? Yin Chengzai fixed his gaze upon his father, affirming, indeed. With a satisfied smile, Yin Hongtu remarked, in truth, Yi has performed admirably. Compared to Xiao and Kai, he has already distinguished himself. Father, do you truly believe that Yin Chengzai cannot comprehend the situation? Are you suggesting that he wishes for his son, Yin Shengye, to bear the weight of the Yin family's future? Do not be anxious. Certain matters will inevitably yield results in due time. You tend to think too extremely at times, and your actions reflect this extremism as well. This is something you must amend. Yin Hongtu patted his son's shoulder before stepping outside the courtyard. You must be quite curious about what exactly is ailing Yi, are you not? Yin Hongtu turned back, smiling as he addressed Yin Chengzai, stating that sometimes, not knowing the final answer can indeed be the best answer. Not knowing the answer is the best answer? Yin Chengzai repeated this phrase, feeling a mixture of understanding and confusion. Does this imply that he should cease his inquiries into his son's bloodline power? Yet, without clarity, Yin Chengzai remains unsettled, as this is the first time in many years he has heard of bloodline power, and he yearns to uncover the truth. Additionally, he wishes to know how Yin Shengye came to possess such power. Yin Hongtu shook his head, reiterating that his thoughts were too extreme. Father, very well. I understand what you wish to convey. If you truly seek clarity, why not test your son yourself? Yin Chengzai was filled with joy, momentarily losing his composure, responding, indeed, father, you truly are cunning. What nonsense is this? At that moment, Yin Shengye remained blissfully unaware that his grandfather and father were scheming against him. Ever since that fateful battle, Yin Shengye had recognized his own weakness, a severe lack of combat experience, or rather, the absence of any such experience in the past. Were it not for his middle finger, bloodline power, and the thunder blade, he would have long since perished at the hands of those cloaked figures. Given that he possessed such formidable trump cards, yet still struggled against them, Yin Shengye resolved to diligently improve his skills. Perhaps next time, fortune would not favor him so. Chapter 61. A note in the pastry. Over a month later, Yin Shengye felt that, even for an ordinary person, such injuries would have healed by now. Meanwhile, after spending over a month at home, he could no longer contain his restless heart and was eager to venture outside. Approaching noon, dressed in resplendent purple attire, Yin Shengye called out loudly in the courtyard, Fair, Dali, prepare yourselves. Today, the young master shall take you out for a delightful meal. Yin Fair furrowed her brow as she glanced at Yin Shengye, her expression shifting to a smile. Young master, your injuries have only just healed. It would be prudent to rest a while longer and refrain from going out. Yin Shengye playfully patted Yin Feier, who was shorter than him, and replied with a grin, "There's no need to be gone for long, just a brief excursion." "Wait a moment, young lady. Are you now taking it upon yourself to oversee my affairs?" Yin Feier, caught off guard by Yin Shengye's playful antics, quickly dashed away, pouting as she looked back at him. "Young master, you are truly insufferable. Patting someone's head will not help me grow taller." Yin Shengye smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Enough with the chatter. Do you not wish to go out and see the world?" Yin Feier had long harbored a desire to venture out for some shopping. However, as a maid, such freedom was a luxury she could hardly afford. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, "Then, let us go out for a while, but not for too long." Recently, Yin Shengye had been the target of 2 assassination attempts, and Yin Feier was genuinely concerned that their outing might attract similar perilous encounters. The trio made their way through the streets, heading straight for the grandest establishment in the city, the Holy Snow Tavern. Indeed, this tavern was also affiliated with the Holy Snow Manor. If those intent on causing harm were bold enough to create chaos at the Holy Snow Tavern, then let them come. Upon entering the tavern, a young servant approached them, greeting, "Young Master Yin, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" Yin Shengye felt a wave of annoyance. The servant's choice of words was rather unfortunate, as he had not been well of late. The young servant quickly grasped his blunder and lightly slapped his own face, exclaiming, "My apologies, young Master Yin. Please, shall we stick to the usual?" The servant, now keenly aware of his misstep, became exceedingly attentive, and without further prompting from Yin Shengye, the customary dishes began to arrive at their table. Yin Shengye smiled, acknowledging the servant's understanding. "Yes, the usual, and add a roasted spirit deer. I need to replenish my strength after my recent recovery." "Certainly, young Master Yin. Please hold on for a moment. It shall be ready shortly." Once the servant departed, Yin Feier could no longer contain her anxiety. A roasted spirit deer. Is that even feasible? Such extravagance is wasteful. Let us have less. Yin Shengye anticipated her objections and promptly silenced her. No need for further discussion. "You two take your seats. Today, I am in a good mood, so do not provoke my displeasure, or I shall ensure you are properly reprimanded upon our return home." Yin Feier felt her cheeks flush and fell silent, taking a seat beside Yin Shengye, while Yin Dali, without needing any further encouragement, settled down across from him. After a while, a beautifully roasted spirit deer was presented at their table. The spirit deer was known for its mystical qualities, and its meat was particularly beneficial for those recovering from injuries. The young servant was well aware of Yin Shengye's recent tribulations, hence the choice of the spirit deer for roasting. "Young Master Yin, does this deer meet your satisfaction?" Yin Shengye inhaled the enticing aroma and tossed a gold coin to the servant, declaring, "Very good, this is for you." Following the arrival of the roasted deer, the other dishes were served in succession. Under Yin Shengye's instruction, Yin Feier and Yin Dali zealously indulged in the delightful spread before them. Yin Shengye himself relished the meal thoroughly. After a hearty feast, he took a bite of a pastry, only to encounter something hard within. Extracting a note from his mouth, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Initially intending to discard it, he noticed writing on the paper and began to read intently. Chapter 62. Arrangements. Noticing his distraction, Yin Dali and Yin Feier wisely refrained from speaking, pretending to continue their meal. Yin Shengye glanced around before focusing on the note's contents. "Midnight, in the small woods of the city. For a private meeting, how intriguing. Was this an attempt to lure me?" Truth be told, if they truly wished to ensnare him, Yin Shengye was no fool. If there lay an ambush, it would be a one-way trip. He was quite protective of his own life. Upon receiving the note, none of the individuals had any inclination to linger outdoors. Yin Shengye cast a glance at Yin Dali and then shook his head, exclaiming, "Let us proceed to the residence of Duke Tang." The group promptly made their way to the Duke's estate. Yin Shengye initially intended to seek out Tang Rongrong, yet before he could catch sight of her, he encountered Tang Guiyao. Internally lamenting his misfortune, he nonetheless approached and greeted, "Good day, Grandfather Tang." Tang Guiyao smiled gently, moving closer to Yin Shengye and inquiring with warmth, "Ah, has your injury healed?" "Yes, it is all better." Yin Shengye found it peculiar. Was Tang Rongrong's grandfather always so amiable? Was he not usually met with disdain upon their encounters? Had the old man truly changed his temperament? "Rongrong is in the backyard. Do go?" "Yes, Grandfather Tang." Yin Shengye swiftly led the 2 others along. Tang Guiyao, amused, watched the departing figure of Yin Shengye, pondering to himself, "Am I truly so fearsome?" Upon arriving at the backyard, they found Tang Rongrong practicing her swordsmanship. Yin Shengye turned to Yin Feier and Yin Dali, instructing, "Stand guard at the entrance." "Yes, young master." Rongrong, I require your assistance. Upon hearing her name, Tang Rongrong ceased her training and approached. What is it? I shall certainly help if I can. With a mysterious smile, Yin Shengye replied, I am certain you can assist. He then handed her the note. Take a look at this. Upon receiving the note, Tang Rongrong's heart raced with astonishment as she read its contents. Who gave you this? You must not go. It is undoubtedly a trap. Yin Shengye, with a fierce determination, responded, I am aware it is a trap, yet this presents an opportunity. Regardless of their intentions, I must eliminate them. What do you propose? What must I do? If Tang Rongrong had not grasped Yin Shengye's intentions by this point, it would have been quite foolish of her. It is simple. Before midnight, have your family's guards lie in ambush near the woods. From the moment I enter, if I do not emerge within the span of a joss stick burning, you must send someone in to rescue me. Concerned that the duration was too lengthy, Tang Rongrong exclaimed, a joss stick? That seems rather long, however. It will take some time to traverse from the woods to the interior. Very well, it is settled. With her affirmation, Yin Shengye felt a sense of relief. Ensure you arrange for this swiftly. I entrust my life to you, so please do not disappoint me. Rest assured. Tang Rongrong then inquired, Shengye, why do you not enlist your own guards? With a smirk, Yin Shengye replied, did you not mention before that our family might encounter disputes over titles? Tang Rongrong chuckled, I understand now. Shengye, it appears you have inherited your grandfather's cunning. Yin Shengye, exasperated, thought, what does this have to do with Yin Hongtu? I hope when you next meet my grandfather, you can still manage a smile. Leaving the Duke Tang's estate, Yin Shengye did not linger, promptly returning to the residence of Duke Yin. Chapter 63. The armor on the dog. Upon returning home, Yin Shengye immediately began rummaging through boxes and cabinets in search of something. Yin Fei, observing the disarray that filled the room, hurriedly inquired, young master, what are you looking for? Yin Shengye turned around and realized that all his belongings were indeed organized by Yin Fei, prompting him to enlist her help for a quicker search. I recall that 2 years ago, my mother crafted a suit of armor for me, proclaiming that as the son of a general, I would inevitably find myself on the battlefield, thus requiring additional means for self-preservation. But where has that armor gone? A smile graced Yin Fei's face as she responded. Ah, so it is that suit of armor. Do you remember the dog you raised 2 years ago? Yes, I remember. It died later. Now I recall. A sense of embarrassment washed over Yin Shengye as he pieced together the location of the armor. Blast it. Fetch a shovel. 2 years prior, in pursuit of dog fighting, Yin Shengye had raised a fierce dog. On the same year, during his birthday, Lu Yushuang gifted him a suit of armor, originally intended for human wear. That reckless Yin Shengye had absurdly adorned the dog with it. Consequently, during a dog fight, the poor creature suffered a fatal throat injury, and the armor was buried alongside it. Thus, Yin Shengye's earlier embarrassment stemmed from the grim task of retrieving the armor from the dog's remains. Reluctantly, for the sake of his own safety, he had no choice but to endure this indignity. Armed with a shovel, he ventured to the backyard, where he began to dig fervently at a small mound of earth, casting aside clods of soil. Not buried too deeply, after several vigorous strikes, he soon uncovered a glimmering silver object. It was indeed Yin Shengye's armor. After exerting considerable effort, he personally stripped the armor from the dog's skeleton. Bringing it close to his nose, he nearly gagged. The foul stench was unbearable. How could I possibly wear this? Truly, I have brought this upon myself. Fair, go and wash it thoroughly before nightfall. It must be cleaned. As he tossed the armor towards her, it landed atop Yin Fei's head. Overcome by the noxious odor, she promptly retched the lunch she had consumed. Casting a glance in the direction Yin Shengye had departed, she felt a tumult of emotions, anger, resentment, and affection. That evening, after diligently washing the armor, Yin Fei applied an array of fragrant spices to mask the foul odor. Entering the room, she announced, young master, it's clean now, and I've added some spices. Let me have a whiff, achoo. Yin Shengye sneezed repeatedly. What is that scent? So pungent. With a playful smile, Yin Fei replied, it's the spices. Yin Shengye narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. Spices? It smells quite peppery to me. Young master, you must be mistaken. There is none. This armor is meant to be worn. If it smells of pepper, how could it possibly be donned? Very well, I shall let you off the hook for today. You may leave. After dismissing Yin Fei, Yin Shengye disrobed until he was clad only in his undergarments, fitting the armor snugly against his body before donning his outer garments and robe. Time flies swiftly, and soon it will be midnight. Yin Shengye, wielding the thunderblade, called out to Yin Dali, and the two made their way outside. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the edge of a small grove. Yin Shengye scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted Tang Rongrong and her companions lurking nearby. A smirk crept onto his lips. Today, with so many allies and numerous skilled fighters by his side, he wondered where they would attempt to flee. Dali, wait here for me. I shall return shortly. But, young master. Yin Shengye offered no response and proceeded into the thicket. Chapter 64. The assassin gripping his sword, Yin Shengye ventured deeper into the woods, where darkness enveloped him, save for the faint moonlight casting shadows of the trees. Upon reaching the heart of the grove, he shouted, "I have arrived." His voice echoed into the distance until it faded away. Indeed, the third young master possesses great courage. A figure clad in black descended from the trees. Confronting Yin Shengye, on high alert, he grasped the hilt of his sword with his left hand, while his right remained poised to draw it. "Pray tell, who might you be? What business brings you to summon me here at such an hour?" The cloaked figure took a step forward and replied, "What do you think, third young master?" Unyielding, Yin Shengye stepped forward as well, knowing that at this distance, his opponent posed no immediate threat. Was the assassination attempt a month ago orchestrated by you? That question was nearly futile. Even if they were responsible, it was unlikely they would confess. Summoning me here at this late hour surely harbors some clandestine secret. I offer you a chance. Reveal the truth, or I will ensure your demise. The dark-clad figure laughed heartily. Your bravado is impressive, third young master. However, my intent in calling you here tonight is merely to pose a single question. Yin Shengye pondered the purpose of this encounter. The individual neither attacked nor sought to engage in combat, which struck him as peculiar, as he did not recognize them. Speak, and if I am able to provide an answer, I shall do so. Third young master, have you awakened your bloodline and harnessed its power? Upon uttering this, the figure stepped back slightly. Yin Shengye maintained his composure and responded, "Bloodline power? What is that? Why do you presume such a thing?" Though he appeared calm, a jolt of surprise surged within him. Could his secret have been exposed a month prior? Yet, all present at that time had perished, or perhaps, there were hidden observers who intended to strike but were thwarted by his father's arrival. Another possibility crossed his mind. Had his father uncovered something? From Tang Rongrong's accounts, Yin Shengye was the first to arrive here. With his cunning nature, it was inevitable he would notice certain details. Yin Shengye scrutinized the figure before him, observing their silhouette in the night, and indeed, there was a resemblance. As he deliberated, the cloaked figure spoke again, "Third young master, do not conceal the truth. You have indeed cultivated your bloodline power, and such a secret cannot be hidden from me." "Oh, is that your conclusion?" "Indeed. In light of this, one might as well perish." Yin Shengye erupted instantaneously, unsheathing his thunderlight sword, and with unparalleled swiftness, lunged towards the cloaked figure. The black-clad individual, taken aback by Yin Shengye's sudden outburst, found the speed of the attack to be far beyond that of an ordinary person, even eclipsing the velocity of a divine manifestation. Though astonished, the figure managed to respond. Propelling himself off the ground, he leaped high into the air, narrowly evading Yin Shengye's thrust. As the blade pierced the empty air, Yin Shengye, undeterred, unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at the airborne assailant. The black-clad man felt a pang of anxiety grip his heart, hastily conjuring a violet shield to ward off the impending strike. However, the force of the lightning was formidable, sending him hurtling back to collide with a tree before crashing down to the ground. Meet your demise. Yin Shengye's assault did not falter. With blood-red energy swirling around him, he pivoted and sent his thunderlight sword soaring towards the cloaked figure. Chapter 65. Truly embarrassing, the black-clad man fixated on the rapidly approaching thunderlight sword, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated that the lightning emitted by the sword would be so exceedingly difficult to withstand. His entire body was now paralyzed, rendering him unable to evade. Just as the blade was about to pierce the man's skull, another cloaked figure emerged. This newcomer hurled a sword, deflecting the thunderlight sword and rescuing the previous assailant. "Let us go." The arriving figure, also a master of divine manifestation, seized the collar of his comrade and leapt into the treetops, vanishing in a few agile bounds. Yin Shengye refrained from pursuing, for he had already deduced certain truths. What was once mere conjecture had now solidified into certainty. Approaching the thunderlight sword, he sheathed it and, noticing another blade on the ground, picked it up for a closer inspection, a faint smile gracing his lips. That must have been quite an unpleasant experience. The sword left behind belonged to none other than his grandfather, Yin Hongtu, a companion blade known as the Rainbow Sword. With both swords in hand, he departed the forest. "Let us return home." The duration from Yin Shengye's entry to his exit was less than the burning of a single incense stick. Tang Rongrong, witnessing his departure, realized all was well and quietly led the Tang family guards back to the Duke of Tang's residence. Upon returning to the Duke of Yin's estate, Yin Shengye carefully placed the thunderlight sword away, scrutinizing the rainbow sword. What should he do with this blade? Should he return it? But returning it would imply that he had discerned the identities of those two individuals, which would be rather awkward. Yet, failing to return it would necessitate an explanation for the rainbow sword's presence in his possession. A smirk played at the corners of Yin Shengye's mouth. He could simply assert that it was a gift from his grandfather. Surely, his grandfather Yin Hongtu would have no objections to such a claim. Yin Shengye smiled, pondering what expression his grandfather would wear upon seeing this sword. Imagining that scene brought him immense joy. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his strength had been laid bare. Previously, he had fretted over the potential dire consequences, but now it seemed he had worried for naught. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Yin Hongtu, Yin Chengzai sat cross-legged on the ground, while Yin Hongtu stood behind him, aiding in expelling the lightning energy that had invaded his body. Indeed, the two black-clad figures earlier were none other than this father and son duo. After a period of time, Yin Hongtu rose to his feet, and Yin Chengzai also regained his composure. With a look of disdain, Yin Hongtu remarked, "What a disgrace, to be defeated by one's own son. To be crushed by Yin Shengye no less." This left Yin Chengzai in a state of profound embarrassment. "Father, how was I to know he possessed such speed and combat awareness?" After enduring several assassination attempts, if he had not developed such awareness, he would have perished long ago. Nonetheless, let us not forget, you are considerably inferior to him. Yin Chengzai found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he had merely thought that even if that scoundrel Yin Shengye had awakened his bloodline power, he could not possibly be that formidable. He had simply underestimated how much his combat capabilities would enhance with the aid of the thunderlight sword, nearly leading to his own downfall. "Father, Yin Hongtu interrupted him, to be bested by your own son is, in fact, a good thing. It signifies that he surpasses you. Do you still harbor doubts?" Yin Chengzai felt utterly powerless. "No, I do not. Since he has his own methods to awaken his bloodline and cultivate its power, that is his skill. Judging by this evening, all we need to do is ensure his safety from the shadows." "Yes, father, I understand." At last, Yin Chengzai comprehended the wisdom of that saying. Sometimes, not knowing the final answer is the best answer. Chapter 66. A surprise for grandfather. The following day, Yin Shengye indulged in a leisurely slumber. Despite having triumphed in a battle the night prior, he felt acutely aware of his many shortcomings. If he wished to make a mark on the world, he would need to cheat and strive diligently. The Duke of Yin's residence housed a library, a treasure trove accumulated by generations of dukes, containing numerous ancient texts. With a rare moment of free time, Yin Shengye resolved to explore it and acquire some knowledge. Additionally, he intended to have Yin Dali craft a scabbard for the rainbow sword. After breakfast, Yin Shengye summoned Yin Dali. "Dali, please create a fine scabbard for this sword and charge it to my account." He tossed the rainbow sword to Yin Dali, who caught it, startled. This was the Duke's sword. "What are you waiting for? Go." Yes, young master." Yin Dali could not concern himself with the origins of the sword. That could be discussed later. As Yin Dali departed, Yin Shengye made his way to the library. The library comprised 5 stories, conveniently located adjacent to Yin Hongtu's courtyard, allowing the Dukes of Yin to peruse its contents daily. As Yin Shengye passed by his grandfather's courtyard, he serendipitously spotted his grandfather emerging. "Good morning, grandfather." Yin Hongtu responded with a smile. "Ah, my dear Yi, where are you off to?" "To the library." "Oh, go ahead. There are many treasures within, particularly those tomes that have not been disturbed for ages. You may just find something useful." With a smile and a respectful bow, Yin Shengye prepared to take his leave. "Thank you for the reminder, grandfather." In truth, Yin Shengye was well aware of the underlying message in Yin Hongtu's words. His grandfather was subtly urging him to return the rainbow sword, as a gesture of reciprocity. However, the items in Yin Shengye's possession are not so easily reclaimed. Upon noticing that Yin Shengye was about to depart, Yin Hongtu hurriedly remarked, "Year, do you not have something to present to grandfather?" "Oh, right, grandfather. In just 2 months, it will be your birthday, and I have already begun preparations." "I am certain to surprise you then, grandfather. I take my leave now." Yin Hongtu could only watch helplessly as Yin Shengye left. If he could not discern the underlying meaning of such evasive words, he would be a fool indeed for the Duke of Yingwa. Upon entering the library, the guards did not impede Yin Shengye's passage, allowing her to proceed unchallenged. This visit to the library had 2 purposes. First, to learn some sword techniques, as the styles of Yin Dali and the Yin family were rather mundane. She hoped to find a more suitable method within the library. The second aim was to search for any literature regarding the bloodline powers of the Yin family. At present, Yin Shengye was navigating through uncharted waters. Lacking any knowledge, she could only practice according to the cultivation methods outlined in the Yin Rites. However, these cultivation techniques were far from orthodox, and Yin Shengye was still unaware of the unique abilities inherent to the Yin bloodline. She ascended directly to the 5th floor, the highest tier of the library, believing that valuable treasures ought to be housed at the pinnacle, distinguishing them from the rest. As her foot struck the dust-laden floor, a remarkably clear footprint emerged. How long had it been since anyone had ventured up here? On this 5th level, there were only a few sparse bookshelves, each bearing but a handful of tomes. With a gentle breath, Yin Shengye sent dust swirling into the air, followed by a series of coughs. It seemed that a cleaning was in order. Chapter 67. The Yin Bloodline. As the dust settled, Yin Shengye picked up the book that lay atop the pile, its cover inscribed with the title Ancient History of the Yin Family. The history of the Yin family? How intriguing! She swiftly skimmed through the contents, soon placing the book back in its original position, exclaiming in wonder. It appeared that the tome not only contained a brief account of the Yin family's history, but also outlined the historical developments of various other families, including the ancient, Wang, and Hongyayuan families, all of which had descended from ancient times. The Yin family was indeed one among these, and it held a significant position among the clans. In total, there had been several hundred families, all capable of awakening their bloodlines and harnessing their powers, ruling over this world. Those who were unable to awaken their bloodlines, the ordinary folk, existed as vassals to these families. Over time, the potency of the bloodlines gradually waned, and fewer individuals from these esteemed families could awaken their powers. To prevent the eventual inability to awaken bloodlines, intermarriage with foreign clans was prohibited, leading to unions within the families. Yet, this measure could not halt the diminishing strength of the bloodlines. After tens of thousands of years, some families had vanished into the annals of history, while others remained. Within the surviving clans, only 1 or 2 individuals capable of awakening their bloodlines persisted in each generation. Those few who could awaken their bloodlines bore the dual responsibility of protecting their families and contributing to their continuation. Only those who have awakened their bloodlines can give birth to children with a greater potential for awakening their own bloodlines. After several 100,000 years, individuals capable of awakening their bloodlines became exceedingly rare, and many of the once prominent families chose to conceal themselves to preserve their lineage. During this time, the Yin family opted to enter the imperial court, rising to prominence among the nobility. Another 100,000 years passed, and the memory of bloodline power faded from the minds of many. Only a handful of families from that era retained knowledge of bloodline power, while the common people were left with a mere understanding of mysterious energies. Yin Shengye lamented the transformations that had befallen the various noble families and their bloodline powers. It was no wonder that his father felt compelled to test him. The uncertainty and doubt had led to such a foolish method of inquiry. As he perused another tome, this one detailing the bloodline powers of various families, he discovered that each lineage possessed unique characteristics. For instance, the Wang family could freeze vast expanses, the Gu family withered and decayed, and the Lei family wielded the most violent bloodline associated with thunder and lightning. However, Yin Shengye had yet to uncover the distinctive qualities of the Yin family's bloodline power. Upon finishing the first book, he learned many family traits but found no mention of his own clan's attributes. At last, buried at the bottom of the stack, he discovered the characteristics of the Yin bloodline: enhancement, bloodlust, and rebirth. As he opened the book and read the detailed explanations, Yin Shengye grasped the meanings of these terms. Regardless of whether their bloodline had awakened, members of the Yin family could consume blood to heal injuries and bolster their strength. For those whose bloodlines were awakened, the consumption of blood would magnify their power exponentially, both physically and in terms of bloodline capability, far surpassing others of different lineages. The ability of rebirth was unique to those who had awakened their bloodlines. If they met an untimely demise, their bodies could be revived by immersion in a blood pool, provided that both head and body remained intact. Upon reading this, Yin Shengye recognized the terrifying nature of his family's bloodline power. This characteristic was well concealed, known to very few, which contributed to the Yin family's status as a prominent lineage. Chapter 68. Mysterious techniques. It was precisely because of the formidable nature of the Yin bloodline that nearly every awakened individual lived out their natural lifespan, with only a handful meeting an untimely end due to the destruction of their bodies. With such potent bloodlines came powerful cultivation methods and mysterious techniques. Yin Shengye continued to explore the shelves, soon encountering the genuine cultivation methods of the Yin bloodline. The cultivation of this bloodline must be conducted at night, as daytime practice yielded poor results. Additionally, Utilizing the blood of spirit beasts greatly enhanced the effects of the training. The true cultivation technique of the Yin bloodline involved harnessing the power within the bloodline to transform every part of the body. In the terminology of the divine domain continent, this could be described as reinforcing each cell within the body. The first round of enhancement signified awakening, the second represented spiritual communication, and so forth, culminating in the fifth round, which was the metamorphosis. Upon completing the sixth round of transformation, one could ascend to celestial heights. After perusing the texts, Yin Shengye finally comprehended that henceforth, his cultivation of bloodline power would no longer be conducted blindly. He remained in the library until dusk, having thoroughly examined all the tomes on the fifth floor, committing their contents to memory. Although there were only around 20 volumes, it was beyond his capability to memorize them all at once. However, armed with his remarkable middle finger, he felt undeterred. After replicating the knowledge from the fifth floor, Yin Shengye ascended to the fourth floor, where he selected 3 tomes on profound techniques: the Yin Blood Sword Technique, the Agile 9 Heavens, and the 5 Shards Palm. The name of the Yin Blood Sword Technique readily suggested its nature as a sword technique. Yet it was not as extraordinary as it appeared. It was merely a sword technique superior to that of the Yin family. The Agile 9 Heavens was a method of movement designed for evasion, and the description within the text was quite impressive. The 5 Shards Palm, on the other hand, seemed deceptively innocuous by name, but anyone struck by this technique would be dismembered into 5 pieces. In that moment, Yin Shengye found it impossible to memorize these formidable techniques, so he opted to imprint them in his mind for later practice. Upon departing the library, Yin Shengye returned to his courtyard to commence his training in these profound techniques, with Yin Dali serving as his sole sparring partner. After a month and a half, all members of the Yin Guogong household began to regard the 5th-ranked young master of the Yin family with newfound respect, especially after he had survived 2 assassination attempts and transformed his demeanor during this time. Although Yin Shengye had not fully mastered all 3 techniques, he had become quite proficient in the Yin Blood Sword Technique and the Agile 9 Heavens. In terms of swordplay and agility, Yin Dali was no longer a match for him. Naturally, under conditions where Yin Dali did not exert his full strength and utilized only his profound energy, Yin Shengye still found himself unable to surpass him. This was precisely why Yin Shengye had only managed to learn the Yin Blood Sword Technique and the Agile 9 Heavens. During their practice sessions, Yin Dali refrained from using his profound energy. As for the 5 Shards Palm, which required the use of profound energy, Yin Shengye dared not practice it with Yin Dali, fearing that a moment's negligence might result in grievous consequences. Now equipped with the Yin Blood Sword Technique and the Agile 9 Heavens, his combat prowess had significantly increased compared to before. Coupled with his extraordinary middle finger ability, Yin Shengye felt confident that he could escape unscathed even when facing 6 formidable adversaries. With such capabilities, he found himself quite content. Another half-month passed, and the celebration of Yin Hongtu's birthday was fast approaching. The surprise that Yin Shengye had promised for Yin Hongtu had already been devised in his mind. He intended to present a grand surprise to his grandfather using the skills he had acquired, certain that Yin Hongtu would be both astonished and delighted, albeit somewhat alarmed. Chapter 69. The gift of respect. Time passed unnoticed, and preparations for Yin Hongtu's birthday had long been underway. This year marked Yin Hongtu's 80th birthday, prompting the Yin Guogong household to orchestrate an elaborate celebration. Invitations had been dispatched a month prior, extending to the nobility of the merchant capital. Tomorrow would be the day of Yin Hongtu's birthday, and early in the morning, Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye arrived at Yin Shengye's courtyard. Among the Yin family members, there were 3 males and 3 females. The eldest sister, Yin Shengye, was somewhat of a loner, while Yin Shengye struggled to connect with her brothers. Yin Shengxiao had fallen out with both Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye, leaving only the 2 youngest, Yin Shengye and Yin Shengxiu, who maintained a good rapport with Yin Shengye. Therefore, when it came to discussing birthday gifts, they naturally convened in Yin Shengye's courtyard. As Yin Shengye entered the courtyard, he began to call out loudly, elder brother, are you awake?" Hearing someone summon him, Yin Dali approached, saying, "Sixth young master, 3rd miss, the young master is resting in the back courtyard. He did not sleep a wink last night." Yin Shengye and Yin Shengxi exchanged astonished glances. Could one truly be so diligent as to forego sleep entirely? Understood. Let us go have a look. The siblings made their way to the back courtyard, where they found Yin Shengye lying on the ground with his eyes closed, still gripping the thunder blade in his hand. Yin Shengye softly called out, elder brother, lying on the ground. Yin Shengye turned his head to glance at them and remarked, "I heard you calling so early. Is there something amiss?" With a pleasing smile, Yin Shengye approached Yin Shengye, saying, "Elder brother, tomorrow is grandfather's birthday. Is it not? We were wondering how your gift preparations are coming along and if you require our assistance." Yin Shengye surmised that they had come for this very reason. Have you both made your preparations? With Yin Shengye's rather dim intellect, it was unlikely he could conceive of an appropriate birthday gift as for Yin Shengye's offering. Yin Shengye could only smile wryly, pondering what kind of gift the granddaughter, who plotted to pilfer grandfather's treasures, might devise. Yin Shengye, wearing a sweet smile, replied, "We have yet to prepare anything, and after much contemplation, we remain uncertain of what to present. So, you seek my counsel, do you?" Yin Shengye inquired. "Indeed, elder brother is truly astute," Yin Shengye affirmed. "Consider this, grandfather lacks for nothing, so whatever we offer seems inappropriate." Pushing himself up into a sitting position on the ground, Yin Shengye stated, "While grandfather may possess everything, what he truly lacks is heartfelt intention. Shengye, tomorrow morning, prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for grandfather. That would be more fitting than any gift. Shengye, have you not been diligently practicing? Showcase your most proficient and familiar technique before grandfather tomorrow. I believe he shall be exceedingly pleased with these 2 birthday offerings." Upon receiving Yin Shengye's suggestion, Yin Shengye's eyes lit up. It was indeed a splendid idea, though he hesitated, wondering if displaying his technique in front of so many would be somewhat inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye's expression darkened, as she lamented, "Elder brother, what of your birthday gift? What is it? Might you share a hint with us?" Yin Shengye smirked, "I shall not divulge my intentions. As for my gift, you need not pry. Rest assured, it will surely astonish you when the time comes." He hoped that upon receiving this gift, Yin Hongtu would maintain his composure. After dismissing the 2 siblings, Yin Shengye resolved to prepare earnestly for his own gift. Chapter 70. The troublesome unmarried couple this day. As dawn broke at the gate of the Duke Yin's residence, the sound of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by an array of fireworks bursting in the sky. At this unusual hour, however, Yin Shengye was seen departing from home with a bundle and an ordinary sword in hand. In the morning, people arrived successively at the residence of the Duke of Yin, including members of the Yin family branch and various officials from the bustling city of Xanadu. The Duke's mansion was abuzz with excitement. As noon approached, all the lesser-ranked officials and junior generals had gathered, leaving only a few members of the dukedom and royal family yet to arrive. Shortly thereafter, a servant at the entrance called out loudly, "The Gua Duke's residence, Duke Gua, and Lord Gua have come to offer their congratulations. The Tang Duke's residence, Duke Tang, and young Master Tang have come to extend their greetings. The Wei Duke's residence, Duke Wei, and young Master Gongsun have arrived to celebrate. The Song Duke's residence, Duke Song, General Song, and young Master Song have come to convey their congratulations." With the arrival of several dukes, only the royal family remained absent. Inside the grand banquet hall of the Yin family, guests were already seated, indulging in fruits and delicacies while engaging in lively conversation. In another large sitting room, Yin Hongtu, Yin Chengzai, Yin Chengkai, and Yin Shanghai, along with the clan elder of the Yin family, were present. Naturally, the sitting room was not solely occupied by members of the Yin family. The dukes who had just entered were also in attendance. Not every young person was content to remain by their elders' sides. For instance, the young men and women of the Song family had ventured into the banquet hall, transforming into wolves among the festivities, for in Xanadu, the Song family dared to provoke only a select few. Meanwhile, Tang Rongrong, accompanied by Gu Shi, proceeded to the courtyard of Yin Shengye, intending to converse with him and observe the gift he had prepared for his grandfather. However, to their dismay, Yin Shengye was absent, leaving them feeling quite deflated. Thus, they lingered in his room, awaiting his return. Tang Rongrong was not one to remain idle. She busied herself exploring the surroundings. Perhaps it was true that like attracts like. As Gu Shi, being a girl of similar temperament to Tang Rongrong, also occupied herself by examining the peculiar items belonging to Yin Shengye. Tang Rongrong approached the weapon rack belonging to Yin Shengye and took down the thunder blade. Look, this is the thunder blade. Had it not been for this, we would never have returned that time," she exclaimed, and on another occasion, "It was this very blade that defended against the enemy, allowing me to escape." Naturally, Gu Shi could not overlook the precious sword that had saved her future husband on multiple occasions. "Let me see it," she requested. Upon receiving the sword from Tang Rongrong, Gu Shi swiftly unsheathed it, revealing a silver-purple blade and a deep purple hilt, exuding a formidable aura. As she channeled her inner energy, purple lightning danced around the blade. "What an exceptional sword," Gu Shi remarked, brandishing it playfully and pointing at the wall. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly innocent gesture unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the wall, startling both Tang Rongrong and Gu Shi. "What if it had hit you instead?" they wondered, glancing at the spot where the lightning had struck, hoping not to have damaged the wall. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a crack had formed. Without hesitation, Tang Rongrong decided to try to mend the crack by throwing herself against the wall. To her surprise, her impact caused a chunk of the wall to crumble away. It turned out to be a partition, revealing a brocade box within. Since the wall was already damaged, they figured it would be worth a look at the box. As Tang Rongrong's chubby hands pried open the box, they were astonished to find a millennium-old blood ginseng inside. Chapter 71. The young master is absent. Rongrong, did Shengye not save me with the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng? Why is it still here? Gu Shi was taken aback upon seeing the ancient ginseng. So many believe that Yin Shengye had used the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng to rescue her. If that were indeed the case, how could the ginseng before her be explained? Could it be that Yin Shengye possessed 2 ginseng roots? Yet, what was a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng? A treasure so rare it was worth its weight in gold. How could Yin Shengye possibly have 2? This single root had taken immense effort from his mother to procure for him. In truth, nothing seemed to make sense. Tang Rongrong had remained silent, lost in contemplation, recalling the assassination in Hongyayuan Mountain, the trio's escape, Gu Shi's rescue, the subsequent assassination attempt the next day, and the matters that Yin Shengye had arranged for him 2 months prior. Weaving these threads together, Tang Rongrong felt an unsettling oddity, particularly surrounding Yin Shengye, for all these circumstances seemed to lead to inevitable demise, yet they had all emerged unscathed. The pivotal factor in their survival had been Yin Shengye, prompting Tang Rongrong to ponder whether he was concealing certain truths. Moreover, today marked the 80th birthday celebration of the Duke of Yin, yet the grandson, Yin Shengye, was inexplicably absent. This was far too peculiar. With a decisive snap, Tang Rongrong closed the brocade box. Shi, for now, let us not dwell on this. Stow the sword away. Gu Shi, perplexed, responded, Rongrong, you, do not inquire further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. We must simply trust that Shengye means us no harm. Gu Shi, somewhat enlightened, nodded in understanding. Oh. The two tidied the room before stepping out. Fair. After the birthday celebration concludes, ensure he visits my home, she added, and have Dali guard the house. No one must enter until Shengye returns. Yin Fair, unsure of Tang Rongrong's reasoning but believing he would not endanger their young master, acquiesced. Yes, young master Tang. Yin Dali and Yin Fair, loyal protectors and maidservants, adhered to Tang Rongrong's directives, standing vigil over the residence. Once Tang Rongrong and Gu Shi departed, Yin Shengye arrived, only to find the door firmly closed. Recognizing the situation, he refrained from pushing the door and instead called out, fifth brother, time is running short. You must hurry to grandfather. Yin Dali coldly replied, 6th young master, the young master is not here. It was evident he was being dismissed. 5th brother is absent. Though somewhat slow-witted, Yin Shengye sensed something amiss, as if trouble were brewing. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily exited the courtyard. Upon returning to the grand banquet hall, Yin Shengye found the festivities in full swing, approaching the segment dedicated to presenting gifts. It was utterly absurd for a grandson to be absent during such a momentous occasion. With no other recourse, he made his way to his father, Yin Shengye, and recounted the absence of Yin Shengye. What? He is not here, Yin Shengye exclaimed, aghast. To have the grandson missing during the grand celebration is nothing short of a mockery. Indeed, father, I went to search, but 5th brother is not here. You may go first. Yin Shengye, maneuvering his wheelchair, approached Yin Shengye and whispered, 2nd brother, Shengye just informed me that Shengye is not at home. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye's expression remained impassive, yet his heart seethed with fury. This ungrateful child, absent during such a pivotal moment, intends to turn the Yin family into a laughingstock. However, with the birthday banquet about to commence, it was impossible to summon him back immediately. Yin Shengye murmured a few instructions to his attendant, who then departed. He hoped to locate this wayward child before the banquet concluded, thus salvaging some semblance of dignity. Now, only the final segment of the birthday celebration remained, the presentation of gifts, where all the offerings from the guests would be announced publicly. Once this phase concluded, Yin Hongtu would stand and deliver a few official remarks, and the banquet would commence. Typically, the gift presentations began with lesser officials, who would present nothing more than ordinary jewelry, as they had little of value to offer. It was only those high-ranking officials of the 3rd grade from the capital who might present substantial gifts. Shortly thereafter, all the external guests had presented their gifts, and the direct family of the Yin clan began their offerings. At that moment, Emperor Zhou Yongyan arrived with the crown prince. Yin Hongtu led the way, bowing and saying, "We, your humble subjects, pay our respects, your majesty." The dukes were not required to kneel, while the other officials bowed deeply. Zhou Yongyan raised his hand, signaling everyone to rise. noble ministers, please rise. Today, I am here to celebrate the birthday of the Duke of Yin, so there is no need to adhere to the formalities of our ranks. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Yongyin took his seat at the head of the table, with the Duke of Yin seated to his left. The family of the Yin clan resumed their gift presentations, when suddenly, a figure clad in black, enveloped in a swirling red aura, appeared on the roof outside the banquet hall. The figure stood atop the roof and called out loudly to Yin Hongtu. Yin Hongtu, I have come today to celebrate, hoping to bring you joy. Upon hearing this provocative voice, the assembly began to move outside the banquet hall. Who dares to disturb the Duke of Yin's estate? Do they wish to court death? Without the need for the Yin family to intervene, others naturally stepped forward to defend the dignity of the Duke of Yin. Yin Hongtu squinted at the figure on the rooftop, his eyes narrowing in irritation, clearly fed up with the audacity of the intruder. Emperor Zhou Yongyin, too, stepped outside and, upon seeing the figure, displayed a mix of shock and confusion. The figure on the roof laughed heartily before proclaiming, Who dares to speak? Step forward if you have the courage, and engage me in a duel of 300 rounds. Otherwise, refrain from making idle remarks here. The individual who had posed the question was a young man, who, feeling insulted, bellowed, How dare you, thief? I am Huang Jun, the city guard of the capital, Duke of Yin. I seek battle. The Duke of Yin nodded, intrigued to see what prowess the challenger might possess. Huang Jun took a blade from the hands of the guards, a master of the Tianxian realm, and with a single leap ascended to the rooftop. The man in black regarded Huang Jun without making a move, instead taunting him with a scornful tone. You possess some skill, come. Unable to contain his anger, Huang Jun, as an esteemed city guard, could not allow himself to be so contemptuously dismissed. With that, he brandished the knife and charged at the man in black. In the face of the ferocious strike, the black-clad figure did not evade, the very moment the blade descended. He struck Huang Jun's throat with a speed several times faster than Huang Jun's own, sending him flying as Huang Jun plummeted from the rooftop. He could hardly fathom that his prowess in the Tianxian realm had been so effortlessly vanquished by a mere trick from the man in black. Chapter 73. Who will come next? In a mere instant, Huang Jun was defeated, instilling a sense of trepidation among those present. Attaining the Dishuan realm is achievable through diligent practice, yet the Tianxian realm necessitates not only hard work but also innate talent. The ease with which Huang Jun, a master of the Tianxian realm, was bested indicated the formidable strength of the man in black. Furthermore, the aura emanating from the black-clad figure was red, signifying that he was merely a wastrel of the Renxian realm. When did it become possible for a mere Renxian wastrel to triumph over a master of the Tianxian realm? The onlookers exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Some minor officials appeared as if facing a grave threat, while others, masters of the Tianxian realm, regarded this as a formidable opponent. Among the Yin family, only Yin Hongtu and Yin Chengzai discerned certain implications, their faces betraying expressions of astonished joy and fear. Distinctive expressions were also evident on the face of Emperor Zhou Yongyan of the Shang dynasty. At that moment, he instructed the captain of the palace guards behind him with a few words, then narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the man in black. Meanwhile, Tang Rongrong, a close friend of Yin Shengye, was filled with elation. After departing from Yin Shengye's courtyard, Tang Rongrong had contemplated many matters. Yet upon witnessing the man in black, all her thoughts aligned. She was delighted for Yin Shengye, and equally for herself. The man in black, having defeated Huang Jun, turned to regard the onlookers in the banquet hall from a commanding height. Yin Hongtu, are you satisfied with this birthday gift? If not, I can present you with another. Who will come next? The man in black looked down contemptuously upon the crowd, exuding an air of superiority. Just as his words fell, another voice emerged, I shall. The speaker was none other than Feng De, the captain of the palace guards. With that, Feng De drew his sword, enveloped in a violet aura, and leaped onto the rooftop. Feng De's arrival tightened the hearts of Yin Hongtu and Yin Chengzai. Feng De was a formidable master of the Shendixuan realm, surpassing even Yin Chengzai in ferocity. Could this man in black handle him? Shendixuan? How mediocre! The black-clad figure muttered to himself, noting the approaching master of the Shendixuan realm. Feng De bowed slightly to the man in black, introducing himself, I am Feng De, captain of the palace guards. The man in black, however, retorted with disdain, a cultured gentleman, I see. Feng De's expression darkened. This individual truly had no regard for decorum. With his patience exhausted, Feng De gripped his sword and thrust it toward the man in black. This time, the man in black dared not be overconfident, swiftly drawing his own blade to meet Feng De's thrust with equal fervor. One was enveloped in purple ethereal energy, while the other radiated red ethereal energy, as they engaged in a relentless struggle atop the rooftop. Observing the fierce contest, those below felt a wave of confusion wash over them. When faced with a celestial-level master, it might be conceivable for one to leverage combat experience to gain an advantage. However, could one maintain such composure when confronting a superlative god-level expert? The spectators' thoughts were of little concern to Fengde and the cloaked figure locked in battle. Their musings seemed rather absurd. As the cloaked figure pondered, this god-level fighter appears rather ordinary, lacking any exceptional prowess. Meanwhile, Fengde was preoccupied with the question of what made this cloaked individual so remarkable that His Majesty had instructed him to subdue him. Though their thoughts seemed tangentially related to the fight, they were, in fact, quite disconnected. After several hundred exchanges, the swordsmanship of the cloaked figure suddenly intensified, each strike aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Fengde found himself caught off guard, his rhythm disrupted, and he was perilously close to defeat. Yin Hongtu recognized the style of swordplay and smiled. Chapter 74. Knight's bold request indeed. As Yin Shengye's swordsmanship became increasingly ferocious, Fengde struggled to parry a few strikes before being kicked in the chest by Yin Shengye, sending him plummeting from the rooftop. The cloaked figure sheathed his sword and laughed heartily. "You are all but mediocre." Just as the cloaked figure reveled in his triumph, the rooftop suddenly collapsed. After an intense battle, even the sturdiest of roofs could not withstand the strain at that moment. Many rushed into the crumbling structure, seeking the cloaked figure, eager to take their revenge. However, as they sifted through the debris, they found no trace of him. It was evident he had escaped. In truth, the cloaked figure had leapt away at the very moment the roof gave way, swiftly navigating the walls and making his way to Yin Shengye's courtyard. The cloaked figure scaled the wall into Yin Shengye's courtyard and entered through a rear window. Removing his hood and shedding his dark attire, he revealed his true identity. He was, in fact, Yin Shengye. Reflecting on the preceding battle atop the rooftop, Yin Shengye felt a swell of pride. God-level opponents were, indeed, no match for him. After adjusting his garments, he opened an exquisite sword box, which contained Yin Hongtu's rainbow sword, accompanied by the scabbard crafted by Yin Dali. Clutching the sword box, he opened the door. Hearing a commotion behind him, Yin Dali turned to find himself startled. Master? When did Yin Shengye return? How did I not notice? Yin Shengye tossed the sword box to Yin Dali, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Take it." Fortunately, Yin Dali reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the sword box would have fallen to the ground. "Yes, Master. Let us go to the banquet hall." The master and servant made their way to the banquet hall. By the time they arrived, the ceremony honoring the Yin family had nearly concluded. Despite a minor interruption, today was a momentous occasion that could not be marred by trivial matters. As Yin Shengye stepped through the entrance of the banquet hall, all eyes turned to him. They thought to themselves how unfilial Yin Shengye was for arriving so late on his grandfather's birthday. Yin Shengye bowed to Yin Hongtu, saying, "Grandfather, Knight has come to wish you longevity." Yin Hongtu raised his hand in a gesture of support, replying, "Rise, quickly, greet His Majesty. Yin Shengye has paid his respects to your Majesty." The emperor of the Shang dynasty, Zhou Yongyan, remarked that upon closer inspection, he appeared vigorous and robust, suggesting he could easily reign for another 20 years. From the previous conversations with Yin Shengye, it was known that Zhou Yongyan had already reached the age of 61. However, those who have cultivated the mysterious energy can significantly slow the aging process. Thus, to the present gaze, he seemed merely a slightly older man compared to his prime at least. This was the impression in Yin Shengye's eyes. "Rebellious son, why have you only arrived now?" After the formalities, Yin Shengye erupted in anger. "Father, you have misunderstood year. The reason for my late arrival is that I was preparing a gift for grandfather, Dali." Yin Dali presented a sword box, which Yin Shengye then opened. "This is the gift I bestow upon grandfather." Upon seeing the sword within the box, the onlookers exchanged glances filled with intrigue. The rainbow sword was well known among those present. It was the personal weapon of Yin Hongtu, signifying not merely a mere weapon but representing the essence of Yin Hongtu, the Duke of Yin. The manner in which Yin Shengye acquired the rainbow sword sparked much speculation. Year boldly requests that grandfather bestow upon me the rainbow sword. Chapter 75. Defeat me, and the sword shall be yours. Without discussing others, let us focus on Yin Hongtu, who was utterly incensed by Yin Shengye's words, his beard quivering with rage. He had obtained his sword through extraordinary means and now, audaciously, sought to have it gifted to him. Truly, Yin Shengye had grown excessively bold. However, with Yin Shengye bringing it up himself, how could Yin Hongtu oppose? To refuse would not only humiliate himself but also Yin Shengye, damaging the reputation of the Duke of Yin. Thus, with a forced smile, he gritted his teeth. Year has made considerable progress lately. The rainbow sword shall be your reward. Yin Shengye's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he replied, "Thank you for your generous favor, grandfather." Many in the banquet hall were astonished by the outcome, as none had anticipated that Yin Shengye would employ such a tactic, compelling Yin Hongtu to acquiesce. Concurrently, the perception of Yin Shengye among the onlookers deepened. He was seen as one willing to go to great lengths to achieve his goals. With his objective met, Yin Hongtu begrudgingly relinquished the rainbow sword. Yet, the other descendants of the Yin family were not pleased to witness Yin Shengye's triumph. "Grandfather, you cannot give it to him," Yin Shengxiao exclaimed, her eyes reddening. Why should Yin Shengye receive the sword of Yin Hongtu while she could not? Even if Yin Hongtu wished to gift it, it should rightfully be bestowed upon her. Yin Shengxiao's interference had long been anticipated by Yin Shengye. "Second brother, if you can defeat me, I shall relinquish the sword to you," Yin Shengye declared with a sly smile, locking eyes with Yin Shengxiao. "Very well. I wonder from where you derive such confidence? Is it merely based on your current level of cultivation?" With that, Yin Shengxiao dashed towards the nearby guards, drawing a blade as she advanced towards Yin Shengye. Yin Shengzai's expression darkened. These two disgraceful offspring were truly bringing shame upon the Yin family. Under normal circumstances, no matter how fiercely two individuals might argue, Yin Shengzai would remain unperturbed, provided that no lives or bodies were at stake. However, today marked the birthday of his father, Yin Hongtu, and those two rascals dared to create a disturbance. Was today not tumultuous enough? Just moments ago, a figure clad in black had provoked them, and now, his own brothers were at odds. Did they truly wish to turn this birthday celebration into chaos? Just as Yin Shengzai contemplated how to quell the situation, Yin Hongtu spoke up. "Very well, a family can only grow stronger through relentless competition." Upon hearing these words, Yin Shengzai was instantly mortified. What he perceived as a monumental issue was effortlessly resolved by his father's remark. With Yin Hongtu's consent, Yin Shengxiao felt emboldened. Without offering any greetings or formalities, he lunged at Yin Shengye with a knife. Yet, Yin Shengye was no longer the same as before. A mere swipe could not touch him, as he smoothly sidestepped the attack. Not only did he evade, but he also delivered a swift kick to Yin Shengxiao's backside, sending him crashing to the ground, nearly knocking out a tooth in the process. "Yin Shengye, you?" Yin Shengxiao exclaimed as he rose, again attempting to strike at Yin Shengye, but the outcome remained unchanged, failing to even graze the hem of Yin Shengye's attire. The onlookers quickly lost interest, returning to their seats, for this was a contest lacking suspense. Yin Shengye, too, had no desire to continue the altercation and turned to approach Tang Rongrong's table. The reactions of those around him filled Yin Shengxiao with a sense of humiliation and rage. In a fit of indignation, he raised his knife once more, aiming for Yin Shengye's head. Though Yin Shengye had turned away, he remained vigilant against Yin Shengxiao. Having spent years engaged in various contests with him, he was all too familiar with Yin Shengxiao's character. Theo put it plainly, Yin Shengxiao was a petty individual, prone to blaming others for his own shortcomings. As Yin Shengxiao's blade descended, Yin Shengye sidestepped once more, delivering a powerful kick that sent Yin Shengxiao flying. He crashed into a table, shattering it upon impact, and fell to the ground, spitting blood before losing consciousness. Observing Yin Shengxiao sprawled on the floor, the crowd shook their heads in disapproval. No one felt sympathy for him, nor did they blame Yin Shengye. The surrounding guards swiftly removed Yin Shengxiao from the scene, while servants promptly set up a new table with fresh dishes, as if nothing had transpired. The guests resumed their seats, and the banquet commenced. Zhou Yongyan had watched the entire episode in silence, wearing a smile that grew even wider, for he had achieved his purpose at the Yin household. Despite the many events that unfolded during today's celebration, it concluded on a harmonious note. Yin Shengye returned to his courtyard with Yin Dali, and just as they settled down, Yin Shengkai and Yin Shengxi arrived. "Brother, do you think your kick was a bit too harsh today?" Yin Shengkai inquired, not in reproach but expressing concern that Yin Shengye should have shown restraint. Yin Shengxi echoed this sentiment, gazing at Yin Shengye with similar expressions. However, Yin Shengye was not angered by their remarks. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Do you believe my actions were inappropriate? Or do you think I was too forceful?" "No, fifth brother, please do not misunderstand me. That is not what I intended to convey." However, even Yin Shengkai is unable to identify any fault in Yin Shengye's actions. Were Yin Shengxiao to confront anyone other than Yin Shengye, he would likely have met his demise long ago. In that moment, both Yin Shengkai and Yin Shengxi found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. "Very well, I comprehend your sentiments. You wish for me to consider the bonds of brotherhood. But have you pondered the possibility that, had I not been vigilant, I would have faced a dire fate today? I believe that had the roles been reversed with you too, you might have made the same choice as I did. Is there anything further to discuss? If not, I have concluded my explanation. However, I must impart this. When it comes to one's own blood brothers, it is only natural to honor the fraternal bond and the ties of kinship. Yet, what has Yin Shengye done? He displays no semblance of brotherly affection. He cannot bear to see his own brother thrive, nor can he tolerate his brother gaining the favor of our elders. Should you align yourselves with him, the Yin family would be doomed. I have said all that needs to be said. Yin Shengye was uncertain of how the two would react to his words, yet their thoughts were of no concern to him. If they were foolish enough to oppose him and create obstacles for themselves, he would not hesitate to erase them from existence. Before entering this world, Yin Shengye held a reverence for life, but that has since changed. Lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. One misstep, and one could become a mere footnote beneath another's heel. Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Fifth brother, we understand. After Yin Shengye and Yin Shengye departed, Yin Fei approached. Young Master Tang visited today and asked me to inform you to stop by his residence after the banquet concludes. Yin Shengye seemed to recall something and promptly moved to the inner chamber, where he noticed changes upon the wall, instantly grasping the situation. Chapter 77. Reflect again. Yin Shengye emerged and addressed Yin Fei. All right, understood. Subsequently, he changed his attire and, wielding the Leguang sword, set off towards the Tang Duke's residence, accompanied by Yin Dalidai in Tang Rongrong's courtyard. She was enjoying tea with her future bride, Gu Shi. Rongrong, it has only been a short while since we last met, and you already miss me. Upon entering Tang Rongrong's courtyard, Yin Shengye exclaimed with laughter. Tang Rongrong greeted him with a smile. Shengye, you have arrived. Gu Shi, perceptive to the situation, gracefully retreated into the house, leaving the space for Yin Shengye and her future husband. Yin Dali, also a considerate individual, took it upon himself to stand watch at the courtyard entrance once Gu Shi had left. Shengye, please take a seat. When did you become so courteous? Yin Shengye paid no heed to formalities. Once seated, he picked up Tang Rongrong's cup and began to sip his tea, as there were only 2 cups on the table, one belonging to Tang Rongrong and the other to Gu Shi, which he could not take. Truly, you do not regard yourself as an outsider. With no other choice, Tang Rongrong lifted her future bride's cup. The 2 individuals sat in silence, exchanging no words, until the 3rd cup of tea was drained, at which point Tang Rongrong finally spoke. Shengye, everyone harbors their own secrets. There are certain matters I do not wish to inquire about. Yet there is a question I must pose. Yin Shengye smiled gently, affirming that what needed to be said would inevitably be said, and what needed to be asked would not go unasked. Speak. Tang Rongrong set down his teacup, gazing earnestly at Yin Shengye. Are we brothers? Will we be brothers in the future? Yin Shengye's eyes flickered momentarily that of course, we are brothers for life. Yet, as he answered, a hint of guilt crept in. After all, he occupied the body of the true Yin Shengye, an outsider, not the genuine brother of Tang Rongrong. Tang Rongrong grasped Yin Shengye's hand firmly. Look me in the eyes and answer. Yin Shengye met Tang Rongrong's gaze, reminding himself that since he inhabited Yin Shengye's form, he would always be Yin Shengye. Yes, for a lifetime. Good, that is all I needed to hear. With your promise and the fact that you have saved me and she multiple times, know that if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you need only command my assistance. Yin Shengye scrutinized Tang Rongrong. Fatty, you've grown. Tang Rongrong chuckled. Is that a compliment? Then, his expression turned serious. Enough with the pleasantries. Regarding the recent assassination attempts, what are your thoughts? Though we are still young, we are not entirely devoid of responsibility. Yin Shengye was taken aback. It was the first time Tang Rongrong had spoken so seriously about matters. Fatty, what do you think? Tang Rongrong felt uncomfortable. Why was he being asked instead? He shook his head. I have no thoughts, not a single clue. Fatty, I may have overestimated you. Think carefully. Have our families truly become enemies? It seems not. If there are any, they are merely foes from the battlefield, not genuine adversaries. Since we have no real enemies, who wishes to eliminate us both? 2 dukes, plus your wife, 3 dukes in total. Tio offend 3 dukes simultaneously. Do they wish for their own demise, or do they possess unassailable confidence? Reflecting further, in the Shang dynasty, who possesses such power? Who could simultaneously offend our 3 families and evade scrutiny from all? At this point, Yin Shengye fell silent. Tang Rongrong pondered Yin Shengye's words and suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. Chapter 78. Grandfather, are you suggesting, Your Majesty? Tang Rongrong began, but Yin Shengye swiftly covered his mouth. signaling for silence while shaking his index finger before Tang Rongrong's eyes. Tang Rongrong understood and nodded. Do you comprehend? Indeed. Thus, we must learn to save ourselves, and the means of self-rescue lies in augmenting our internal strength and external capabilities. With that said, the future now lies in our own hands. The assistance from our family will not be substantial, for they harbor their own concerns. Yin Shengye no longer lingered, rising to depart. Tang Rongrong remained seated, contemplating Yin Shengye's words. Jiu Shi approached Tang Rongrong's side, inquiring, Rongrong, what does Shengye mean by enhancing one's inner strength and external prowess? Inner strength, external prowess. Tang Rongrong stood, turning her back to Gu Shi, reflecting on cultivation and authority. Observing Tang Rongrong's silhouette, Gu Shi felt a profound change in her demeanor. She was no longer the carefree scion of the merchant city. That evening, Tang Rongrong arrived at the study of Duke Tang at that moment. Tang Guiyao was engrossed in a book. Tang Rongrong gazed at the white hair atop Tang Guiyao's head. Stealing her resolve, Grandfather, Rongrong wishes to speak with you. Tang Guiyao set down his book, smiling as he said, Oh, run out of money, have you? No. In an instant, Tang Rongrong knelt, bowing her head thrice to Tang Guiyao. You rascal, your grandfather is still alive. Grandfather, that's not it. Before Tang Rongrong could explain, she was unceremoniously kicked out of the study. Lying on the floor, Tang Rongrong's heart brimmed with grievance. Grandfather, please let me finish my words before punishing me. Tang Guiyao, puffing his cheeks in annoyance, retorted, What is it you wish to say? Tang Rongrong scrambled to her feet and approached Tang Guiyao once more, kneeling again. Yet, before her knees could touch the ground, she was kicked away once more. Grandfather, Hemph, you insolent child, why can't you simply speak your mind? Must you kneel? After kicking her, Tang Guiyao realized he had grown accustomed to such actions and could only awkwardly explain himself. All right, grandfather, I shall not kneel. Tang Rongrong inwardly cursed Yin Shengye 1,000 times. Having already faced the kick, it would be foolish to leave her words unspoken. Bowing her head, Tang Rongrong dared not meet her grandfather's gaze, fearing another unexpected kick. Grandfather, I wish to pursue an official position, preferably within the city defense army. Tang Guiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Tang Rongrong, who had never entertained such thoughts before, suddenly desire to join the city defense army? However, given that the city defense army was under the control of the royal family, it would not be an easy endeavor for Tang Rongrong. Even if she were to join, she would likely face exclusion and achieve little. Yet, this was Tang Rongrong's first earnest aspiration, and Tang Guiyao did not wish to discourage her. Have you thought this through? I have thought it through. Although I am to inherit grandfather's title in the future, without any competence, how can I command the respect of the family? You rascal, are you still wishing for your grandfather's demise? Once again, Tang Rongrong innocently received a kick. Tang Rongrong felt disheartened. Why was it so challenging to undertake a serious endeavor? Very well, if you truly wish to go, grandfather will find a way for you. Tang Rongrong lay on the floor, on the verge of tears, yet she immediately reined in her emotions. Thank you, grandfather. The corpulent figure leaped nimbly and sauntered away with a sense of pride. Tang Guiyao observed the somewhat comical silhouette of Tang Rongrong, tears of laughter welling in his eyes. Chapter 79. I promise in a dimly lit corner of Xanadu City, a team was dispatched to seize the opportune moment to draw forth his true capabilities. You shall remain in the shadows, keenly observing the situation and reporting back verbatim. Yes, I shall fulfill the task without fail. The one assigned leaped and vanished from sight. The remaining individual exhaled deeply, a flicker of excitement stirring within. Perhaps the years of oppression would soon be lifted within the next 50 years. Bathed in the faint moonlight, his face was partially discernible. He was none other than Emperor Zhou Yongyan of the Shang dynasty. In Guogong's manor, Yin Shengye sat alone in the courtyard, indulging in the exquisite wine left over from the day's banquet. Year, let me see, are you hurt? Upon hearing this voice, Yin Shengye rose, a wave of headache washing over him. Yet his heart was filled with warmth. Lu Yushuang, lifting her skirts, hurried to his side, meticulously inspecting her son. Since the last time he had been brought back, Lu Yushuang had been deeply concerned, even urging Yin Shengye to use the millennium-old blood ginseng. However, unbeknownst to her, he had already utilized it while saving Gu Shi, and Yin Shengye could not reveal that he possessed a single ginseng, as everyone was aware of its rarity. If he were to truly use it, it would certainly be discovered, leaving him unable to explain himself. Eventually, after much persuasion, Yin Shengye calmed Lu Yushuang's worries. Mother, I am unhurt. He did not injure me. After Lu Yushuang's meticulous examination, Yin Shengye instinctively took a step back, Still unconvinced, she advanced another step, saying, I heard that Yin Shengye, that rascal, attacked you with a knife. I feared for your safety. Mother, truly, I am fine. It was he who was knocked unconscious by me. Having such a mother. Yin Shengye felt a mix of anger, amusement, warmth, and a myriad of other emotions, all indescribable. Lu Yushuang's heart eased, realizing, as long as you are well, no more reckless ventures in the future. Subsequently, Lu Yushuang playfully tapped him on the head. Yin Shengye chose not to evade. Anticipating such a gesture, he playfully exclaimed, Mother, that hurts. Still aware of pain, why contend with him? That scoundrel desires it. Just give it to him. And what nonsense was that about defeat me? And the sword is yours? Truly, you've grown. Mother, I understand. I shall no longer contest with him. In the future, you still think about the future. Yin Shengye received another light tap on the head, unable to react, feeling both innocent and helpless. Mother, there will be no future. Absolutely no future. I promise. If a promise isn't sufficient, I swear. Lu Yushuang gazed at Yin Shengye, lifting her hand, causing him to instinctively close his eyes in trepidation. Little did he expect that this time, it was not a mere reprimand, but rather a gentle caress filled with a mother's concern, resting softly upon Yin Shengye's head. Your mother is also worried about you. Since childhood, your health has been fragile, and I have expended great effort to raise you. I cannot bear to see you come to harm. However, I know that you have grown up and formed your own opinions. Yet, whatever happens in the future, you must promise to inform me. Do not always keep things from your mother, understand? Upon finishing her words, Lu Yushuang embraced Yin Shengye tightly. Gazing at her son, who was now taller than herself, her eyes glistened with tears. Sensing the change in Lu Yushuang, Yin Shengye resolutely declared, Mother, I will never hide anything from you again. Chapter 80. The Lu family not long after, Lu Yushuang, reassured by Yin Shengye's words, finally departed with a sense of relief. Yin Shengye remained in the courtyard, pondering over his mother, realizing that he had never heard any tales regarding her maternal family. Go marry his father and become the woman of Yin Shengye. Her family must be of no ordinary standing, especially considering the legendary 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, which could not be easily found by just anyone. This prompted Yin Shengye to recall an incident when he had perused the family introductions in the 5th floor of the library. Now, he remembered that there was indeed a Lu family mentioned, although at that time, they did not seem to be a prominent clan. Their bloodline traits were not suited for combat, but rather for healing, and such abilities could only be applied to others, meaning they could only heal others. Thus, the Lu family was not particularly powerful and relied on other prominent families for support. Given that his mother also bore the surname Lu, could there be a connection? Carrying this question in his mind, Yin Shengye resolved to investigate his mother's maternal family the following day. He recalled someone mentioning that Lu Yushuang's family resided in Yinlu town, 100 miles outside of Xanadu City. At the break of dawn, Yin Shengye armed himself with his thunderlight sword and set off, leaving behind even Yin Dali. This was a quest to uncover the truth about his mother. Should anyone discover his intentions, he would undoubtedly be labeled as unfilial. Thus, he planned to act alone. Riding a swift steed, he departed early in the morning. The journey of over 100 miles did not take long, and by midday, he arrived at Yinlu town. Leading his horse into the town, he surveyed his surroundings, finding it to be an entirely ordinary settlement, devoid of any remarkable features. Moreover, it did not resemble the Lu family depicted in ancient texts. As he continued on, he soon reached the residence of his mother's family. The main gate stood firmly shut, and it appeared as though it had not been opened in quite some time. What could this mean? Had the family fallen into decline? Yet, that did not seem plausible. Even if Lu Yushuang's family was not the distinguished Lu clan, given the power of the Yin family, no one would dare to act against the Lu family. However, the current state of affairs left Yin Shengye at a loss for words. Yet, having come this far, he could not simply turn back. He pushed open the gate, revealing a courtyard overrun with weeds, clearly abandoned for ages. Was this truly his mother's family home? Just as Yin Shengye lamented, struggling to accept the sight before him, an assailant from behind launched a hidden weapon aimed directly at him. With a slight shift to the side, he deftly evaded the incoming projectile and turned to behold a small knife. Almost immediately, two figures emerged in the courtyard, a man and a woman, who, at first glance, did not resemble assassins. The man inquired, "Who are you?" With narrowed eyes, Yin Shengye gazed at the pair and declared, "Yin Shengye of the Duke of Yin's residence." The duo exchanged glances, and the man continued. The children of the Lu family are permitted to make 3 requests. Lu Yushuang has already utilized 2. Speak. What is your final request? so that we may conclude our task. If Yin Shengye could not fathom the situation at this moment, it would be sheer folly. It appeared evident that his mother indeed hailed from the Lu family, the very one mentioned in ancient texts. The maternal lineage from Yinlu town was merely a facade. I am not here to make demands. I merely wish to visit my mother's family, yet I did not anticipate encountering you. With that, he bid farewell. Having grasped Lu Yushuang's true lineage, he found remaining there utterly pointless. Halt. Chapter 81. Encounter with the cloaked figures. Before Yin Shengye could turn away, the man and woman obstructed his path. Grip tightening around his sword, he raised it defensively across his chest. What is the meaning of this? The man replied, this courtyard is not so easily entered. If you wish to leave, you must first swear that you have not set foot in this courtyard today. Yin Shengye chuckled, fully aware of their motives. He was not one to be so easily manipulated. Why, after all, was an oath required for merely entering a courtyard? You must comply, whether you agree or not. Otherwise, you shall not exit this courtyard. With that, the man readied himself for confrontation. Just then, dozens of cloaked figures materialized atop the surrounding walls. The man gasped, realizing that Yin Shengye was not alone and had brought a considerable entourage. You brought people with you? They are not my men. Upon seeing the cloaked figures, Yin Shengye made a conjecture. They had likely followed him the moment he departed from Shandu City. The man felt a wave of relief. If these individuals were indeed Yin Shengye's, the situation could become complicated. Since they were not his associates, matters would be simpler. It seems they are after you. If you plead with us, we shall assist you in dealing with them. Rest assured, they cannot harm me. Yin Shengye dashed swiftly towards the entrance, his horse waiting at the gate. Regardless of whose courtyard it was, after all, the nominal family home of his mother, not a place for confrontation. Once outside the gate or beyond the city limits, engaging would be far more manageable. As the cloaked figures noted Yin Shengye's attempt to flee, they swiftly advanced to block his escape. The man and woman, taken aback, wondered how he could depart without warning. Simultaneously, their task remained unfinished, and as Yin Shengye was the offspring of a Lu family woman, they could not simply allow him to be harmed. Thus, reluctantly, they followed suit. As the two individuals stepped outside, they were met with the sight of numerous cloaked figures atop the rooftops, relentlessly pursuing the gallant Yin Shengye, who rode through the streets on horseback. Yin'er, what shall we do? What can we do? We must chase. The horse galloped along the main thoroughfare, while the dark figures pursued from above. Before long, 3 of the cloaked assailants took a shortcut and positioned themselves ahead of Yin Shengye. Without pulling on the reins, he urged the horse onward. The 3 figures did not evade. Instead, they simultaneously drew their swords and unleashed 3 bolts of azure energy directed at Yin Shengye and his steed. With a powerful kick, Yin Shengye propelled himself high into the air, while the horse was torn to shreds by the incoming energy. Bereft of his mount, Yin Shengye had no choice but to rely on his own legs for escape. The recently mastered technique, Lingdong Jiutian, finally proved its worth. At that moment, as he leapt, it felt as if he had been transported, landing directly on the nearest rooftop. Even Yin Shengye was taken aback. It was his first true application of Lingdong Jiutian, and he had not anticipated such formidable results. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed and leaped across the rooftops, intent on luring his pursuers away from the town. A confrontation within the confines of the town would inevitably draw attention, regardless of the victor, and he could no longer conceal his own strength. Weighing his options, he decided to flee further afield. Chapter 82. The siege at last, Yin Shengye burst forth from the town, with the black-clad figures trailing closely behind. After distancing himself from the town, he suddenly halted. Drawing his sword, he struck at those behind him with several swift slashes, unleashing bolts of lightning that felled the nearest adversary. With a smirk, he sheathed his sword and continued his flight. The deaths of a few of their comrades had no discernible effect on the remaining assailants. They pursued Yin Shengye with the cold determination of those devoid of emotion. As Yin Shengye pressed onward, the cloaked figures followed closely, while the couple from the courtyard lagged behind. Upon passing the bodies of their fallen comrades, they paused to examine them, discussing the situation before resuming their pursuit. Yin Shengye, aware that this flight could not persist indefinitely, realized he must devise a strategy to eliminate his foes entirely. Otherwise, there would be no end in sight. Although he was not yet overtaken, the sheer number of adversaries posed a constant threat, as someone would inevitably find a shortcut to intercept him. In the midst of his escape, he contemplated his next move, relying on his formidable physique to draw them out, hoping to slay as many as he could along the way. Suddenly, Yin Shengye skidded to a halt, carving a mark in the ground. Before him, to his left and right, stood over a dozen cloaked figures, forcing him to stop. However, this pause resulted in him being encircled by the assailants. It appeared he was about to face a fierce battle. Drawing his sword once more, he cast a sweeping gaze at the surrounding figures. Kill! At the command, the black-clad warriors surged forward. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, even several more of Yin Shengye's strength would prove inadequate. He could only evade their combined onslaught and aim to eliminate them in smaller groups. With a powerful leap, he evaded their attacks, momentarily escaping the clutches of the cloaked figures. As he descended, he alighted upon the treetop, facing a throng of cloaked figures, akin to two bolts of lightning. Several of the dark-clad assailants collapsed, yet this did not deter the rest, who surged forward once more. Yin Shengye was compelled to descend from his perch, once again ensnared by their encirclement. With weapons clashing, he found himself unable to evade the black-clad foes as he had previously, nor could he eliminate them with the same ease. He was ensnared, trapped without an avenue of escape. "Iner, should we lend him a hand?" queried the man and woman pursuing from behind, finally catching up. The dark figures were fixated on Yin Shengye. They maintained a deliberate pace, seemingly detached from the fray. "No need to rush," replied the woman. "I have heard of Yin Shengye before. He is merely a wastrel. I did not anticipate he possessed such prowess," the man retorted. "Indeed, the bloodline power of the Yin family has been awakened within him," she asserted. "That much is evident. Do you think I am blind?" he countered. "What I mean is, he had concealed his strength quite effectively. Who would have suspected him to possess such capabilities? Furthermore, have you noticed how he seems to predict the attacks and defenses of the dark figures? Each time he finds himself in peril, he manages to evade them. Such feats are not the work of an ordinary individual. It seems Yin Shengye is not to be underestimated. Let us observe further. If possible, we shall bring him back to the clan. I am certain the clan leader will be elated to see us return with one who has awakened their bloodline." "Humph, do you truly believe he will obediently accompany us? Do not underestimate him simply because he is in the first stage. Even a revered elder would think twice before confronting him. Moreover, he wields the bloodline power of the Yin family." Chapter 83. Frenzy indeed. Let us first observe. As the man and woman deliberated, Yin Shengye found himself drenched in sweat. This time, whether it was the adversary's sudden fervor or some other whim, over 80 dark-clad figures had converged, each a master of the celestial realm. There was no path to survival. Yin Shengye also noticed that the pair from the Lu family were merely spectating, offering no assistance. After all, he bore half of the Lu family's bloodline. A profound bitterness welled within him. Engaging in relentless combat with the dark figures, he sustained injuries from their strikes while inflicting wounds upon them in return. Gradually, he became drenched in crimson. The mingling of blood obscured the distinction between his own and that of his foes. This sanguine essence enveloped him, and he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his being. The pain from his wounds was eclipsed by the vigor imbued within his very blood. Surrounding him was a swirling aura of red energy, while purple lightning crackled in his grasp, clashing incessantly with the dark figures. Just as he repelled one opponent, another attempted a stealthy assault, only to have their heads severed by a swift counter from Yin Shengye. The warm blood gushed forth from the severed neck, splattering Yin Shengye, who stood closest, drenching him entirely. Most notably, a portion of that blood found its way into his mouth. A wave of nausea surged within Yin Shengye, yet he exerted all his willpower to suppress the urge to vomit. To expel it now would spell certain death. The cloaked figures remained undeterred by their headless companion, relentlessly advancing their assault on Yin Shengye. In the distance, a man whispered to a woman beside him, "This group of black-clad figures is doomed." The woman shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, as if it needed saying, "The Yin family is particularly sensitive to blood. After being splattered with so much of it, now he has consumed some." After a brief pause, the man continued, "What stage do you think Yin Shengye has reached? Can he control the power within that blood? If he fails to do so, he is finished. Who knows?" As they spoke, the crimson aura surrounding Yin Shengye surged violently, his eyes turning a fierce shade of red. He felt an overwhelming force assaulting his mind, causing immense discomfort, and his consciousness began to blur. Is this the power of the Yin bloodline after ingesting blood? Unable to withstand this force, Yin Shengye let out a cry, his hair and eyes transforming entirely to red. The cloaked figures were momentarily taken aback by this sudden change, hesitating to advance. However, they could not abandon their mission, for to do so would mean certain death. After a fleeting pause, they charged at him once more. Yin Shengye was devoid of consciousness, left with only instinctual responses. As the black-clad figures approached with their weapons drawn, his speed of retaliation became a blur. The first few assailants were instantly slain by the sword in his hand. In this crimson-haired state, Yin Shengye did not halt. He circled around the remaining foes, finally coming to a stop at that moment. All the cloaked figures lay sprawled on the ground. The man observing from a distance was struck with terror by this astonishing speed, letting out an involuntary shout. His cry caught the attention of Yin Shengye in mere 2 leaps. He closed the distance of over 100 meters, standing before the man and woman. Chapter 84. Healing. The man stammered, What should we do, Iner? For with his cultivation, he could not match Yin Shengye's capability to dispatch dozens of Tianqian in mere breaths. Yet, the audacity of those who sought to assassinate Yin Shengye was indeed remarkable. Nearly 100 Tianqian had been dispatched. But now was not the time for lamentation, as Yin Shengye's next targets were undoubtedly the 2 of them. What could they do? The woman swiftly grabbed the man and ascended to the treetops, fleeing without delay. Yin Shengye, with his crimson eyes and hair, stood still, watching them escape without making a move. Turning around, he gazed toward a nearby thicket, then unleashed a bolt of lightning from his thunderlight sword, aiming directly at it. Just as the lightning was about to strike the thicket, a cloaked figure leaped out. Before Yin Shengye could launch another attack, the shadowy figure ascended into the treetops and fled. In that moment, only Yin Shengye remained alive. The others were all dead. Transformed in appearance, Yin Shengye sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by swirling crimson energy. As the energy spun faster and faster, it gradually obscured his figure. Simultaneously, the corpses around him underwent a transformation. The still liquid blood within the bodies flowed out, converging towards Yin Shengye and joining the whirl of energy, ultimately entering his being. The injuries that had marred Yin Shengye's body began to mend at a visible pace as the blood infused him. His originally red hair became even more enchanting. Once all the blood from the corpses had been drawn out and absorbed, Yin Shengye collapsed to the ground. In that moment of falling, his hair returned to its normal state. As dusk descended, the dying rays of the sun bathed the earth. Lying on the ground, Yin Shengye slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of red flickering within them. What had transpired? He felt a heavy languor wash over him. Shaking his head as if recovering from an excessive exertion, glancing around, he beheld the multitude of corpses strewn about, and memories flooded back. He recalled severing a man's head and inadvertently swallowing his blood, leading to his current predicament. Yet, was not the blood of the Yin family a source of nourishment? How could it have transformed him in such a manner? Reflecting on the lore of the Yin lineage, he finally grasped the truth. While the blood did indeed serve as a supplement, the flaw lay in his still nascent awakening of the family's bloodline powers, barely reaching the threshold of awakening. Moreover, during his previous battle with the cloaked figure, he had already absorbed more blood than his body could tolerate. The subsequent gulp of hot blood had exceeded his limits. With this understanding, Yin Shengye resolved to take action. Fortunately, during his unconsciousness, no one had approached. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. He sought a relatively secluded spot within the forest to dispel the sensation of weakness and confusion. The following morning, upon awakening, he found himself nearly restored to peak condition. Unexpectedly, the battle from the previous day had not only injured him but had also conferred immense benefits. Last night, after his recovery, he seized the cover of night to cultivate his bloodline powers. In a single night, he completely transformed his legs. Yin Shengye had never anticipated that the cultivation of this bloodline power could be so straightforward. Chapter 85. All on credit, Yin Shengye's body had healed. Yet having not returned home the previous day, he imagined that there would surely be some commotion awaiting him at home. Not wishing to linger, he stealthily returned to the site of yesterday's battle. Discovering that the bodies had been cleared away, fortuitously, he had departed when he did. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Following the path back to Yinlu town, he procured a horse, changed out of his blood-stained garments, and made his way to the capital city of Xanadu. Upon arriving at the residence of the Duke of Yin, he was greeted by a guard who summoned him to Yin Chengzai's study. Yin Shengye had anticipated this outcome. In the past, regardless of his mischief, he would always return home by nightfall. Thus, this was the first time he had failed to return. Dismissing the guard, he changed his attire before proceeding to the study of Yin Chengzai. In the study of Yin Chengzai, Yin Shengye spoke candidly, revealing that he had journeyed to Yinlu town to visit his mother's ancestral home. He subsequently spent a night there, and Yin Chengzai had little to say about it. Yin Shengye returned to his courtyard unscathed. Within the confines of his room, he recalled the previous incident where he had been drenched in blood and subsequently erupted. Although the aftermath was rather distressing, he deemed it a life-saving ace up his sleeve. Simultaneously, he discovered a type of elixir crafted from blood in ancient texts, known as blood pill. The effects of the blood pill mirrored those of consuming blood, merely concentrated into a more potent form. Furthermore, this elixir was unique to the Yin family, exclusively consumable by its members. Not only did the blood pill contain formidable blood energy, but it also encompassed various medicinal ingredients imbued with substantial mysterious energy, such as the Tianyuan fruit previously auctioned at the Holy Snow Hall. Yin Shengye called out loudly through the door, "Dali, Dali, go outside and procure a few Xian beasts." "Yes, young master." The reason for acquiring Xian beasts was due to the blood energy contained within their blood, which was several times that of a human's. Thus, it was the preferred choice for concocting blood pills. As for the medicinal ingredients, Yin Shengye had an ample supply within his room, sufficient to integrate with the Xian beast blood. Should it prove insufficient, he could replicate a few more, which would suffice. 18 noon. Yin Shengye indulged in a delightful nap, and upon awakening, he found that afternoon had already arrived. Stepping outside, he was taken aback. The courtyard was filled with dozens of cages housing Xian beasts, nearly occupying the entire space. Additionally, an unpleasant odor of excrement permeated the air. Furious, Yin Shengye shouted, "Dali, come here." Yin Dali approached, carrying several large basins. "Young master, what are your instructions?" Upon seeing the basins, Yin Shengye wondered if Dali intended to feed them. Such enthusiasm. "Did you purchase all of these?" "Indeed, young master. I only instructed you to buy one or two." "How many did you acquire?" "Young master, you did not specify a quantity." Dumbfounded, Yin Shengye couldn't comprehend how such a reliable person could exhibit confusion at this moment. "How much did you spend?" "In total, it amounts to 150,000 taels. All on credit." Yin Dali felt he had erred, his voice dwindling. "Very well, see to it that these Xian beasts are well cared for. If one perishes, you shall compensate me. Moreover, deal with this foul odor." "Humph." Yin Shengye turned and re-entered his room, only to emerge immediately after. He picked up a stone from the ground and struck a canine Xian beast on the head, causing it to collapse within the cage. Then, he seized several basins from Yin Dali's hands, commanding, "Drag it inside." Having brought the Xian beast and basins into the room, Yin Shengye slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, leaving Yin Dali standing at the entrance, utterly bewildered. Chapter 86. Blood Pill. Setting aside his anger, for matters of significance awaited, Yin Shengye composed himself within his room and commenced the refinement of the blood pill. Given the current prowess of Yin Shengye, the consumption of blood elixir offers little advantage. However, it has the potential to bestow formidable combat strength. Thus, in times of peril, it serves as a means of survival. Within the divine domain continent, Yin Shengye is aware that cultivation levels encompass Xian, Di Xian, Tian Xian, and Shan Xian. The tiers of bloodline power include awakening, spirit communication, heavy body, same sky, and cocoon transformation, with the latter culminating in ascension. Presently, awakening can be likened to Shan Xian, suggesting that the cultivation of Xian Qi must extend beyond Shan Xian. Beyond Shan Xian, there likely exist further stages. Confronted with these unknown phases, Yin Shengye harbors no confidence in surviving. Thus, the preparation of blood elixir is intended to secure a contingency for future uncertainties, enabling a return to that state and preserving his life. Regardless of the motivations, as long as it enhances his strength, Yin Shengye is willing to give it a try. With a sword thrust into the unconscious Xian beast, its blood flowed into a basin. After draining the blood, he utilized duplication to fill several other basins. During his inaugural attempt at refining the blood elixir, Yin Shengye was uncertain of the required quantity of blood. Nonetheless, it is prudent to be prepared. He retrieved medicinal herbs imbued with Xian Qi, specifically the purple gold fruit. The Xian Qi contained within the purple gold fruit is even more abundant than that of the Tianyuan fruit, and he duplicated many of them, adhering to the principle of preparedness. Even if some go unused, consuming them directly would be advantageous. He cast 5 fruits into one basin and commenced the refining of the blood elixir. The blood within the wooden basin enveloped the purple gold fruits, rising into the air under the influence of the blood-colored Xian Qi as the fruits gradually dissolved within the liquid. The blood bubbled incessantly, akin to water boiling, then slowly contracted and merged, ultimately transforming into a red pill the size of a fist. Observing the fist-sized elixir, Yin Shengye could only smile wryly. He had clearly overused both the purple gold fruits and the blood. According to the records, a finished blood elixir should only be the size of a pinky finger. This was undeniably a large blood elixir, a failure. Yet, unable to bear discarding it, he took a bite of the elixir, which was replete with a metallic taste, utterly nauseating. However, The characteristic of a successfully refined blood elixir is precisely this foul, sanguine flavor. Since this was deemed a success, it could not be discarded. Seizing the moment while the elixir was still moist, Yin Shengye swiftly took his thunderlight sword. Placing the elixir on the table, he cleaved it multiple times, and with a gentle tap on the table, the originally fist-sized pill shattered into dozens, if not hundreds, of small pieces akin to tofu. Picking up a fragment and placing it in his mouth, he confirmed, yes, this is it. He stored these red tofu-like pieces in a bottle and, upon turning around to regard the several basins filled with Xian beast blood, he pondered how he had accumulated so many tasks. Fortunately, night had fallen, providing an opportunity for cultivation. Positioned among the wooden basins, he activated his bloodline power, causing the blood within to gradually swirl. With each rotation, the color of the blood lightened, enhancing Yin Shengye's bloodline strength. He continued this until the following morning, at which point the blood in the basins had all transformed into clear water. If Yin Shengye were unaware that this was the blood of the previous mystical beast, he would undoubtedly scold someone for creating such a mess, questioning the purpose of such an abundance of water. What a ridiculous waste. Chapter 87. Slaughter and Feast. Hey, Fair, are you up? Come in and pour out this water. Oh no, take it to the mystical beasts to drink. We mustn't let it go to waste with so much water. It surely cannot be consumed by us. Just thinking about its transformation from the blood of a mystical beast is enough to induce nausea. Yet, one must admit, this water is undoubtedly rich in nutrients. If the mystical beasts were to consume it, they would surely flourish. Yin Fair stood outside, summoned by Yin Shengye's call, and walked in with a puzzled expression, staring at the water in the room. She distinctly remembered not bringing in so much water last night. Young master, what is this water for? Take it outside to feed the mystical beasts. Yin Shengye had no desire to elaborate further. With a sigh of resignation, Yin Fair complied with his instructions and carried the water out. After finishing her grooming, she stepped outside, only to be met with an overwhelming stench that was utterly revolting. Yin Dali, clean this up immediately. If you can't manage it, just dispose of it entirely. With that, Yin Shengye slammed the door shut. At that moment, Yin Dali, who was handling the mystical beast's waste, stood there, aghast and bewildered. Inside, he was shouting, "This is all you're doing, young master. How is it my fault now?" There was no alternative. If he were to tend to these dozens of mystical beasts daily, how could he possibly attend to other matters? He could only follow Yin Shengye's instructions to dispose of them. 3 days later, as Yin Shengye stepped out again, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of cages. Dali, where are the mystical beasts from the cages? Yin Dali hurried over from one of the cages. Young master, they were slaughtered and consumed. For the past few days, the entire courtyard has been feasting on mystical beast meat, and everyone is expressing their gratitude to you. You have genuinely infuriated me. Yin Shengye was momentarily speechless, aghast that such a fortune, over 1 million gold, had been squandered so carelessly. Yin Dali felt an overwhelming wave of innocence wash over him. After all, this was precisely what the young master had instructed. Dali, how much do you earn in a month? Young master, you said it yourself, slaughter and consume. Yin Dali protested. He was discontented. He earned merely 100 taels of gold a month, while the mystical beasts that had been devoured were worth at least 700,000 gold at market value. If all of that were to be attributed to him, how could he ever hope to start a family? Yin Shengye kicked Yin Dali's leg. All right, so you've learned to retort, have you? Startled by the kick, Yin Dali jumped back. Young master, are you being reasonable? Fine, I will be reasonable, slaughter and consume, and I shall eat while you do the work. Humph! With a huff of indignation, Yin Shengye strode purposefully toward the door. As he passed a small cage, he caught sight of a little bird, instantly intrigued. For within the realm of mystical beasts, he had never encountered one so diminutive. This bird, so fluffy, seemed truly unlike any he had seen before, in both this life and the last. After all, have you ever seen a bird whose feathers nearly obscured its eyes? Could such a creature even take flight? Gazing at such a fluffy creature, adorable and endearing, Yin Shengye felt a sudden impulse to adopt a pet. Dali, please place this bird into a small cage and bring it to my room. I have taken a liking to it. Distantly, Yin Dali continued to grumble about his master, and upon hearing this command, he was struck by a headache. Truly, the young master was a handful, and the days when Yin Shengye was in charge, it was far more comfortable. Simply reporting on Yin Shengye's well-being and ensuring his safety sufficed, without the burden of so many tasks. Chapter 88. Where to seek amusement with a sigh of complaint. Yin Dali ultimately complied with Yin Shengye's request, Settling the bird into his room. As he exited, he noticed the remaining mysterious beasts. If he were to follow Yin Shengye's orders to slay and cook them himself, he would surely be exhausted. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. Upon leaving the estate, Yin Shengye made his way to the Tang Duke's residence, eager to see Tang Rongrong after several days apart and to enjoy some leisure. Upon arriving at the Tang estate, he found no sign of Tang Rongrong, but instead encountered Gu Shi. Shi, what brings you here? Where is Rongrong? It was noteworthy that Tang Rongrong and Gu Shi were not yet wed. How could she arrive so early? Had something transpired the night before? Contemplating this, a mischievous grin spread across Yin Shengye's face. Seeing the expression on Yin Shengye's face, Gu Shi immediately scolded him. Yin Shengye, you rogue! I came here early this morning. Are you not aware that Rongrong is on duty with the city defense forces today? Yin Shengye was taken aback. On duty? What kind of duty? Gu Shi was perplexed. Wasn't he Tang Rongrong supposed to be close friends with Yin Shengye? How could such news have escaped him? Did Rongrong not mention it to you? Not at all. I haven't left the house in several days. Initially, he had hoped to spend time with Rongrong, but the news of his duty had dampened his spirits. Shaking his head, Yin Shengye departed. It seemed Tang Rongrong had nothing better to do than waste time on the city defense forces. Observing Yin Shengye's disappointed demeanor, Gu Shi felt a pang of annoyance. Had it not been for Yin Shengye's words that day, how could Tang Rongrong have found himself in such a predicament? Without Tang Rongrong's company, Yin Shengye was left with no choice but to return home. Alone, everything felt devoid of interest. Perhaps this was the bond of camaraderie he had failed to comprehend in his past life. As he left the Tang estate and traversed several intersections, he nearly collided with a woman. Who is that? Do they seek peril? A sharp female voice pierced through the air, reaching Yin Shengye's ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the lady he wished to avoid, Song Xiaoyi. Yin Shengye froze momentarily, then forced a smile and turned away. No, I was merely taking a stroll. By the way, Miss Song, where are you off to today for some amusement? After pondering for a moment, Song Xiaoyi discerned the double entendre in his words. Ha! You are the one out seeking pleasure. Yin Shengye's lips curled into a smile as he observed the little girl before him. Indeed, she remained unchanged, naive and endearing, blissfully unaware of the world around her. Miss Song, what pursuits do you engage in? He inquired. Are you off to partake in something entertaining? Of course, I am destined for something meaningful, she retorted. Wait, no, it should be me asking you, not the other way around. Mid-sentence, Song Xiaoyi sensed a misalignment in their conversation and swiftly countered. Yin Shengye, if you don't clarify things today, you shan't leave. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, berating herself for being so foolish as to be ensnared by Yin Shengye's words. Were it not for her standing before him, he might have burst into laughter. Although Song Xiaoyi could be quite bothersome, there was an undeniable charm about her. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Miss Song, I am actually engaged in a grand affair. Would you care to know? If so, follow me alone. Let us see if I can't manage to sway you. Chapter 89. The princess, miss, you cannot go. Yin Shengye is not a good person. Indeed, miss, that scoundrel Yin Shengye cannot be trusted. Before Song Xiaoyi could voice her thoughts, her handmaidens chimed in with their protests. Yin Shengye was at a loss for words. He had been quite docile over these past few months, having committed no misdeeds. Yet this was the reputation he had earned. Nevertheless, these were merely servants. As long as Song Xiaoyi did not acquiesce to him, he could rid himself of this nuisance. So, Miss Song, will you come? Casting a glance at her attendants and then at Yin Shengye, she steeled herself. I shall go. What is there to fear? Recalling the previous occasion when she had surreptitiously earned a handsome sum, she felt a rush of excitement. If she could accompany Yin Shengye again and reap similar rewards, how advantageous that would be. After all, he would not dare to mistreat her. So why not take the chance? You all return. Yin Shengye would not dare to harm me. Thus, Song Xiaoyi dismissed her handmaidens and set off alongside Yin Shengye. He was taken aback by her audacity. How could she be so trusting as to follow him alone? His initial plan to rid himself of her seemed futile, and he would need to devise another strategy. As they walked side by side, the handmaidens could only return home to report the events to their master. Without a second thought, Yin Shengye led Song Xiaoyi toward the outskirts of the city, hoping to instill fear in her through his words. Miss Song, a few days ago, I was targeted for assassination. I am now investigating the matter, and it is fraught with peril. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Are you going to fight someone? Not merely to fight, but to kill, Song Xiaoyi exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Killing? Yin Shengye quickly covered her mouth, exasperated by her lack of discretion. How could she be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. Killing? With Yin Shengye? Given his abilities, it seems he is more likely to be the one getting killed. The tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Such unpleasant words left Yin Shengye feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon turning around, he was startled to find that it was the fourth princess, Hongyayuan. Why was she here? Hastily, Yin Shengye bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness." After all, she was a princess, and it was imperative not to offend her. At least not now. The moment Song Xiaoyi spotted the princess, her excitement surged. "Your Highness, what brings you out of the palace today?" Hongyayuan, caught off guard by Song Xiaoyi's question, felt her cheeks flush slightly, her gaze evasive. "I merely stepped out for a stroll. Being cooped up in the palace all day can be rather stifling." An idea struck Yin Shengye. Since Hongyayuan had arrived, he could entrust Song Xiaoyi to her and take his leave. "Your Highness, I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave now. Didn't you mention that the palace can be quite dull? Why not engage in a delightful conversation with Miss Song? She is quite knowledgeable and could surely provide you with some amusement." Without waiting for a response from either of them, Yin Shengye swiftly departed. Hongyayuan observed the retreating figure of Yin Shengye, her expression a mix of emotions. "Your Highness, let us go for a stroll. I have heard that in." Song Xiaoyi, who already had a good rapport with the princess, chattered incessantly upon encountering Hongyayuan. However, Hongyayuan appeared somewhat distracted, hardly absorbing the words of Song Xiaoyi. Chapter 90. Rongrong. Once Yin Shengye left, he hurriedly returned home, feeling quite unfortunate. He had intended to seek out Tang Rongrong, only to discover that she had turned over a new leaf. And along the way, he encountered the troublesome Song Xiaoyi. Thankfully, he had run into Hongyayuan. Otherwise, he could only imagine how the day might have concluded. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yin Shengye recalled his little bird and promptly entered the house. There, he found the fluffy creature tethered by its feet, perched upon a wire. Yin Shengye gazed at the bird, finding it undeniably adorable. He broke off a piece of pastry from the table and held it before the bird's beak. "This is a rare delicacy in Xanadu, and today you are in luck. Come, have a taste." To his dismay, the little bird turned its head away, showing no interest in the treat. How ungrateful! Yin Shengye pinched the bird's beak to pry it open and forcefully stuffed the morsel inside. The bird swallowed the small piece with great difficulty, nearly choking. Then, Yin Shengye coaxed another tiny piece and placed it near the bird's beak. Perhaps intimidated by his earlier actions, the bird, now compliant, eagerly accepted the offering. "Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Eating it yourself is far better than having it forced upon you." After amusing himself with the bird, Yin Shengye decided it was time to bestow a name upon his pet. The bird, fluffy and round, resembled a pom-pom more than a bird. Thus, he would call it Rongrong. Coincidentally, the name sounded similar to Tang Rongrong's. One bird and one person, both round in their own way. "From now on, I shall call you Rongrong." Returning to his bedroom, Yin Shengye flopped onto the bed, casting a sidelong glance at his new companion. Just then, their eyes met, and the bird glared at him with a look of indignation. Upon noticing Yin Shengye's gaze, Rongrong promptly turned its head away. Indeed, the mystical beasts possess a level of sentience far beyond that of ordinary creatures. They are acutely aware of being wronged and can harbor grudges. Speaking of mystical beasts, Yin Shengye recalled a certain matter on the divine domain continent. There exists a formidable force associated with these mystical beings, located at the confluence of the Shang dynasty, Xia dynasty, and Zhou dynasty, within the vast expanse of the ancient deforest. This forest is immense, surpassing the territories of any nation among the three dynasties. It is a veritable paradise for mystical beasts, with nearly all of them originating from this place. Previously, Yin Shengye had heard tales of several beast kings residing within the ancient deforest, renowned for their formidable prowess. Encounters with them often resulted in dire consequences for the unprepared, but fortunately, they seldom ventured out. Otherwise, none among the three dynasties would stand a chance against them. Yin Shengye mused that once his strength had grown, he would venture there to observe the wonders of the forest. The prospect of capturing a flying mystical beast as a steed was indeed a delightful thought. As for the fluffy bird in his room, Yin Shengye harbored a question. Could it truly fly? Or, one might wonder, was it genuinely a bird? Rising to his feet, he approached the soft creature once more. It seemed as though the bird was aware of his intentions, shifting its feet slightly to the side. Unperturbed, Yin Shengye seized it with one hand, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from its beak, which resembled that of a bird, it appeared dissimilar in other respects. Its wings were devoid of feathers, only covered in down, and its feet bore sharp claws, lacking the scaly skin characteristic of avian species. After pondering this conundrum, Yin Shengye decided it would be simpler to investigate further. Thus, with a mischievous grin, he pried apart the creature's soft legs. To his surprise, it was not a bird, but rather a beast. A female at that in reaction to Yin Shengye's actions, the creature, named Rongrong, surprisingly covered its eyes with its claws, exhibiting a bashful demeanor that elicited hearty laughter from him. Chapter 91. An engagement proposal. Look at you, showing such shyness. You must truly be enchanted, Yin Shengye remarked with a playful grin, before playfully poking between the little creature's legs. In an instant, Rongrong fainted in his grasp. Observing this, Yin Shengye exclaimed in astonishment, "Surely, it hasn't he perished?" He then removed the binding rope and poured a glass of water, splashing it over Rongrong's head. Startled, she jolted awake, glaring at him with fierce indignation. The combination of her expression and fluffy appearance made Yin Shengye erupt into laughter once more. He returned her to her confinement, mindful not to lose sight of his priorities. With no entertainment to be found outside and feeling rather bored at home, Yin Shengye resolved to cultivate his mystical energy to pass the time. However, this cultivation was not genuine. It involved the replication of his mystical energy. This endeavor would not only enhance his mystical prowess but also elevate the level of his middle finger technique, which had only recently reached the second tier. To enable it to replicate more formidable entities, Yin Shengye needed to expedite its advancement. As he replicated his mystical energy time and again, he eventually felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and decided to cease his efforts. Rising to his feet, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Just as his mind began to clear, the door to his room was abruptly kicked open, nearly coming off its hinges. Yin Shengye, what is the meaning of this? You are well aware of my intentions towards the princess. Why do you insist on arranging a betrothal? The voice belonged to Yin Shengye, his face a mask of indignation, as though he had suffered a grave injustice. Yin Shengye was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Yin Shengye's intentions. Shengye, what are you saying? What is this about a betrothal? I have been inside the house, not bothering anyone. Even when I encountered Hongyayuan today, he slipped away immediately. Given this, how could I possibly be entangled in matters of engagement? Stop pretending. How could you be unaware? If it weren't for you, how would His Majesty designate the princess to you? Yin Shengye's anger escalated to its zenith, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards Yin Shengye. This blow was no trivial matter. Yin Shengye braced himself, successfully blocking it. Shengye, do not act impulsively. Remain calm and clarify the situation. How can I clarify anything? You are about to be betrothed to the princess, while how am I supposed to remain calm? At this moment, Yin Shengye had no desire to hear any explanation from Yin Shengye. He simply wished to deliver a severe beating. Consequently, the two engaged in a fierce brawl within the confines of the room. In the past, Yin Shengye would undoubtedly have been left battered and bruised by Yin Shengye's blows, but now, Shengye could gain no advantage whatsoever. After dozens of exchanges, Yin Shengye had yet to land a single hit on Yin Shengye. However, Yin Shengye understood that Shengye needed to calm down, yet how could he achieve that without subduing him? Thus, Yin Shengye ceased to show mercy, seized Yin Shengye's fist, and forcefully pushed him away. With a stern expression, he inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" Yin Shengye shouted, rearing back to strike once more. Yin Shengye stood firm, refusing to evade, and swiftly kicked Yin Shengye aside. After hitting the ground, Shengye coughed up blood, looking up at Yin Shengye with a face full of resentment. "Do you wish to fight further? If so, I shall oblige." Alas! Yin Shengye pounded his fist against the ground, tears streaming down his face. Noticing that Shengye had finally calmed down, Yin Shengye spoke. "Shengye, how did you come to know about the betrothal?" "Humph." Yin Shengye rose, turning his head aside, clearly unwilling to respond. "If you do not clarify, how am I to understand the circumstances? Moreover, I have no acquaintance with the princess. Why would there suddenly be a betrothal? Have you considered the reasons behind this?" Chapter 92. The truth behind the betrothal. Upon hearing Yin Shengye's words, Yin Shengye seemed to believe him, his gaze softening slightly. "This morning, I sought out my father, but the servant informed me that he had gone to my uncle's residence. Hence, I proceeded to my uncle's study, and just as I reached the door, I overheard a conversation within. They spoke of His Majesty intending to arrange a marriage for the princess, and that the intended was none other than you." The more he recounted, the more aggrieved he felt, ultimately breaking into tears. "So it was like this." Yin Shengye recalled the expression on Hongyayuan's face during their encounter earlier. It seemed she had already known. Today's chance meeting was no mere coincidence. It was clearly orchestrated by her. Yet, from Hongyayuan's tone, Yin Shengye discerned only her disdain and aversion towards him. If that were the case, why would she still contemplate marrying him? "Shengye, do not be hasty. The imperial decree has yet to be issued, and no conclusions have been reached. Moreover, this information is merely what you have overheard. Perhaps the situation is not as you perceive it. Yin Shengye found himself at a loss on how to comfort Yin Shengye, merely hoping that his words might bear some weight. A glimmer of hope ignited within Yin Shengye, prompting him to exclaim, "Fifth brother, if I truly misheard, what then would be the outcome?" At that very moment, a voice from the doorway extinguished the flicker of hope he had just grasped. "Shengye, you did not mishear. It is all true. An imperial decree for marriage will soon be forthcoming." The speaker was none other than Yin Shengye. Father, second uncle. Both were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yin Shengye cast a glance at Yin Shengye, wishing to spare his cousin from disappointment. "Father, what on earth is happening?" Yin Shengye's countenance darkened. "This is all of your own making." "What? Father, I have done nothing." "Humph. Shengye, return home." "Ye come with me." "Second uncle, I will not leave. I demand to know why this is happening, why His Majesty would bestow the princess upon fifth brother." After a moment of hesitation, Yin Shengye replied, "Currently, there are matters at home that are not suitable for you to know." With that, he departed, leaving Yin Shengye to pat Yin Shengye on the shoulder before following. Upon reaching Yin Shengye's study, Yin Shengye implored, "Father, what is truly going on? Is this not the trouble you have brought upon yourself? On the day of the birthday banquet, it was not just I and your grandfather who recognized you, but His Majesty as well." In a mere phrase, Yin Shengye grasped the implications. The emperor's intention to betroth the princess to him could signify two possibilities. Either he has taken a liking to him, perceiving his immense potential and seeking to ally with him, or, conversely, Zhou Yongyan has discerned his bloodline prowess, wishing to leverage his lineage to ensure the royal family fosters individuals with awakened powers in the future. Yin Shengye vaguely recalled that among the hundreds of clans, there existed a Zhou clan, albeit not one of great strength at the time. Should the former be the case, the situation could be rectified. However, if it were the latter, the stakes would be dire. Given the current circumstances, it appeared Zhou Yongyan had arbitrarily conferred a marriage between him and the princess, which, barring unforeseen events, pointed to the latter possibility. Thus, the situation had grown exceedingly perilous. Zhou Yongyan would undoubtedly employ every means at his disposal to keep him within Xanadu. Having contemplated these matters, Yin Shengye understood that this was not the time for unilateral decisions. He then turned his gaze towards Yin Shengye and inquired, "Father, what do you believe we should do now?" Chapter 93. Citywide martial law. What else can we do? Escape. Yin Shengye declared resolutely. "You must not fall into Zhou Yongyan's hands." Escape? Yin Shengye had never entertained the thought of fleeing, yet now, with Yin Shengye urging him to do so, he found it difficult to accept. "If I do not escape, what will become of me? If one does not flee, one will ultimately become nothing more than a vessel for procreation, a mere tool for breeding. Do you wish to become such an instrument?" Yin Shengye has now come to comprehend that Yin Shengye, with a mind as clear as a mirror, has long been aware of his own circumstances. Yin Shengye continued, stating that with our current strength, we are utterly incapable of challenging Zhou Yongyan, nor can we offer you any protection. The battle from a decade ago nearly depleted the resources of all the clans, while the royal family's power remained intact. To attempt to confront Zhou Yongyan now would be akin to courting death. Yin Shengye was taken aback by the evident frailty of the clan's strength. It seems that she must begrudgingly accept her predicament. "Very well, father. I shall heed your counsel. You must depart immediately, taking as few belongings as possible." Yin Shengye was unprepared for the urgency of the situation. "Father, after I leave Xanadu, where shall I go?" "First, you will head to our Shang dynasty's Qianfan Academy, a place teeming with all manner of individuals and factions. Even if Zhou Yongyan learns of your presence there, he would not dare to act against you." Yin Shengye had long since arranged a safe haven for Yin Shengye. Otherwise, he would not have come in search of her at that moment. An indescribable feeling surged within Yin Shengye. "Father, I am leaving, but what will become of you?" "Fear not, for although our Yin family may lack the royal family's strength, should he dare to threaten the Yin clan, the other families would not stand idly by. If it truly comes to a fight to the death, the Shang nation would be on the brink of annihilation. Thus, you need not worry about us." After contemplating Yin Shengye's words, Yin Shengye acknowledged their truth. Concluding their discussion, Yin Shengye presented Yin Shengye with a map and a letter, serving as a letter of recommendation for Qianfan Academy. Clutching the letter, Yin Shengye hurried back to her quarters, taking only the Leguang sword and 2 changes of clothing, preparing to depart. However, upon reaching the door, she recalled something and promptly returned. She untied the small, furry creature bound with iron wire and cradled it in her arms. Exiting the gates of the Duke of Yin's residence, she made her way towards the city gate. Upon nearing the gates, Yin Shengye observed two squads of soldiers standing vigil, scrutinizing passers-by with portraits in hand. From a distance, she recognized the likeness on the portrait as her own. Furthermore, the carriages leaving the city were being thoroughly searched, leaving no stone unturned. What to do now? Their efficiency is alarming. I have only just received the news, yet they have already sealed the city gates, intent on preventing my escape from Xanadu. With no other option, Yin Shengye retraced her steps to consult her father once more. Midway, she encountered Yin Shengye. Upon seeing her, Yin Shengye silently offered a prayer of gratitude. Father, they are indeed swift in their actions. As the father and daughter conversed while walking, Yin Shengye remarked, Year, I came to find you for precisely this reason. Shortly after you left the residence, Tang Rongrong dispatched a messenger with news. The letter stated that the entire city is under martial law, and searches are being conducted at the city gates to ensure that you do not leave Xanadu. I have seen it. Father, do you have any means to facilitate my departure? Alas, the city guards are royal personnel, and it seems nearly impossible to elude their scrutiny. If all else fails, I may have to force my way through. Yin Shengye almost forgot one crucial matter. Father, I have devised a plan to exit the city. Once I am outside, I shall send you a letter. Chapter 94. Changing faces. Yin Shengye was taken aback. Yin Shengye has a plan? What is this plan? Year, you must not take risks. It would be prudent to return and confer with your grandfather. Father, truly, I have a way. After much persuasion, Yin Shengye was finally convinced to return. The reason Yin Shengye claimed to have a solution was that he possessed the ability to replicate individuals. This replication does not entail creating an actual duplicate, but rather transferring another person's visage onto his own. Once he alters his appearance, leaving Xanadu should pose no issue. However, as a precaution, he needed to visit the Tang Duke's residence first. This was because Tang Rongrong was currently on duty with the city guards. Thus, he ought to be aware of which tokens would permit a safe departure from Xanadu. Upon arriving at the Tang Duke's estate, Yin Shengye did not approach the main gate but instead made his way to the back street. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, he swiftly scaled the wall and entered. His decision to climb over was due to the sensitivity of his current identity. If he could avoid drawing attention, he would. Upon reaching Tang Rongrong's courtyard, he discovered Tang Rongrong inside. It appeared that she had not reported for duty with the city guards today, which explained her availability to deliver his message. Yin Shengye softly called out, Rongrong. Startled by his voice, Tang Rongrong jumped from her chair. Shengye, why are you still within the city? Yin Shengye replied with irritation. How could I not remain in the city? The entire city is under martial law, forbidding my departure. Where could I possibly leave? True enough. However, Shengye, if you do not devise a means to escape, what purpose does visiting my home serve? Yin Shengye patted Tang Rongrong on the shoulder. It serves a purpose. I came to inquire what token I need to bring to facilitate my departure. Tang Rongrong responded, You must possess a token bestowed by His Majesty in order to leave unsearched and safely. Yet, with your current visage, even possessing a token will not grant you passage. Yin Shengye felt a surge of hope. Initially, he feared that the city guards were on high alert due to his association with Tang Rongrong. No matter. Do you know what the token looks like? Of course. If I did not, how would I recognize these tokens while on duty with the city guards? Excellent. Quickly, draw it for me. Drawing it will be of no use. You cannot impersonate it. Just draw it, leaving no detail overlooked. Left with no alternative, Tang Rongrong complied with Yin Shengye's request, retrieving paper and ink to sketch both sides of the exit token. Yin Shengye took the paper, committing the token's design to memory. Having previously replicated the dots on a die, he was confident he could achieve the same with the token. As long as he formed a clear image of the token in his mind, he believed he could recreate it. Subsequently, after inquiring some details from Tang Rongrong, Yin Shengye took his leave. Once outside, he found himself on the street, where he observed a squad of city guards conducting searches of pedestrians. How relentless is Zhao Yongyan, leaving no room for himself? Fortunately, he had not returned to the Yin Duke's residence. Otherwise, once inside, he would never be able to leave again. Not daring to linger any longer, Yin Shengye ventured into a deserted alley. When he emerged, he had transformed into a burly man with a full beard. The thunder blade in his hand had also changed color. The hilt, once deep purple, was now black, and the purple sheath had turned black as well, along with the blade itself. As the man approached the city gate, he was immediately stopped. The city guard stepped forward and inquired, Where are you headed? The man responded, Out of the city, back to my hometown. Draw your sword for inspection. Without a moment's hesitation, the man unsheathed his sword. The guards remained silent, yet they began to scrutinize Yin Shengye's face with great diligence. Impudence. What do you think you are doing? Himph, we are conducting a search. You have no say in this matter." Following this, the man retrieved a token from his bosom. Upon seeing it, the city guards immediately knelt in apology, exclaiming, "My lord, we were unaware of your esteemed identity. We beg your forgiveness for any offense. Keep your eyes open next time." After speaking, the man exited the city gate. Chapter 95. Wang Yushue. Once outside the city, the man immediately began to run swiftly, distancing himself from the capital. Upon reaching a more secluded area beyond the city walls, his face appeared to contort, and after 2 breaths, it had morphed into that of Yin Shengye. Yin Shengye muttered to himself that his level was still too low. All in all, it had taken less than an hour. Not wishing to linger, he promptly set out for Qianfan Academy, following his father Yin Chengzai's intentions. Once he arrived at Qianfan Academy, the affairs here should come to a close. Qianfan Academy is situated to the south of the Shang dynasty, while the capital city lies somewhat to the north within its territory. The domain of the Shang dynasty is vast, and walking would consume an inordinate amount of time. To expedite his journey to Qianfan Academy, Yin Shengye purchased a horse in a town along the way and had someone deliver a letter back home. As he rode, Yin Shengye pondered what sort of place Qianfan Academy might be. Regardless of whether they hailed from ordinary families or noble lineages, everyone understood the cultivation of mysterious energy. What, then, did Qianfan Academy teach? Was it poetry and literature? Yet, such pursuits held no value in the divine domain continent. Mysterious energy is something that one cultivates on their own. Or perhaps it is a place that instructs in warfare. Yin Shengye felt this notion was also misplaced. There were already places in the capital dedicated to martial training. Why would a group of individuals distanced from battle engage in warfare? After much contemplation, he failed to arrive at any conclusions and decided to dismiss the matter. Traveling by day and resting at night, why waste energy on such trivial thoughts? It would be far more beneficial to focus his energies on elevating his own level of cultivation rather than dwelling on these mundane inquiries. After a fortnight of travel, in a town named Nangong, Yin Shengye encountered a familiar face. Though perhaps not one he would categorize as a true acquaintance, it was the renowned auctioneer from the Holy Snow Hall. The beautiful Wang Yushue. As an auctioneer, what brought her here instead of the auction house? Initially, Yin Shengye contemplated pretending not to recognize her and simply passing by. Yet, circumstances did not unfold to the satisfaction of Yin Shengye. As he passed by Wang Yushue, she spoke up, "Young Master Yin, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Who are you?" Yin Shengye's expression darkened momentarily, followed by a look of perplexity as he regarded Wang Yushue. "Young Master Yin, you truly are a man of many distractions. I am Wang Yushue from the Holy Snow Hall." "Ah, the chief auctioneer of the Holy Snow Hall." Yin Shengye chuckled lightly. "Miss Wang, I truly did not expect to meet you here." "Nor did I. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Fate, my foot." Yin Shengye inwardly cursed. "Where are you headed, Miss Wang? Are you returning to the Holy Snow Mountain Manor? I recall it is situated in the north." Wang Yushue maintained her cheerful demeanor. "No, I am here in the south on business." "I see. Miss Wang, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. We can converse another time." Though he was uncertain why Wang Yushue was present, Yin Shengye wished to avoid being recognized by too many people. Should the followers of Zhao Yongyan learn of his whereabouts, they might send someone to pursue him, resulting in dire consequences. It would be best to depart sooner rather than later. Wang Yushue implored, "Young Master Yin, why the hurry? I am also headed south. Why not keep each other company? After all, I am but a lone woman, and the journey may not be entirely safe." "Safe, my foot. Having you around would be the real danger. Being in the company of such a striking beauty would undoubtedly attract attention and invite trouble. What nonsense about being a weak woman, with cultivation not inferior to that of Tianxian. How can she be deemed weak?" Yin Shengye thought to himself, feeling quite displeased. Chapter 96. Companionship on the journey. This may not be appropriate. You see, a lone man and a woman traveling together may invite misunderstandings. After uttering those words, Yin Shengye realized how foolish he sounded. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than Wang Yushue covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Those are not the words of young Master Yin. Besides, if I, as a woman, am unafraid, what is there for you to fear?" Yin Shengye felt as though he had shot himself in the foot and pondered how to refuse her. "Miss Wang, as you know, my reputation precedes me. Should anything happen on the road, do not hold me accountable." With a smile, Wang Yushue approached him, bearing a somewhat intimidating grin. "Young Master Yin, if we go by age, I am 5 years your senior. You ought to address me as sister. Should you dare to act inappropriately on this journey, I will ensure you remain a man no longer." This woman was truly formidable, yet her spirited nature piqued Yin Shengye's interest. "Sister Wang, as long as you are unafraid, I have no reason to decline. Upon hearing Yin Shengye refer to her as sister, Wang Yushue felt a surge of irritation, but she chose to take it as a jest. Thus, after exchanging a few words, the two decided to travel together. What was initially a plan for Yin Shengye to spend the night in town was soon abandoned. With such a troublesome companion by his side, he yearned to rid himself of her presence sooner rather than later. 3 days later, during midday, the two rested by the roadside. Sister Wang, where are you headed? One cannot possibly follow me incessantly. If you dare to call me Wang Dajia once more, I shall render you incapable of being a man. Wang Yushue glared, her eyes ablaze with fury. This name, Wang Dajia, has been uttered for 3 consecutive days. All right, I shall refrain from calling you that. From now on, I shall refer to you as Yushue. Yushue. Before Yin Shengye could finish his sentence, Wang Yushue interjected. No, you mustn't call me Yushue. Yin Shengye, with a playful grin, responded, if not Yushue, then what shall I call you? Shue? Yin Shengye, you are truly insufferable. Women are so difficult to please. Yin Shengye turned slightly, retrieving a fluffy little creature from his bosom, his hands caressing it continuously. Its fur was incredibly soft to the touch. This is yours. It's simply adorable. Upon noticing Yin Shengye's cessation of frivolous chatter, Wang Yushue turned to gaze at him, her youthful heart igniting with delight. Of course it belongs to me. Do you not see it in my hands? Wang Yushue extended her hand. Let me pet it. Not a chance, unless you agree to let me call you Shueshue. No. If you refuse, then I shan't share. Very well, I shall make a concession. Call me Shuejia. Absolutely not. I want to call you Shueshue. After a playful exchange, Yin Shengye relented and called her Shuejia. Wang Yushue joyfully petted the little creature before they resumed their journey. 8 days later, as they approached Qianfan Academy, Wang Yushue was still by his side. What was to be done? Could it be that she too was destined for Qianfan Academy? Yet, with the strength of the Holy Snow Mountain Manor, did she truly need to attend Qianfan Academy? Shuejia, where are you headed? Wang Yushue chuckled. Wherever you go, I shall follow. It seems Shuejia has taken a liking to me. Seeking death, Yin Shengye's expression turned serious. It was time for frankness. Enough with the jesting. Shuejia must be aware of the events transpiring in Xanadu. I have no desire to marry a princess, which is why I sought refuge here. Having accompanied me for so long, might you now disclose your reasons? Wang Yushue regarded Yin Shengye. Following you? Absurd. You, a wastrel, think I would accompany you? I am here to study. Chapter 97. Above the divine mysteries regarding Wang Yushue's explanation, Yin Shengye chose not to comment, yet he could not bring himself to dismiss her. At he present, his only request was for her to refrain from causing him trouble, and all would be well. Subsequently, the two proceeded towards Qianfan Academy. Qianfan Academy is perched atop Qianfan Mountain, a steep and formidable peak. To enter Qianfan Academy, the first trial is to ascend this daunting mountain. If one cannot conquer this peak, there is no need to consider attending Qianfan Academy. In the morning, standing at the foot of Qianfan Mountain, Yin Shengye looked up. This mountain likely rivaled the Kunlun mountain range. With a teasing tone, Wang Yushue remarked, Shengye, do you think you can scale this mountain? Do you require your sister's assistance? Yin Shengye cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yushue, realizing that his physique was no longer what it once was. Ascending such a lofty mountain seemed hardly a challenge. Sister Shue, perhaps it would be prudent for you to tend to your own affairs first. With that, Yin Shengye began his ascent along the narrow path at the mountain's base. Truly, he was oblivious to the dangers ahead. Wang Yushue rolled her eyes at his retreating figure and set off on her own journey up the mountain. After taking a mere dozen steps, Yin Shengye was suddenly struck with alarm. This mountain was bewitched. With each step he took, he felt his internal energy depleting. What was happening? Turning back, he regarded Wang Yushue with a look of bewilderment. Sister Shue, he implored with a hint of desperation, could you possibly enlighten me on this matter? Why is it that with every step I take, my internal energy is diminished? Wang Yushue responded with a teasing tone. Oh, you've finally remembered me. It matters not to share this with you, but alas, the path must still be traversed by your own efforts. This Qianfan mountain has been fortified by the Holy Emperor through prohibitive enchantments, undergoing special treatment. They believe that to attain the pinnacle of cultivation, one must first possess a robust physique. Only a strong body can withstand immense power. With a student body exceeding 10,000, the Qianfan Academy neither cultivates nor raises livestock on the mountain. Apart from water, all daily necessities are transported from the base. All of it carried up the mountain. Yin Shengye gazed ahead at the winding, seemingly endless path, laden with supplies. How exhausting that must be. Nevertheless, he recalled Wang Yushue's mention of the Holy Emperor. By the way, Sister Shue, what rank does this Holy Emperor represent? Wang Yushue, not one to keep him in suspense, replied directly. In a typical dynasty, individuals generally reach the pinnacle of cultivation at the divine profound stage. With a modicum of talent and diligence, nearly anyone can attain this level. However, beyond the divine profound, mere talent and effort are insufficient. Above the divine profound lies the venerable, the saint, the holy emperor, and the holy venerabled. As for what lies beyond the holy venerable, even I am in the dark. Wang Yuxue was more than willing to address Yin Shengye's inquiries, relishing the astonishment on his face. The stark contrast between his previous arrogance and his current humility brought her immense amusement. She even entertained the thought that having such an intriguing younger brother would not be an unwelcome circumstance, though, having lost her parents at a young age, she had only an elder brother. Is that so? Sister Shui, what is your current cultivation level? My cultivation is modest, merely at the peak of the heavenly profound stage. As for you, Shang, you should be beyond the human profound stage by now. Correct. Wang Yuxue had also pondered how Yin Shengye, with his human profound cultivation, managed to enter the Qianfan Academy. Me? Guess. Yin Shengye chuckled, continuing his ascent. Wang Yuxue gazed contemplatively at Yin Shengye's retreating figure, her thoughts wandering, before she continued to trail behind him. The narrow, steep path upon the mountain was not only constricted but also treacherous. Step by step, Yin Shengye ascended. Although he was expending his mystical energy, his body did not exhibit signs of fatigue. As the sun reached its zenith, standing atop the mountain and looking down, Yin Shengye estimated they had traversed about one-third of the way. Behind him, Wang Yuxue felt perplexed. After such a long and steep journey, it was astonishing that Yin Shengye had not paused for a moment. Even without relying on mystical energy, she felt a twinge of exhaustion, yet Yin Shengye appeared as vigorous as at the outset. Could it be that his physical endurance surpassed her own? Wang Yuxue halted and called out to Yin Shengye, "Shengdi, aren't you tired?" Yin Shengye turned, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Shuejie, I truly am not fatigued. If you are weary, I can carry you. Go to hell. Who wants you to carry me? Just take care of yourself." Wang Yushue's expression darkened as she swiftly advanced several paces, leaving Yin Shengye behind. Observing her half-anger, half-pouting demeanor, Yin Shengye found Wang Yuxue rather charming. Particularly, as he watched her rounded form sway enticingly, he couldn't help but think how delightful it would be to touch her. The sensation would be beyond description. Suddenly, Yin Shengye halted, reflecting on how he had devolved into such lascivious thoughts. Perhaps Wang Yuxue sensed something amiss, feeling a heat radiating from certain parts of her body. She stopped and glanced back. At that moment, she caught sight of Yin Shengye's flushed face, lost in a trance. Anger surged within her. This rogue, without a second thought, Wang Yuxue picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye remained absorbed in his self-reflection, entirely oblivious to the incoming projectile. Consequently, the stone struck him squarely on the forehead. "Ah, who was that?" Yin Shengye exclaimed, clutching his forehead and scanning his surroundings, only to discover that the stone had been thrown by Wang Yuxue. Upon lowering his hand, he noticed blood had begun to flow. "Shuejie, what was that for? Do you realize we are on a mountain? A moment's carelessness could send one tumbling down, leaving no trace, and you struck me so fiercely that I'm bleeding." In truth, when Wang Yuxue hit Yin Shengye, she felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't anticipated that he would be unable to dodge such a small object. However, recalling his previous behavior, her anger flared anew. The initial hint of remorse dissipated, and she retorted, "You deserve it. Just tell me, what were you doing just now?" Yin Shengye silently cursed his misfortune. His lewd moment had been discovered. "I wasn't doing anything. I was merely pondering some matters." Wang Yuxue knew he would attempt to wriggle out of it. "Humph, still trying to deny it. You go ahead. I'll follow behind." "Fine, let us go." Yin Shengye wiped the blood from his forehead and proceeded forward. As he passed by Wang Yuxue, he stole a glance at her, truly recognizing her beauty for the first time. How had he not noticed it before? Wang Yuxue cast a sidelong glance at Yin Shengye, lowering her head inadvertently, and inwardly cursed him. What a lecherous scoundrel! After the brief farce, the two continued their ascent along the winding path up the mountain, one following the other. Chapter 99. Embarrassment. The sun had already passed its zenith, casting its rays directly upon Qianfan Mountain, where the paths were cloaked in the shade of trees. Yin Shengye and Wang Yuxue had climbed halfway up Qianfan Mountain, and compared to their initial pace, Wang Yuxue had noticeably slowed down, prompting Yin Shengye to wait for her several times. Now, Wang Yuxue was drenched in fragrant sweat, feeling that if she walked any further, she would be unable to take another step. In contrast, Yin Shengye exhibited no signs of fatigue, his face unflushed, breath steady, though a light sheen of sweat adorned his brow. Had he not been waiting for Wang Yuxue, he likely would have already reached Qianfan Academy. Xuejie, can you still walk? If you're truly unable to continue, I can carry you. Wang Yuxue, irritated and feeling powerless, retorted. Yin Shengye, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Alas, since you feel that way, I shall wait for you ahead. Should you find yourself truly unable to proceed, just call out to me. This time, Yin Shengye genuinely wished to assist Wang Yuxue, and his intentions were far from the opportunistic notion she suspected. After ascending several hundred steps, Yin Shengye paused to allow Wang Yuxue to catch up. However, after a considerable time had passed, he still had not glimpsed her figure. Could she be unable to climb any further? Lying there motionless? Uncertain of his own thoughts, he retraced his steps, descending the path in search of Wang Yuxue. When he finally spotted her again, she was sprawled on the ground. Xuejie, Xuejie. How utterly useless to have fainted. Fortunately, she was merely lying down. Had she lost her balance, she could have easily tumbled down the mountainside. Taking out his water pouch, he offered Wang Yuxue a sip, then secured his thunderlight sword and her weapon to his belt. He gathered her belongings with his own, slinging them across his chest, and hoisted Wang Yuxue onto his back, resuming his journey along the path. As the sun gradually inclined westward, Yin Shengye began to discern the towering buildings of Qianfan Academy in the distance. Yet, as the saying goes, a distant view of the mountain can tire the horse, and despite seeing the high structures, there remained a considerable distance to traverse. At that moment, Wang Yuxue stirred awake. Yin Shengye, put me down. Yin Shengye halted for a moment, but then continued forward. You're awake. After carrying you this long, not even a word of thanks. How impolite. Wang Yuxue's expression darkened. Put me down. All right, I'll let you down. Yin Shengye thought to himself that if he didn't set her down, she might assume he was merely trying to take advantage of her. He crouched down to lower Wang Yuxue. But before he could fully rise, she reclined against him once more. Fortunately, Yin Shengye possessed good physical stamina. Otherwise, this sudden weight might have caused him to make an intimate acquaintance with the ground. Xuejie, what's wrong? Wang Yushua's face flushed. I can't stand steady. Oh, I see. Perhaps the long trek through the mountainous paths has taken its toll on my feet. How about I continue to carry you? Although Wang Yuxue was reluctant to accept Yin Shengye's suggestion, she realized that there was no other option at this moment. Yin Shengye carried Wang Yuxue onward, and eventually, as dusk descended, they arrived at the gates of Qianfan Academy. Sister Shui, are you feeling any better? A bit better, but my feet still lack strength. Wang Yuxue felt exceedingly embarrassed. Just earlier, she had teased Yin Shengye, inquiring if he needed assistance. Yet now, she found herself relying on his support to reach Qianfan Academy. A true humiliation indeed. Chapter 100. Control of Xuanqi. At present, Wang Yuxue was still unable to walk independently, so she had no choice but to allow Yin Shengye to continue carrying her into the academy. Upon entering Qianfan Academy, Yin Shengye was greeted by a vast plaza in the square. Thousands of individuals were seated in meditation, their bodies emanating green Xuanqi, and a swirling energy was constantly fluctuating in their chests. This indicated that they were all Earth Xian practitioners. The sheer scale of thousands of individuals practicing together was astonishing. Yin Shengye felt puzzled. Were they meditating? But why would they engage in collective training? Bewildered, he turned to Wang Yuxue and asked, Sister Shui, do you know what they are doing? Wang Yuxue readily replied, they are all learning to control their Xuanqi. Look closely. How does the Xuanqi surrounding them differ from what we typically utilize? Following her lead, Yin Shengye observed the Xuanqi before them and realized that its fluctuations were not random but rather followed a specific pattern. This revelation left him astounded. Wang Yuxue had mentioned they were practicing control over Xuanqi. Did that mean the changes in Xuanqi were entirely under their own command? Sister Shui, could it be? Yes, you are correct. The fluctuations in Xuanqi are indeed under their control. For a cultivator who can manipulate their Xuanqi at will, just imagine the enhancement in their combat capabilities. Especially during one-on-one duels, being able to exert full control over one's Xuanqi is a terrifying prospect. Moreover, they are merely in the initial stages of learning. Soon enough, you will witness even more formidable displays. The pair fell silent as Yin Shengye continued to carry Wang Yuxue deeper into the academy, where they encountered another plaza, albeit significantly smaller than the previous one. Here too, numerous individuals were engaged in practice, this time focusing on the control of Xuanqi, but with a notable difference. These practitioners were celestial Xian cultivators. At this moment, Yin Shengye was not merely astonished. He was utterly shaken. There were not less than 1,000 celestial Xian practitioners present, and contemplating such a number sent shivers down his spine. If such an army were to be formed, they would undoubtedly be unstoppable. Sister Shui, Do these individuals belong to Qianfan Academy, or are they from various regions? Certainly, it pertains to various regions. If all of this belongs to Qianfan Academy, then the three grand dynasties would have been unified long ago. This is more plausible. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite terrifying. The two individuals passed by the training grounds of the Tianqian and continued deeper within that moment. An uncomfortable tone emerged. Is that not Wang Yuxue? What brings her to Qianfan Academy? Could it be that she has come to her senses and decided to wed me? The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man, whose appearance was on par with Yin Shengye, yet he emanated an air that was rather off-putting. Humph, what a dreamer! Wang Yuxue did not anticipate encountering Luo Lai here. He was from the Flame Hero City and held a considerable status. In their childhood, Wang Yuxue had met Luo Lai, and due to a mere jest, he had persistently pursued her ever since. Evade Luo Lai. She had relocated to Xanadu City, taking on the role of a chief auctioneer. Little did she expect to cross paths with this loathsome individual here, years later. Chapter 101. Provocation. Yin Shengye began to grasp the situation. It seemed to revolve around a tangled romance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could Wang Yuxue be positioning herself as a shield against the advances of the man before her? Such scenarios were not uncommon in his previous life, and perhaps they would be equally prevalent here. With a smile, Luo Lai remarked, whether it be a dream or reality, time will reveal the truth. Wang Yuxue, initially filled with anger, quickly remembered her association with a man, and thus smiled at Luo Lai. That is not necessarily the case. I already have a man now, and you stand no chance whatsoever. Indeed, Yin Shengye's conjecture was not mistaken. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai's expression immediately darkened as he regarded Yin Shengye beneath Wang Yuxue. If you wish to prolong your existence, it would be wise to keep your distance. May I inquire your esteemed name? Luo Lai eagerly awaited Yin Shengye to ask for his name. For those who heard it would typically retreat in trepidation. The son of the young lord of Flame Hero City, I am Luo Lai. And who might you be? Do you have any notion of the individual you are attempting to claim? Allow me to inform you. She is not someone you can lay your hands upon. Yin Shengye, merely an ordinary man. Upon realizing that his opponent was a direct descendant of Flame Hero City, Yin Shengye felt a jolt of surprise. It appeared that Wang Yuxue held a significant position within the sacred Snow Mountain Manor. Otherwise, how could she have attracted the attention of such a direct descendant? Luo Lai, upon learning that Yin Shengye was an ordinary person, burst into laughter. An ordinary man daring to pursue Wang Yuxue. He was truly courting death. Knowing he was but an ordinary individual, it would be prudent for him to back off from Yuxue. However, Yin Shengye was not the type to easily bow down, nor was he the sort to shrink back simply because of another's powerful lineage. Yet, he pondered whether it was truly worth it to confront Luo Lai for the sake of Wang Yuxue. Young Master Luo, as a person of great stature, why bother squabbling with someone insignificant like me? As for Sister Shue's status, I cannot say. All I know is that we supported each other as we ascended the mountain, and that signifies a bond of friendship. From the earlier conversation, it is abundantly clear that Shuejie harbors a disdain for you. Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of the Flame City by lingering here? Upon hearing the admonishing tone of Yin Shengye, Luo Lai was instantly incensed. In Flame City, only his father and grandfather would dare to speak to him in such a manner. What was Yin Shengye? After all, you are courting death. With that, Luo Lai clenched his fist, violet aura swirling around it, preparing to strike Yin Shengye squarely in the face. Luo Lai! Wang Yuxue exclaimed urgently, halting Luo Lai's fist before it could reach Yin Shengye. Frankly, Wang Yuxue had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. If Yin Shengye were to perish or be maimed because of her, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. What do you intend to do? This matter is between us. Why involve another person in this conflict? Is it that Flame City possesses no other skill than to provoke others? Human Xian. Luo Lai was taken aback. Merely being a human Xian should not afford one the chance to ascend Qianfan Mountain. Had the prohibitions of Qianfan Mountain been breached? Shuejie, truthfully, I have never truly tested my own strength. However, today, I wish to give it a try. At the banquet celebrating Yin Hongtu's longevity, Yin Shengye had defeated Shan Xian. Today, he seeks to compare the human Xian of Qianfan Academy with the one he already knows. Shengye, you are mad. A mere human Xian stands no chance against him. Do not act recklessly. Chapter 102. Jealous flames. It matters not. To perish at the hands of a Shan Xian is, in itself, a commendable fate. Moreover, how can one ascertain defeat without engaging in battle? With that, Yin Shengye released Wang Yuxue, returning her belongings to her. Wang Yuxue took the sword, forcing herself to stand firm. Shengye, do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Luo Lai, intrigued, found it a rare sight to witness a human Xian daring to challenge him. How delightful that a human Xian has the audacity to confront me. It is indeed a first. However, I admire your spirit and thus, I shall grant you the courtesy of a complete corpse. With a smirk, Yin Shengye retorted that the outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. Then I shall express my gratitude, Lord Luo, for your mercy. The two distanced themselves on the square, standing in opposition. Those who had been practicing their skills ceased their training, encircling the two combatants to witness the impending clash. Yin Shengye unsheathed the thunderblade, determined to exert his full strength in this battle. After all, the reputation of Qianfan Academy is not to be underestimated, and Luo Lai would surely not be an easy opponent. With a mocking gaze fixed on Yin Shengye, Luo Lai refrained from drawing his weapon, instead thrusting his sword into the ground, opting to receive the challenge barehanded. Using a weapon would be tantamount to bullying you? Come. The audacity of his opponent was precisely what Yin Shengye relished. Just as the two were about to engage, a male voice interjected. Wait, brother. Luo Lai's expression darkened as he addressed the newcomer, Wang Yutian, admonishing him not to meddle. The arrival of Wang Yutian, Wang Yushua's elder brother, was unmistakable. Wang Yutian paid no heed to Luo Lai, instead approaching Wang Yushue. Yushue, how do you feel? Big brother, I'm fine. I'm just glad you arrived and I am aware of everything that has transpired. Wang Yutian instructed those accompanying him to assist Wang Yushue before stepping between Yin Shengye and Luo Lai. Yin Shengye, as the one my sister has chosen, you must possess certain abilities. Luo Lai, if you wish to pursue my sister, how can you have the audacity to do so if you cannot even defeat a mere Xian? Wang Yushue was taken aback, astonished by her brother's words. Big brother, you little sister, I have my own views. Yin Shengye clasped his fists in respect towards Wang Yutian. Very well, I have no objections, if young Master Luo has no qualms either. Let us commence. Humph, merely a Xian. I wonder where your confidence stems from. Wang Yutian then took his place beside Wang Yushue at a tea that very moment. A crimson Xian energy erupted from Yin Shengye. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, unable to believe that Yin Shengye was indeed a Xian. Even Luo Lai was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the truth of Yin Shengye's prowess. Previously, he had harbored reservations, suspecting that his opponent had concealed his cultivation. But now, Luo Lai found it hard to accept. Yin Shengye, undeterred by Luo Lai's hesitation, charged forward. As they closed the distance of 10 paces, a bolt of lightning erupted from the thunderlight sword, striking directly at Luo Lai. Luo Lai leaped to the side, narrowly evading the lightning, and then noticed that the sword in Yin Shengye's hand was none other than the thunderlight sword. Yet, was it not only those of divine Xian cultivation who could wield its true power? When had a mere Xian learned to employ the thunderlight sword in such a manner? Furthermore, the thunderlight sword was a remarkable weapon, long stored within the holy Snow Mountain Manor. How had it come to be in this young man's possession? Suddenly, Luo Lai entertained a possibility. Wang Yushue must have gifted it to him. This thought incited even greater fury within him. To be forced back by a mere Xian was already a disgrace. And now he was reminded of Wang Yushue's generosity towards Yin Shengye. Disregarding his earlier words, Luo Lai extended his hand, and the sword that had been embedded in the ground instantly flew into his grasp. He vowed to slay Yin Shengye that very day. Chapter 103. A halt at this moment. Yin Shengye remained unaware of Luo Lai's thoughts, only becoming increasingly cautious as Luo Lai drew his sword. With a sweep of his blade, the thunderlight sword unleashed another bolt of lightning towards Luo Lai. This time, Luo Lai did not evade. Instead, he raised his sword and struck downward, releasing a surge of purple Xian energy. The purple Xian energy collided with the lightning emitted by Yin Shengye, resulting in a sizzling sound as they neutralized each other. Realizing that the lightning from the thunderlight sword would not significantly affect Luo Lai, Yin Shengye understood that victory could not be achieved through such means. He could only engage in close combat. Luo Lai, undeterred, surged toward Yin Shengye as the lightning and Xian energy dissipated. Yin Shengye abandoned all other strategies and charged at Luo Lai. Clang! The two swords met with a resounding clash, and an observable circle of intertwined purple and red Xian energy radiated outward, enveloping their surroundings. The multitude present utilized their profound energy to resist the onslaught. One must not underestimate the emanating aura, for it carried the essence of both Yin Shengye and Luo Lai. The very fact that this energy could be released was a testament to the delicate balance maintained between the two forces. Should that equilibrium falter, one of them would have already succumbed. Thus, as the crowd braced against this energy, astonishment swept through them, for Yin Shengye astonishingly managed to reach a stalemate with Luo Lai. When did practitioners of the human realm acquire such formidable prowess? Conversely, Luo Lai, intent on confronting Yin Shengye, was beset by an entirely different sentiment. The moment their weapons were about to clash, the lightning-infused sword sent a jolt through Luo Lai's entire being, causing his legs to weaken, nearly bringing him to his knees. He was utterly unprepared for the realization that Yin Shengye possessed not only the infuriating lightning sword, but also remarkable physical strength. No wonder he could carry another person up the mountain. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, each pouring their profound energy into the conflict. Luo Lai believed that regardless of any peculiarities surrounding Yin Shengye, his own energy level was divine. There was no way Yin Shengye could match him. However, Yin Shengye had a different objective. He sought to ascertain just how vast the gap was between his bloodline-infused energy and that of the divine. They continued to clash with their energies, eschewing any techniques. Within a towering edifice of Qianfan Academy, two elderly men with white beards and hair observed the duel unfolding in the square. "Though you think that lad is utilizing profound energy?" one mused. "Are you testing my eyesight, wondering if I've grown senile? What are your thoughts? My great-granddaughter is quite lovely. How shameless. Is that what I was asking you? You're the shameless one. It's because you have neither granddaughter nor great-granddaughter. Hence, you are envious. Humph. You infuriate me. I mean, can that door be open now? You old fool. Are you referring to the gate of the sacred sovereign? What else could I mean? What do you think I'm saying?" The two old men fell silent for a moment, exchanging knowing glances and smiles. "Don't argue with me. I won tea dispute. Let him make his own choice. We shall see with that." The two elders leapt from the window and soared toward the square. Upon reaching the sky above, one elder raised a hand and pressed downwards. Instantly, both Yin Shengye and Luo Lai felt a tremendous pressure, prompting them to withdraw their swords and brace against the descending force. Qianfan Academy is a place for learning, not for reckless displays of strength. The crowd in the square bowed in reverence to the two elders hovering above. "Rise, that young practitioner of the human realm, and the Wang family girl, come to the academic building." With those words, the oppressive force dissipated, and the two elders vanished into the air. Chapter 104. Apprenticeship. As the pressure lifted, Luo Lai shot a glare filled with resentment at Yin Shengye before departing. That moment, Wang Yutian turned to Yin Shengye and Wang Yuxue, saying, "Come, Yuxue, Yin Shengye, I shall take you to the academic building." Thus, under Wang Yutian's guidance, they made their way to the building. On the road, Wang Yutian was introducing the matters of Qianfan Academy to Wang Yuxue and Yin Shengye. It turned out that not all the individuals here were disciples of Qianfan Academy. The masters of divine mysteries were serving here. This was due to a particular regulation of Qianfan Academy, which stipulated that one could not leave until they had cultivated to the level of divine mystery within a specified period. If one surpassed this period without breaking through to divine mystery, they would no longer be considered a disciple of Qianfan Academy. To depart, they would need to serve here for 5 years. Conversely, if one achieved divine mystery within the designated time frame and wished to leave, they would still be required to serve for 3 years. Consequently, there were over 10,000 students here, with more than 3,000 individuals in service, alongside over 100 instructors, totaling more than 15,000 people. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the Academic Affairs building. Wang Yutian escorted the two to the entrance of the building, saying, "You may proceed upstairs. Both deans are on the top floor." Without hesitation, Yin Shengye supported Wang Yuxue as they ascended the stairs step by step. Upon opening a door, they found the two elderly gentlemen seated within. Yin Shengye and Wang Yuxue. "We greet the two deans. Please, take a seat." Despite feeling somewhat reserved, Yin Shengye and Wang Yuxue ultimately settled down. "In the future, you may address us as Dean Tang and Dean Peng." Dean Peng remarked with a smile, "Wang family girl, is your leg still troublesome?" "Thank you for your concern, Dean Peng. It has improved considerably. Indeed, this is for your training. The past deans have placed this prohibition along the mountain path. When you have time, you should walk that path more often. It is beneficial. Wang family girl, if there is nothing further, you may go downstairs to the first floor and see where they have arranged for you." "Yes, Dean Tang." After Wang Yuxue departed, Yin Shengye took out a letter from his father. "Esteemed deans, this is a letter my father entrusted me to bring." Both Dean Peng and Dean Tang were taken aback that this young man had brought a letter. Dean Tang took the letter, examined it carefully, and then passed it to Dean Peng. After reading it, Dean Peng gazed intently at Yin Shengye, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In contrast, Dean Tang spoke to Yin Shengye. "I did not expect you to be the son of Yin Shengye. Splendid, you have not brought shame to your family." Curious about the contents of the letter that might have prompted such a statement from Dean Tang, Yin Shengye wondered if his father had divulged the matter of their bloodline power to the two deans. "I am undeserving of such praise, Dean Tang." At this moment, Dean Peng interjected, "Yin Shengye, how old are you this year? Are you married?" The expression on Yin Shengye's face was quite remarkable, surprised by the sudden inquiry. I am only 18, and I am yet to marry. Din Tang, visibly exasperated, puffed his cheeks. Pong, what are you doing? Discuss the important matters first, and leave the trivialities for later. Din Pong, however, paid no heed to Din Tang's words and continued to scrutinize Yin Shengye. This gaze sent a shiver down Yin Shengye's spine. Was there something about him that intrigued Din Pong? Yin Shengye, would you be willing to take one of us as your master? Chapter 105, Two Masters Apprenticeship? Yin Shengye was taken aback. What were these two old men thinking, insisting that he become their disciple upon their very first meeting? What was their intention? Are you willing to take us both as your masters? The two deans posed the question, and Yin Shengye, caught off guard, confessed, I had not truly considered the matter of apprenticeship. Since Din Tang has brought it up, should I choose Din Tang or Din Pong as my master? Faced with this dilemma, he deftly returned the question. If you genuinely wish to take me as your disciple, surely there will be corresponding benefits or promises offered. Earlier in the square, he had witnessed the two men soaring through the air, which spoke volumes about their cultivation. They were at least revered figures, if not of even higher status. If he were to take on a master, it would be prudent to select the one with greater prowess as his support within the Thousand Sails Academy. Of course you should choose me as your master. Not only can I impart a wealth of knowledge to you, but I can also provide you with a wife. Din Pong exclaimed, believing that, given Yin Shengye's youthful vigor, such a tempting offer would surely compel him to agree. How naive. What use is a wife? Coming to the academy should be about prioritizing the study of mystic energy. Din Tang interjected. Bah, what does that mean? A man of worth can have both cultivation and a family, Din Pong retorted, rising in indignation. Old Tang, you simply do not understand. Balancing cultivation with life's significant matters is a win-win situation. Nonsense. Cultivation is of utmost importance. With Yin Shengye's background, he need not worry about finding a wife. Your meddling is unnecessary. Shengye, pay him no mind. Just choose me as your master, Din Tang advised. With that old rascal, you will surely be led astray. What do you mean by led astray? I am perfectly upright, Din Pong protested. And you are hardly better. As Yin Shengye sat in his chair, observing the two elderly men bickering, he was struck by the sight of their flushed faces and heated exchange. It was quite the spectacle. It reminded him vividly of the arguments his grandfather had with Duke Song Wanli. The resemblance to his past experiences was uncanny, even though the current Yin Shengye had not witnessed such disputes himself. The previous version of him certainly had. He could not allow their quarrel to escalate any further. Who knew when it would come to an end? Thus, he interjected, Din Tang, Din Pong, might I take both of you as my masters? At this declaration, both deans ceased their bickering, turning their attention to Yin Shengye. Both masters? Din Tang queried. You mean to say that we would both serve as your masters? Din Pong added in unison. They declared, that won't do. You rascal. You think you can play us against each other? If you take us both as masters, wouldn't the Thousand Sails Academy become your personal domain? What would happen if you caused trouble here? How would we handle it? If a disciple fails to learn well, should not the master bear the consequences? Originally, I intended to criticize Din Tang, yet he raised his hand as if struck by a sudden thought. Wait. Old Pong, what do you think of this? Let him take us both as his masters, but this matter must remain confidential. Din Pong nodded, finding it acceptable, though somewhat improper. This arrangement is feasible, but given this lad's temperament, will he truly keep it to himself? Fear not, today, only the three of us shall be privy to this matter. Should a fourth person learn of it? Yin Shengye, prepare to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, old Pong found the idea quite agreeable. Very well, we consent. We shall both be your masters. Chapter 106. A matter of importance. Yin Shengye looked at the two elderly gentlemen, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they were embroiled in a heated argument, and now they had reached a consensus, truly capricious in nature. As for having two masters, Yin Shengye held no objections. In fact, it was rather advantageous. Even if things went awry, he could still leverage their reputations. The notion of keeping it all under wraps was nonsense. If he were to divulge it himself, what could they possibly do to him? Since they are both to be my masters, shouldn't I at least know your names? Upon hearing this request, both Din Tang and Din Pong fell into a moment of silence. What is it? If I am to become your disciple, I ought to know the names of my masters, lest it be too absurd. If I do not even know the names of those I pledge allegiance to, is that not excessive? It seemed as though the two deans had made a resolute decision, nodding in unison. There is no need for you to know our names. Once you leave Qianfan Mountain, if anyone inquires, simply tell them you are a direct disciple of Qianfan Academy. As for how to address us, You may call us Master Tang and Master Pong. Yin Shengye was taken aback by their willingness to go this far. If they refused to disclose their names, so be it. Surely others would be aware, and he could simply inquire then. So be it. Subsequently, the two deans imparted some instructions, and Yin Shengye took his leave. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, he was surprised to find Wang Yushue still waiting for him. She had evidently improved considerably as she approached him with concern. Sheng, did the two deans give you any trouble? How could the two deans trouble him? One dean wished to act as a matchmaker, while both vied to be his masters. This was hardly troublesome. It was care. No, they merely advised me to exercise caution within the academy, as Luolai is quite arrogant and not easily dealt with. Wang Yushue breathed a sigh of relief and inquired further. That is good to hear. Where have you been assigned to reside? Yin Shengye was at a loss regarding Wang Yushue's demeanor. Given her concern, it seemed she might genuinely have feelings for him. However, at this moment, he had no such inclinations and could only sigh inwardly. I am at Sangqiong Pavilion, and you, Sister Shui? Wang Yushue felt a twinge of confusion, believing that Yin Shengye ought not to have been placed there. I in the Celestial Pavilion. I heard from my elder brother that all the residents there are of divine caliber. Why then was I assigned to such a place? Perhaps it is due to my recent prolonged duel with Luolai in the square. They may believe I am worthy of residing there. By the way, Shuejie, you have yet to reveal where you reside. Wang Yushue smiled and did not respond immediately. Guess. With these two words, Wang Yushue turned and departed. After taking a few steps, she paused, turned back, and said, I am at the Earth Treasure Pavilion. Do visit me when you have the time. With that, Wang Yushue left. Yin Shengye gazed at her retreating figure, pondering whether his allure was truly so potent. Was it merely this one encounter that had engraved his presence in Wang Yushue's heart? Simultaneously, he whimsically mused if engaging in more duels could win him the affections of more women. Shaking his head, he cast aside the image of Wang Yushue and redirected his thoughts to the purpose of his arrival at Qianfan Academy, reminding himself not to lose sight of his main objectives. Chapter 107. The first lesson. Yin Shengye had two motives for visiting Qianfan Academy. The first was to evade the betrothal decreed by Emperor Zhou Yongyan, and the second was to enhance his cultivation. He did not wish to remain in hiding indefinitely. Furthermore, he sought to utilize any spare time to investigate the truth of that fateful battle from years past. He harbored a vague suspicion that Duke Wei, Sun Jin, and Emperor Zhou Yongyan were intricately linked. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yin Shengye ceased to linger and promptly made his way to the Celestial Pavilion. Just as Yin Shengye departed, Luolai emerged from the corner of the building across the way, his eyes icy with malice. His entanglement with Wang Yushue was not born of genuine affection but rather ulterior motives. Now, with the arrival of Yin Shengye, the situation had grown more complex. The earlier scene had solidified Luolai's resolve. Yin Shengye must not be allowed to remain. Upon reaching the Celestial Pavilion, Yin Shengye first located his assigned room. To his surprise, the accommodations at Qianfan Academy were rather commendable, comparable to his quarters at the Duke of Yin's residence. Although somewhat smaller overall, the environment was quite pleasing. After setting down his belongings, Yin Shengye extracted the blood he had brought with him, his own blood, which he had replicated multiple times and contained in a basin. Although he had learned the method for cultivating bloodline power, the purity of his own bloodline was lacking. Only through this means could he augment the richness of his bloodline, thereby benefiting his future training in bloodline power. Having concentrated the blood, Yin Shengye swallowed it in one gulp and commenced his cultivation. After refining the blood, he began training in bloodline power. Previously, he had transformed his hands and feet. Now, it was time to enhance his entire body at midnight. Yin Shengye opened his eyes, a fleeting red glow flickering in them before vanishing entirely. Leaving the Celestial Pavilion, Yin Shengye proceeded to the back mountain of Qianfan Academy. During the day, both deans had not only accepted him as their disciple, but had also informed him that every 10 days, at midnight, they would meet him at the back mountain to impart knowledge. Since this matter could not be publicized, they had chosen such an awkward hour. Upon arriving at the back mountain, Director Tang was already waiting there. Yin Shengye respectfully bowed. Master Tang, come with me. With a single leap, Dean Tang sprang from the ground, vanishing from his original position and reappearing several hundred meters away, a display of prowess that stirred envy within Yin Shengye. Despite exerting his bloodline power along with his physical strength, his utmost effort only allowed him a jump of 70 to 80 meters. Shaking off such thoughts, Yin Shengye trailed behind Dean Tang, hopping along the ground as they advanced. After what felt like an hour, Dean Tang finally came to a halt. Soon after, Yin Shengye arrived breathlessly behind him, utterly exhausted. Dean Tang turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Can't keep up. Yin Shengye panted. I'm very tired, but I can still hold on for a while. Since you can endure, let us continue. Yin Shengye regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself for uttering such a thing. Nevertheless, he persisted in following Dean Tang's pace. Approximately half an hour later, Dean Tang stopped once more. After a brief moment, Yin Shengye landed unsteadily, stumbling to the ground. I've reached my limit. If I jump again, I might perish. What a disappointment, to falter after such a short distance. Such a waste of the Yin family bloodline coursing through you. Do not be surprised. I have long been aware of your bloodline power. Yin Shengye promptly replied, I am not surprised, merely curious how Master Tang came to know. Dean Tang's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. If your battle with Luo Lai during the day had truly been at the level of a human Xian, you would have long since met your demise. Today, I shall impart your first lesson. Following this, Chapter 108, The Art of Eating, the Chicken Technique. Yin Shengye could not discern where Dean Tang had conjured a roasted chicken from, which he tossed to him. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that this first lesson revolved around eating chicken. Surely a misunderstanding. Dean Tang observed Yin Shengye's wide-eyed gaze at the roasted chicken and remarked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? I do. I haven't eaten anything today. Without regard for decorum, Yin Shengye began to tear into the chicken with gusto. Now, let me explain why this first lesson involves eating chicken. Compared to many Xian beasts, our human bodies are somewhat inferior. Do you know why? With his mouth full of chicken, Yin Shengye responded, No, I don't. I didn't ask for your answer. Just listen. Oh. Dean Tang shot a glare at Yin Shengye before continuing. The reason Xian beasts possess more formidable bodies is that they contain far greater amounts of Xian energy within them than we do. When we consume their flesh, a significant portion can be converted into power for our bodies. However, this power is typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals to transform into Xian energy. Today, I will enlighten you about the cultivation method I specialize in. The art of eating. Why is it called the art of eating? Yin Shengye impulsively interjected, I know this one. Taotai is an ancient ferocious beast. It can consume anything, and whatever it devours can be transformed into its own power. The expression on Dean Tang's face darkened with anger as he kicked a stone on the ground, striking the remaining portion of the roast chicken in Yin Shengye's hand, startling him. I told you. Listen to me, and do not speak unless prompted. This time, Yin Shengye, having learned his lesson, merely nodded without uttering a word. Indeed, you are correct. The Taotai can swallow all things, and in the act of consumption, it can absorb the profound energy contained within the food. In its eyes, everything can become a treasure that enhances its strength. My Taotai cultivation method is derived from this very creature. Now, I shall impart this technique to you. With that, Dean Tang vanished from sight, only to reappear before Yin Shengye in an instant. He placed one hand atop Yin Shengye's head, and white profound energy continuously surged from his palm into Yin Shengye's body. The profound energy within Yin Shengye was immensely powerful, displacing the bloodline energy he originally possessed, and began to circulate throughout his form. By the time Yin Shengye regained his senses, the white profound energy had completed a circuit within his body and returned to Dean Tang's hand. Did you remember the path the energy took? Yes. Suddenly, Yin Shengye realized that after consuming a substantial portion of the roast chicken, his once moderately filled stomach now felt utterly empty. I asked this. The Taotai cultivation method? Indeed, Master Tang. Does this mean that I can continuously consume food to infinitely enhance my strength? Certainly, provided that your body can withstand such power. I understand. With that, Dean Tang soared back along the path they had come, leaving behind the words, keep up. With no choice but to comply, Yin Shengye followed behind. By the time they returned to the back mountain, dawn was breaking. As Yin Shengye landed, Dean Tang had already vanished without a trace. With the day nearly brightening, Yin Shengye lost any desire to return for rest. Instead, he leapt onto the treetops, preparing to take a brief respite as he readied himself to learn energy control with the others the next day. Chapter 109. Two groups of people. Yin Shengye had only been resting on the tree for a short while when visitors arrived at the back mountain. Initially, he assumed they were those lovesick pairs, eager to express their affections before the dawn light. However, upon seeing the newcomers, his composure faltered. The visitors were Luo Lai, accompanied by an ordinary-looking man. Could it be that Luo Lai harbored such inclinations? Yin Shengye's mind conjured up a rather sinister image. Of course, this was mere speculation. The reality was quite different. Yin Shengye concealed himself among the branches, ears perked, ready to eavesdrop on their conversation. Unfortunately, fate was not in his favor. As Luo Lai and the man approached the very tree where Yin Shengye was perched, leaving him too afraid to move. the spirit essence was extraordinarily perceptive. A moment's carelessness could lead to discovery. Although Yin Shengye was unafraid, such a prime opportunity for eavesdropping, especially on individuals he was not particularly fond of, was too valuable to let slip away. Thus, Yin Shengye maintained a posture, standing on one leg upon the tree, utterly motionless. Below, Luolai and the man were engaged in conversation, oblivious to Yin Shengye's presence above. "Have you ascertained the facts, young master?" "I have. He is Yin Shengye, the fifth grandson of the Yin family of the Shang dynasty. In the capital of Shang, Yin Shengye has long been notorious as a wastrel. Yet, inexplicably, the royal family of the Shang, the Zhou clan, has recently taken an interest in him, desiring to recruit him as a son-in-law. Yin Shengye, unwilling to accept this fate, fled the capital with the aid of his family and arrived at Qinfan Academy. His connection with Miss Wang is merely superficial. They met briefly during an auction held at the Holy Snow Hall a few months ago. Subsequently, they chanced upon each other on their way here and decided to journey together to Qinfan Academy. After listening, Luolai fell into a moment of silence. It appears that the relationship between Yin Shengye and Wang Yuxue is rather tenuous. It is merely Wang Yuxue's intention to use Yin Shengye to obstruct me. Very well, let us descend. Once the man departed, Luolai's expression darkened ominously. The essence of the man's words suggested that the connection between Wang Yuxue and Yin Shengye was unremarkable. However, yesterday's spectacle could not have been the result of such a lackluster relationship. Yin Shengye, the Yin family, were it not for the restrictions placed upon us by the blazing fortress in directly intervening in the dynasty, I would have annihilated the Yin family by now. With that menacing declaration, Luolai departed the back mountain with a brooding countenance. Once Luolai had left, Yin Shengye exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his physique had strengthened considerably, allowing him to maintain his position on the tree for such an extended period. As he leaped down, he reflected on the conversation between Luolai and the man. It appeared that the blazing fortress could not simply target anyone at will. They too faced limitations. But who, or what power, imposed such constraints upon them? In Yin Shengye's recollection, entities like the Holy Snow Mountain Manor, the Blazing Fortress, and the Blood Mist Marsh were already considered the most formidable forces. Now, having learned from Luolai that there existed additional influences they were wary of, it suggested that there was indeed a power above them. Not wishing to linger in the back mountain, especially after evading Luolai's notice, Yin Shengye thought it prudent to leave before anyone else arrived. Just as he contemplated his departure, Wang Yutian appeared, accompanied by a woman, prompting Yin Shengye to leap back up into the tree. Chapter 110. The passionate young master Wang Yutian and the woman approached the tree, unlike Luolai and the man, who had immediately delved into business discussions. Instead, they embraced one another tenderly. "Yutian, once I achieve 2 more merits for the manor, I will be free. Indeed, Tianyuan, once you are free, I shall take you as my wife." Wang Yutian held Tianyuan tightly in his arms, wishing to merge her essence with his own. "Yutian, I am acutely aware of my status. I do not seek your marriage. I am merely content to remain by your side for all eternity." Tianyuan serves as the Snow Sentinel of the Sacred Snow Manor, an entity belonging to its clandestine forces. The young master Wang Yutian of the Sacred Snow Manor. How could his family possibly allow him to wed a mere Snow Sentinel? Tianyuan is acutely aware of these matters, and the Sacred Snow Manor is not solely under the dominion of the Wang family. It also involves the Shao and Long families. The 3 families jointly govern the Sacred Snow Manor. With the Wang family assuming a predominant role to fortify the Wang family's standing, it is only natural that Wang Yutian's bride would be a daughter from either of the other 2 families. "Tianyuan, do not speak in such a manner. As long as my grandfather is alive, anything can be achieved." Tianyuan recognizes Wang Yutian's affection for her, yet she understands that their respective statuses cannot be transcended. "Yutian, let us not dwell on that. You requested me to investigate Yin Shengye, and I have procured the information." Subsequently, Tianyuan nearly echoed the words spoken by the earlier man. Indeed, it seems that Yin Shengye is not as uncomplicated as he appears. Although Yuxue did not articulate it, her demeanor reveals that she harbors genuine feelings for Yin Shengye. Given the current circumstances, it is possible that Yin Shengye is not a mere wastrel, if he truly possesses talent. Marrying Yuxue to him would not be an issue. It would conveniently liberate her from the fate of being the Wang family's daughter. Wang Yutian released Tianyuan, grasping her hand, lost in thought. "By the way, Tianyuan, please investigate the occurrences in the Blazing Hero City over the years. I suspect that Luolai's persistent pursuit of Yuxue is not merely superficial. There must be deeper motives at play. If we could uncover something, it would be a significant achievement. Indeed, I shall closely monitor the Blazing Hero City." The blazing hero city lies at the southernmost edge of the Zhou dynasty, while the sacred snow manor is positioned at the northernmost point of the Shang dynasty. To the casual observer, these two powers may appear harmonious, yet they secretly regard each other as adversaries. As the young master of the sacred snow manor and its future steward, Wang Yutian must pay heed to the blazing hero city. This proactive approach ensures preparedness against any unforeseen circumstances. The two did not linger beneath the tree for long before departing together. Yin Shengye leaped down from the tree, casting his gaze toward the direction in which Wang Yutian had vanished. This young master of the sacred snow manor is indeed intriguing. If he truly harbors sincere feelings for Tianyuan, he is rather commendable. After taking a few steps, Yin Shengye was suddenly struck by a surge of violet profound energy, which struck the ground beneath him. Startled, he jumped. Fortunately, the energy did not hit him directly. Otherwise, it would have been quite unpleasant. You must have overheard everything. The source of that profound energy was none other than Wang Yutian himself. Yin Shengye looked toward Wang Yutian, surprised that he had returned. Does young Master Wang intend to silence me? Yin Shengye was not overly concerned. From the profound energy that had brushed against his feet earlier, he discerned that Wang Yutian was not akin to Luo Lai, though he did not dismiss the possibility that Wang Yutian could be a hypocrite as long as you can keep your lips sealed. I may let you go. Wang Yutian's expression was frosty, his intent to act evident should Yin Shengye decline. It appears that the young master is indeed a man of sentiment. However, now that I am aware of this matter, does he not fear I might use it to coerce him? Chapter 111. The genius. If you are unafraid of the sacred snow mountain manor, then by all means, give it a try. I mean no offense with my jest, and I hope young Master Wang does not take it amiss. Regarding the earlier incident, I claim no knowledge. I had just arrived and happened to witness young Master Wang practicing his swordsmanship here. Yin Shengye is not one to lack understanding. Having left the bustling city of Xanadu and now alone in the wilderness, he wishes to avoid being bullied and to refrain from causing trouble for his family. However, I do hope that in the future, young Master Wang might extend his assistance. Indeed, I shall certainly aid you where I can. After Wang Yutian departed from the back mountain, Yin Shengye took a deep breath. What began as a splendid morning had unexpectedly turned into a vexing affair. Yet, he gained some insight, at least understanding Luo Lai's forthcoming intentions. With no desire to linger further, Yin Shengye made his way to the plaza designated for Earth Profound Cultivation, preparing to learn the control of profound energy. Upon arriving at the plaza, he found many practitioners of Earth Profound already engaged in their exercises. Before long, the plaza was filled to capacity with cultivators. Subsequently, a young man entered the plaza and conjured a treasure tower from his violet profound energy. Once formed, the violet energy tower remained intact, undispersed. Pay attention, this is what you will be practicing today. After 10 days, we shall proceed to the next exercise, the young man declared before departing. Gazing at the violet energy tower, Yin Shengye found it quite intriguing and attempted to replicate it using his own red profound energy. As the afternoon wore on, he cast his eyes around and noticed that their green towers had only formed halfway before dissipating. Looking down at the red tower before him, Yin Shengye mused that he was indeed a genius. While they had faltered, he had successfully created his tower. Rising from the plaza, he headed towards the square where the Heaven Profound practitioners were located. Observing their exercises, he discovered they too were forming towers, albeit significantly more intricate than those of the Earth Profound. The Earth Profound's towers merely took shape with a few windows, while theirs resembled authentic towers, complete with visible tiles. How fascinating! A smile crept upon Yin Shengye's lips as he settled down on the ground, emulating their technique to begin forming his own tower. As dusk approached, Yin Shengye remained seated, not moving an inch. The tower before him stood at 6 levels, just one layer shy of completion. Just as he was about to continue, the red tower suddenly collapsed. Alas, another failure. This marked the 53rd attempt. Yin Shengye glanced at others and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Among the Heaven Profound present, the most formidable had merely managed to form a 5-layered tower using blue profound energy. It seems I have indeed been underestimated. With that thought, Yin Shengye left with a sense of pride. After a day of rigorous practice without sustenance, he realized he might fall ill if this continued. Upon reaching the dining hall, he was surprised to find it utterly deserted. Were none here partaking of a meal? Shaking his head, he mused that even in the pursuit of cultivation, one must not neglect the necessity of food. To enhance one's strength by even a fraction could potentially increase one's chances of survival in the future, as well as yield greater benefits. Consequently, matters of sustenance seemed to hold little concern for them. Yin Shengye, you truly are unique. While others are engrossed in their cultivation, you can only think of dining. The speaker was none other than the siblings Wang Yuxue and Wang Yutian. Chapter 112. Seeking trouble. Yin Shengye retorted with irritation. What is wrong with eating? Even if one cultivates, one cannot neglect the necessity of food. In that case, why don't you practice, Sister Shui? Wang Yuxue smiled gently, explaining, I have long since mastered it. My elder brother taught me. Yin Shengye rolled his eyes, lamenting how fortunate others were to have such a good brother, while his own was rather insufferable. Truly, comparisons are futile. One is always overshadowed by the merits of others. So, you are here to dine. Wang Yuxue replied, coming to the dining hall is not merely for eating. What else would it be for? Yin Shengye glanced at Wang Yutian and then inquired, together? Very well. The three of them sat around a dining table, each with a large bowl of food before them. Yin Shengye devoured his meal voraciously, while Wang Yuxue and Wang Yutian watched him in astonishment. It had been an eternity since he had eaten, behaving like a famished ghost. At last, when his bowl was empty, Yin Shengye contentedly patted his belly. The cuisine at Qianfan Academy is truly delightful. Finally, Yin Shengye noticed the expressions on Wang Yuxue and Wang Yutian's faces. Aren't you both eating? Wang Yuxue, regaining her composure, remarked, Shangdi, regardless of circumstances, you are a scion of nobility, a member of the royal lineage. How can you lack even a semblance of decorum? To this, Yin Shengye scoffed, decorum? What decorum? Being satiated is decorum enough. Wang Yutian shook his head, yet conceded, this can indeed be seen as genuine character. Enough of this. Brother, ignore him. Let us eat. Only then did the siblings begin their meal. As Yin Shengye finished his food, he watched the two of them chew slowly, feeling exceedingly bored. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to find something to occupy himself. Wang Yutian, I have been pondering a certain matter repeatedly since I returned. Perhaps I could assist you regarding your situation with that individual. Upon hearing this, Wang Yutian's expression darkened, fury igniting in his gaze as he glared at Yin Shengye. Wang Yuxue, intrigued, attentively listened to their exchange, surprised to discover that there was a connection between her elder brother and Yin Shengye. Simultaneously, she felt it peculiar that Wang Yutian and Yin Shengye had only met a few times. Yet it seemed as though Yin Shengye knew Wang Yutian rather well. With a scowl, Wang Yutian coldly replied, focus on your meal, do not mind him, don't be angry. I truly can help you. Yin Shengye leaned forward, resting his head on the table, inching closer to Wang Yutian. Just think, I have enmity with Luo Lai. If something were to befall him, such as an end to his lineage, or perhaps a total loss of his cultivation, do you not think that would constitute a significant achievement? Then I stirred up some trouble for the fiery city. Tell me, with two significant contributions, have we not achieved enough? Wang Yutian, what do you think? Surely, two such monumental accomplishments must suffice. Upon further reflection, listening to Yin Shengye's incessant prattle, Wang Yutian's anger reached a boiling point. Yin Shengye, if you continue to speak, do not blame me for being impolite. This was a matter he intended to keep confidential. Even Wang Yuxue was unaware. Yet, Yin Shengye had the audacity to mention it in front of Wang Yuxue. Was he not inviting trouble upon himself? Observing Wang Yushue's bewildered expression, utterly confused by the exchange between Yin Shengye and Wang Yutian, Yin Shengye realized that Wang Yuxue was completely in the dark about this issue. However, it was too late. The words had been uttered, and there was no taking them back. Yin Shengye then suggested, perhaps you should consider this. I do not wish to see Luo Lai prosper. Humph. Wang Yutian scoffed and departed. After taking a few steps, he halted and commanded, follow me. This was the first time Wang Yuxue witnessed such a demeanor from Wang Yutian. She was left pondering the nature of the matter that Yin Shengye had referenced. Chapter 113. Wang Yutian's concerns. Yin Shengye smiled subtly. It was evident that Wang Yutian had been affected. If Wang Yutian harbored genuine feelings for Tianyuan, hearing Yin Shengye's words would undoubtedly elicit a reaction. Conversely, if Wang Yutian's intentions were insincere, or if he sought to exploit Tianyuan for ulterior motives, he would surely respond with indignation, not with this demeanor. Yin Shengye's actions were not merely for provocation. They served to gauge Wang Yutian's true sentiments towards Tianyuan, while also testing his character further. Yin Shengye was not one to act without strategy. Wang Yutian and Wang Yuxue were direct descendants of the Holy Snow Mountain Manor. Securing their support in the future would undoubtedly facilitate many endeavors. Assisting Wang Yutian now was a form of investment, benefiting both parties while also providing a means to contend with Luo Lai. Why not pursue a twofold advantage? Yin Shengye and Wang Yuxue followed Wang Yutian to his chamber, where Wang Yutian barred Wang Yuxue from entering and closed the door. Hey, big brother, what are you doing? Why am I left outside? Wang Yuxue protested, feeling slighted. Why was it that Yin Shengye could enter while she could not? Was it that Yin Shengye was closer to him than she was? Fine, go on without me. We have matters to attend to. Emph. How infuriating. With a kick to the door, Wang Yushue stormed off in a huff. Once Wang Yushue departed, Wang Yutian turned to face Yin Shengye. What did your earlier words imply? A hook had been set. A smirk graced Yin Shengye's lips. My words convey their literal meaning. Setting aside the trouble with the fiery city, consider Luo Lai. Inflicting a lifelong injury upon him should not be an insurmountable task. Should it? Wang Yutian nodded, though hesitance lingered in his demeanor. What are you apprehensive about? Wang Yutian turned away, taking a step and presenting Yin Shengye with his back. The Holy Snow Mountain Manor and the Fiery City had long been engaged in a covert rivalry, with both factions unable to tolerate the other's success. If my father were still alive, I would wholeheartedly endorse your proposal. However, at present, my heart is willing but my strength is lacking. Yin Shengye could not fathom why Wang Yutian would utter such words. Was there perhaps something more to this? Wang Yutian's expression grew grave, stating that this matter pertained to the Holy Snow Mountain Manor and was not for you to know. Yin Shengye offered a faint smile. Recalling how just this morning, you mentioned that as long as I am of good character, marrying your sister would pose no issue. This implies that in the future, I would also be considered a part of the Holy Snow Mountain Manor. Since I am to be associated with the Holy Snow Mountain Manor, I believe I should be privy to such matters. Wang Yutian turned to gaze intently at Yin Shengye. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Should you ever choose betrayal in the future, the might of the Holy Snow Mountain Manor would be sufficient to eradicate 100 Yin families. Subsequently, Wang Yutian divulged some information regarding the Holy Snow Mountain Manor. It turned out that the Wang family of the Holy Snow Mountain Manor was no longer what it once was. Among the three prominent families, the Shao family now ranks just below the Wang family in strength. Yet the Wang family had suffered some decline over the years, while the Shao family had flourished, rendering the Wang family unable to dominate over the Shao and Long families any longer. The Long family, on the other hand, remained neutral, observing the conflict between the two families. Wang Yutian's grandfather intended for him to marry Long Jianying, the daughter of the current Long family head, in order to solidify the Wang family's standing. Thus, if anything were to go awry in dealing with Luo Lai, it would deal a fatal blow to the Wang family within the Holy Snow Mountain Manor, causing their status to plummet and perhaps even leading to their expulsion from the manor. Chapter 114. The Hesitant Young Master. I see. Yin Shengye understood that with great wealth comes great caution. Although he comprehended this, he did not concur with the overly cautious demeanor of the young master. I have a suggestion. I wonder what your thoughts are on it. Wang Yutian's eyes brightened, urging him to share. The affairs of the Holy Snow Mountain Manor had long plagued his mind, and he had kept his worries to himself. Today, hearing someone express their innermost thoughts brought him considerable relief. With enemies lurking outside and internal turmoil caused by treachery, why not eliminate the Shao family and reclaim the voice of authority within the Holy Snow Mountain Manor? Wang Yutian chuckled bitterly, remarking that if it were truly so simple, the Wang family would have acted long ago. Nevertheless, we too have contemplated this. Are you aware of the ranks above the Divine Profound? Yin Shengye nodded, indicating that he had some understanding. That as well. Above the Divine Profound is the Venerable rank. My grandfather is a saint, and my great-grandfather was an emperor of saints. It turns out that after Wang Yutian's father passed away, his great-grandfather had not been seen again. It was precisely due to the disappearance of the Wang family's emperor of saints that the Shao family presumed him dead, leading to their increasing arrogance. Meanwhile, over the years, the number of venerables in the Shao family had surged, surpassing that of the Wang family, and they had one more saint than the Wang family. Although one-on-one, neither of the two saints could match Wang Yutian's grandfather. Together they could contend evenly with him. The highest combat power has lost its deterrent effect, and the mid-tier strength proves inadequate against the foe. The Shao family has increasingly acted without restraint. Wang Yutian's arrival at Qianfan Academy serves two purposes: to seek refuge and to pursue a breakthrough. Nevertheless, the Shao family has dispatched individuals to monitor Wang Yutian at Qianfan Academy. Therefore, he dares not disclose anything regarding his dealings with Tianyuan to anyone, fearing that others may seize upon his vulnerabilities. Had it not been for the relationship between Yin Shengye and Wang Yushue, Wang Yutian would not have permitted Yin Shengye to leave the back mountain that morning. After pondering for a moment, Yin Shengye concluded that the situation at Shengshui Mountain Manor was not insurmountable. Since they have sent individuals to surveil you, why not take the initiative against them? If the Watchers encounter issues, the Shao family will undoubtedly send others to investigate, at which point, one could strike them down individually. Wang Yutian managed a wry smile, acknowledging that he too had considered these matters. However, once such events transpire, they do not cease until a definitive outcome is achieved. Simultaneously, this internal strife serves to weaken Shengshui Mountain Manor's strength. Should it fail, Not only the Wang family but even Shengye Mountain Manor itself could face utter ruin. Yin Shengye shook his head, then with a slight smile, remarked that Wang Yutian, as the young master of Shengye Mountain Manor, ought not to be so apprehensive and indecisive. Consider this. If action is not taken now, what fate awaits your Wang family in the future? Have you contemplated these consequences? Wang Yutian sighed deeply. My grandfather and I are well aware of these truths, yet we do not dare to gamble. Yin Shengye was disinclined to continue the conversation. A young master such as Wang Yutian, despite possessing cunning, was excessively cautious, leading to the same inevitable outcome. Wang Yutian, I believe you should discuss with your grandfather. If you do not strike first, others will surely turn their weapons upon you. With that, it was up to them to decide their course of action. For a moment, Wang Yutian found himself in a quandary. The room fell into a heavy silence, when suddenly, urgent knocking echoed at the door, followed by an anxious voice. Young master, Luo Lai has intercepted the young lady. We are no match for him. You must go and see. Chapter 115. The duel having concluded their discussion, Yin Shengye and Wang Yutian swiftly exited the room and made their way outside. Regardless of the nature of Wang Yushua's connection with Yin Shengye, he was determined to shield her from harm, while simultaneously wishing to complicate Luo Lai's intentions. Wang Yutian and Yin Shengye hastened after the messenger. Reaching the training square of Tianxian, they beheld Wang Yushua being restrained by two individuals, with Luo Lai positioned before her, seemingly poised to commit a lewd act. Stop! Wang Yutian bellowed, leaping directly between Luo Lai and Wang Yushua. Elder brother! Wang Yushua exclaimed with joy, her savior had arrived. Luo Lai, what do you intend? Is this the modus operandi of your flame city, or do you wish to incite war with Shengye Mountain Manor? With that, Wang Yutian turned to the individuals holding Wang Yushua and commanded, release her. Only two individuals belonged to Luo Lai. How could they possibly heed Wang Yutian's commands, remaining utterly still? Wang Yutian, this matter concerns me and Wang Yushua. Kindly remove yourself from this situation. Furthermore, I, Luo Lai, am not easily intimidated. Do not attempt to frighten me with the name of Shengye Mountain Manor. Luo Lai paid no heed to Wang Yutian's threats, for his actions were not without preparation. In the past, Luo Lai would not have acted thus, yet now he felt no fear, as he was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Wang family at Shengye Mountain Manor. Yin Shengye, witnessing this, could not allow Wang Yushua to be held captive any longer. He swiftly threw a punch that struck one of the assailants holding Wang Yushua, causing him to stagger back. Without hesitation, Yin Shengye followed up with a kick, sending another attacker flying, before quickly guiding Wang Yushua to safety. Seeing Wang Yushua so easily rescued by Yin Shengye, Luo Lai felt a heaviness in his heart. Yet he remained unperturbed, for he still had a backup plan. Although he could not act against the Wang siblings, as it was not the right time to confront Shengye Mountain Manor, he could certainly take action against Yin Shengye. A shadowy smile crept across Luo Lai's face as he addressed Wang Yutian. Wang Yutian, I wonder if you recall a certain matter. At Fan Academy, there is a duel. Unless one side concedes, it continues until one party is deceased. Wang Yutian, filled with pent-up frustration and seeking an outlet, replied, Well, if you wish to duel, I shall oblige. Moreover, the duels at Fan Academy are overseen by two headmasters, ensuring absolute fairness. Even if one were to perish on the arena, no objections would arise. The authority of the Academy's headmasters is beyond question, as they possess undeniable strength. Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself. It is not you, but him, Luo Lai retorted, pointing at Yin Shengye. Upon realizing that Luo Lai's target was Yin Shengye, Wang Yutian felt a wave of disdain. What? Luo Lai, you truly lack ambition. If you possess the capability, strike me. Bullying a single person holds no merit. With an infuriating grin, Luo Lai responded, If you wish to fight me, perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. Yin Shengye, do you dare to face me next? Yin Shengye understood that the ultimate objective of this scheme was himself. The troubles aimed at Wang Yushua were merely a ploy to draw him in. They intended for him to witness the moment when Wang Yushua was about to be disrespected. If he harbored feelings for Wang Yushua, he would undoubtedly be enraged, and at that moment, he would be compelled to accept the duel. Such a clever scheme, the adversary had come prepared, yet Yin Shengye was not one to be easily deceived. Of course, engaging in a match was not out of the question. They had fought once before, and their strengths were comparable. However, Yin Shengye was still contemplating one matter. What was Wang Yutian's stance on this? Was his own decision truly worthwhile? Chapter 116. The desire for an alliance. Yin Shengye turned his gaze toward Wang Yutian. Only after receiving his consent could he make a decision. Sensing Yin Shengye's scrutiny, Wang Yutian understood the implications but found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. He did not wish for Yin Shengye to encounter any troubles. Yet he also yearned to vent his frustrations on Luo Lai, leaving his heart in a state of turmoil. Observing Wang Yutian's hesitation, Yin Shengye could only shake his head in resignation and took a step forward, only to be halted by Wang Yushue, who anxiously implored, "Sheng, you cannot engage him in a fight. Do not worry, Shuejie. I have my own plans," replied Yin Shengye as he approached Luo Lai, marveling at the audacity of such a thick-skinned individual. "I am willing to fight you, but only after a month." Luo Lai was taken aback by this unexpected response, which deviated greatly from his anticipations. He retorted provocatively, "What are you afraid? You seemed quite confident earlier." "Indeed, I have always been confident. However, I am not foolish. You, a mere Shenxian, dare to challenge me, a person of Rinxian?" How amusing! Yin Shengye deliberately elongated the word amusing with an exaggerated tone, ensuring that all present could hear. In an instant, many wore mocking smiles upon their faces. Though Luo Lai was thick-skinned, he could not withstand the derision of the crowd. "Very well, a month it shall be, and at that time, it will be your demise. Let us depart." With that, Luo Lai and his entourage left, allowing Wang Yutian to breathe a sigh of relief. The three returned to Wang Yutian's abode, where the door was firmly shut. Yin Shengye spoke first. "Wang Yutian, you and Shuejie are siblings, and there are matters that I believe you ought to disclose to her. Even if she remains unaware now, she will inevitably learn the truth in the future. It is simply unavoidable." Wang Yushue awaited her elder brother's response, feeling that there was something amiss with what Yin Shengye had previously mentioned. What secrets could they possibly be concealing from her? "Alas, you speak the truth." Wang Yutian then proceeded to reveal the situation regarding the Holy Snow Manor and his dealings with Tianyuan, including the conspiracy he shared with Yin Shengye. Upon hearing this, Wang Yushue was taken aback, exclaiming, "Elder brother, Sheng, how could you keep such significant matters from me? Am I not a member of the Wang family?" Wang Yutian's countenance darkened as he replied, "Yushue, I too have my reasons." Yin Shengye shook his head once more, observing the two with a sense of exasperation, thinking that such reasons could be discussed later. "Wang Yutian, there is a decision that requires your input. If you agree to confront Luo Lai, I shall incapacitate him. Additionally, I will assist you in dealing with the Shao family, but I have one condition. The Wang family of Holy Snow Manor and the Yin family must form an alliance." After hearing this, Wang Yutian furrowed his brows. It was indeed a matter of great consequence, one that held immense ramifications, and he felt ill-equipped to make such a decision. Regarding Yin Shengye's claim of incapacitating Luo Lai, he harbored doubts, for Yin Shengye was merely a Rinxian, and an alliance seemed feasible, yet he insisted, "I must see proof of your ability to defeat Luo Lai." Yin Shengye understood that this was merely the first of Wang Yutian's hesitations, recognizing that he was not a decisive individual, and anticipated further reservations to follow. "Is that all?" Wang Yutian hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I still need to discuss it with my family." "I knew you would utter such a phrase. In truth, I pondered what the Wang family would do if, one day, your grandfather were to pass away." Chapter 117. Strengthening power. Wang Yutian felt somewhat awkward at Yin Shengye's inquiry, as he indeed exhibited a degree of indecisiveness. Nevertheless, he chose to adhere to his principles. Matters beyond his control would be left for his family to decide. This approach not only mitigated the risk of error but also prevented him from creating a situation that could spiral out of control due to hasty decisions. "Yin Shengye, I understand your intentions, but I cannot make this decision alone. If you genuinely wish to form an alliance with the Wang family, then grant me 10 days. Yin Shengye was rendered speechless. If he wished to accomplish this objective, he would have to wait. Wang Yutian did not want to squander this opportunity and reiterated, "Just 10 days will suffice to reveal the answer." "You are quite tiresome, but very well, 10 days it is." Although it would take 10 years to ascertain the Wang family's decision, the duel with Luo Lai could not be postponed. By the time Yin Shengye returned to his quarters, night had already fallen. A month remained until his duel with Luo Lai. Though Yin Shengye was unafraid of defeat, achieving victory would not be a simple endeavor. Luo Lai was neither the previous assassin who had targeted him nor the commander of the palace guards. Fengde, he was a genuine recipient of the esteemed education at Qianfan Academy, and Yin Shengye could not afford to be complacent. However, with his current cultivation level and bloodline power, defeating Luo Lai was still far from feasible. Thus, Yin Shengye resolved to enhance his strength. He contemplated 3 methods to bolster his power in a short span of time. The first was to elevate his xuanqi level. Given his present circumstances, there was simply insufficient time to augment his xuanqi, leading him to dismiss this option. The second method involved bloodline power, which also could not be achieved overnight. Cultivating bloodline power required not only physical transformation but also an increase in the purity of one's bloodline. Yin Shengye realized that reaching the pinnacle of awakened bloodline power within a month was unattainable, prompting him to forego this choice as well. The final method pertained to Xuanji, mystical techniques. Currently, Yin Shengye was only familiar with the Yin blood sword technique and Lingdong Jiutian. He had merely scratched the surface of the five-leaf palm technique, so he resolved to master it completely. When the time came to confront Luo Lai, a single strike would leave him not dead, but rather wishing he were. Having determined his course of action, Yin Shengye wasted no time. Regardless of whether it was night or day, he made his way to the back mountain once more. Following the route previously taken with Dean Tang, he leaped until he distanced himself from the rear mountain and commenced his practice of the five-leaf palm. The essence of the five-leaf palm lies in its ability to shatter objects into 5 parts, delivering 5 distinct forces with a single strike. These 5 forces, when applied to a person or an object, would subject the recipient to the relentless tearing of these 5 powers, thus transforming the impacted entity into 5 segments. Yin Shengye, harnessing his Xuanqi interwoven with bloodline power, gradually applied the technique to his palm according to the 5-leaf palm's cultivation method. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to how to divide it into 5 distinct forces. For a moment, he was stumped. Gazing at his own hands, Yin Shengye suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Did he not possess precisely 5 fingers? Though this thought sparked a new inquiry regarding whether his fingers could withstand such forces. After much contemplation yielded no resolution, he resolved to cast aside these musings and discover the answer through experimentation. Gradually, the profound energy within his palm began to disperse, flowing towards his 5 fingers. The immense power coursing through them caused Yin Shengye to wince in pain. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated this quintet of energy at the tips of his fingers, ultimately delivering a forceful strike against the tree. Chapter 118. Such confidence with his palm imbued with energy, he struck the tree, only to witness it break, devoid of the anticipated effect. According to the technique of the 5 fragments palm, the impact should have cleaved the tree into several sections. What could be amiss? He had indeed followed the steps of the 5 fragments palm diligently. Ignoring the pain in his fingers, Yin Shengye attempted the 5 fragments palm once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He had failed to achieve the desired result. This left him perplexed. Where had he gone wrong? He was compelled to revisit the teachings of the 5 fragments palm, comparing the execution in his mind with what he had just performed. After meticulously analyzing each detail, Yin Shengye finally discerned the issue. The problem lay with the profound energy. In a true execution of the 5 fragments palm, the energy disperses in 5 distinct directions upon impact. However, his energy had converged back into a singular mass after being unleashed. How could this yield the effect of the 5 fragments palm? Additionally, when the energy converged upon his fingers, it had been forced together, which was another mistake. According to ancient texts, the power should be channeled to the fingers through the strength of his bloodline. Merely skimming through the texts would not suffice. Otherwise, he risked misdirecting his cultivation and potentially damaging his fingers, which would be a grave miscalculation. Consequently, Yin Shengye adhered strictly to the method outlined in the ancient texts, executing the 5 fragments palm once more, striking the tree anew. Indeed, this time it bore semblance to the intended outcome, albeit not as devastatingly powerful as he had envisioned. He merely succeeded in stripping the bark from the tree. With the technique now correctly executed, Yin Shengye felt assured that with diligent practice, mastery would soon follow. Retracing his steps, he had not rested the previous night, nor did he find respite this day. It was impossible to claim he felt unwearied. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his bed without even shedding his clothes, closing his eyes and succumbing to slumber. The following midday, Yin Shengye awoke, hastily washed, and made his way to the square. For today, he was determined to successfully construct that pagoda in the afternoon. A smile graced his face as he departed from the square. Before him stood a striking red pagoda, its layers distinct and vivid, resembling a tangible object. Yin Shengye had succeeded. After a brief meal, he departed in haste once more, returning to the location where he had practiced the 5 fragments palm the previous night. It was not until the 10th night that he ceased his training, for today marked the time when Dean Peng would impart knowledge to him at midnight. He arrived at the back mountain, where Dean Peng had arrived ahead of him. With a smile illuminating his face, the Dean's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm even in the darkness. Splendid. Such ambition? You dare accept Luo Lai's challenge. With 20 days remaining, do you feel confident? Yin Shengye was uncertain about his master's attitude, thus he candidly expressed his thoughts. Previously, he might have only been able to achieve a stalemate against Luo Lai, but now, he believed he could triumph over him. Oh, such confidence. Do you realize that he is the heir to the Flame City, and his methods are far from simplistic? That day in the square, when they clashed it was merely the tip of the iceberg he displayed. His true power remained concealed. Even without Director Peng's words, Yin Shengye could surmise this. As the heir of the Flame City, he undoubtedly possessed numerous, and his lethal techniques would not be lacking compared to others. Master Peng, do you have any solutions? At this moment, the resources of the Yin family are limited, and your assistance can only go so far. I implore you to help me. Chapter 119. An unexpected kick. Director Peng spoke leisurely. I will certainly assist you, but first, tell me how much you know about the Flame City. Yin Shengye was puzzled. If he was to be helped, why was there a need for such a question? How could he possibly understand the Flame City? Even within the domain of the Shang dynasty's sacred Snow Mountain Manor, his knowledge was scant. He had no intention of fabricating lies. Honesty was the best policy, and exaggerating would only harm himself. He knew little, merely that their relationship with the sacred Snow Mountain Manor was strained. Indeed, the sacred Snow Mountain Manor and the Flame City are like opposites, one to the south, the other to the north. One embodies water, the other fire. Their techniques are naturally reflective of this. One's methods are as frigid as an icy expanse, while the others are as fierce as roaring flames. You will understand this most clearly when you engage in combat with them. Upon hearing this explanation, Yin Shengye seemed to grasp something. That day, when Luo Lai clashed with him, he had not felt any searing heat. In other words, Luo Lai had yet to unleash his true abilities. Master Peng, how should I handle this? Though he harbored no fear of the icy expanse or the roaring flames, if there were solutions, why would Yin Shengye not employ them? There is no way to counter it. Yin Shengye's face fell. What did this mean? This was the help he received. The best tactic against the two families was to conclude matters swiftly, for there could transform the surrounding environment to mirror their own. Over time, this would undoubtedly benefit them, while proving perilous for their adversaries. So that is the case. While this is indeed a strategy, it is merely a matter of experience and not a method imparted by this old man, Peng. Yin Shengye was unconvinced. If Master Peng had specifically mentioned this matter to him, there must be a way to resolve it. Master, is there truly no solution? Promise me one thing, and I shall reveal the solution. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Shengye agreed. He would consent to anything if it meant dealing with Luo Lai. Marry my granddaughter. What? Yin Shengye stood there, utterly bewildered. Was this old man Peng not excessively cunning, even going so far as to scheme against his own disciple? This brought to mind the day they first met, when the esteemed director Peng had attempted to play matchmaker for him, and it seemed he had not yet relinquished that endeavor. That day, Director Tang had thwarted his plans, yet today, he resorted to such tactics to force his compliance. Truly, an elderly man lacking in virtue. Stammering, Yin Shengye implored, Master, can we not negotiate different terms? No. Came the resolute reply, if that is the case, then so be it. I do not require your instruction. I can devise my own solutions. Upon hearing this, the old man Peng grew anxious. What a splendid idea it was. He could not let it go to waste. Grasping Yin Shengye's arm, he exclaimed, Wait, Yin Shengye, my great-granddaughter is exceptionally beautiful. Why not reconsider? A smirk crept across Yin Shengye's lips. There was an opening. Master, some matters cannot be forced. If I should tragically fall at Luo Lai's hands, you and Director Tang may consider me no longer your disciple. With that, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a shadow leapt from the darkness, delivering a swift kick to Yin Shengye's chest. Caught off guard, he was unable to evade, while the assailant was sent crashing into a nearby tree. Chapter 120. Peng Hanyin. As Yin Shengye descended from the tree, rubbing his pained chest, he finally discerned the identity of his assailant. To his astonishment, it was a woman. This woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, possessing a formidable presence. Old man Peng stood beside her, appearing almost childlike in comparison. Frankly speaking, she resembled a giantess in feminine form. Old man, is this the man you introduced to me? How fragile he is. Collapsing to the ground with just one kick, the woman held no respect for Director Peng. Yet Yin Shengye noted that her voice was melodious. However, paired with her imposing stature, it was difficult to fathom. Rising from the ground, he gazed at Director Peng and asked, Is this truly your great-granddaughter? Director Peng chuckled, replying, Indeed, my great-granddaughter, Peng Hanyin. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Upon learning her name and recalling her physique, Yin Shengye felt a wave of nausea. Impressive? What do you mean by that? To be ambushed and then claim to be formidable. If you truly wish to compete, let us do so without any mystical energy. I shall match you in a contest. Yin Shengye refused to yield easily. If he did not reclaim some dignity this evening, it was likely that this formidable woman would persistently shadow him. Given his current understanding of Old Man Peng, this outcome was highly probable. The reason he suggested foregoing mystical energy was due to his apprehension. He feared that, under Old Man Peng's tutelage, this formidable woman had already surpassed the realm of divine mystique. To ensure his safety, he proposed relying solely on physical strength. Peng Hanyin cast a disdainful glance at Yin Shengye. "Oh, you truly possess a backbone." With that, she stepped forward, assuming a stance that indicated her readiness to engage in a contest. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yin Peng's brows furrowed in concern. He was acutely aware that Yin Shengye was a descendant awakened with the lineage of the Yin family, a lineage known for its remarkable physical enhancements. Although Peng Hanyin possessed considerable strength, it was uncertain whether she could prevail against Yin Shengye. As Yin Shengye removed his purple outer robe, he addressed Peng Hanyin with a challenge, "Make your move." "Ah!" Peng Hanyin exclaimed, clenching her right fist as her imposing figure surged towards Yin Shengye with remarkable speed. Yin Shengye remained stoic, his lips sealed, mirroring her stance as he charged back at her with a clenched fist. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a resounding thud. In the subsequent moment, their fists parted, only to be positioned against each other once more. The formidable woman and the lean man engaged in an intense exchange of blows, their forms shifting fluidly. What began as a mere contest of fists escalated into a full-bodied struggle, with each strike landing with palpable force. Yin Peng, observing from the sidelines, felt a twinge of pain. If he were to engage in such a manner with his great-granddaughter, he knew he would not last long. Yet, astonishingly, Yin Shengye's resilience seemed to surpass even his own. As Yin Peng watched the unfolding battle, his thoughts were not solely focused on the match itself. He pondered whether he should intervene on behalf of his great-granddaughter. What if she were to sustain injuries? Had Yin Shengye been privy to Yin Peng's inner musings, he would undoubtedly have felt indignant. This was outright collusion against him. After exchanging several hundred blows, their fists ultimately collided once more, landing squarely upon each other's chests, resulting in both combatants being propelled backward, skidding across the ground. Yin Shengye, unable to suppress himself, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Peng Hanyin, too, was affected. However, she swallowed the blood that threatened to spill from her lips, though traces of crimson lingered at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 121. Acknowledgement. With a triumphant smile, Peng Hanyin gazed at the bloodied Yin Shengye and taunted, "What's the matter? Can't continue." Yin Shengye, spitting out blood, retorted, "This is only the beginning. Come at me again." With that, he once more clenched his fist and charged at Peng Hanyin. Panic surged within her. She had not anticipated that the provocation would incite Yin Shengye to attack once more. Having nearly exhausted her strength in their previous exchange, she was aware that although she had some fight left in her, it would not last long. Yet, before Yin Shengye, how could Peng Hanyin concede defeat? Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she braced herself to meet Yin Shengye's assault head-on. As they resumed their fierce confrontation, Yin Peng's trepidation grew. What if something were to happen to these two young combatants? With his extensive experience, he understood that the odds were tilted in favor of Yin Shengye. He knew all too well the properties of the Yin family bloodline, which could enhance one's combat abilities markedly, regardless of whether it was their own or another's blood. Though the boost was fleeting, Peng Hanyin was already nearing her limits. It was increasingly likely that she would be overpowered by Yin Shengye in a short span, possibly even gravely injured. Thus, Yin Peng contemplated whether he should intervene and halt their fierce skirmish. As the conflict reached a fever pitch, Peng Hanyin struggled to keep pace with Yin Shengye's rhythm, narrowly evading severe injury on multiple occasions. Resolute, Yin Peng decided that he could no longer allow their battle to continue unchecked. As the two individuals exchanged a blow and momentarily separated, Director Peng bellowed, "Stop!" Subsequently, a surge of mysterious energy struck between them. Yin Shengye and Peng Hanyin turned their gazes toward Director Peng, their expressions laden with unspoken meanings. "Master Peng, what are you doing? We have yet to determine a victor." Yin Shengye was acutely aware that the cunning old man had intervened for a reason. During the skirmish, he had sensed that Peng Hanyin was on the verge of collapse. Observing from the sidelines, the old man must have perceived something significant, prompting his intervention. Peng Hanyin remained silent. If she was still oblivious to her great-grandfather's intentions, it would be sheer foolishness. Director Peng glared, his face etched with displeasure, and remarked, "Yin Shengye, are you questioning me? You ought to realize that I am aiding you. I know my great-granddaughter all too well. If this continues, she is bound to injure you. Instead of gratitude, you dare to question my actions." Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye internally scoffed, recognizing that the old man was hardly helping him. Rather, he was supporting his great-granddaughter, exhibiting shamelessness. Although he felt disgruntled, he maintained a facade of gratitude. Then I thank you, Master Peng. After speaking, Yin Shengye cast a glance at Peng Hanyin, who appeared pale, likely blushing, though the darkness concealed the flush upon her cheeks. Old Peng, we shall take our leave. Peng Hanyin felt utterly embarrassed to remain in this place any longer. However, Director Peng had no intention of departing. His great-granddaughter had lost face, and he sought to rectify that. Leave? I have yet to impart any teachings to this rascal. Without uttering a word, Peng Hanyin stepped in front of Yin Shengye. You are quite impressive. You could be my man.t over 50. You are the first man I have acknowledged. Without waiting for Director Peng's response, she departed on her own. The old man felt no anger at his great-granddaughter's disrespect. Instead, he was elated, for she had finally found a man worthy of her regard. Chapter 122. A lesson. Once Peng Hanyin had exited, Director Peng's expression soured, and he unleashed a wave of mysterious energy toward Yin Shengye. Fortunately, Yin Shengye's attention had not been diverted by the mention of over 50 years, or else he would have been thoroughly ensnared. Old man, have you lost your mind? Yin Shengye exclaimed, narrowly evading the energy. Humph, I am not the one who has lost my sanity. It is you who has gone mad, Director Peng retorted. Knowing your own bloodline's characteristics, you dared to engage with my great-granddaughter. Given the current state you have left her in, are you not the one who is truly insane? Before Director Peng could finish his sentence, he unleashed another wave of energy at Yin Shengye. The latter barely managed to dodge it, sidestepping to safety. Yet, Director Peng's onslaught did not relent. He struck out again, appearing directly before Yin Shengye. Ultimately, Yin Shengye, being merely a celestial-level practitioner, could evade once and twice, but not a third time. This time, he was struck squarely, sent flying backward and crashing to the ground. Before Yin Shengye could fully comprehend the situation, Director Peng's palm descended upon him, landing squarely on his chest. Yin Shengye spat blood once more. Although he was no match for the old man Peng, he would not resign himself to fate. It was not in his nature to simply allow this madman to beat him. Lying on the ground, he kicked towards Dean Peng. With a push, Dean Peng sent him retreating. From his robe, he produced a vial, the very one containing the blood pill. He poured a blood pill into his mouth, and an immediate surge of power coursed through him, restoring him to his prime. Dean Peng, you have forced my hand. With that declaration, Yin Shengye unleashed the five-leaf palm technique he had recently mastered, striking towards the old man. A disdainful smile graced Dean Peng's face. He barely regarded Yin Shengye's attack. He countered with his own palm, confident that no matter how potent Yin Shengye's bloodline power was, it would be of little consequence to him. In his estimation, Yin Shengye was still at a lower stage. Lacking any significant threat, to deal with him was as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, as their palms clashed, Dean Peng realized he had miscalculated. From Yin Shengye's hand emanated 5 distinct forces, tearing at his palm and causing him immense discomfort, as if it were being ripped apart. How could this brat possess such formidable skills? Unaware of Dean Peng's turmoil, Yin Shengye continued his assault, following up with a series of kicks. Dean Peng, suffering from the pain in his right hand and unable to properly channel his energy, was forced to defend with his left, continuously retreating to evade Yin Shengye's onslaught. Yet, Yin Shengye would not afford the old man a moment's respite. Having exhausted his legs, he resorted to his fists, relentlessly attacking Dean Peng. Dean Peng felt a sense of despair. Had he known this youth had such cunning tactics, he would not have underestimated him. Now, a dignified Saint Emperor was being pushed back by a mere boy. A most humiliating predicament. Yin Shengye, have you not had enough? In a moment of desperation, Dean Peng had no choice but to risk his own dignity, pleading for Yin Shengye to cease his assault. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. Remembering the earlier energies and the palm strike to his chest, anger surged within Yin Shengye. Hence, his attacks grew even more ferocious. He would not find peace until his grievances were addressed. Dean Peng perceived that Yin Shengye had seemingly lost his wits. Could it be that his previous strikes had truly provoked him? Without further contemplation, he realized that if he did not conclude this confrontation soon, he would be defeated by this youth. A powerful pressure exuded from Dean Peng, forcing Yin Shengye to retreat several steps. Yin Shengye, though you possess bloodline power, it is insufficient before a Saint Emperor. Cease your attacks, or I shall strike you so hard your mother won't recognize you. As the Saint Emperor's pressure was released, Dean Peng's right hand returned to normal, and an immense energy began to coalesce within it. However, Yin Shengye was not as irrational as Dean Peng presumed. He was merely incensed. Now that this cunning old man was employing his true abilities, Yin Shengye decisively withdrew. "Old Pong, why don't you speak for yourself? If it weren't for your reckless behavior, I would not find myself in this predicament. Although Old Pong is indeed more capable than I, persuading Yin Shengye to concede is no simple task. Humph, truly ungrateful. My earlier strike was merely an attempt to gauge your strength and ascertain whether you possess the capability to defeat Luo Lai. Yet, your reckless disregard for your own safety is utterly despicable." After uttering these words, a momentary blush crept across Old Ping's face, though it was fleeting. He had engaged in such disingenuousness more than once and had long since grown accustomed to it. Yin Shengye had thoroughly seen through Old Ping's facade. "Since you were merely testing me, what are the results?" Yin Shengye was not oblivious to the situation. Old Pong sought a means to extricate himself, and if he did not cooperate, he would surely face the consequences. That was somewhat acceptable. "What technique was that you employed, and from whom did you learn it?" Old Pong deflected the question, harboring a curiosity. Yin Shengye's strike was something he had never encountered before, and thus he wished to clarify it. "Oh, that technique? I just made it up on the spot." "What is it, Old Pong? Do you recognize this technique?" Yin Shengye was not a fool. This unscrupulous old man would not divulge anything without reason. "I might know a little." Old Pong fervently attempted to conceal his ignorance. "Old Pong, you mentioned a test, and the results are in. What are my chances against Luo Lai? Please, do enlighten me. Furthermore, you have yet to share the methods of dealing with him that you promised. If you truly do not know, then so be it." Yin Shengye was beginning to lose his patience. If this continued, dawn would soon arrive. "In truth, there is a way to counter Luo Lai. Carry a treasure that restrains him in doing so. Regardless of how long the battle lasts, one would remain unaffected." Old Pong spoke languidly, then produced a small box. "This is the extreme cold ice soul. As long as you carry it during combat, you can withstand his dark energy for as long as you can endure." As soon as Old Pong finished speaking, Yin Shengye swiftly snatched the box from his hands. Upon opening it, an intensely frigid aura surged forth. "The extreme cold ice soul, I see." Yin Shengye closed the box and tucked it away, preparing to leave. This was a valuable item. Once it was in his possession, he would only return it after he had replicated it. Contemplating the cunning Old Pong, Yin Shengye entertained the notion of keeping it for himself. Chapter 124, The Attic. Old Pong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yin Shengye would seize the extreme cold ice soul and attempt to depart without uttering a word, truly heartless. He hastily called out, "Yin Shengye, stop. I have yet to teach you anything tonight. Old Pong, you have already taught me, and I have learned." Without looking back, Yin Shengye continued forward. "I haven't taught you anything. What have you learned?" Old Pong was perplexed. Nothing had transpired this evening, and he had imparted no teachings, yet somehow, knowledge had been gained. Yin Shengye halted his steps, turned around, and had mastered your audacity, your art of being unreasonable, and your ability to distort black and white. This knowledge would serve me well for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Old Ping's beard trembled in rage. "What nonsense is this? Am I truly such a person?" Just as Old Pong was about to retort, Yin Shengye had already vanished without a trace. On the following day, Yin Shengye returned to the square, for it was time to learn a new method of controlling mystical energy. Upon his arrival, the square was already filled with people. Shortly thereafter, the same young man from before appeared, conjuring a river with mystical energy, vividly depicted. Today's practice involved using mystical energy to create illustrations. Without wasting a moment, Yin Shengye completed his task in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and then proceeded to the square where Tianxian was located. Similarly, at Tianxian's location, a river was also depicted using mystical energy, but with a few more embellishments than the previous one. However, these embellishments rendered the task considerably more challenging, causing Yin Shengye to take a bit more time. After practicing both techniques of mystical energy control, as he was about to leave, he noticed Peng Hanyan approaching. What could she possibly want here? With her level of cultivation, she had no need to practice such things. As Yin Shengye pondered this, Peng Hanyan had already reached his side. "Surely, you aren't here to seek me out. Of course I am here for you. Come with me." Yin Shengye was taken aback. She had come specifically to find him. What could this mean, however? He felt that Peng Hanyan would not mean him any harm, so he followed her. They departed the square and walked alongside Peng Hanyan to an independent loft, presumably her own. Upon reaching the highest point of the loft, it was the tallest structure in Qianfan Academy, second only to the administrative building. Standing atop it, one could behold nearly the entire landscape of Qianfan Academy. With an unchanging expression, Peng Hanyan inquired, "Yin Shengye, how do you feel on this rooftop?" Yin Shengye took a deep breath, feeling a vastness in his chest. Is this loft truly yours? Yes, it belongs solely to me. I transported all the materials for its construction from the mountain bit by bit. Impressive, isn't it? Yin Shengye's eyes widened as he gazed up at Peng Hanyan. Such a grand loft had been assembled by her alone. It was indeed remarkable. Were it him, even if he could manage the task, he would lack the perseverance to see it through. Yin Shengye's assessment was accurate. He would never undertake such an endeavor. He held a principle. Tasks that could be accomplished without his hands, he resolutely refrained from doing. Thus, even if he possessed the ability, he would not engage in such tedious work. Indeed, most people would not do such a thing. But what if neglecting it could result in a life-threatening situation? Would you still refrain from acting? Peng Hanyan looked down at Yin Shengye once more. Yin Shengye was baffled. Life-threatening situation? What does it mean? Chapter 125. The Past. Indeed, a peril to life. Upon uttering these words, the radiance faded from Peng Hanyan's face. Yin Shengye found it perplexing. Given Peng Hanyan's esteemed position at Qianfan Academy, how could she possibly be in danger of losing her life? With her grandfather being a saintly emperor and the presence of Director Tang, despite the frequent quarrels between him and old Peng, their bond was evident. With such formidable allies, who would dare threaten her existence? Furthermore, Peng Hanyan's own prowess was undoubtedly impressive. Thus, who could pose such a threat to her life? It seemed evident that some unimaginable events had transpired in her life. Yin Shengye did not intend to pry further. If such a matter existed, it must have caused Peng Hanyan immense anguish. Regaining her previous composure, Peng Hanyan smiled at Yin Shengye and asked, "Do you wish to know? If you prefer not to share, you need not tell me." Truthfully, Yin Shengye was curious, yet he was not one to satisfy his curiosity at the expense of another's suffering. Regardless of whether you wish to know or hear, I am compelled to share. With that, Peng Hanyan recounted the events in detail. It turned out that 40 years prior, Peng Hanyan was a petite and enchanting beauty in her teenage years. She was in the bloom of youth, filled with curiosity about the world. One day, tired of her training, she wandered aimlessly on Qianfan Mountain, seeking a bit of amusement. Venturing towards the back mountain, she sprinted deeper into the woods, determined to catch a deer. However, the deer, for reasons unknown, fled with remarkable speed, and despite her relentless pursuit, she could not catch up. After a prolonged chase, she finally cornered the deer and seized it, only to find herself lost in an unfamiliar place. Before her stood a stone wall, upon which there was an ancient and unadorned door. Driven by her curiosity, Peng Hanyan approached and reached out to touch the door. The moment her hand made contact, an extraordinarily brilliant light erupted from the door, casting her aside and sending her crashing to the ground, unconscious. Simultaneously, Director Tang and old Peng arrived at the scene. From that point onward, Peng Hanyan had no recollection. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in her own room, witnessing old Peng and Director Tang using their mystical energy to suppress something within her. Aware that these two meant her no harm, she cooperated with them willingly. After a day, Director Tang and old Peng concluded their efforts. Upon inquiry, Peng Hanyan learned that by touching the door, a force had entered her body. Without suppression, she would not survive beyond 3 days. Yet, even with the force subdued, it would continue to resurface unless she integrated it herself, which would pose a life-threatening risk. The only way to assimilate this power was to continuously strengthen her body. Thus, the path at Qianfan Academy became the journey of Peng Hanyan's ascension to greater strength. Over 2 decades later, that force was harmonized, and concurrently, Peng Hanyan's physique underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving into the imposing figure she is now. After listening to Peng Hanyan's account, Yin Shengye finally comprehended the reasons behind her formidable stature. Chapter 126. Candor and transparency to survive is a blessing. As for appearances, they are but illusions. Ultimately, one must assess a person by their inner character. Yin Shengye grasped this notion. It must be an excruciating experience for a woman to transition from a petite beauty to a formidable figure that instills fear in others. A presence more terrifying than a Barbie with immense strength. One can only imagine the emotional toll this would exact on a woman. Yin Shengye, you are the only one capable of matching my physical prowess. Could you enlighten me on how you achieve this? Peng Hanyan expressed her intrigue, sharing her experiences with him. Revealing one's past to another is inherently an act of recognition and trust, genuinely considering Yin Shengye as a friend. Consequently, she yearned to learn more about him. Yin Shengye smiled before responding, I wonder how old Peng introduced me to you. If Peng Hanyan were aware of her inherent bloodline power, a mere hint would suffice for her to grasp the implications. However, she did not quite comprehend Yin Shengye's words and relayed old Peng's sentiments instead. Old Peng merely mentioned that you are a commendable man. and that any child we may have together would undoubtedly be exceptional. Could there be more to it? Yin Shengye smirked, realizing that the cunning old man understood the delicacies of discourse. Some matters could be divulged, while others must remain unspoken. With that in mind, he decided to share certain truths with Peng Hongyuan. The reason old Peng introduced me to you is precisely this. Take a good look with that. Yin Shengye stepped back, unleashing the full extent of his bloodline power. His hair turned a vivid crimson, and the hue of his irises shifted from dark brown to blood red. Peng Hongyuan was utterly astonished. What kind of power was this? Did Yin Shengye, like herself, possess an amalgamation of external forces within his being? Within mere breaths, he retracted his bloodline power. Do you understand now? It is precisely for this reason that old Peng introduced me to you. Yin Shengye, what manner of power is this? I have never encountered anything like it. Peng Hongyuan, confident in her own knowledge, found herself confronted with a force unlike any she had previously witnessed. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Shengye resolved to be forthright, as Peng Hongyuan had shared her past with him, and he felt it was only right to reciprocate with sincerity. This is bloodline power, a unique force derived from my esteemed Yin family. Our lineage is extraordinarily potent, capable of enhancing physical capabilities. When we sparred, I was not at my peak strength. Should you face me in my most powerful state, a contest of mere physical strength would yield but one outcome: instant defeat. It is precisely due to this bloodline power that the old man Peng introduced me to you. Peng Hongyuan believes in Yin Shengye's words. The pressure emanating from him just now, although somewhat inferior to her own, still leaves her with no certainty regarding a contest of physical strength. Yet, why must the old man Peng insist on her marrying someone who possesses this bloodline power? Noticing Peng Hongyuan's silence, Yin Shengye continued, the bloodline power has nearly vanished from the divine Xian continent, and few are aware of its existence. So I hope you can keep this secret. Otherwise, I shall face the relentless pursuit of countless individuals. Chapter 127. A hasty retreat. Peng Hongyuan had never before contemplated the existence of such formidable power in the world. More importantly, Yin Shengye had entrusted her with this secret, a testament to his profound trust in her. With utmost seriousness, she replied, rest assured, I will keep it confidential. She then added, Yin Shengye, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Yin Shengye had initially thought that their extensive conversation could be deemed heartfelt, perhaps even the basis for friendship. Yet, he never anticipated that he would receive such a remark from Peng Hongyuan. Leaving him feeling quite innocent in a subdued tone, he replied, Miss Peng, you should refrain from taking an interest in me. I possess nothing admirable. With her head bowed, a smile gracing her lips, Peng Hongyuan gazed at Yin Shengye. I am aware of your character, yet you have undeniably captured my attention. Yin Shengye lamented his own words, wondering why he had chosen to divulge so much to her today. Why could he not simply remain an unobtrusive listener? Suddenly, a thought struck him, providing an excuse for his departure. Miss Peng, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall converse another day. Without waiting for Peng Hongyuan's response, he leaped from the lofty loft, executing a few agile bounds before landing gracefully on the ground. As Yin Shengye touched down, he glanced back at the loft, catching sight of Peng Hongyuan, her smile directed at him. A shiver coursed through him, and he swiftly made his escape. From her elevated vantage point, Peng Hongyuan observed Yin Shengye's hasty retreat, her face illuminated by a breathtaking smile. Though he could no longer behold it, of course, witnessing such a stunning smile did not afford him the opportunity to appreciate Peng Hongyuan's figure. After fleeing the loft and covering a considerable distance, Yin Shengye still felt an unsettling sensation. Just then, Wang Yuxue called out from behind. Shangdi, startled, Yin Shengye exclaimed. Upon turning to see it was Wang Yuxue, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Shuejie, what brings you here? Do you not realize that startling someone can be perilous? Wang Yuxue regarded Yin Shengye with a sidelong glance. Are you truly this timid? Surely not. Naturally, Yin Shengye would not disclose the matter concerning Peng Hongyuan, merely shaking his head with a sigh. He then smiled and inquired, Shuejie, let us set this matter aside. Did you come specifically to see me? Wang Yuxue playfully punched Yin Shengye's arm as if, I'm not here for you. My brother sent me to find you. Yin Shengye pondered for a moment and discerned the purpose behind Wang Yushue's visit. This realization also elucidated why he had hastily departed from Peng Hongyuan's presence. Today marked the 11th day, implying that Wang Yutian had already received a response from his family. It was evident that Wang Yutian intended to negotiate terms. A smirk graced Yin Shengye's lips. Very well, he would go to meet Wang Yutian. The two made their way to Zhangqiong Pavilion, the residence of Wang Yutian, where they found him waiting alone. Upon Yin Shengye's arrival, Wang Yutian solemnly inquired. Yin Shengye, are you prepared? If you ally with our Wang family, will you be able to assume control over the Yin family? Yin Shengye anticipated this question from Wang Yutian. Given the mutual interests at stake, it was only natural for Wang Yutian to consider the implications of this matter. However, Yin Shengye was not Wang Yutian. He possessed the ability to weigh the pros and cons and was aware of how to chart his own future. He had no desire to bind himself to the Yin family. Thus, he felt no reservations akin to those of Wang Yutian. Moreover, the strength of the Wang family surpassed that of the Yin family, and if his family were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly support Yin Shengye's decision. With a serious demeanor, Yin Shengye declared, Wang Yutian, I reiterate, I am not like you. I can make my own decisions. Wang Yutian gazed at Yin Shengye in silence for a prolonged moment, ultimately fixing his stare upon him. Yin Shengye, if you have not corresponded with the members of the Yin family, I cannot agree to an alliance with them. Yin Shengye was at a loss for words. What was wrong with Wang Yutian? At such a young age, he pondered so deeply, like an old man, with not a trace of youthful fervor in his actions. Wang Yutian, I presume you have already received news from your family. Please share with me your family's decision. Yin Shengye was equally perplexed by Wang Yutian's demeanor. How could someone so young behave like a little old man, fixating on matters that were hardly befitting his age? Wang Yutian displayed a hesitant expression before finally responding, Very well, I can divulge this much. My grandfather has agreed to ally with the Yin family. However, your previous performance has left me unconvinced. You have yet to demonstrate the capability to defeat Luo Lai. Therefore, I must reconsider the possibility of our alliance. From the outset of their conversation, Wang Yutian had not once allowed a smile to grace his face, clearly indicating his stance. Yin Shengye's reply had only served to reinforce Wang Yutian's perception of his insincerity. At that moment, Yin Shengye felt an overwhelming urge to strike Wang Yutian. Why all this needless chatter? If everyone were to engage in such trivialities, countless matters would remain unresolved. Wang Yutian, very well. I shall demonstrate my strength to you. Tonight, at the back mountain, Yin Shengye, seething with indignation, stormed out of the room. Upon returning to his quarters, he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to comprehend the situation. How could someone so young exhibit such an aged demeanor? Wang Yushue was 5 years his senior, and Wang Yutian could not be much older. Why, then, did he seem to have aged so rapidly? There was not a hint of youthful vigor to be found in Wang Yutian. However, on a different note, since the moment he encountered Wang Yutian, it is indeed true that he has not witnessed Wang Yutian engaging in any outrageous behavior. Even regarding his relationship with Tianyuan, everything has been conducted with decorum. They did not elope, nor did they create any discord with their families. It is rather puzzling. Yin Shengye is quite curious to understand how Wang Yutian has developed such a temperament. Setting aside his musings, after the intense battle with Peng Hanyan last night, Yin Shengye realized he needed to rest adequately. Tonight, he must engage in a spar with Wang Yutian, so he must conserve his energy. Upon awakening, he found that night had already fallen. In a hurry, Yin Shengye grabbed a quick bite before making his way towards the back mountain. Otherwise, if he arrived late, given Wang Yutian's character, he would probably accuse him of being unpunctual and lacking sincerity. When Yin Shengye reached the back mountain, he found Wang Yutian had indeed been waiting there for quite some time. Wang Yutian wore a face full of anger but was making a considerable effort to maintain his composure. Suppressing his fury, Is this your attitude, Yin Shengye? I have waited here for you all night. Well, didn't you mention that someone was monitoring you at Qinfan Academy? Yin Shengye smiled faintly, not at all concerned with Wang Yutian's current mood. For he knew that Wang Yutian would never strike, as he was a timid old man. You arrived here early, and I appeared immediately. Aren't you afraid someone might notice? Wang Yutian pondered and realized that there was indeed some merit to Yin Shengye's words. Their simultaneous appearance could certainly alert any vigilant observers, adversely affecting their subsequent plans. Accepting the reasoning presented by Yin Shengye, Wang Yutian chose not to dwell on the matter of Yin Shengye's tardiness and said, Then let us begin. Chapter 129. Proving Yin Shengye shook his head, bemused by Wang Yutian's lack of foresight. Where had his earlier composure and meticulous thought process vanished to? Did he not fear drawing attention to themselves by engaging in combat here? Just last night, Yin Shengye had fought with Peng Hanyan nearby, knowing the formidable presence of old Peng would deter any curious onlookers. However, the situation was different now. It was just the two of them, without any powerful figures to maintain the atmosphere. Should they be discovered, the course of events could spiral beyond their control. With an expression of resignation, Yin Shengye remarked, Wang Yutian, you truly have not matured with age. Follow me. After saying this, Yin Shengye headed off into the distance. Although Wang Yutian did not fully grasp Yin Shengye's intentions, he quickly understood and promptly followed. The two ran quite a distance before Yin Shengye finally halted. He turned to Wang Yutian and said, "This spot is suitable. It is a fair distance from the academy's back mountain." Wang Yutian maintained his expressionless demeanor. "All right, make your move, lest I strike first and you lose your chance. Do not be so confident." "It remains to be seen who will truly miss their opportunity," Yin Shengye retorted, casting aside any notions of gentlemanly decorum. He propelled himself off the ground with a kick, launching a powerful punch towards Wang Yutian. However, Wang Yutian did not take the formidable blow lightly. As the fist descended, he deftly sidestepped, evading Yin Shengye's strike. Wang Yutian would not merely defend himself. As he evaded the incoming punch, his right hand struck towards Yin Shengye with a swift palm. Yin Shengye, undeterred and unyielding, reciprocated with a palm strike aimed at Wang Yutian. Their palms collided, and the two simultaneously retreated. It was Wang Yutian's first encounter with Yin Shengye, and he was taken aback to discover that his full-powered strike was met with equal prowess. It seemed that the ability to hold his ground against Luo Lai was not without merit. The battle between the two raged on, with the crimson energy of Yin Shengye beginning to emanate. While the violet energy enveloped Wang Yutian. One red, one purple, they surged towards each other. Their fists and feet clashed relentlessly, neither yielding ground. After dozens of exchanges, they once again parted ways. Yin Shengye gazed at Wang Yutian across the divide. Realizing that without revealing his true capabilities, defeating Wang Yutian would not be a simple endeavor. Wang Yutian held a similar sentiment. Yin Shengye matched him in both martial prowess and spiritual energy. To vanquish Yin Shengye, he would indeed need to employ the techniques of the Wang family. At that moment, both of them underwent a transformation. Yin Shengye's crimson energy became increasingly vibrant, even his eyes taking on a tinge of red. Conversely, the violet energy surrounding Wang Yutian dulled slightly, his pupils turning an icy white as a chill radiated outward. Both were acutely aware of the other's newfound strength, recognizing that the time for underestimation had passed, and it was time to unleash their full potential. Once more, Yin Shengye and Wang Yutian charged at one another, exchanging blows. In a moment of confrontation, Wang Yutian anticipated driving Yin Shengye back, only to be astounded when, at the moment their fists connected, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, while Yin Shengye remained steadfast, unmoved. Although Yin Shengye had succeeded in propelling Wang Yutian away, he too suffered. His right hand was encrusted with frost, leaving him momentarily numb. Chapter 130. An unexpected turn. Wang Yutian lay on the ground, his right hand shaking uncontrollably, nearly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye sought to dispel the frost clinging to his hand with his energy. After several breaths, the frost dissipated, and Wang Yutian managed to rise, though his injured hand hindered a swift recovery. Standing opposite Wang Yutian, Yin Shengye spoke. "Wang Yutian, does this prove my capability to defeat Luo Lai?" Wang Yutian nodded, his expression subtly shifting. "Yin Shengye, you are indeed formidable, exceeding my expectations. With such strength, you could best Luo Lai. However, I still cannot agree to an alliance. This is a matter that must not go awry. Without the consent of the Yin family, I cannot acquiesce." At this juncture, Yin Shengye's patience with Wang Yutian had worn thin. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have refrained from entangling himself with someone like Wang Yutian. "Very well, let us consider the matter of an alliance as never spoken of. From now on, the affairs of your Wang family shall have no bearing on me. Do not approach me for any reason." Having uttered these words, Yin Shengye turned to leave. However, he paused, crouching down to search the ground, picking up a stone. Yin Shengye cast a glance in a particular direction, and at that very moment, he observed the branches tremble slightly. What transpired was understood by Wang Yutian, who stood nearby. With a swift motion of his hand, Yin Shengye hurled a stone, which struck with a resounding thud, causing a man to collapse onto the ground. Rushing over, Yin Shengye and Wang Yutian discovered a man lying motionless. It was Xiao Dao. Despite the enveloping darkness of the night, Wang Yutian recognized him instantly. The stone thrown by Yin Shengye had pierced Xiao Dao's chest, and it was clear that he would not survive much longer. "Wang Yutian, I never imagined you would betray the holy Snow Mountain Manor. You will surely meet a wretched end." With those final words, Xiao Dao breathed his last. Wang Yutian was taken aback. How could the earthly profound Xiao Dao be slain by a mere pebble thrown by Yin Shengye? The sheer force was astonishing. Setting aside his astonishment at Yin Shengye, Wang Yutian gazed at the lifeless body, feeling that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. With Xiao Dao's demise at the hands of Yin Shengye, it signified an undeniable connection between Yin Shengye and the Wang family. Silent, Yin Shengye merely confirmed the death of the man named Xiao Dao before turning to leave. Panic surged within Wang Yutian. Yin Shengye was now in grave danger. Showdown had followed him and failed to return, indicating something had gone awry. When the authorities investigated, they would surely uncover the meeting between Wang Yutian and Yin Shengye, thus implicating him. Although they might not be able to harm Wang Yutian, they could certainly target Yin Shengye. Wang Yutian was unwilling to see Yin Shengye lose his life due to his own troubles. Yin Shengye, stop right there. Yin Shengye halted at the call, turning back. Wang Yutian, no matter what you wish to say, I have no inclination to listen. If it weren't for Wang Yushui, he would never have been at odds with Luo Lai. Now, he sought to assist Wang Yutian. Yet, Wang Yutian acted as if he were the one pleading, overly cautious about this and that. Now that real trouble had arisen, Wang Yutian sought to confer with him. But Yin Shengye was not one to be summoned at will. Without waiting for Wang Yutian's response, Yin Shengye strode away, leaving no further trace. Chapter 131. Seeking justice. As he observed Yin Shengye's decisive departure, Wang Yutian stood rooted in contemplation. Was it truly the case that he had been excessively indecisive and timid? Reflecting on their encounters since first meeting Yin Shengye, he recalled how each time a challenge arose, Yin Shengye had stepped forward without hesitation, displaying a tenacity that was commendable. In contrast, Wang Yutian recognized his own complacency, remaining content in his current circumstances without any desire for change. Perhaps Yin Shengye was right. He truly was ill-suited to be a young master who could only contemplate yet lacked the ability to act was fundamentally ineffectual. With no further delay, Wang Yutian departed from the scene. The following day, Yin Shengye remained in his quarters, taking respite. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning Luo Lai and the alliance with Wang Yutian. Now that negotiations had collapsed, it marked the conclusion of one chapter. After a fierce confrontation with Wang Yutian the night before, Yin Shengye had gained insight into Luo Lai's capabilities, estimating them to be on par with Wang Yutian's. Moreover, with the addition of the extreme cold ice essence, Yin Shengye felt even more at ease. When the time comes, he would surely make Luo Lai weep like a child, and then we shall see how audacious he would be thereafter. Just as Yin Shengye contemplated indulging in a day of slumber, someone came seeking him. Yin Shengye, come out. The voice unmistakably belonged to Wang Yushui, laced with a tone of indignation. Yin Shengye rolled his eyes and replied, come in. The door isn't locked. With a resounding bang, the door was kicked open, and Wang Yushui, brimming with fury, stormed to Yin Shengye's side and delivered a kick to the edge of the bed. Yin Shengye, why did you injure my brother's hand so severely? Yin Shengye leaned back against the bed and propped his head up with his hand, retorting, I too sustained injuries. You ought to be more aware of the Wang family's profound energy than I am. Upon hearing this, Wang Yushui scrutinized Yin Shengye's form, yet found no visible wounds. Stop looking. My condition is far superior to Wang Yutian's. I shall certainly recover more swiftly. Yin Shengye turned over, dismissing Wang Yushui entirely. Infuriated, Wang Yushui could hardly contain her rage. How could Yin Shengye exhibit such an attitude when her brother's hand was still immobile, devoid of any remorse? Observing Yin Shengye's unscathed body, she considered his claims of injury utterly shameless. Yin Shengye, get up this instant. Wang Yushui could no longer tolerate the sight, contemplating whether to give this scoundrel a thrashing. If you have the capability, then strike me. Yin Shengye was disinclined to leave the bed, knowing full well that Wang Yushui would never truly dare to hit him. Regardless, he had assisted her numerous times, and should she choose to strike him, he would accept it, acknowledging his own folly. Wang Yushui had initially anticipated that upon seeing her, Yin Shengye would engage in a proper conversation and extend an apology, allowing the matter to be resolved. However, his dismissive demeanor only fueled her anger. As frustration mounted, she climbed onto the bed and grasped Yin Shengye's hand, attempting to pull him off, yet, with his formidable strength, he was not so easily moved by Wang Yushui. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, he forcefully yanked his hand away. Unexpectedly, Wang Yushui lost her balance and fell directly onto him. In that moment, as Yin Shengye turned to speak to her, their faces met in an intimate encounter. Wang Yushui's eyes widened, staring at the proximity of Yin Shengye, who was equally taken aback, gazing back at her. Chapter 132. A misunderstanding and a beginning. After a few breaths, they remained in that position. How much longer do you intend to maintain this? Aren't you tired? A melodious female voice rang from the doorway. It was Peng Hongyayuan. Upon hearing her voice, Yin Shengye and Wang Yushui hastily separated. Wang Yushui descended from the bed, her head bowed, her face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye lingered in the memory of that exquisite moment, relishing the sensation of her soft, fragrant lips. With a bemused smile, Peng Hongyayuan regarded both Wang Yushui and Yin Shengye, remarking, Yin Shengye, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting your delightful affair. It's not what you think. Wang Yushui blushed with embarrassment. Indeed, this matter was rather difficult to explain. Peng Hanyan entered with a smile, making her way through the door and sitting on Yin Shengye's bed. Yin Shengye, is not that feeling utterly delightful? Yin Shengye glanced at Wang Yuxue, then at Peng Hanyan, pondering whether to respond or remain silent. Peng Hanyan had no intention of waiting for Yin Shengye's reply. She embraced him, their lips meeting in a fleeting kiss. After a few breaths, she released him, only to remark, "Well, Yin Shengye, you have bad breath." Peng Hanyan stood up, dismissing Yin Shengye entirely as she turned to leave. However, she paused beside Wang Yuxue, declaring, "This is the man I have my eye on. I don't mind sharing him with you, but don't you dare act behind my back." Once Peng Hanyan departed, Yin Shengye realized he had been trifled with. Rising from the bed in his fitted attire, he shouted, "Peng Hanyan, you wretched woman! How dare you take advantage of me? Just wait, one day, I shall reclaim what is mine." Little did he know, Peng Hanyan had not ventured far. She heard his words distinctly. "Very well, I welcome you to take advantage of me." Yin Shengye, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, sat back down on the bed, realizing that she feared nothing. Must he be the only one to suffer? Wang Yuxue observed the entire exchange with clarity. Reflecting on that robust woman named Peng Hanyan and her words, she wondered how Yin Shengye had come to be associated with such a woman. Wang Yuxue felt a surge of indignation. After all, Yin Shengye had not married her, so how could he claim to act behind her back? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. What business was it of hers what transpired between them? In a fit of anger, Wang Yuxue rushed in front of Yin Shengye, stood on her toes, and planted a deep kiss on him before slipping away. Yin Shengye stood there like a statue, stunned, seemingly unresponsive to the events that had just unfolded. After a long pause, he touched his lips, a smile emerging on his face. Perhaps this was a fine beginning, and indeed, a delightful misunderstanding. Yin Shengye gathered his clothes, tidied himself, and exited the room. He needed to take a walk, to clear his mind and soothe the unwarranted flutter in his heart. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted Wang Yutian, who was seen with his arm suspended by a bandage. Yin Shengye merely cast a glance and showed no intention of greeting him before walking away. Wang Yutian raised his hand, intending to call out to Yin Shengye, but ultimately withdrew it. After some contemplation, he spoke up and followed, "Yin Shengye, wait. Did Yuxue come to find you? She didn't harm you, did she?" Chapter 133. A successful alliance. Observing Wang Yutian standing before him, Yin Shengye finally halted. "She hasn't harmed me, nor could she with that." He turned his back on Wang Yutian once more. Watching Yin Shengye's decisive figure, Wang Yutian resolved firmly in his mind. "Yin Shengye, halt your steps. I have made my decision. We shall form an alliance." Yin Shengye paused, a smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, Wang Yutian did not disappoint him. Turning around, he mused to himself, if only this had been said earlier, all this fuss could have been avoided. Approaching Wang Yutian, he embraced him tightly. Let go, it hurts," Wang Yutian cried out, for Yin Shengye's embrace pressed against his injured hand. What a big man, crying out in pain. Yin Shengye playfully swatted Wang Yutian's hand, eliciting another round of yelps from him. "Still hitting, are you? Does it not hurt you? I am not you. My entire body is made of rough flesh." Subsequently, the two of them, still in a playful tussle, made their way to Wang Yutian's room. Once the door was closed, Yin Shengye, with a smile, turned to Wang Yutian and asked, "So, have you thought about what to do?" Wang Yutian seated himself, looking at Yin Shengye. "You tell me what to do. I truly do not know where to begin. My mind is a blank canvas." Yin Shengye regarded Wang Yutian with a disdainful gaze. "Are you intending to delegate all responsibility to me? Wang Yutian, heir of the Wang family, you must understand that you are the master of your house, not I. I am merely Yin Shengye. You must recognize that this is a matter concerning your family, and thus, certain decisions require your input." Yin Shengye was at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a feeble-minded heir. Wang Yutian, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled nervously. "I am well aware of your meaning. Yet this is my first time taking charge. At this moment, I find myself utterly at a loss, unsure of where to start." "Very well, you are indeed an inexperienced heir. I had misjudged you previously, believing you to possess a sharp intellect. It appears you are nothing more than a faade." As Wang Yutian seemed poised to retort, Yin Shengye promptly raised a hand to silence him. "Enough. Do not say anything. Allow me to propose a plan. Haven't we already established this?" Yin Shengye made a gesture akin to slicing a throat and continued. "In that case, let us commence with the Xie family. We shall methodically eliminate each of their affiliates at Qianfan Academy, and then you will contact your family to send reinforcements, ensuring the complete eradication of the Xie clan." Yin Shengye again mimicked the act of beheading. Observing Yin Shengye's nonchalance regarding the notion of murder, Wang Yutian felt somewhat disoriented. When it came to the subject of taking lives, he could never muster such resolve. They lacked Yin Shengye's audacity. Once we have dealt with their members at Qianfan Academy, we shall intercept the Xie family members outside, systematically resolving each situation. This approach will significantly diminish the Xie family's strength. Following that, you can leverage your own influence to undermine the Xie family's authority within the Holy Snow Mountain Manor. When their power is sufficiently eroded, it will be your moment to strike. What do you think of my plan? Yin Shengye playfully punched Wang Yutian on the shoulder, grinning widely at this moment. Wang Yutian stood in stunned silence. Could it truly be that Yin Shengye had proposed such an idea? In the presence of Yin Shengye, he felt akin to a naive child, utterly bewildered. Chapter 134. Explanation. Wang Yutian ceased to ponder the intricacies of Yin Shengye's stratagem. It was now imperative to delineate the specifics of their plans. Yin Shengye, let us proceed as you suggested. There remain 9 days until your duel with Luo Lai. However, how shall we allocate these 9 days? Yin Shengye retracted his previous smile, revealing a sinister expression. In order to seek out others, one must first ascertain their precise whereabouts. Only by possessing a wealth of information can we secure victory. Therefore, our immediate task is to dispatch your contacts within Qianfan Academy to thoroughly investigate the movements of the Shao family. By understanding their frequented locales and preferences, we can devise a trap tailored to their inclinations, ensuring they cannot evade our grasp and eliminating them once and for all. Upon hearing this, Wang Yutian felt a surge of renewed vigor. Even the pain in his injured right hand subsided significantly. He tore off the bandage and grasped Yin Shengye's arm with both hands. Yin Shengye, why could I not have encountered you sooner? Had I met you earlier, I would not be plagued by such distress. Yin Shengye extricated himself from Wang Yutian's grasp, retorting, enough. I previously misjudged you, believing you to be a person of merit, but now it is evident that you are nothing more than a mere faade. The dismissal was pronounced with a weighty emphasis. I shall take my leave. You must manage your affairs competently. As Yin Shengye prepared to depart, Wang Yutian felt a pang of reluctance, as if the moment Yin Shengye left, he would be rendered utterly lost. Where are you going? Out to clear my mind. Your presence is enough to vex me. After Yin Shengye's departure, he intended to survey the terrain of Qianfan Academy, contemplating potential locations for confrontation. However, just as he exited the Zhangqiong Pavilion, he encountered Peng Hanyan. Yin Shengye's hair nearly stood on end. Snapping back to reality, he turned to leave. Yin Shengye, halt! Peng Hanyan caught up with him, grasping his arm and pulling him back. Yin Shengye wore a wry smile. Miss Peng, are you here for me? With a teasing grin, Peng Hanyan replied, what do you think? Miss Peng, what brings you to me? Perhaps we could take a stroll? Yin Shengye was genuinely wary of Peng Hanyan. Her morning visit suggested nothing good could come of it. This is your suggestion. Let us go for a walk. Thus, a tall figure and a petite one, a male and a female, made their way toward the mountains surrounding Qianfan Academy. The two, whose physiques were markedly incongruent, ambled along the winding path. Yin Shengye, do you know how I felt when I saw you with Wang Yushue earlier today? Engaging in that? What do you mean by that? It was a misunderstanding. Oh, a misunderstanding. Pray tell, how did that come to be? Honestly, it was nothing of significance. It was merely a misunderstanding. Yesterday, it was not my intention to injure Wang Yutian during our sparring session. Naturally, as siblings, concern arises, prompting her to come over. Peng Hanyan gazed down at Yin Shengye and remarked, then it seems you ended up misinterpreting the situation on the bed. Frankly, I wouldn't mind if you had something going on with him. The more women who admire the man I cherish, the more it reflects my discerning taste. Furthermore, there is truly no need for you to explain. I never intended to ask for your clarification. Yin Shengye lifted his gaze to meet Peng Hanyan's, retorting, this is precisely what you wanted me to say. What do you mean by not wanting me to explain? Chapter 135. The breaking of mystical barriers. Indeed. It appears that all women share a commonality, a realization Yin Shengye has come to. All right, everything you say is correct, and all my words are erroneous. He conceded. By the way, are you familiar with the Holy Snow Mountain Manor and the Blazing Hero City? Yin Shengye believed that the conversation could no longer continue. Since they were already out, it would be unwise to squander the opportunity. He must gather as much intelligence as possible. The Holy Snow Mountain Manor and the Blazing Hero City were merely average, especially considering that the Holy Emperor of the Holy Snow Mountain Manor had vanished many years ago. As for the Holy Emperor of the Blazing Hero City, he was barely over 100 years old. What strength could he possibly possess? To put it bluntly, I could easily overpower Luo Hongyi. Peng Hanyan's tone dripped with disdain, as if she regarded the Blazing Hero City and the Holy Snow Mountain Manor with utter indifference. However, she possessed the strength to make such claims, having two holy emperors as her backing. Truly, she was unafraid of anyone. Moreover, despite the unique mystical attributes of the blazing hero city and the holy snow mountain manor, in my eyes, they are still not formidable enough to withstand a single punch. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, those with powerful allies often speak with great bravado, standing tall without concern for the consequences. So, what would be the most effective method to counter their unique mystical energy? Now that the question had been posed, Yin Shengye pressed further, knowing that after spending considerable time with the two deans, Peng Hongyuan must possess substantial knowledge. Previously, when he inquired with old man Peng, he merely provided him with an extremely cold ice essence, which was hardly a viable solution, as that item could not be carried on one's person at all times. Hence, if he could glean alternative methods from Peng Hongyuan, he would gain more strategies to confront the situation. Unbeknownst to Peng Hongyuan, she continued, the best approach is to directly use force to break through. After exerting your full strength, you will surpass my powered eye in truth. Overcoming their unique mystical energy should pose no challenge for you. In fact, Yin Shengye had contemplated using his bloodline power to dismantle their mystical energy. However, he could not publicly display his bloodline abilities. Otherwise, it would certainly raise suspicions and potentially invite unnecessary troubles. Miss Peng, you must understand that such matters cannot be revealed to the public. If it falls into the hands of someone untrustworthy, I would have to eliminate them. Peng Hongyuan pondered for a moment and realized that the situation indeed warranted such caution. She was acutely aware that Yin Shengye's formidable strength did not stem from his own physical prowess, but rather from the power of his bloodline. Given this, if such immense power could not be utilized during their contest, alternative strategies would need to be devised. Thus, since that particular force was off-limits, one could certainly experiment with the thunderlight sword. In truth, Yin Shengye had yet to fully harness the potential of the thunderlight sword. If he could unleash its entire might, defeating Luo Lai would pose no challenge whatsoever. Thunderlight sword. Yin Shengye pondered, perplexed. Could there be other applications for the thunderlight sword? When he had first acquired it, he had merely wielded it casually, inadvertently tapping into its considerable power. Consequently, he had continued to use it in the same manner, never delving deeper into its true capabilities. Now, upon hearing from Peng Hongyuan that the thunderlight sword possessed additional uses, his curiosity was piqued. So, what other methods are there for using the thunderlight sword? Miss Peng, could you enlighten me? Very well, provided you call me Hongyuan, I shall share. Chapter 136. The might of the thunderlight sword. Hongyuan, Yin Shengye exclaimed, somewhat sheepishly. Peng Hongyuan regarded him with a hint of disdain, remarking, Yin Shengye, I have come to realize that beyond your physical strength, you possess a remarkable boldness. It was clear to Peng Hongyuan that demanding Yin Shengye to address her as Hongyuan was a test of his resolve, yet she had not anticipated his utter lack of shame. Reflecting on their earlier encounter, when he had reacted to her presence as if he had seen a ghost, she couldn't help but admire his formidable nature. Unfazed by her judgment, Yin Shengye felt a sense of pride, quipping, what can I say? To land a blow on Luo Lai, I've metaphorically torn the skin from my left cheek and stuck it onto my right. Peng Hongyuan shot him a disapproving glance and declared, come, retrieve the thunderlight sword. I shall teach you how to wield it. The two returned to the academy, with Yin Shengye hurrying to his quarters to fetch the thunderlight sword before heading to the training ground. The training ground served as a venue for the disciples of Qianfan Academy to hone their skills in the arcane arts and engage in friendly sparring. Upon his arrival, Yin Shengye found Peng Hongyuan awaiting him, clad in a slightly more form-fitting outfit. Hand me the sword. Without a word, Yin Shengye complied, passing her the sword. With a swift motion, Peng Hongyuan drew the blade, and a resonant sound echoed as it emerged. Surrounding her was a white aura of arcane energy, while the thunderlight sword crackled with the sounds of lightning. Yin Shengye, pay close attention. Before him, Peng Hongyuan danced with the sword upon the training ground, arcs of electricity swirling around her. What astonished Yin Shengye the most was the fact that these arcs remained steadfastly encircling her, showing no signs of dissipating. What could be the nature of this phenomenon? Moreover, how potent were these arcs of electricity? If their strength was substantial, it would essentially grant him an additional lightning shield. Yin Shengye reflected on his previous use of the thunderlight sword, which had merely involved projecting lightning outward. If it struck a target, it would inflict damage, but if it missed, he was left to engage in close combat. As Peng Hongyuan's demonstration came to an end, arcs of electricity flickered incessantly. She pointed her sword towards a distant target, and astonishingly, the arcs surged forth like serpents, all striking the target. The target, custom-made for resilience, was struck by dozens of bolts of lightning, disintegrating into powder in an instant. Yin Shengye's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished by the power of the thunderbolts. Such a sturdy target could hardly withstand the assaults of the earthly, heavenly, and divine realms. To see such a formidable target shattered so effortlessly was truly remarkable. At the moment the target disintegrated, Yin Shengye observed keenly. The first bolt of lightning shattered the target, while the subsequent bolts relentlessly pulverized the remnants. This indicated that each individual bolt was mightier than an attack from the divine realm. Yin Shengye pondered why his own previous attempts with the sword seemed so feeble in comparison. How had Peng Hongyuan achieved such power? As she sheathed her sword, she inquired, "Did you see clearly?" "I did." Though he had seen, the underlying reasons eluded him. "Hongyuan, how did you manage that?" Peng Hongyuan tossed the sword to Yin Shengye, explaining, "To truly master the thunderlight sword, one must first understand its origins, and then grasp the accompanying sword techniques. Lastly, one must possess formidable mystical energy. Do you know the origins of the thunderlight sword? No, what about the sword techniques?" "No, truly foolish." Peng Hongyuan tapped him lightly on the head, exclaiming that it was ridiculous to possess such a treasure without knowing how to wield it properly. In chapter 137. Origins. At that moment, Yin Shengye had merely wielded the thunderlight sword without any prior research, relying solely on instinct. Consequently, he was utterly ignorant of Peng Hongyuan's inquiries. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, "Hongyuan, could you enlighten me?" With a roll of her eyes, Peng Hongyuan relented. "Fine, I will tell you. Are you familiar with mystical beasts?" "I know a little. I almost forgot to mention that I brought one with me. It's in my room. Don't dismiss it as trivial. Since you know a little, you should understand that mystical beasts are ranked in a much stricter hierarchy. Their levels range from ordinary to transformation, then to spiritual transformation, divine connection, and spiritual supremacy. A transformed mystical beast is akin to a revered human. Spiritual transformation corresponds to a saint, divine connection is comparable to a holy emperor, and spiritual supremacy equates to a holy sovereign. The blade of the thunderlight sword is crafted from a mystical beast, specifically, the thigh bone of a divine-level lightning beast. Upon the sword's creation, a unique set of techniques was devised, which I just demonstrated." Yin Shengye's mouth fell agape once more, utterly astonished by the esteemed origins of the thunderlight sword. A divine-level mystical beast, equivalent to a human holy emperor. How formidable that was. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why would the Holy Snow Hall auction off the thunderlight sword? Did they not recognize its illustrious lineage? Or rather, they remain oblivious to the usage of the thunderlight sword. As Peng Hongyuan observed the astonishment on Yin Shengye's face, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She relished the sight of his surprise. Yin Shengye composed himself and inquired, "Hongyuan, how did you acquire this swordsmanship? Curious, aren't you? There exists a library within Qianfan Academy where such knowledge is documented. However, access to this library is not granted to just anyone." Yin Shengye grasped the implication. It meant that outsiders to Qianfan Academy could not enter this repository. Moreover, when she referred to the people of Qianfan Academy, she did not mean merely the students studying there, but rather those who genuinely belonged to the institution, a library. In that instant, a thought struck Yin Shengye. The enduring legacy of Qianfan Academy over millennia surely stemmed from its unique attributes. Its library must harbor treasures unknown to the outside world. Otherwise, how could Peng Hongyuan possess the secrets of the thunderlight sword? Thus, Yin Shengye yearned to gain entry into the library of Qianfan Academy, to explore the tomes contained within, and to imprint them all upon his mind. This endeavor would undoubtedly unveil countless secrets unbeknownst to others. Resolute in his decision, Yin Shengye donned a charming smile and asked, "Hongyuan, would you be so kind as to take me to the library?" No. Peng Hongyuan had not even entertained the thought. She outright refused. The library of Qianfan Academy concealed numerous secrets that were not meant for an outsider like Yin Shengye. At present, only 5 individuals within the academy held the privilege of entry, and fortuitously, Peng Hongyuan was among them. Very well, Yin Shengye did not feel disheartened, for a notion crossed his mind. Though Peng Hongyuan denied him access to the library, there were others who might acquiesce to his request. After all, he was a disciple of 2 esteemed heads. Could it be that the direct disciples were not considered one of their own? What then could be deemed as belonging? Having come to this realization, Yin Shengye ceased his entreaties to Peng Hongyuan. Chapter 138. The Library of Tomes. The two engaged in idle conversation at the training ground before parting ways. After spending the entire day with Peng Hongyuan at Qianfan Academy, Yin Shengye finally found himself with some free time that evening. Rather than resting in his quarters, he made his way to the top floor of the Academic Affairs building. Master Tang, Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Director Tang meditating within. Yin Shengye bowed respectfully and took a seat beside him. Director Tang opened his eyes and regarded Yin Shengye, asking, "What brings you here? Do you have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation?" Yin Shengye straightened his expression, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "Master Tang, does Qianfan Academy possess a library? I wish to visit it. Gaining knowledge from books should prove beneficial for my future endeavors." Unlike Peng Laotu, Director Tang was considerably more serious, thus Yin Shengye presented a legitimate reason for his request. Indeed, it is commendable to have such ambition and to seek knowledge. This is a positive endeavor. Director Tang nodded in agreement, showing no inclination to obstruct Yin Shengye's request. He then produced an object resembling a token from his robe, essentially the key to the library, and handed it over to Yin Shengye. "This is the key to the library. Remember, once you exit, be sure to return it to me." A surge of joy welled up within Yin Shengye as he gratefully accepted. "Thank you, Master Tang." After taking the key, he turned to leave. However, just as he reached the doorway, an important thought struck him. He had no idea where the library was located. Embarrassed, he turned back with a sheepish smile. "Master Tang, where is the library?" "On the rooftop." "Oh." Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Shengye dashed outside, but upon searching for the staircase, he encountered yet another dilemma. It appeared that this was indeed the highest floor of the Academic Affairs building. Where could there possibly be a staircase leading to the rooftop? Rooftop, what does that mean? After contemplating for a while, he realized he still had not grasped the crux of the matter. Deciding to put aside his worries, he approached the window, climbed outside, and hoisted himself onto the rooftop. Standing atop the building, with the night breeze caressing him, Yin Shengye was taken aback. Before him lay an expanse of flat rooftop. Where was the library? Yet, Director Tang had clearly stated that the library was on the rooftop. Could there be some hidden mystery within? Glancing down at the key in his hand, a smile crept onto his lips. If there was a key, then surely there must be a keyhole, and since Director Tang had indeed mentioned the rooftop, it must be correct. Thus, Yin Shengye pondered various potential locations for the keyhole, perhaps in the center or at the four corners. However, after thoroughly inspecting the perimeter and the center of the rooftop, he found no keyhole at all. What had he overlooked? He questioned himself. Just as he was about to give up, another possibility crossed his mind. During his time at Qianfan Academy, while climbing Qianfan Mountain, there had been certain prohibitions in place. Could it be that the rooftop harbored similar restrictions? Was the keyhole concealed by some form of enchantment? Yin Shengye contemplated the notion that the so-called keyhole might very well be the rooftop itself. Without hesitation, he placed the key upon the rooftop. Indeed, the moment the key made contact with the surface, a circular halo materialized at the center of the rooftop. Within the halo, he beheld a series of bookshelves. This must be the library, the repository of knowledge that Peng Hongyayuan had spoken of. Chapter 139. A country bumpkin seized the world. Yin Shengye's heart surged with elation as he leaped into the halo, entering the library. The instant he landed, the halo vanished. That moment, he had no time to dwell on the halo's fate, for he was utterly astonished. This library was unlike any he had encountered since arriving in the divine domain. It was immense, vast beyond measure, rivaling even the grandest libraries of his past life. If not surpassing them, he felt like a complete novice. Shaking off his naivety, Yin Shengye hastily picked up a book to examine. It was a volume on mystical techniques, titled Breaking the Void Fist. After a cursory glance, he nodded repeatedly, filled with profound admiration for the technique. With a flick of his middle finger, he effortlessly copied the contents into his mind. Setting the book down, he reached for another. Yet again a tome on mystical techniques, this one titled Spirit Fox's 5 Leaps. This is a tome of profound techniques. After perusing it once, it is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, and Yin Shengye could not resist the temptation to transcribe it once more. Subsequently, having delved into several other volumes, he meticulously inscribed them within the recesses of his mind. This place is nothing short of a veritable treasure trove. The esoteric techniques and methodologies contained herein are simply unattainable in the outside world. To merely store them away in this manner seems an utter waste. Yet upon reflection, Yin Shengye began to comprehend the rationale behind the actions of Qianfan Academy. Setting aside these thoughts that held no relevance to him, Yin Shengye was solely focused on committing these invaluable works to memory. His middle finger worked tirelessly, as one arcane technique after another solidified into profound recollections within his mind. Yin Shengye was exhilarated. However, as he continued this fervent endeavor, the mounting fatigue began to take its toll. When he finally registered the exhaustion, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the floor. The night passed, and Dintang awaited throughout the hours in the academic building. He had anticipated that Yin Shengye would not linger for long, expecting him to emerge by midnight at the latest. Little did he know that Yin Shengye would engage in such an audacious endeavor. The reason for Yin Shengye's fervor lay in the realization that each book possessed the potential to elevate a family to greatness. Tio Yin Shengye, encountering these volumes, was akin to a long-suffering beggar suddenly striking it rich. His immediate thought was to indulge in a lavish feast. Yet, as this beggar ordered a myriad of exquisite dishes, he soon discovered the impossibility of consuming them all, leaving him in an awkward predicament, much like Yin Shengye in his current situation. Although Dintang was unaware of Yin Shengye's activities, he could empathize with the elation Yin Shengye felt upon entering the library. Thus, he was willing to wait a little longer. In the morning, Yin Shengye awoke groggily within the library, rubbing his aching head. Truly, he had brought this upon himself. Gazing at the rows of bookshelves, he realized that it had taken him an entire night to transcribe merely a third of the content. This implied that he would need to endure at least 2 more episodes of dizziness to complete the task. Having learned this lesson the hard way, Yin Shengye felt a newfound clarity. The books were here, and he could return at any time without haste. As he contemplated his departure, he encountered yet another predicament. There was no door to exit. Upon entering, he had placed the key in a designated spot. Surely, the same must apply for exiting. Not one to be easily fooled, Yin Shengye experimented by placing the key on the ground, and indeed, it was as he suspected. Chapter 140. Aftereffects of beauty. Not far ahead of Yin Shengye, a shimmering portal materialized, leading to another room. Without hesitation, he seized the key from the ground and leaped through the portal. Upon emerging on the other side, he found himself in a room that was unmistakably the very place where he had met Dintang. Seeing Yin Shengye emerge, Dintang smiled and inquired, "Have you found satisfaction in the library of our academy?" Unaware of the dean's thoughts at that moment, Yin Shengye expressed the innermost musings of his heart. "Master Tang, this library is truly immense. I have never encountered such a vast collection of books." The innermost thoughts of Yin Shengye are rather pedestrian in nature. Dintang chuckled once more, fully aware that Yin Shengye would react in such a manner. "So, what did you peruse within, Master?" "I read Breaking Void Fist, Spirit Fox's 5 Leaps, and—" Yin Shengye recited a multitude of titles in one breath, intending to continue, but suddenly recalled that it seemed improbable for an ordinary person to digest such a wealth of literature in a single night. Dintang expressed his astonishment. Being able to read dozens of books in one evening left him speechless. "Shengye, possessing a good memory is indeed a blessing, but one mustn't be greedy. With just one night at your disposal, if you had focused on 1 or 2 books, you would have likely mastered their contents by now. Tell me, how many of these books can you truly comprehend?" Yin Shengye smiled sheepishly and scratched his head, for Dintang was unaware of the capabilities of his middle finger. Although he had not fully grasped these texts, they were indelibly etched in his mind, allowing him to learn whatever he desired in the future. Naturally, while Yin Shengye thought this to himself, he could not articulate it. Instead, he humbly replied, "You speak wisely, Master. I shall refrain from being overambitious in the future." "Very well, as long as you understand. You have also exerted yourself through the night. It is best you take some rest." "Yes, Master." Yin Shengye returned to his quarters and immediately collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. He felt that this time, recovery from his fainting spell was more arduous. Previously, upon regaining consciousness, he would feel revitalized, yet this time, he was utterly fatigued, and his mind was clouded. It seemed that the higher the rank of his middle finger, the greater the side effects of overexertion. In the afternoon, Yin Shengye slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a strikingly beautiful visage. In an instant, a realization dawned upon him. Banishing all traces of drowsiness, he swiftly sat up, instinctively checking his chest, relieved to find his clothes intact. The reason for his reaction was the owner of that captivating face, Peng Hongyayuan. Such a formidable woman could likely accomplish anything. It was no wonder Yin Shengye reacted this way. After all, Peng Hongyayuan's behavior on that particular day had left him with a psychological scar. Propping himself up on the bed, he inched closer and weakly inquired, "How long have you been here?" Peng Hongyayuan stood tall, a satisfied expression adorning her face. Yin Shengye feared that he would have to manage her more effectively in the future. "I haven't been here long. I just arrived a little while ago. I saw you sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you." Yin Shengye was at a loss for words. Was this even the question he intended to ask? "I meant, why are you looking so closely at me?" "Oh, you wish to know that? I visited the library to peruse the introduction to bloodline powers." "What of it?" Wait, why did Yin Shengye suddenly feel that something was amiss? When did Peng Hongyayuan visit the library? Did she discover him fainting inside? Indeed, she likely remains unaware. Otherwise, she would have revealed herself long ago. It is of no consequence. It is merely recorded in ancient texts that individuals of the Yin family possess a charm of a somewhat sinister nature. Hence my desire to observe your captivating allure up close. As Peng Hanyan spoke with a hint of a smile, Yin Shengye perceived it as playful banter. What does it mean to possess a sinister charm? Is it not a term reserved for enchanting women? For a man of stature, to be described in such a manner is rather absurd. Enough, enough. I have seen what I wish to see. What, pray tell, brings you to me? Yin Shengye harbored doubts that Peng Hanyan's visit was merely for the sake of admiring his charm. Surely, there was another matter at hand. Observing you is but the first task. There is yet another matter I must convey. Peng Hanyan's demeanor shifted, her tone turning serious as she continued. Luo Lai has dispatched someone to retrieve his weapon from the city of flame and fury. Luo Lai's weapon? Yin Shengye felt a wave of confusion. Was it not permissible to bring one's own weapon to Qianfan Academy? Had he not brought his own? Indeed. What difference does it make? In a duel, one must certainly employ their own weapon. Yin Shengye was unfazed. Although he had fainted the previous night, he was well versed in the literature regarding the thunderlight sword. Thus, he comprehended thoroughly how to wield it. With the thunderlight sword in hand, Yin Shengye felt confident that vanquishing Luo Lai would not pose a significant challenge. Even with a suitable weapon, Luo Lai's fate would remain unchanged. Peng Hanyan seated herself upon the edge of the bed and addressed Yin Shengye, stating that the Luo family of flame and fury excelled in the art of wielding blades, as it was indeed more compatible with their mystical energy. Consequently, from the moment they commenced their training, the family would bestow upon them a blade tailored to their prowess. Therefore, Luo Lai wielding a blade is an entirely different entity from Luo Lai wielding a sword. Yin Shengye had not anticipated that the Luo family of flame and fury possessed such remarkable capabilities. Pray tell, how does the prowess of Luo Lai with a blade compare to that of Luo Lai with a sword? Peng Hanyan had come specifically to discuss this matter. Surely she was well informed. For instance, if Luo Lai's current strength is rated at 4, then with a blade, he would be at least 6. Should this blade be forged from unique materials, akin to the thunderlight sword, his strength could very well exceed that. Yin Shengye inhaled deeply, pondering the nature of this family. How could wielding a blade amplify strength so significantly? What then was he to do? As Yin Shengye's gaze lingered upon Peng Hanyan, he was certain she possessed a solution. Otherwise, why would she seek him out? Do you have any means to counter this? Peng Hanyan rose, pacing the room for a moment before revealing a cunning smile. I certainly have a plan. It merely depends on what price you are willing to pay. Yin Shengye rolled his eyes, surmising that this was indeed the purpose of Peng Hanyan's visit today. Contemplating his predicament, he could only grit his teeth and respond, state your conditions, and as long as it enables me to defeat Luo Lai, I shall acquiesce. Ha ha ha. Just after Yin Shengye finished speaking, Peng Hanyan erupted into a fit of laughter, as if possessed by a frenzy. My conditions are quite simple. If you initiate a kiss, I shall divulge the information. Chapter 142. The Deal. Yin Shengye stared wide-eyed at Peng Hanyan, utterly speechless at her proposition. Did she believe that due to her inability to find a suitor, she was so eager to seek intimacy with him, hoping to ensnare him? Furthermore, with an angelic visage paired with a figure as tantalizing as a siren, Yin Shengye felt a tumult of emotions within. In short, he found her condition utterly perplexing and exceedingly difficult to acquiesce to. After pondering for several breaths, Yin Shengye finally spoke. Could we possibly negotiate an alternative condition? This one is rather. Peng Hanyan anticipated Yin Shengye's rejection. However, she remained undeterred, for she possessed strategies to compel him to acquiesce, perhaps even to agree to more outrageous terms. Of course, she would not indefinitely test Yin Shengye's limits. An alternative condition? Indeed. Yin Shengye felt a glimmer of hope at Peng Hanyan's engagement. As long as it was not that demand, he could consider agreeing. Yet, while the thought was pleasant, reality often proved to be harsh. Then allow me to suggest another. Marry me. In an instant, Yin Shengye collapsed onto the bed, bewildered by this new proposal. It was becoming increasingly outrageous. With a smile, Peng Hanyan observed his exasperation, relishing this moment. What do you think? Is this condition not quite appealing? At that moment, Yin Shengye felt despondent, for how could she declare such a condition as appealing? It was even more distressing than the previous demand for a kiss. Nevertheless, he understood that he must triumph over Luo Lai. Failing to do so would bear unbearable consequences. Thus, he had to secure a victory, no matter the cost. Rising from the bed, he could no longer feign ignorance. Hanyan, you are taking advantage of my predicament. Peng Hanyan maintained her teasing smile, leaving him speechless. I am merely assisting you. Surely, I deserve some form of recompense. Am I not entitled to a reward for such a significant favor? With an air of certainty, she presented her condition, leaving him to decide. Yin Shengye appeared resigned. Must it truly come to this? It all hinges on you? Peng Hanyan turned her back, dismissing him. Sitting on the bed, Yin Shengye gazed at her retreating silhouette, his mind settling into clarity. He contemplated the intentions behind Peng Hanyan's actions. Simultaneously, he began to consider other implications. For instance, would marrying Peng Hanyan be deemed a political alliance? He was well aware of the value of the bloodline power coursing through his veins. Moreover, it was likely that the old Peng introduced his great-granddaughter to him precisely because of this lineage. As he scrutinized Peng Hanyan's form, another thought crossed his mind. Beyond this duel, what benefits could arise from their union? Should the Yin family gain the backing of Qianfan Academy, what position would they hold in the Shang dynasty? Furthermore, with their alliance with the Holy Snow Mountain Manor already established, could the emperor of the Shang still be from the Zhou family? After a thorough contemplation, Yin Shengye solidified his resolve. Hanyan, I wish for you to marry me, and one of us should have made our intentions clear long ago. Are you prepared? Peng Hanyan turned around, smiled softly, and said, Yin Shengye, you should be aware of your own worth, and I trust you have also comprehended what you currently require. Yin Shengye promptly replied, Time. I need time. Chapter 143. Habit indeed, what you require now is time. Awakening the power of one's bloodline is one matter, but whether one can grow to the end is quite another. Peng Hanyan immediately stated that Yin Shengye had finally grasped this layer of understanding. Yin Shengye fell silent, then said, Very well, I agree. But I have two conditions. Speak. First, grant me 3 years. After 3 years, I shall marry you. Second, you shall be one of my women. After declaring this, Yin Shengye fixed his gaze on Peng Hanyan, knowing that if she did not acquiesce, their conversation would be futile. Although he needed time to grow, he was not necessarily reliant on the protection of Qianfan Academy. All right, I agree, but your matters must not interfere with me. I wish to remain by your side. Peng Hanyan readily consented, understanding that Yin Shengye was not one to enjoy being constrained or threatened, much like the dynamic between Luolai and himself. Very well, I accept your terms. As days passed, the time for the duel between Yin Shengye and Luolai drew near. During these few days, Yin Shengye had not been restless. Having clarified matters with Peng Hanyan, he no longer feared her entanglements, allowing him to enjoy genuine leisure for a few days. Just as Yin Shengye was feeling quite content, Wang Yutian entered his chamber. Still training, are you? I have thoroughly investigated your affairs. The Xiao family has sent a total of 8 individuals, led by Xiao Chenghua, with the others named Xiao Qinghuan, Xiao Qinglong, Xiao Qinghu, Xiao Shuang, Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Yuan. Additionally, there is Xiao Dao, who perished at our hands before. The 4 individuals led by Xiao Chenghua are direct descendants of the Xiao family, while the other 4 are collateral branches, essentially their subordinates. Although these 4 are direct descendants, they are far from virtuous, each possessing their own interests. Xiao Chenghua and Xiao Qinghuan are fond of women, while Xiao Qinglong and Xiao Qinghu are a gambler and a drinker, respectively. Moreover, these 7 frequently descend the mountain in search of amusement. Yin Shengye, eyes closed, listened attentively to Wang Yutian's words. Though he did not respond, he absorbed every detail. As he contemplated his strategy, Wang Yutian resumed speaking. Yin Shengye, have you truly heeded my counsel? This was your initial proposal, yet it appears to have been abandoned halfway. Yin Shengye opened his eyes, feeling a sense of urgency. Since they each possess their own vices, they shall be easy to deal with. Their fondness for women provides an excellent opportunity for a trap, and their vices for gambling and drinking are not difficult to exploit. However, I am eager to ascertain the capabilities of those affiliated with Qianfan Academy. It would be most advantageous to confront them collectively, for tackling them one by one invariably reveals vulnerabilities. Wang Yutian harbored no secrets. Among my associates, only one possesses the strength of Tianxian, while the other 4, including Xiao Qinghua, are all of Tianxian caliber. Yin Shengye furrowed his brow, recognizing the vast disparity in power. Although Wang Yutian held the strength of Shenxian, it was prudent for him to remain concealed to avoid unnecessary complications. Very well, once I have concluded my duel, and when they descend the mountain in unison, promptly dispatch someone to inform me. It would be unwise for you to reveal yourself, and given your insufficient manpower, it seems that I must take action. Wang Yutian understood that it was inappropriate for him to intervene under the current circumstances. With a lack of personnel, he could only rely on Yin Shengye. Thus, Wang Yutian could only sigh, Shengye, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. Chapter 144. The beginning of the duel. Wang Yutian felt rather embarrassed about the situation at hand. Although the two had formed an alliance, the matter at hand pertained to the Wang family, and he could merely observe from the sidelines, gathering information. After a brief stay in Yin Shengye's chamber, Wang Yutian took his leave. Yin Shengye, too, refrained from continuing his training, as he was to engage in a fierce battle with Luo Lai the following day, and soon thereafter, he would need to contend with the members of the Shao family. He needed to strategize carefully, ensuring that he struck true. Neither of these matters could afford a single misstep. Arriving at Peng Hanyan's quarters, Yin Shengye knocked on the door. "Hanyan, are you there?" The door did not open, but a voice from within beckoned. "Come in." "Ah." Yin Shengye pushed the door open and shut it behind him, only to turn around and find Peng Hanyan clad solely in a belly wrap. Exercising, he quickly averted his gaze, utterly speechless. Dressed in such a manner, she hadn't even secured the door latch. What on earth was going on? "Are you feeling shy?" Peng Hanyan stood up and approached Yin Shengye. He remained silent, merely covering his eyes. "After all, we are to be husband and wife in the future. What does it matter? Open your eyes." Peng Hanyan raised her hands and pulled his hands away. Yin Shengye kept his eyes tightly shut. Though he was quite open-minded, he had yet to reach such a level of comfort. "Put on some clothes first," Peng Hanyan said with a hint of disappointment. "What kind of man are you, that you can't even handle a woman being so open?" After a flurry of dressing sounds, she declared, "All right, I'm ready." At last, Yin Shengye opened his eyes and turned around, looking at Peng Hanyan with exasperation. "Aren't you afraid of someone barging in unexpectedly? What do I have to fear? In Qianfan Academy, the individuals permitted to enter my room number no more than 3. My great-grandfather, Grandfather Tang, and you? Do you think it's so easy to approach my quarters without my permission? Very well, I understand your concerns. I shall be more mindful in the future." Peng Hanyan stepped closer to Yin Shengye and whispered, "Are you feeling jealous?" Yin Shengye did not respond, merely shifting his body slightly to it. Seemed he truly was feeling envious. "Are you afraid that others might see my body?" "I am not." Peng Hanyan chuckled softly, then retreated to the inner chamber of her room. Yin Shengye stood rooted in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat, ultimately deciding to follow her inside. Unbeknownst to him, he collided directly with Peng Hanyan. With a hint of playful reproach, she remarked, "It seems you are not as virtuous as you claim. Enough jesting, come with me." Yin Shengye took her hand and seated her upon a chair. "How prepared are we for this matter?" He had anticipated her visit was prompted by some urgent concern rather than mere pleasantries. "Truly heartless of you, showing no regard for my feelings." Peng Hanyan feigned the demeanor of a little girl, or perhaps more aptly, a grown woman. All right, I concede. Let us discuss the matter at hand." Yin Shengye was utterly speechless, pondering what sin in a past life had led him to encounter such a woman. If given the chance to start anew, he would rather face pursuit than return to Qianfan Academy. "Rest assured, everything has been arranged. We merely await your duel with him tomorrow." Peng Hanyan was not one to miss social cues. She recognized that her earlier behavior had been somewhat excessive and resolved to be more considerate henceforth. At the break of dawn the next day, Yin Shengye arrived at the designated dueling ground, wielding his thunderblade. Chapter 145. Scheming, Part 1. He waited until noon, and the area was thronged with onlookers, yet neither Luo Lai nor his entourage had made an appearance. This was peculiar, for following the incident with Wang Yushue, Luo Lai harbored immense animosity towards him, seemingly eager to eliminate him at once. Yet today, despite the crowd, Luo Lai had not shown up, which was decidedly unusual. As the sun reached its zenith, Yin Shengye, having waited in vain for Luo Lai, was instead greeted by Peng Hanyan. "Hanyan, what is the meaning of this? Where is Luo Lai?" Still wearing her signature smile, Peng Hanyan produced a letter and said, "Take a look for yourself. This is what Luo Lai left behind." Yin Shengye accepted the letter, casting a puzzled glance at Peng Hanyan before unfolding it. Upon reading, his anger flared, indignation coursing through him. After investing so much preparation and sacrificing so much for this duel, he was met only with a letter filled with harsh words. What sort of nonsense is this? The previous night, within the confines of the academy, Luo Lai meticulously polished his blade, intent on eliminating Yin Shengye the following day. However, just as he envisioned the brutal act of ending Yin Shengye's life, he was intercepted by a senior member of the Luo family. The reason for his abrupt departure was that it was ill-timed to instigate conflict. They would revisit the matter at a later date. Luo Lai, bound by familial orders, reluctantly complied, leaving behind only a letter of contempt, feeling defeated as he followed the elder away. What is the meaning of this? He merely leaves a letter and walks away. So what am I to do now? Yin Shengye found the absurdity of the situation laughable, feeling compelled to concede to Peng Hanyan's terms, only to receive this disheartening outcome. having made such significant sacrifices. The principal party had vanished due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving Yin Shengye seething with frustration, his anger seeking an outlet. Upon receiving the news, the gathered crowd felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. What had promised to be an exhilarating battle concluded in such an unsatisfactory manner, prompting many to disperse, unwilling to squander any more time in that place. Once everyone had departed, only the exceedingly irate Yin Shengye and Peng Hanyan remained. Yin Shengye, having come to a realization, understood that although he felt anger, he could not vent it on Luo Lai and would have to seek out others for that purpose. Turning to Peng Hanyan, he inquired, "Hanyan, do you have a moment? Join me for a bout." "I cannot, and neither can you. Someone is waiting for you," Peng Hanyan replied before promptly turning away. Someone was waiting for him? Yin Shengye was perplexed, wondering who could possibly be awaiting him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to follow Peng Hanyan. Upon returning to her residence, he discovered Wang Yutian waiting for him. In an instant, Yin Shengye comprehended the situation. It seemed there was news to be shared. Wang Yutian cast a glance at Peng Hanyan, aware that her esteemed name resonated powerfully within the Qinfan Academy. With her presence, certain matters were best left unspoken. Noticing Wang Yutian's prolonged silence, Yin Shengye encouraged, "It's fine. Go ahead and speak. She is entitled to know." Wang Yutian gazed at Yin Shengye with curiosity before stating, "They have descended the mountain, leaving only Xiao Shuang behind." Yin Shengye, filled with pent-up frustration, finally found an outlet for his anger. "Very well, Xiao Shuang should pose no challenge for you. Hand over your Tianxian subordinates to me." Wang Yutian glanced once more at Peng Hanyan before nodding. "All right, I will entrust them to you." As he departed, a frown creased Wang Yutian's brow, and he cast another glance back at Yin Shengye and Peng Hanyan. Chapter 146, Scheming, Part 2. After Wang Yutian's departure, Peng Hanyan smiled and said, "Isn't it time you shared some information with me?" Yin Shengye had no intention of withholding the details of his scheme with Wang Yutian. The people of Qinfan Academy could not possibly be oblivious to it. In such a vast academy, if they could not discern the happenings within, it would have long since collapsed, and no problem, he replied. Thus, Yin Shengye recounted his dealings with Wang Yutian in detail to Peng Hanyan. Initially taken aback, she soon broke into a smile. "Your ambitions are rather grand, aren't they? Desperate times call for desperate measures," he replied. After a brief interlude, a young man approached. "I have the honor of meeting young Master Yin. I am Wang Yanggang, here to await your commands." "Very well, Hanyan. Let us descend the mountain." With that, the trio set off together, as Wang Yanggang provided Yin Shengye with a thorough account of Xiao Qinghua and other circumstances. Upon hearing the details, Yin Shengye immediately devised a strategy. Fond of women, wine, and gambling, these are their weaknesses. A targeted approach will ensure success. Descending from Qianfan Mountain was significantly less strenuous than the ascent, requiring minimal effort on Yin Shengye's part. Upon reaching the small town at the mountain's base, the group made their way directly to their destination, the Spring Flower Pavilion, where Xiao Qinghua and Xiao Qinghuan resided. Although it was daytime, wealth dictated the rules. Thus, Xiao Qinghua and Xiao Qinghuan were currently indulging in the company of enchanting women. Yin Shengye and Wang Yanggang entered the Spring Flower Pavilion, selecting a discreet corner to sit down. Xiao Qinghua and Xiao Qinghuan were playfully teasing two individuals on the second floor of Chunhua Tower, while Yin Shengye and Wang Yanggang, seated conveniently, could observe them clearly. Yin Shengye leaned closer to Wang Yanggang and discreetly whispered, "Yanggang, do you know where to procure those potions that can incite passion in both men and women?" For a moment, Wang Yanggang was perplexed by Yin Shengye's words, wondering if this young master had some unspoken affliction. Thus, he began to scrutinize Yin Shengye. "Young Master Yin, what do you mean by that?" Yin Shengye, infuriated, thought, "This guy actually believes I suffer from some peculiar malady. What are you staring at? I'm perfectly fine. Do I seem like such a person? Oh, I see now. Such potions are not difficult to find. I can concoct them myself, and their efficacy is guaranteed." Wang Yanggang, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped Yin Shengye's implication after the hint. "Well, that's good. They probably want to leave immediately and are likely to stay here overnight. We shall return later. Let us go to another place." Yin Shengye and Wang Yanggang, accompanied by Peng Hanyan, who had been sipping tea at an establishment nearby, made their way to a tavern, the very one where Wang Chenghu was. This place served a particular brew that he adored. Yin Shengye quietly inquired, "How long does he usually drink?" Replying to young Master Yin, "Typically he drinks until the early hours of the morning." After descending the mountain, they each indulge in their own leisure activities. Upon arriving in town, Wang Chenghua and Wang Qinghuan head to Chunhua Tower, while Wang Chenghu goes to this tavern, and Wang Qinglong visits a gambling house. The following morning, Wang Chenghua and Wang Chenghuan will first seek out the inebriated Wang Chenghu, and then the three will proceed together to Wang Chenglong, ultimately ascending the mountain as a group. Additionally, Xiao Shuang generally remains on the mountain to continue their endeavors, while Xiao Dao, Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Yuan accompany Wang Chenglong. After the group convened, they had lunch in town before returning to the academy. Chapter 147. Schemes, Part 2, truly remarkable. Even the route for their outing was meticulously planned. Yin Shengye marveled, feeling utterly impressed. Back in Xanadu, he had no fixed itinerary for his excursions. Reflecting on it, he realized this individual was indeed more astute than himself. However, with a predetermined path, it would be easier to execute their plans. Young Master Yin, should we not take a look at the gambling house? Yin Shengye scoffed. It would be quite difficult for these individuals to escape their fates. No need. 2 shall perish from indulgence. 1 shall drink himself to death, and 3 shall meet their demise at the gambling table. A most reasonable outcome. Since arriving in town, Peng Hanyin had not uttered a single word, merely observing how Yin Shengye orchestrated the situation. Once Yin Shengye had devised a plan to deal with these individuals, the weight of uncertainty lifted from Peng Hanyin's heart. She had not failed to investigate Yin Shengye's affairs. Yet the information available painted him as somewhat unreliable. Should he act recklessly on this descent, it could lead to significant troubles in the future. However, at present, Yin Shengye's actions were methodical and composed, clearly indicative of someone destined for greatness. If she were to marry Yin Shengye in the future, she felt it would not be a poor fate. Though Wang Yanggang comprehended the fatal methods that Yin Shengye had assigned to them, he remained uncertain about the subsequent course of action. So, young Master Yin, where are we headed now? He inquired. To dine. Yin Shengye replied, we stood for the entirety of the morning and then descended the mountain. My only son is already famished with that. Yin Shengye casually selected a restaurant and strode inside. Wang Yanggang was utterly perplexed. How could they indulge in a meal when their mission was far from complete? Was Yin Shengye truly reliable? Peng Hanyin, however, understood Yin Shengye's intentions. This was not an opportune moment for action. Only by nightfall would they find the ideal time to proceed. The meal served merely to clarify their forthcoming plans and prepare the necessary items. The 3 of them gathered around a table, and Yin Shengye began to feast heartily. Together with the dishes, he consumed dozens of plates in rapid succession, before patting his belly as if satiated. As Peng Hanyin observed Yin Shengye devouring his 5th plate, a thought struck her. Her grandfather Tang had imparted his unique skills to Yin Shengye. Otherwise, no ordinary person, regardless of their status, could consume such a copious amount in one sitting. It appeared that not only her great-grandfather esteemed Yin Shengye, but also grandfather Tang. While Peng Hanyin pondered, Wang Yanggang was left in a state of shock. He had never witnessed a cultivator capable of such gluttony. Cultivators, being more resilient to hunger than ordinary folk, need not partake in every meal. Yet Yin Shengye devoured enough food for multiple individuals over several days, truly unfathomable. Wiping his mouth, Yin Shengye inquired, have you both finished your meals? Yes, we have, young Master Yin, they replied. Well then, let us prepare the medicine and fetch a few fine needles. Wang Yanggang understood the task of preparing the medicine but was baffled by the purpose of the needles. Nonetheless, he complied. After Wang Yanggang departed, Peng Hanyin spoke up. While they focused their attention elsewhere, a needle can be silently plunged into the back of the head, leading to a death that goes unnoticed. The wound remains inconspicuous, devoid of blood, making it impossible to trace. This method surpasses even that of professional assassins. Yin Shengye, how did you conceive of such a plan? Peng Hanyin inquired, scrutinizing him as she sought to elucidate his intentions. With a slight smirk, Yin Shengye was more than willing to explain to Peng Hanyin. Have you ever heard of the strategy of surrounding the enemy to assist? The death of the Shao family outside Qianfan Academy, which appears genuine, raises suspicion. Whether for these 4 individuals or to monitor Wang Yutian at Qianfan Academy, they will undoubtedly send more people to investigate. He paused, sipping his tea before continuing, and my target is precisely those who come to investigate or send others to surveil Wang Yutian. As for these mere trifles, how they perish is of no concern to me. Peng Hanyin began to grasp the situation. By sending her own individuals to carry out tasks, their mysterious deaths would surely prompt further investigation. Thus, the stratagem devised by Yin Shengye is bound to succeed. However, should an adversary of superior cultivation arrive, would Yin Shengye be capable of handling the situation? Are you implying that if a venerable one were dispatched, I would be left powerless? Yin Shengye was already aware that Peng Hanyin would entertain such thoughts and inquiries. Indeed, this question is quite astute. Should a venerable being or someone of even greater stature be sent, it would no longer fall within my purview. Rather, it would become a matter for Wang Yutian. I shall offer my counsel and assistance, Yet the more formidable challenges should surely be entrusted to him. Observing the expression on Peng Hanyan's face, Yin Shengye realized that without a thorough explanation, she would remain unsatisfied. Consequently, he elaborated on the matter once more, and only then did Peng Hanyan cease to regard him with such scrutiny. By the time Yin Shengye completed his explanation, dusk had nearly settled, and Wang Yingang returned with the necessary items. Young Master Yin, here are the medicines, and here are the needles. Wang Yingang presented a pouch of herbs and a bag containing needles. A smile played on Yin Shengye's lips. All that remained was the execution of the plan. Excellent, let us proceed to the Chunhua Tower. The time is ripe. He turned to Peng Hanyan and asked, will you accompany us? Such an intriguing affair cannot be missed. Subsequently, Peng Hanyan donned male attire, altering her appearance slightly. The three entered Chunhua Tower, where they were immediately greeted by a matron. After offering gold to dismiss her, Yin Shengye reclaimed his seat from earlier that day, noticing that Xiao Chenghua and Xiao Chenghuan were still there, engaging in flirtation with the two women. Yin Shengye then instructed the matron to procure 6 women for him, and his generous display of spending delighted her immensely. After some time, Xiao Chenghua and Xiao Chenghuan, accompanied by the women, ascended to a room on the 3rd floor. To his surprise, Yin Shengye found that they shared such proclivities. However, this only served to facilitate his own plans, prompting him to follow suit. Upon reaching the door, Yin Shengye whispered a few instructions to the women before allowing them to enter. Confused, Peng Hanyan questioned why the medicine Wang Yingang had procured was not being utilized. It has already been administered to those women. Once Xiao Chenghua and Xiao Chenghuan catch a whiff of that scent, it won't be long before the deed is done, and they will undoubtedly meet their demise. Soon after, the trio departed from Chunhua Tower, heading towards their next destination, the casino. Chapter 149. Overexertion. The three hurriedly made their way outside the casino. Yingang, you shall challenge him to a bet. I believe that upon seeing you, Xiao Chenglong will be even more eager to gamble. Yes, young Master Yin, I understand. Without further ado, Wang Yingang entered the casino, while Yin Shengye and Peng Hanyan took a seat at a noodle shop across the street. Now is not the time to act. They must wait until their opponent was thoroughly engrossed in gambling, at which point they could strike without detection, ensuring a swift and decisive success. Peng Hanyan had remained silent on the road, but now that Wang Yang had just departed, she could no longer contain herself. Yin Shengye, there is something that perplexes me. What is it? Speak your mind. The entire plan had already been divulged to Peng Hanyan. What could she possibly still be unclear about? It's about the drug you mentioned. You said that those two would naturally fall victim upon sensing the fragrance, yet when those women were with us, I did not detect any scent. Yin Shengye gazed at Peng Hanyan, torn between laughter and restraint, as he contemplated a possibility. What are you implying with such a question? Oh, it's nothing. There are just some inconsistencies. Since you claim they possess a fragrance, why couldn't I perceive it? Peng Hanyan naively pondered, entirely oblivious to the implications hidden within Yin Shengye's words. Yin Shengye glanced around before elucidating for her. Let me put it this way. That particular drug only affects men. However, after engaging in intimacy with a woman, she too becomes susceptible to its effects, so, you should be able to comprehend now. So that's how it is. Peng Hanyan's eyes lit up with understanding, and she continued, but why didn't you detect it? With a mischievous grin, Yin Shengye replied, are you suggesting that I should have sensed it and then? Go to hell! Peng Hanyan playfully punched Yin Shengye. Realizing why he wore such a devilish smile when she broached the subject, he was undoubtedly thinking along those lines. What a rascal he was! As time passed, the clamor from the casino grew increasingly boisterous, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Yin Shengye sensed that the moment to act had arrived. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly. He retrieved a needle from his bag, concealing it between his fingers, and then entered the casino. Indeed, Wang Yang and Xiao Chenglong had escalated their wager to an exhilarating climax, precisely what Yin Shengye had been anticipating. All eyes were fixated on their high-stakes confrontation, not only due to the magnitude of their bets, but also because they were sworn enemies, heightening the intrigue. Yin Shengye stealthily maneuvered to the rear of Xiao Chenglong, seizing an opportunity when all attention was diverted to the betting table. With a subtle lift of his hand, the needle, imbued with Yin Shengye's formidable energy, pierced the back of Xiao Chenglong's head. The moment the needle penetrated, the outcome was revealed. Xiao Chenglong had lost, and he collapsed to the ground, startling everyone present. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Cheng hurried over to investigate, but as soon as they took a step, they too fell to the floor. The entire gambling table was thrown into chaos, and at that moment, Wang Yang realized it was time for him to assert his presence. Could it be that they could not bear the reality of their defeat and succumb to a sudden demise? As Wang Yang's words echoed, the casino owner and others quickly echoed his sentiment, for only then could they evade accountability for the incident. With a death occurring amidst the gambling, it was certain that no one would continue to wager. The bodies of Xiao Qinglong and his companions were subsequently carried out into the street. Chapter 150. Excessive drinking. Wang Yang and Yin Shengye exited the casino, then exchanged a knowing wink with Peng Hanyin, signaling her to depart. The three of them quietly slipped away into the night. Now, only one individual remains, Xiao Chenghu, a man fond of drinking, who is the easiest to deal with as long as the three of them wait nearby. They can strike him down with a fine needle once he is inebriated. The trio is not in a hurry. Knowing Xiao Chenghu's penchant for alcohol and considerable tolerance, they are certain he will not succumb to drunkenness until the latter half of the night. Thus, Yin Shengye and his companions find a small eatery to enjoy a late-night snack while passing the time. As midnight approaches, the owner of the eatery comes over to urge them to leave, as closing time is nigh. However, after a piece of gold is placed on the table by Yin Shengye, the proprietor, understanding the hint, graciously offers them more side dishes and drinks before retiring to the counter for a nap. Time drifts by slowly, and it is soon the latter part of the night. The trio rises and heads toward the tavern where Xiao Chenghu is located. Upon arrival, they find him still drinking. With no choice but to wait, they prioritize caution over haste. After some time, just as dawn is about to break and the tavern is empty, Xiao Chenghu finally collapses onto the table. Yin Shengye retrieves the needle and hands it to Wang Yang, stating, "The success of this mission rests upon your performance. Thank you, young Master Yin." Wang Yang replies, taking the pouch containing the needle, swiftly aiming it at Xiao Chenghu. The fine needle penetrates his brain, and he relaxes completely, meeting his end. The mission of descending the mountain has been accomplished. In truth, the act itself was brief, while the waiting was prolonged. Not long after, dawn breaks, and a scream echoes from Chunhua Tower. To protect its reputation, Chunhua Tower unceremoniously discards two unclothed corpses onto the street. This incident is not isolated to Chunhua Tower. Another tavern in the town has also experienced a similar fate. Within a single day, 6 corpses appear on the streets of the town. The town's mayor, under the rule of the Shang dynasty, is in a state of utter panic upon learning of these 6 deaths. After collecting the bodies and questioning relevant parties, he concludes that the 2 unclothed corpses succumbed to a sudden death, while the bodies discarded from the gambling den were victims of exhaustion from prolonged gambling coupled with extreme emotional fluctuations. As for the last corpse, having drunk for a day and a half, it is no surprise that he perished from intoxication. Following the investigation, the mayor issues a notice for the families of the deceased to come and claim their bodies. However, all 3 are members of the Shao family, and the only individuals they are acquainted with here are Wang Yutian and his associates. Would Wang Yutian retrieve the bodies for them? Certainly not. By noon, Yin Shengye and his companions leave the inn, ready to return to the academy. Upon noticing the posted notice at the city gates, they share a knowing smile before ascending Qianfan Mountain together. Meanwhile, within Qianfan Academy, Xiao Shuang, who had been keeping a close watch on Wang Yutian, was lured to the surrounding mountains by him just the previous night and was swiftly dealt with. Thus, all members of the Shao family in this vicinity have been eliminated through the combined efforts of Wang Yutian and Yin Shengye, marking the successful completion of the first step of their plan. As for subsequent developments, they will depend on Wang Yutian's arrangements, for the strength required here ultimately relies on the Wang family. When Yin Shengye and his companions return to the academy and meet Wang Yutian, the two exchange smiles filled with unspoken meaning. Today is a splendid day, and the days to come promise to be equally bright. Yin Shengye leaves with a parting remark, accompanied by Peng Hanyin. Chapter 151. Follow-up. After a long and exhausting day, Yin Shengye exchanged a few words with Peng Hanyin before parting ways. Having enjoyed a restful afternoon, he lay in bed in the evening, only to be startled awake by a familiar sight. Previously, it was Peng Hanyin, and now it was Wang Yushue, both leaning in closely to observe him. It is no wonder that one would be utterly taken aback upon waking to such a scenario. Once he regained his composure, Yin Shengye addressed Wang Yushue, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Wang Yushue playfully knocked on Yin Shengye's shoulder and retorted, "Humph, are you really that timid? My brother is looking for you. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have returned here." The air was thick with an unbearable stench. Indeed, Wang Yutian sought out Yin Shengye personally, but it was Wang Yushue who volunteered to approach him, leading her to Yin Shengye's room. Yin Shengye, however, had no time for such thoughts. His only concern was to ensure that the forthcoming matters proceeded smoothly. Silently, he rose and accompanied Wang Yushue to Wang Yutian's location. Upon their arrival, Wang Yutian was overjoyed to see Yin Shengye and promptly ushered him inside. "Shengye, I have already sent word to my family. And they have consented. Point 3 esteemed elders are on their way and should arrive at Xinfan Academy in a couple of days. A smile crept onto Yin Shengye's lips. This was indeed good news. Yet, there remained a question that lingered in his mind regarding whether Wang Yutian had considered it. The individuals being dispatched were esteemed elders. Despite Wang Yutian's status as a young master, it was important to note that these individuals, being his seniors and possessing greater cultivation, might not heed Wang Yutian's directives. Given Wang Yutian's character, Yin Shengye surmised that he had likely overlooked this aspect. Wang Yutian, when your family arrives, will you be the one in charge? Or will it be them? Initially filled with joy, Wang Yutian was taken aback by this question, staring blankly at Yin Shengye. Indeed, Yin Shengye's intuition proved correct. Wang Yutian had not contemplated this matter. You haven't thought it through? Wang Yutian sheepishly admitted, Shengye, I apologize. I truly had not considered this. However, he continued after some reflection. I believe that since they are coming from the family, we should defer to their authority. After hearing this, Yin Shengye could only shake his head. Wang Yushue, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected, if the esteemed elders are the ones in charge, then the plan that my brother and you established may very well be disrupted. Disruption is one issue, but if any complications arise and the Shao family discovers it, the entire endeavor could fail. If the esteemed elders handle the matter and it goes awry, would it be my brother's fault or the elders' fault? Therefore, we must be clear about this distinction. Otherwise, it will lead to confusion in the end. Having come to this realization, Wang Yushue promptly addressed Wang Yutian, elder brother, we cannot allow them to take charge. Why can't we let them take charge? Wang Yutian had yet to grasp the crux of the issue, as he believed that they were the family's elders, with greater cultivation and more experiences than himself. Therefore, when it comes to handling matters, it is certainly more considerate to prioritize their perspectives. It seems there is nothing amiss in this approach. Wang Yutian tends to contemplate things from a positive angle, yet he has not considered the negative aspects. Yin Shengye has discerned that Wang Yutian is quite the obedient child. Wang Yutian, you might seek counsel from Sister Shui. She should have thought things through by now. Chapter 152. Aside from eating, it is still eating after departing. Yin Shengye hastily consumed a meal before heading to the woods on the back mountain. Originally, yesterday marked the 10th day, and having descended the mountain without visiting, it is presumed that old Pong would learn the reason from Pong Hongyayuan. After waiting for quite some time on the back mountain, Yin Shengye did not encounter old Pong but instead met Director Tang. Master Tang, is it not old Pong who is coming today? What is the matter? Do not be curious. Old Pong has matters to attend to today, hence my presence. Enough with the pleasantries, follow me. Director Tang immediately set off with a leap, and Yin Shengye had no choice but to follow in tow. He understood that trailing behind Director Tang meant he would have to run a considerable distance before any teachings would commence. Indeed, after a lengthy run, Director Tang finally paused. How are you holding up? Can you keep up? Having learned from a previous experience, Yin Shengye promptly replied, I can't keep up, I can't keep up. Your vigorous speech indicates you can still run. With that, Director Tang continued onward. Yin Shengye inwardly cursed. If he was to be taught, why must it involve such an extensive trek? Must he wait until he is utterly exhausted before Tang would relent? Old Pong, old Tang, neither are particularly amiable. Despite his grievances, Yin Shengye pressed on. At last, when Yin Shengye could run no longer, Director Tang finally stopped. You should be aware of the characteristics of the Yin family's bloodline. In ancient times, the Yin family's ascendance to a prominent clan was not unconnected to their physical prowess. This exercise is designed to strengthen your body. Only with a robust physique can one bear greater power. Director Tang addressed Yin Shengye, who lay on the ground, before producing a roasted chicken and tossing it to him. Eat this to replenish your strength. Without hesitation, Yin Shengye tore into the roasted chicken, disregarding Director Tang's words. As Director Tang observed Yin Shengye's unsightly consumption, he remained unfazed. How has your practice of the gluttonous technique been progressing, Master Tang? I have practiced it sufficiently. If I were to eat freely, I could consume enough for at least 100 people in one meal. Yin Shengye replied, mouthful of chicken. Ah, that is satisfactory. I, too, am feeling hungry. Go fetch me some game. Yin Shengye nearly choked on his chicken at this demand. Was old Tang feeling peckish as well? Reluctantly, he ventured into the forest to seek out game for Director Tang. Soon after, Yin Shengye returned with a leopard, cleaned it thoroughly, and immediately set a fire. In the depths of the night, dining is indeed an art. Not everything one consumes is suitable for indulging in the culinary techniques of gluttony. If the ethereal essence contained within the food is minimal, it serves us little purpose, much like this leopard, which is merely an ordinary beast, lacking even the attributes of a mystical creature. Thus, upon ingestion and digestion, the benefits it bestows upon us are exceedingly scant. Therefore, it is imperative not only to eat, but also to learn the art of eating. Director Tang gazed at the leopard meat roasting over the fire, continuously imparting wisdom to Yin Shengye. Naturally, Yin Shengye comprehended Director Tang's words, responding, "Understood, mastered in this world. I can somewhat discern the ethereal essence claimed to be contained within various items, but considering this is the territory of Qianfan Academy, it is rather improbable for mystical beasts to roam nearby." Chapter 153. The ambushed Director Tang lightly tapped the top of Yin Shengye's head and promptly remarked, "How foolish. I am not instructing you to find mystical beasts for me right now. I merely wish to convey that you should refrain from consuming refuse that offers us no benefit, as eating such waste is akin to a common person's meal. We are not ordinary individuals. Going days without food does not pose a problem for us. Hence, when you eat, you must exercise discernment." Yin Shengye felt unjustly accused, replying, "Understood, master." The night swiftly passed, and aside from learning what to eat and what to avoid, Yin Shengye gleaned little else. What left him most exasperated was that the delectable leopard meat he had meticulously prepared was entirely consumed by Director Tang, leaving him not a single bite. Director Tang, in his characteristic fashion, deemed it fit for him to partake of such refuse, promising to call upon Yin Shengye when there were better delicacies. Ultimately, Yin Shengye spent the night in slumber while Director Tang returned early. Days later, at noon, as Yin Shengye lay resting in bed, Wang Yuxue abruptly flung the door open. Yin Shengye felt incredulous. A lady barging into a man's room without a hint of modesty. "I say, Shwejia, could you please knock before entering my room next time?" Wang Yuxue nonchalantly sat at the edge of the bed, seemingly unperturbed by Yin Shengye's words. "Dio, I really need to be so formal when visiting you? Wouldn't that be quite exhausting?" Yin Shengye, feeling somewhat helpless, reflected on how he once perceived Wang Yuxue as a cultured and reasonable woman, yet she now seemed to have transformed into a scoundrel after their deepening relationship. "Speak then, Shwejia. What brings you here?" Wang Yuxue set aside her playful demeanor, stating, "Our people have arrived. Those individuals are nearing." Yin Shengye was filled with curiosity, wondering how they could have traveled so swiftly. After all, it had taken him nearly a month to reach this place from the commercial capital. Were they flying? Setting aside this inquiry, he probed Wang Yuxue, and then what? Wang Yuxue hesitated momentarily but ultimately divulged. "Then they have decided to ambush." Yin Shengye was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can they act so recklessly? An ambush? Have they lost their senses? What of Wang Yutian? Did he not attempt to dissuade them?" "My brother attempted to persuade them, but to no avail. They paid no heed to his words whatsoever." In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Yin Shengye's mind, yet none could alter the present reality. "Shwejia, when did they arrive? Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Wang Yuxue understood Yin Shengye's implication clearly. She wished to convey this information to him, but time simply did not permit her to do so. "Just moments ago. After their arrival, they sought out my brother, informing him that the Shao family was nearing and that intercepting them en route would be the wisest course of action. My brother repeatedly urged them to consider their options carefully, yet they utterly disregarded his counsel." Yin Shengye sighed, suggesting that they had already descended the mountain, preparing to ambush the Shao family. "Indeed. Wang Yutian is truly a fool. Come, let us find Hongyayuan." Hastily, Yin Shengye got out of bed. Donning his robe and boots. 3 esteemed members of the Wang family had arrived. He had no inkling of how many from the Shao family would come. However, to be on the safe side, if the Wang family were to falter against the Shao family, having Peng Hongyayuan by his side would somewhat mitigate the disadvantage. Chapter 154. Only on the sidelines upon arriving at Peng Hongyayuan's residence, Yin Shengye recalled the previous incident and knocked on the door. "Hongyayuan, Shwejia, and I need to discuss something with you. Come in." Peng Hongyayuan's voice echoed from within. After receiving her response, Yin Shengye hesitated before opening the door. Uncertain if Peng Hongyayuan had finished dressing, it would be truly embarrassing to expose her in front of Wang Yuxue. Once inside, he found Peng Hongyayuan impeccably dressed, seated comfortably in her chair. "What is it?" Without concealment, Yin Shengye directly communicated his purpose to Peng Hongyayuan. "A few fools from the Wang family wish to ambush the Shao family. I fear unforeseen complications may arise, so I seek your assistance." "Ah, it pertains to the Wang and Shao families," Peng Hongyayuan replied with a hint of sarcasm, then continued, "Your alliance with the Wang family is your affair, yet your affairs are also mine. Come, I shall accompany you to investigate." Though her words were not particularly pleasant, the fact that he could enlist Peng Hongyayuan's aid filled Yin Shengye with a sense of relief. Thus, the three of them, guided by Wang Yuxue, proceeded towards the ambush site. By the time they arrived, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. In the distance, amidst the desolate terrain, they beheld several individuals engaged in combat on the ground. Wang Yutian and Wang Yang were valiantly battling against a group. The odds appeared decidedly unfavorable for Wang Yutian and his companions. In the aerial skirmish, it was 3 against 4, while on the ground, it was 2 against 5. Witnessing this situation, Yin Shengye felt a surge of frustration. How could the Wang family's so-called esteemed ones be so reckless? Look at the current predicament. They not only failed to eliminate their foes but also found themselves in perilous circumstances. It was truly foolish beyond measure. Under these circumstances, Yin Shengye no longer hoped for Wang Yutian and his allies to turn the tide of battle. Wang Yushue's involvement would only result in another casualty. Wang Yushue, who stood beside Yin Shengye, was acutely aware of the current predicament. She recognized that her efforts to assist would be futile and could only await Yin Shengye to devise a solution. Without further contemplation, it became evident that the only individual capable of altering the tide of battle was Peng Hongyayuan. Hongyayuan, did you not previously assert that my affairs are also yours? I earnestly request your assistance, to be candid. Yin Shengye felt he lacked the audacity to straightforwardly urge Peng Hongyayuan to take action. Although this matter pertains to you, I have resolved not to intervene, but merely to observe from the sidelines. Yin Shengye was taken aback. He had intended to voice his objections loudly, yet mindful of the distant skirmish, he could only manage a subdued protest. If you do not act, then who will? You, me? Both Yin Shengye and Wang Yushue were momentarily stunned. While Yin Shengye could potentially contribute to the ground battle, he was powerless to affect the conflict raging above. Peng Hongyayuan, you cannot possibly be jesting? How am I to go? To walk into certain death. You are exceedingly verbose. Peng Hongyayuan appeared disinclined to entertain Yin Shengye's protests any longer, and with a firm push, she propelled him forward. Yin Shengye emerged from the thicket, leaving Wang Yutian and the members of the Shao family astonished. Now compelled to take action, he drew forth his thunder blade and plunged into the fray. Wang Yutian, aware of Yin Shengye's prowess, felt a surge of elation upon his arrival, yet soon found himself troubled. While their combined efforts could vanquish the divine beings on the ground, what about the exalted ones in the sky? What course of action should they pursue? Chapter 155. It is still you who must come at that moment. Yin Shengye remained oblivious to Wang Yutian's thoughts. His mind was solely occupied with the desire to berate Peng Hongyayuan. What nonsense was it to be unceremoniously thrust into the fray? Fueled by indignation, he channeled his wrath onto the divine being from the Shao family. The thunder blade crackled with electric fury, overwhelming the Shao family's divine being, who was utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, having mastered the sword techniques associated with the thunder blade, Yin Shengye's strength had significantly amplified, in a matter of mere strikes. He dispatched the divine being with a swift thrust to the throat. With one adversary vanquished, he was emboldened to confront the next, and then the third. Fortuitously, Yin Shengye arrived just in time to eliminate another foe. Wang Yutian and Wang Yinggang were engaged in combat against 5 divine beings. While Wang Yutian could temporarily withstand the attacks of 4, Wang Yinggang lacked such fortitude and was gradually forced to retreat. Bearing numerous injuries, Yin Shengye dispatched the second divine being. He quickly took Wang Yangong's place in the battle. Wang Yinggang withdrew, finally able to catch his breath. Just as he began to regain his composure, a cacophony of thunderous claps erupted. The divine being that had previously trapped him in a corner now spewed black smoke and collapsed to the ground. This was a development Wang Yinggang had never anticipated. Such a formidable foe had been so effortlessly dispatched. Yin Shengye had no time to relish the astonishment on Wang Yangong's face. Having eliminated his opponent, he swiftly moved to extricate Wang Yutian from his predicament. Though Wang Yutian was more formidable than the average divine being, even he was nearing exhaustion after enduring a prolonged assault from multiple adversaries. Yin Shengye extended his hand to assist. Wang Yutian was also liberated. With each confronting a divine profound, the situation on the ground finally stabilized. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yutian and Yin Shengye resolved the last 2 divine profounds. Shengye, I am fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been unable to return. Yin Shengye cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yutian and retorted, I do not wish to converse with you. Wang Yushue and Peng Hongyayuan emerged from the thicket, joining Yin Shengye's side. Upon seeing Peng Hongyayuan, Wang Yutian's heart leaped with joy. It was well known that Peng Hongyayuan was not merely a revered one but a saint. With her presence, there was no need to worry about the day's events. Thus, Wang Yutian enthusiastically approached her, exclaiming, Miss Peng has also arrived. Peng Hongyayuan merely smiled faintly, not uttering a word, her gaze fixed on the battle in the sky. Wang Yutian, feeling rebuffed, found himself in an awkward predicament. Wang Yushue stifled her laughter, thinking her elder brother was embarrassingly inept, as if he had lost face entirely. Yin Shengye leaned closer to Peng Hongyuan, saying, "Hongyuan, I have done what I needed to do. Now it is your turn to take action. Will you not intervene, or shall I?" Yin Shengye's mouth fell agape. While he could manage an opponent of divine profound cultivation, he felt uncertain against a revered one. However, he could not comprehend why Peng Hongyuan was there if she did not intend to act. This sentiment was shared by the Wang siblings, both regarding Peng Hongyuan with puzzled expressions. "Indeed, you should take the lead." With no other choice, Yin Shengye reluctantly agreed, though he felt it necessary to clarify certain matters. "Very well, I shall take action, but they are in the sky, and I cannot ascend." Even if he wished to engage them, his strength was insufficient. Chapter 156. Battle with the Revered One. Peng Hongyuan smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of one coaxing a child, and said, "Fear not, unleash your full power. As for the ability to ascend, I shall assist you. Now, off you go with that." She grasped the collar of Yin Shengye's garment and hurled him into the air. Yin Shengye screamed in terror. Yet, upon reaching a certain altitude, he discovered something miraculous. He could stand suspended in midair. With a sense of curiosity and playfulness, he began to bounce a few times in the sky. "Yin Shengye, if you do not commence your duties, do you believe I will let you fall to your doom?" Hearing Peng Hongyuan's admonition, Yin Shengye turned his attention to her, noticing that she was supporting him with one hand. In an instant, he comprehended that his ability to remain aloft was due to Peng Hongyuan's manipulation of her profound energy. No longer wishing to squander time, he grasped his thunderblade and immediately joined the battle against the revered ones. In a 3 versus 4 scenario, one side had already gained the upper hand. Given sufficient time, victory was assured for the larger contingent. However, with Yin Shengye's entrance, the 4 revered ones of the Shao family were compelled to divert one to contend with him. What was initially a guaranteed victory began to shift gradually towards a stalemate. The 3 esteemed members of the Wang family, upon witnessing support arrive, felt an immediate surge of confidence, rallying their spirits to overpower the 3 dignitaries of the Shao family. Meanwhile, Yin Shengye was engaged in his inaugural battle against a respected adversary. Initially flustered and nearly struck in vital areas on several occasions, in moments of peril, he adeptly evaded danger using the newly acquired technique of the Spirit Fox's 5 leaps. However, mere agility proved insufficient for victory. Moreover, under the relentless assault of the Shao family's dignitary, Yin Shengye found himself bereft of any opportunity to counterattack, remaining solely on the defensive. On the ground, Peng Hongyuan observed the aerial clash, seething with frustration. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they would succumb to the hands of the esteemed adversaries. This fool! In a moment of desperation, Peng Hongyuan uttered a curse. "Yin Shengye, whatever happened to the sword techniques you learned earlier?" With this prompt, Yin Shengye swiftly grasped her intent. Peng Hongyuan urged him to employ the techniques of the thunderlight sword, thereby generating arcs of electricity that would disrupt the composure of his opponent. Without hesitation, he executed the sword techniques, encircled by crackling arcs of electricity. Thunderlight sword. Humph! That too leads to death. The esteemed adversary, momentarily taken aback by the arcs, dismissed the threat posed by Yin Shengye's weapon. Having refrained from idle chatter, Yin Shengye finally found a moment to breathe. With this respite, confidence surged within him, and his crimson energy subtly shifted, his gaze imbued with a hint of bloodlust. The Shao family dignitary, perplexed by this transformation, nonetheless remained resolute in his intent to eliminate Yin Shengye. As the two clashed once more, arcs of electricity danced around him, but just as they were about to strike the esteemed adversary, an invisible force intercepted them. The arcs of the thunderlight sword proved ineffective, yet Yin Shengye possessed other formidable tactics, his immense physical strength. The thunderlight sword relentlessly struck against the dignitary's weapon, leaving the Shao family member astounded. He had not anticipated such might from one who appeared merely to possess the cultivation of a mortal. Yin Shengye wielded the thunderlight sword, persistently assaulting his opponent's weapon. Oh, the untrained eye! It seemed as though he was hacking aimlessly, yet there was profound intent behind his actions, for he was searching for vulnerabilities, seeking a singular opportunity for a decisive blow. Although the Shao family dignitary was temporarily subdued by Yin Shengye's overwhelming strength, he remained composed, recognizing that such fervent attacks would surely deplete the boy's stamina. As long as he maintained his defense, the moment of exhaustion would inevitably arrive for his adversary, marking the time of his demise. Little did he know, Yin Shengye sought precisely this, his opponent's over-reliance on defense. There is a saying, prolonged defense leads to inevitable defeat. Yin Shengye understood this truth, yet the Shao family dignitary remained oblivious. Thus, both combatants awaited, each anticipating the other's moment of weakness. Below, Peng Hanyin and the others watched with bated breath, particularly Peng Hanyin and Wang Yuxue. Wang Yuxue, uncertain of Yin Shengye's true capabilities, felt her heart race with anxiety. Although Peng Hanyin was more aware of his strength, this was his inaugural confrontation with a dignitary, and any misstep could result in dire consequences. In her eyes, however, Yin Shengye had already ascended to her level. There are certain abilities that remain beyond reach, such as the power of levitation. This ability is exclusive to those of the esteemed rank and above, for they possess the capacity to communicate with the heavens and the earth, thereby harnessing their elemental forces to achieve flight. Although Yin Shengye's strength is on par with that of a respected master, he lacks the ability to commune with the cosmos. At this moment, the esteemed one is merely employing his divine prowess to engage in combat with Yin Shengye. Should he unleash the full extent of his esteemed power, it would be beyond Yin Shengye's capacity to withstand. This is precisely the concern that Peng Hanyin harbors. The longer the battle ensues, the greater the likelihood that the esteemed master will resort to his full might as the onlookers anxiously regard Yin Shengye. His tremendous strike finally bears fruit. After enduring a prolonged defense, the esteemed one's hands grow numb, and his sword is sent flying from his grasp by Yin Shengye's powerful blow. Seizing the moment, Yin Shengye swiftly pivots, his left hand forming a palm as he strikes toward his opponent. 5 fingers poised. The esteemed master steadies himself, dismissing this strike with disdain, countering with his right palm in a direct confrontation with Yin Shengye's assault. To his astonishment, as their palms met, the hand of the Shao family's esteemed master shattered, fracturing up to his shoulder. He cries out, clutching his shoulder with his left hand, hastily attempting to staunch the bleeding. Recognizing this as yet another opportunity, Yin Shengye cannot let it slip away. He thrusts his lightning sword toward the Shao family's esteemed master with great urgency. The esteemed master realizes the gravity of the situation. Acknowledging that this young man should not be underestimated, his right hand serving as a testament to that lesson. Moreover, having allowed his guard to drop, he finds himself grievously injured by this youth. How can he swallow this humiliation? As Yin Shengye's south sword hovers perilously close to the Shao family's esteemed master, it suddenly halts, unable to penetrate further, despite Yin Shengye's best efforts. Be careful. He has harnessed the power of an esteemed master, Peng Hanyin warns from the ground. With this caution in mind, Yin Shengye remains vigilant. If he has invoked the strength of an esteemed master, then he too shall wield the might of his bloodline. This battle cannot result in defeat. Yin Shengye refuses to yield, eager to witness the true extent of the esteemed master's prowess. In an instant, the power of his bloodline erupts forth, his crimson hair and blood-red eyes transforming his skin into a vivid scarlet. Observing from below, Peng Hanyin is taken aback. What is he doing? Revealing his bloodline power before so many? Is he courting death? Wang Yutian, Wang Yuxue, and the injured Wang Yang are equally astonished, bewildered by the transformation Yin Shengye has undergone. The Shao family's esteemed master, too, is momentarily stunned. But this surprise marks the last expression he will ever wear as Yin Shengye fully unleashes the power of his bloodline. An inexhaustible force seems to emanate from him. He thrusts the lightning sword forward, piercing the throat of the esteemed master from the Shao family. With the demise of the Shao family's esteemed master, Yin Shengye's battle is far from over. With Peng Hanyin's assistance, he swiftly approaches the remaining esteemed master of the Shao family in a fierce exchange. He swiftly overcomes the defenses of the remaining esteemed master, delivering a fatal blow. Having suffered the loss of 2 esteemed masters, the remaining Shao family member has no desire to continue the fight. He disengages and attempts to flee. Nowhere to run. Peng Hanyin bellows from the ground, pointing her left hand forward and then pressing down, causing both esteemed masters to crash to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yin Shengye leaps forward, swiftly arriving before the 2 fallen Shao family masters. Shao Jiazunja felt a pang of trepidation. Those capable of directly confining them were undoubtedly saints, and with the presence of this god of death, how could he not be fearful? Who are you, esteemed sir? Why must you make things difficult for my sacred snow mountain manor? Yin Shengye was loath to squander time, aware that his current state could not be sustained for long. Otherwise, his present physical condition would render him unable to endure. You do prattle on excessively? With that, Yin Shengye faced 2 adversaries, and within less than 100 exchanges, he dispatched them both, despite their inability to wield the power of a Zunjie. With the demise of Shao Jia's final 2 Zunjia, Yin Shengye returned to his normal form. Once restored, his legs weakened, and he knelt on one knee, grateful for the sword in his hand that provided support. Otherwise, he would surely have collapsed to the ground. Wang Yushui intended to assist Yin Shengye, but was outpaced by Peng Hanyin, who reached his side first. Peng Hanyin lifted Yin Shengye effortlessly. How are you faring? Are the side effects severe? Yin Shengye felt exasperated. Is there anyone like you? Isn't the princess carry supposed to involve a man carrying a woman? What does it mean for a woman to carry me? Those observing from a distance were momentarily taken aback, sensing a peculiar reversal of roles between the man and woman. Could you please set me down? I am capable of walking. Only then did Peng Hanyin realize their position was somewhat inappropriate. All right, but do not overexert yourself. The pair approached Wang Yushui and Wang Yutian, where the three Zunjia from the Wang family had already gathered. One of the Zunjia, with a mocking smile, spoke. I presume this is Yin Shengye. Quite different from the rumors circulating in Xanadu. Indeed, I did not expect you to possess such strength. You have truly deceived the world. The alliance this time seems acceptable. Yet your Yin family remains too feeble. The three Zunjia of the Wang family exchanged barbs regarding Yin Shengye and the Yin family. Wang Yutian and Wang Yushui felt quite awkward, as this matter originally pertained to the Wang family, and due to the reckless actions of the three Zunjia, they had nearly faced total annihilation. To their astonishment, rather than expressing gratitude for Yin Shengye's rescue, the trio resorted to cold mockery. Based on their understanding of Yin Shengye, it was evident that these two Zunjia would soon find themselves at a disadvantage, and their expressions reflected their discomfort. Indeed, Wang Yutian and Wang Yushui's concerns were not unfounded. Yin Shengye, with a frosty demeanor, addressed Wang Yutian. Is this the caliber of individuals your family has dispatched? Three arrogant elders, devoid of any semblance of intellect. Were it not for my timely arrival with Han Yin, your Wang family would have met its end, and our Yin family would have followed suit. To err and yet continue to prattle on is a display of unparalleled shamelessness. If this is the standard of your Wang family, then perhaps this alliance is better left unformed. Chapter 159. Angered to kill Yin Shengye, what are you to speak to us in such a manner? We are the elders of Yutian, and since we have arrived, all matters should naturally be subject to our authority. Furthermore, to propose that your Yin family ally with our Wang family is a favor to you. How dare you speak so presumptuously? As Yin Shengye enumerated their faults, the three esteemed members of the Wang family immediately grew displeased, retorting vehemently. Yin Shengye, unwilling to engage in a futile argument, dismissed their pretensions. After all, what right did they have to flaunt their status when they themselves had slain four esteemed figures? Humph! It is no wonder that your Wang family struggles to maintain control over the sacred Snow Mountain Manor. With individuals like you, it is only a matter of time before it falls into the hands of the Shao family. How dare you? One of the Wang family's esteemed members exclaimed in fury, brandishing his sword towards Yin Shengye. Yin Shengye intended to provoke them further, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the three of them, as they had witnessed the manifestation of his bloodline power and could not be allowed to live. What, enraged and humiliated, do you wish to kill me? You three are hardly worthy. You are both incompetent and insufferably arrogant. Yin Shengye, I shall take your life. The enraged esteemed member lunged forward, sword poised to strike, which fortuitously aligned with Yin Shengye's intentions, but regrettably, he was restrained by another esteemed member. The one who intervened shook his head at his companion and addressed Yin Shengye. Yin Shengye, the alliance between the Wang and Yin families is hereby severed. The two families shall no longer interfere with one another. With that, the three esteemed members prepared to signal Wang Yutian and Wang Yushui to depart, but Yin Shengye would not allow them such an easy escape. Such fortune was not to be had. Halt! You think you can leave simply by uttering a few words of indifference? You nearly caused my Yin family to fall prey to the Shao family, and now you wish to shirk your responsibility with a mere phrase. Such matters do not resolve so easily. What do you propose? Leave behind your hands, and you may depart, from henceforth severing all ties. Upon hearing this, Wang Yutian and Wang Yushui turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, they could not concern themselves with the three esteemed members any longer and turned away, refusing to face them again. The three esteemed members, aghast at Yin Shengye's demand to leave behind their hands, realized the dire implications. This was tantamount to their utter ruin. In their exasperation, they simultaneously drew their swords. Yin Shengye had anticipated this confrontation was inevitable and was preparing to unleash his bloodline power when Peng Hanyin seized his hand. Leave it to me, Chinku and Locke. The three esteemed members of the Wang family charged at Yin Shengye. Yet after taking a single step, they found themselves utterly immobilized. It was at this moment that the Wang family members comprehended that the towering woman beside Yin Shengye was the true master. It was she who had subdued the two esteemed members of the Shao family earlier. They had presumed that Yin Shengye was exhausted and that dispatching him would be a mere formality, but reality proved contrary. Yin Shengye stepped forward, disdain evident in his demeanor. You refuse to heed my warning to leave behind your hands. Now, I shall claim your lives. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly wielded the thunderlight sword, and 3 heads soared into the air before crashing down. Wang Yutian and Wang Yushue ached at the sight, yet these 3 had courted their own demise, and there was nothing they could do to save them. Wang Yanggang, an underling of Wang Yutian, found himself powerless to intervene. He could only pretend that the events had never transpired, fervently hoping that Yin Shengye would show mercy and spare his life. Wang Yutian, if you wish to forge an alliance, you must disregard today's events. These 3 individuals never set foot here. Furthermore, my intent to kill you is as trivial as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. With these words, Yin Shengye paid no further attention to Wang Yutian and departed alongside Peng Hanyan. Chapter 160. Disappearance. As Yin Shengye spoke, an aura of lethal intent radiated from him, which both Wang Yutian and Wang Yushue felt acutely. The 2 stood motionless alongside Wang Yang, silently watching the retreating figure of Yin Shengye. Upon reaching the foot of Qianfan Mountain, the aftereffects of his prior exertion of bloodline power became unbearable. Leaning against a nearby tree, he violently expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion paling. Yin Shengye, are you all right? Peng Hanyan inquired anxiously, hastily channeling her profound energy into his body. However, rather than alleviating his condition, this energy exacerbated it, causing him to cough up more blood. Stop! Do not give me any more profound energy. Quickly procure some blood for me, Yin Shengye weakly implored, lying on the ground. Peng Hanyan nodded fervently. All right, I shall fetch you some blood immediately. Stay here and do not move. Once Peng Hanyan departed, Yin Shengye felt dizzy and disoriented, unable to perceive his surroundings, and soon lost consciousness. When Peng Hanyan hurried back after slaying 2 wild beasts and bringing back their blood, she found no trace of Yin Shengye. In a state of frantic worry, she called out, Yin Shengye, where are you? Her voice echoed through the area, yet there was no response as she contemplated returning to the academy to check if he had returned on his own. She spotted Wang Yutian and his sister approaching. Filled with rage, Peng Hanyan rushed towards them, seizing Wang Yutian by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Wang Yutian, did you take Yin Shengye? Speak. Wang Yutian, startled, quickly regained his composure and replied, No, absolutely not. We just arrived here. Really? Indeed, truly. My sister and I have only just come over. Wang Yushue began to grasp the situation. Yin Shengye had vanished without a trace. What has happened to him? She pondered. Peng Hanyan released Wang Yutian, intending to inform them of the situation, but recalling that Yin Shengye had eliminated 3 of their esteemed elders, she altered her response. What business is it of yours? Without further regard for Wang Yutian and his sister, she swiftly made her way back to Qianfan Academy. That moment, Wang Yutian seemed to comprehend why Peng Hanyan had treated him so rudely. Yushue, has Yin Shengye truly gone missing? Wang Yushue was filled with an endless concern for Yin Shengye, yet this did not prevent her from scornfully addressing her brother. Brother, are you only now beginning to understand? If Yin Shengye were not missing, would she behave so disrespectfully? Wang Yutian appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. Let us ascend the mountain at once. Back at the academy, Peng Hanyan scoured every possible location where Yin Shengye might have gone. Yet his presence remained elusive. In a state of urgency, she hurriedly sought out Elder Peng and Elder Tang, detailing the events of the day to both of them. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Tang calmly remarked, My dear, do not fret. It is unlikely that anything untoward will occur. If someone harbored ill intentions, they would not have gone to the trouble of abducting him, but rather eliminated Yin Shengye on the spot. Elder Peng then added, Indeed, great-granddaughter, there is no need for concern. The fact that they took Yin Shengye indicates a certain ulterior motive. If there is indeed a plot, they would not disregard his life. Listening to their reassurances, Peng Hanyan felt somewhat at ease. Yet, she pondered where Yin Shengye might be and what the assailants could covet about him. Upon her reminder, Elder Peng and Dean Tang exchanged glances, and an answer dawned upon them. The Power of Bloodline. Chapter 161. An unfamiliar place. Great-grandfather, Grandpa Tang, what exactly is the significance of the bloodline power? Please tell me honestly. Moreover, why must Yin Shengye conceal such power? Is there some kind of taboo associated with it? Elder Peng looked at Dean Tang, blinking subtly to prompt him to speak. Understanding the cue, Dean Tang addressed Peng Hanyan, My dear, now is not the time for you to know. Once you reach the level of Saint Emperor, all will be revealed to you. He continued, Now, you should return and rest. You have had a long day. If Yin Shengye is unharmed, he will surely return on his own. With no other recourse, Peng Hongyayuan chose to trust their words. After her departure, the two elders swiftly soared away from the academic building, heading deep into the mountains. They landed before an ancient stone door, and upon closer inspection, they found faint traces of blood nearby. If their assumptions were correct, this could very well be Yin Shengye's blood. Could he have awakened? Elder Peng, what should we do? How should I know? If he has indeed been taken, we cannot predict the fate that awaits that rascal. Perhaps we should wait here. You may wait if you wish, but I must return to comfort my great-granddaughter. With that, Elder Peng departed, leaving Dean Tang to stand guard before the stone door. In silent understanding, they reached a tacit agreement. One would continue to wait while the other safeguarded Qianfan Academy. Yin Shengye had no awareness of how long he had been asleep. His head throbbed painfully as he opened his eyes to a shroud of darkness. Attempting to prop himself up, he found himself utterly drained of strength. Suddenly, the surroundings illuminated as if someone had ignited a candle, dispelling the darkness. Awake at last, a voice, slightly hoarse, echoed in Yin Shengye's ears. Weakly, he inquired, "Where am I? Who are you? Did you bring me here?" The raspy voice answered each of Yin Shengye's questions in turn. "This is the gate of the Holy Sovereign. I am Gu Tao, and it was I who brought you here." Upon hearing this response, Yin Shengye felt as though he had received no answer at all. He gleaned no useful information. "Why did you bring me here?" He wanted to ask further, "Is it because of the bloodline power that I was brought here?" However, it immediately occurred to him that even if the other party truly brought him here for the sake of his bloodline power, he could not express it so bluntly, though do so would be to expose the existence of his bloodline power to the other party. "You should understand why I have brought you here." Previously, Yin Shengye had thought that the term I referred to the esteemed one, but it was now evident that it was certainly not the esteemed one, but rather someone above that status. As for the rank, Yin Shengye dared not to imagine. Given the response he had just received, Yin Shengye could only conclude that the other party was aware of his bloodline power. The realization sent a jolt through him. How could he possibly know about his bloodline power? Reflecting on his actions at Qianfan Academy during this period, there were only 3 individuals who knew about his bloodline power. However, those 3 would never divulge such a secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this point. Furthermore, he was the only one who had unleashed his bloodline power with full force today. In other words, his excessive use of bloodline power today had caught this person's attention, leading him to bring Yin Shengye here when Peng Hongyayuan departed. If he had brought him here, it was likely with some ulterior motive in mind. Chapter 162. The mysterious elder in the cave. Having pondered these matters, Yin Shengye ceased to dwell on them further. Given his current predicament, he was undoubtedly at the mercy of others. It would be better to adopt a more carefree attitude. He had often depicted in dramas that when facing death, one might boldly declare, "Come on then, do as you will." Others might then regard you as a hero and grant you a chance at survival. Perhaps he might be fortunate enough to experience such an outcome? "Speak, since you have brought me here, what is your intention?" "I have no particular purpose. I merely wish to bring you here to observe. Once you have recovered, we can converse." As the hoarse voice faded, Yin Shengye felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, before he awoke once more. The pain in his head had lessened considerably, and his strength had returned. The surroundings remained brilliantly illuminated. As Yin Shengye descended from a stone, the hoarse voice echoed again, "You have recovered." "Yes, it seems so." Yin Shengye surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a cave, with light emanating from within. "Where are you?" "Follow the cave." Understanding that the other possessed complete control over him, Yin Shengye did not ponder further and stepped forward into the cave. The deeper he ventured, the more he felt as if the cave spiraled downward. After a considerable time, the narrow passage began to widen, as if he had entered a cavern. The interior of the cavern was exceedingly simple, seemingly devoid of anything, save for an elder seated cross-legged in the center. Yin Shengye approached slowly, softly inquiring, "Were you the one who brought me here? Is it you who speaks to me?" "Indeed." Upon hearing the hoarse voice, Yin Shengye confirmed it was this individual. He settled onto the ground, legs splayed, adopting a rather languid posture. "Speak, since you have brought me here, what do you intend to do?" In any case, it is not entirely within one's own discretion here. If this individual does not intend to liberate themselves, all personal endeavors are futile. The elder, previously known as Gu Tao, opened his eyes and gazed at Yin Shengye, inquiring, "Pray tell, what is your surname?" "I had assumed you were privy to such knowledge. It appears you remain unaware of my surname." "I am surnamed Yin." Gu Tao exhaled. "Ah, the surname Yin, a name of considerable antiquity. How many awakened bloodline individuals does your family possess?" Yin Shengye's eyes flickered. How long had this person been here to inquire about such matters? None, he replied. I merely awakened my bloodline by mere happenstance. What of you? Are you also one who has awakened their bloodline? Gu Tao nodded and remarked, the Yin family is a formidable clan. Who would have thought they would traverse this path? Very well, you may leave. Come here on the first day of each month, and do not divulge anything. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Yin Shengye was utterly astonished. What was transpiring? He was merely summoned for a conversation, and now he was being permitted to leave. Was this truly the case? You truly allow me to depart? Gu Tao nodded, affirming that Yin Shengye had not misheard. Then I shall indeed take my leave. Yin Shengye ventured a few steps outside, paused, turned back to glance at the man once more, and then hurried away. Upon returning to his previous location, he discovered an additional door, a door that stood ajar. Without hesitation, Yin Shengye dashed outside, only to find that the scenery bore a striking resemblance to what Peng Hongyayuan had described, indicating that he was indeed deep within the academy's rear mountains. Chapter 163. Are you insane? Yin Shengye turned to see that the door he had exited had vanished, leaving only an ancient stone door in its wake. He set aside his thoughts and sought to calm his turbulent emotions. Previously, he had collapsed due to side effects and had found himself in this peculiar place. Although startled, he realized that nothing had transpired, which left him feeling quite unsettled. He sprinted back to the academy's rear mountains and returned to his quarters, shutting the door behind him and leaning against it. Yin Shengye sank to the floor. What was the meaning of this ancient stone door? Why did it transform so upon Peng Hongyayuan's mere touch? Why had the individuals inside seized him only to release him without any incident? From the library to the elder he encountered, and finally to the stone door he had seen upon his return, it was evident that Qianfan Academy harbored some enigmatic secrets. Meanwhile, Tang the Dean, who had been stationed deep within the rear mountains, noticed Yin Shengye emerging without raising any alarm. Instead, he opted for a silent return to the academic affairs building. Upon seeing the dean's return, the elder Peng approached with urgency. How is it you have returned so soon? Barely 2 days have passed. The dean cast a glance at Elder Peng and then took his seat. He had returned from the stone door, unscathed and intact. Elder Peng was taken aback. Such a thing was simply inconceivable. What? How could he have returned unscathed? This is impossible. Dean Tang spoke irritably. Humph, believe it or not. I witnessed him emerge from the stone door with my own eyes. Could there be any falsehood in that? If you doubt it, I shall go and see for myself. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. With that, old Peng departed. Alone in the room, Dean Tang sat in contemplation, his visage revealing a tapestry of complex emotions. Old Peng hastened to the residence of Yin Shengye, and just as he was about to kick the door open, he paused. His great-granddaughter had been having a difficult time lately. It would be prudent to inform her first, so she could ascertain whether Yin Shengye had returned safely. Resolute in his decision, old Peng altered his course toward his great-granddaughter's abode. Hongyayuan, that rascal Yin Shengye has returned. I told you not to worry. He possesses an enduring vitality. No sooner had old Peng spoken than the door swung open, and a figure darted out. It was Peng Hongyayuan. Observing her disregard for pleasantries, old Peng shook his head. The girl had indeed matured. Peng Hongyayuan sprinted directly to Yin Shengye's door and, without hesitation, kicked it open. To her surprise, Yin Shengye had been dozing against the door, and with her forceful kick, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall. He cried out in pain upon landing on the ground. Peng Hongyayuan, taken aback by the outcome, had no intention of apologizing. She lifted her chin, looking down at Yin Shengye. Why were you lurking by the door? Afraid someone might come looking for you. How absurd. You storm into my room without knocking, kicking the door down. Yin Shengye rose, attempting to rub the soreness from his body, but with pain radiating from his back and chest, he was at a loss as to where to focus his attention. Observing his plight, Peng Hongyayuan felt a pang of guilt, yet an apology was beyond her reach. Where did you go that day? I searched for you everywhere and could not find you. Yin Shengye nearly blurted out the truth, but recalled the old man's warning and swallowed his words. The elder named Gu Tao had instructed him not to divulge anything. Moreover, he was to seek out the elder at the beginning of each month, a clear indication that he must keep silent, for future encounters awaited him. Should he reveal anything to others, he knew the consequences would not bode well for him. After you left that day, I lay there alone, and later encountered a thorn wolf. In such circumstances, how could I not flee? Eventually, I managed to shake off the beast and recuperated for a couple of days before returning. Yin Shengye fabricated a tale, his demeanor unruffled, hoping to divert any suspicion. Oh, so that's how it is? Peng Hanyan accepted this explanation, for she recalled that Yin Shengye had indeed suffered severe injuries that day. Encountering a low-tier mystical beast like the Thorn Wolf, it was only natural to retreat. Human intellect surpassed that of lower-tier beasts, making it entirely reasonable for him to escape. Noticing Peng Hanyan's silence, Yin Shengye assumed she was still pondering the validity of his story and swiftly changed the subject. What's this? Are you worried about me? Humph, who is worried about you? It would be best if you perished outside. With that, Peng Hanyan delivered a swift kick to Yin Shengye's calf and turned to leave. The force of that kick nearly toppled Yin Shengye. He found himself at a loss for words regarding Peng Hanyan's actions, but managing to withstand it was already a considerable feat having dismissed Peng Hanyan. Yin Shengye had no intention of resting. Although he had recovered from the side effects of excessive use of his bloodline power, certain aspects of his body had yet to fully restore. Seizing the moment, he resolved to recuperate swiftly. The Qianfan Academy harbored significant secrets, and it would be a pity if he were unable to partake when those secrets were unveiled due to his insufficient strength. The most efficient means of recovery was to absorb blood. Thus, Yin Shengye retrieved the jade vial filled with his own blood that he had long prepared. He began to replicate it and, utilizing the methods of Yin ritual, commenced the refinement of this blood. While the Yin ritual was a means of purifying the Yin family bloodline, it possessed another unique ability, the rapid healing of injuries. The Yin bloodline, when ingested, could naturally mend wounds, and refining one's own blood would yield even greater effect. As Yin Shengye was engaged in this process, he pondered his bloodline power, realizing that despite the passage of time, he had yet to advance to the next stage. Was it possible that the purity of his bloodline was still insufficient? In truth, during his time at the academy, he had already completed the first transformation of his body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control his bloodline power so effortlessly that day. To enter the second stage, spirit communication, not only required the completion of the initial transformation but also necessitated that one's bloodline purity reach a specific level. In ancient times, individuals enhanced their bloodline purity quite simply by strengthening their physical forms, as this indirectly augmented their blood vitality, which contained their bloodline essence. However, this method of increasing bloodline purity proved to be quite limited. Most bloodline cultivation relied heavily on innate talent. Yet, Yin Shengye need not resort to such means. He merely needed to cultivate the Yin ritual. After spending 3 days in his room, Yin Shengye felt invigorated. Following this period of rigorous training, he finally entered the second stage of bloodline power, spirit communication, which was indeed incomparable to the awakening stage. If he were to exert his bloodline power to the fullest now, he was confident that no adverse effects would ensue. Chapter 165. Birthday celebration. Having remained indoors for 3 days, Yin Shengye decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. With the perfect place to do so being Peng Hanyan's attic, IT was elevated. Although the academic building was also quite high, he had no desire to go there, as Yin Shengye felt an inexplicable discomfort concerning the 2 old men inside. He made his way to the top of Peng Hanyan's attic, just in time to catch sight of her there. Peng Hanyan had her back turned to him and had just emerged. Yin Shengye never anticipated encountering Peng Hanyan here. After 3 days of confinement indoors, he could hardly bear it any longer. Peng Hanyan turned around, appraising Yin Shengye for a moment before stating, It seems your aura has undergone a significant transformation. You've advanced, indeed. How astute of you to notice. Yin Shengye was well aware that he could not keep his secret from Peng Hanyan, nor from the 2 old men in the academic affairs building. Come with me to a place. As soon as the words left his lips, Peng Hanyan grasped Yin Shengye's hand and leaped from the loft. Yin Shengye was taken aback by this sudden action. After all, there were no signs to warn him. If he were an ordinary person, he might have been frightened into a heart attack. The 2 raced swiftly to a spring on Qianfan Mountain. Yin Shengye was puzzled as to why they had come here. Did this place hold some special significance? Today is my birthday. Peng Hanyan left Yin Shengye with her back, gazing at the spring. Ah, it's your birthday? Congratulations. Yin Shengye was caught off guard. How could he have suddenly stumbled upon Peng Hanyan's birthday? Peng Hanyan continued, Do you know why I brought you here? Yin Shengye had no knowledge of the special meaning behind this place and could only shake his head. But since Peng Hanyan had her back to him, he quickly added, I don't know. But this place must hold great significance. Yes, it is immensely significant to me. This is where I last saw my parents. After we parted ways here, I followed old Peng for nearly 50 years. Regarding Peng Hanyan's age, Yin Shengye had a rough idea from their first meeting and was not particularly surprised. Peng Hanyan continued, I come here every year because when they left, they told me that one day we would meet again here. Yet, it has been nearly 50 years. Yin Shengye could not comprehend her feelings. His parents had always been by his side. his true parents. While Peng Hanyin had lost hers at a young age, he wondered if he could ever grasp the meaning behind her words. Rest assured, since they said so, they will surely return. Yin Shengye, a rugged man at heart, was at a loss for words of comfort. No need to console me. I have long accepted that they may never come back. Peng Hanyin turned to Yin Shengye and asked, "Do you know what this spring water is?" This stumped Yin Shengye. How could he possibly know? He could only shake his head, indicating his ignorance. This is the drunken spring. People from the academy usually draw water from another spring, for drinking from here can lead to intoxication. Every year, I come here to indulge in this water and spend a day resting. Having said this, Peng Hanyin walked toward a nearby rock, pried 2 pieces apart with her hands, and, using her fingers, fashioned them into 2 stone bowls. Join me in drinking. Chapter 166. The appointment having lost her parents at a young age. Peng Hanyin cherished the rare occasion of celebrating her birthday. Not wanting to refuse her and cause her sorrow, Yin Shengye accepted the stone bowl from her and scooped a bowl of the spring water. "Happy birthday!" Peng Hanyin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in response. What a unique congratulation. Subsequently, Peng Hanyin drained the contents of her stone bowl in one go, and Yin Shengye followed suit, finishing his in a single gulp. Peng Hanyin took another bowl and asked Yin Shengye, "How's your capacity for alcohol?" "It's just average." Yin Shengye replied with a mischievous smile, continuing, "Are you trying to get me drunk?" A charming smile graced the exquisite features of Peng Hanyin as she responded. "What do you think?" Gazing at Peng Hanyin's angelic visage, Yin Shengye found himself genuinely moved. Yet, despite the flutter in his heart, he understood that certain boundaries must not be crossed. The two continued to drink bowl after bowl, seemingly untouched by intoxication, from dawn till dusk. Eventually, Peng Hanyin could no longer hold on and collapsed to one side, with Yin Shengye not far behind. Though physically robust, even he could not withstand the relentless flow of alcohol. Channeling his internal energy, he released a mist that expelled the lingering scent of liquor from his body. As he looked down at Peng Hanyin sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, he shook his head in resignation. He wondered if, in times past, Peng Hanyin had always succumbed to drunkenness in this very spot. This strong yet somewhat pitiable young woman suddenly made Yin Shengye contemplate the notion that having someone like her as his partner could indeed be a delightful prospect. Crouching down, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "May your days ahead be filled with joy." With that, Yin Shengye lifted Peng Hanyin and made his way toward Qianfan Academy. Today was the beginning of the month, and he had not forgotten his appointment with that individual. After placing Peng Hanyin back in her room, he hurried back to his own, pondering whether he should honor this month's rendezvous. A tremendously powerful entity had taken him away, only to release him with a promise. To this day, Yin Shengye remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. He wondered about the consequences of his absence. Would that person erase him without a trace? And if he did attend, what awaited him? All of it remained shrouded in mystery. Yin Shengye found himself torn, unsure of the path he should take. Reflecting on his existence in this world, feeling as though he had accomplished nothing and possessed scant knowledge, he felt a surge of defiance. How can one catch a tiger without entering its den? If death was to be his fate, so be it. Resolute as if he were heading toward his demise, he donned a particularly lavish outfit, adorning himself handsomely. Leaving his room, Yin Shengye wasted no time, swiftly making his way to the back mountain. Upon arriving at the ancient door, he surveyed his surroundings before pushing against it. However, after several attempts, it refused to budge. "I have arrived. Open the door," he declared, and with that, he pushed once more, finally gaining entry. Without a moment's hesitation, he ventured deep into the cave, reaching the very cavern he had visited before. "Dressed so splendidly, are you preparing for death? What a pity, for you shall not perish, and this attire will be in vain." Chapter 167. Intentions, Part 1. Huh? Hearing that he would not die brought Yin Shengye joy. But what did the remark about his clothes being wasted mean? As Yin Shengye's thoughts gradually regained their composure, a raspy voice resonated once more. "Are you not curious? Why was it so effortless to depart last time? Yet today, did you not grapple with your inner turmoil for an extended period before arriving? In truth, I can reveal to you that encountering me is the greatest fortune of your life." Yin Shengye fell silent, pondering the notion that meeting him constituted such a monumental blessing. If given the choice, he would willingly decline it, though not dismiss my words as erroneous. Having already encountered me, the course of events is irrevocable. The elder, Gu Tao, rose and approached Yin Shengye, shedding his garments. Huh? Yin Shengye was taken aback. He had no inclination for such a display, especially before an older man. Stepping back, he demanded, What are you doing? Do not undress. Gu Tao's expression darkened. What was this young man thinking? What do you mean? I simply wish to examine your physique, to conduct a thorough observation of your current condition. Regardless of Gu Tao's insistence, Yin Shengye remained resolute in not undressing. Your cultivation level surpasses mine. You ought to be able to discern my physical state at a glance without the need for disrobing. Yin Shengye shot him a sidelong glance. Are you attempting to deceive me? Gu Tao, infuriated, thought to himself that in the past, such trivialities would not have warranted lengthy discourse. He would have simply subdued the young man and moved on. I shall ask you once more. Will you undress? I will. Observing the shift in Gu Tao's expression, Yin Shengye capitulated, realizing he was no match for him. Subsequently, he removed his garments until only his undergarments remained. Gu Tao circled around Yin Shengye, nodding continuously. Being scrutinized in such a manner by an older man left Yin Shengye feeling quite uncomfortable, particularly as Gu Tao continued to nod, reminiscent of an old patron admiring a young woman's physique, affirming her appeal with each nod. Approximately 20 years of age, robust physique, average cultivation level, and a bloodline of decent quality, barely acceptable. Acceptable for what? Nothing of consequence. Simply put on your trousers and leave your shirt off. With that, Gu Tao returned to his previous position. Yin Shengye donned his trousers and approached Gu Tao once more. What is it that you truly desire? First, you have me undress, and now you scrutinize my body. There must be a reason for this. So please provide an explanation. To endure such humiliation was intolerable for Yin Shengye. At this moment, he had reached the limits of his patience. If this old fool could not provide a reasonable justification, then even death would not quell his indignation. Young man, do not be hasty. Allow me to share a tale first, and then I shall explain. Very well, I am eager to hear what you have to say. With that, Gu Tao settled onto the ground and began to recount a story. It was a tale of enmity and conflict between two formidable figures. However, Yin Shengye sensed that the events described bore an uncanny resemblance to his own life. Due to one formidable individual slaying another, the assailant ultimately found himself compelled to retreat and recuperate in a secluded place. Having exhausted his energy, in the narrative recounted by Gu Tao, the individual who took the life of his friend is, without a doubt, a reflection of himself. Chapter 168. Intent, Part 2. What message does this tale you speak of intend to convey? Although the story is profoundly moving, it bears little relevance to the quest for self-discovery. It is evidently a form of self-mockery, and Yin Shengye's ire can no longer be contained. It is merely a story I wish to share with you. Damn it, I will strike you down. You wretched pervert. Yin Shengye clenched his fist and prepared to unleash his wrath upon Gu Tao. He had previously been overly cautious, pondering life and death, yet it was all for naught. Cease, cease, Gu Tao, battered and scrambling on the ground, urgently called for an end to the assault. Consumed by rage, Yin Shengye found it impossible to relent merely because of a few words. This insufferable old fool, with thoughts more avant-garde than his own, would not be satisfied until he vented his frustration. You despicable pervert, do you dare to ask me to stop? In your dreams. I will crush you, I will crush you. If you do not cease this folly, I shall show no mercy. And how might you express such a lack of mercy? Gu Tao felt a sense of grievance. His words were entirely innocuous. Yet this young man was so impulsive. Was his goodwill not sufficiently conveyed? However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Should the altercation persist, while death was unlikely, a return to slumber was certainly within the realm of possibility. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the space, rendering Yin Shengye unable to rise. The force intensified, and he found himself prostrated on the ground. Gu Tao straightened his attire and delivered a kick to Yin Shengye. Must this young man always interrupt before the words of the elder are fully spoken? Why such recklessness? You should speak then. Yin Shengye, struggling to maintain his composure, managed to utter, What skill do you possess in bullying one of lesser cultivation? Do you dare to strike the elder? It appears you remain incorrigible. Withdraw your pressure, and I shall cease my assault. Gu Tao, unconvinced by Yin Shengye's plea, continued to exert his formidable presence. Old man, remove your pressure. At last, the oppressive force dissipated, allowing Yin Shengye to rise and resume the conversation left unfinished. Gu Tao, having confirmed that Yin Shengye no longer harbored intentions of violence, spoke once more. You are indeed correct in your assumptions. I am the one who committed murder in times past. I took the life of my own friend, a decision I now deeply regret, yet it is a past I cannot alter. I sought you out for a specific purpose. For my time grows short. Speak, what benefit do I stand to gain? Yin Shengye, ever pragmatic, regarded the old man's request with a keen sense of realism. You shall undoubtedly receive great advantages, and this is precisely why I have taken note of your physical condition. Yin Shengye appeared to have discerned something. Qianfan Academy places great emphasis on the control of xuanqi as well as the strength of one's physical constitution. Thus, this old man's desire to grant himself a reward must surely pertain to physical prowess. What would you have me assist you with? Deliver this item to a certain individual who is a descendant of a friend of mine. Previously, I bestowed upon him half of my power, which rendered me unconscious and led to complications with his body. Now, by presenting him with this item, everything will be resolved. Gu Tao extracted a pearl from a stone beside him and handed it to Yin Shengye. As Yin Shengye gazed upon the pearl, his thoughts naturally drifted to Peng Hongyayuan, the so-called descendant of a friend. It was highly probable that she was indeed the one in question. Chapter 169. In attribute certainly, it is but a trivial matter. I shall ensure it reaches her. Gu Tao smiled, cautioning, do not be clever. Although this sphere contains immense power, without the preceding portion, its absorption will only yield one outcome: death. Yin Shengye sensed that it would not be so straightforward. This cantankerous old man would not easily place his trust in him. Rest assured, if you harbor doubts about my reliability, I can take an oath. An oath? Do you believe in such things? I do not. Gu Tao fell silent, awaiting Yin Shengye's response. While this was a minor favor, finding the right person was no simple task. If I accomplish this for you, what shall I gain in return? Locating someone is not difficult, nor is delivering the item to Peng Hongyayuan. However, these matters are not of utmost importance. What truly matters is what I stand to gain, lest my efforts be in vain. I knew you would pose such a question. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? It matters not how splendidly you are dressed when you arrive tonight. Continue. Though the Yin clan's bloodline may appear formidable, it is inherently of the Yin attribute, which significantly diminishes in the presence of Yang attribute power. What I am providing you with is the means to no longer fear the Yang attribute, while simultaneously enhancing your Yin attribute. Sit properly. Following Gu Tao's instructions, Yin Shengye settled into a meditative position. Gu Tao directed a stream of xuanqi towards him, which flowed into Yin Shengye's back. An inexorable chill emanated from within him, gradually encasing his exterior in ice until he resembled a frozen statue. Yet, Gu Tao's xuanqi did not cease. It continued to surge into Yin Shengye's being. After a considerable duration, the ice began to melt, revealing Yin Shengye's form once more. The garments that had adorned him were reduced to mere powder with the disappearance of the ice. Upon opening his eyes, he circulated his xuanqi, unleashing an astonishing cold that pierced through his bloodline power. What was once a balanced and harmonious energy now bore an unbearable chill. I am freezing. He lamented. What is this? With this newfound chill, I shall perish from the cold before my adversaries meet their end. Yin Shengye was distinctly displeased. While possessing an increased cold attribute could be advantageous, it was a case of self-harm before harming others. Do not fret. As I previously mentioned, if you come to me on the first day of each month, after 3 visits, you will be able to control this cold at your discretion. The first year? Indeed. Many believe that the 15th day of each month marks the peak of winter's chill. However, in truth, the full moon on the 15th embodies a delicate balance of yin and yang. Reflecting on Gu Tao's words, Yin Shengye pondered this notion, and it seemed to carry a profound truth. Very well, I hope I remain unoccupied. Otherwise, you shall find no one to assist you with this predicament. Gu Tao chuckled silently, fully aware of the subtleties of the situation. He harbored great expectations for Yin Shengye and wished for his continued existence. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Gu Tao smiled, casting a glance at the garments strewn on the floor. Put on your robe. Humph, that old rascal. Yin Shengye retrieved the clothing and donned it, but alas, he was left with only the outer robe. As the trousers had vanished, revealing his 2 furry, long legs, a word of caution. Before mastering this attribute completely, refrain from wielding it recklessly, for it may harm both others and oneself. Yin Shengye shot a glance at Gu Tao before departing. Upon returning home, he endeavored to experiment with this so-called Yin attribute. When he directed it at the furniture, it was instantly encased in ice, and as the ice melted, it dissipated into nothingness. The Yin attribute is intriguing, yet the inability to fully control it is quite vexing. Chapter 170. The Thawing of Ice, Part 1. The following day, Yin Shengye rose early, eager to check on Peng Hongyayuan's condition after her day of indulgence. Uncertain if she had awakened, he approached her room, opting not to knock but to enter quietly. After gently closing the door, he ventured inside. To his astonishment, he found the bed unoccupied. Could she have already woken? Just as Yin Shengye prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a robust figure. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the form, realizing it was flesh. Raising his gaze, he was met with Hongyayuan's angelic visage, and lowering his eyes revealed her fair, rosy-skinned eye. In that instant, he found himself mesmerized, reluctant to turn away. Is she beautiful? Indeed, most beautiful. Yin Shengye stammered in response. "Do you like it?" "Yes, I like it." "No, I don't like it." Regaining his senses, Yin Shengye hastily loosened his grip and attempted to retreat. However, with Hongyayuan holding him fast, retreat was futile. She cradled his head, planting a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Remarkably, she did not take advantage of the moment. Yin Shengye felt bewildered. What was Hongyayuan up to? Did she intend to resolve matters between them here and now? Yet, what unfolded was entirely unexpected. Hongyayuan released her hold and stepped away. By the time Yin Shengye collected his thoughts, she had already emerged, fully dressed. "Let us go." Oh, perhaps due to this candid encounter, the bond between Hongyayuan and Yin Shengye deepened. Hand in hand, they strolled through the plaza of Qianfan Academy, appearing very much like a couple, though their movements were somewhat uncoordinated. Just as they were to enjoy this romantically charged promenade, an unexpected arrival shattered the idyllic scene. Yin Shengye. As Wang Yushue approached from the front, she greeted Yin Shengye. Is there something on your mind?" Yin Shengye replied with a smile, albeit a rather frosty one. Ever since the incident that transpired last time, Wang Yushue harbored a dreadful premonition that Yin Shengye might become an adversary. Indeed, his demeanor was no longer as amicable and accommodating as it once was. Nevertheless, Wang Yushue had no alternative. For the sake of the Wang family, and indeed for her own sake, she felt compelled to seek out Yin Shengye. "My elder brother wishes to speak with you." It was evident without any need for guessing that Wang Yushue's visit was undoubtedly related to Wang Yutian. If she truly wished to converse, she would have already come to his room rather than waiting until now. "Wang Yutian, what does he wish to discuss? If he genuinely wants to talk, he should come himself instead of sending you. Does he presume I am more amenable when dealing with a woman? I am aware that my brother's actions have caused you disappointment, yet I still believe that you both should have a proper discussion." Wang Yushue felt a pang of injustice. Why must she, a woman, always be the intermediary in the affairs of these two men? Each encounter with Yin Shengye left her feeling humiliated and distressed. Return and tell him that if he truly wishes to have a serious conversation with me, he should come to me directly and stop putting his sister in such an awkward position. When making decisions, he never considers the feelings of others. "Yushue, you have been wronged." Upon hearing this, Wang Yushue could no longer hold back her tears and threw herself into Yin Shengye's embrace. Yin Shengye. Taken aback by the sudden embrace, Yin Shengye cast a furtive glance at Hongyayuan. He rested a hand gently on Wang Yushue's back, soothing her with soft pats. All right, do not cry. From now on, do not concern yourself with your brother's affairs. You are not his subordinate, but his sister. There is no need for you to clean up after his mess." With Yin Shengye's comforting words, Wang Yushue felt increasingly aggrieved. "I understand, but he is my elder brother. I cannot turn a blind, I cannot simply ignore everything. Enough of the tears. Here is what you should do. Directly inform Wang Yutian to meet tonight at the back mountain. Whether he chooses to come or not is his own affair. From now on, do not be his messenger. It is not worth your while. Yin Shengye, could you stay with me for a while?" This request posed a dilemma for Yin Shengye. With Hongyayuan nearby, holding Wang Yushue, it was already testing the limits of her tolerance. If he were to leave her side to accompany another woman, he was uncertain of the repercussions. Yin Shengye could only helplessly turn to look at Hongyayuan, mindful of her feelings. Although nothing had transpired between them yet, they were merely a step away from crossing that threshold. Ignoring what was developing between him and Hongyayuan was something Yin Shengye could not bring himself to do. He was not unfaithful, nor promiscuous. At the very least, this was his stance towards women. Sensing the weight of Yin Shengye's gaze, Hongyayuan understood its implications and nodded resolutely before departing, leaving Yin Shengye with Wang Yushue. As Hongyayuan departed, Yin Shengye let out a sigh of relief. "Shuejie, shall we take a stroll?" Wang Yushue softly responded with an affirmative sound against Yin Shengye's shoulder. Transforming into a different persona, Yin Shengye continued to saunter through the plaza, though the warmth that once characterized their relationship had dissipated. The two walked in silence, neither daring to break the stillness that enveloped them. It was not until they reached a nearby woodland path that Wang Yushue finally spoke. "Shengye, do you have anything you wish to say to me?" Yin Shengye felt a twinge of awkwardness, genuinely at a loss for words. "Shuejie, you need not say anything. I understand, due to my brother, some matters have placed you in a difficult position. However, I wish for my brother to be my brother.
and for me to be myself. The atmosphere fell into another bout of silence, as Yin Shengye grappled with how to respond. Indeed, Wang Yuqian's presence had caused a rift between him and Wang Yuxue. At that moment, Wang Yuxue mustered her courage, stepping in front of Yin Shengye to block his path. "Look at me." Yin Shengye gazed at Wang Yuxue, uncertain of her intentions. "Am I beautiful? Beautiful," he exclaimed, instantly captivated by her beauty, which rivaled that of Peng Hanyan. Wang Yuxue smiled, wrapping her arms around Yin Shengye's head, quickly rising onto her toes and pressing her lips against his. The sudden rush of euphoria was entirely unexpected for Yin Shengye. Yet, as a man, how could he possibly shy away from such a bold advance from a stunning woman? He embraced Wang Yuxue, fervently reciprocating the wave of passion. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted ways. Wang Yuxue leaned against Yin Shengye's chest, a playful glimmer in her eyes. "Between Peng Hanyan and me, who is more beautiful?" Yin Shengye felt a headache coming on. Why did women always pose such questions? "You both are beautiful, no, the two of us. You must choose only one. You cannot give such a perfunctory answer. You are gentle and charming, while Hanyan possesses a spirited elegance, each with her own captivating allure. Every individual is unique, incomparable by a singular standard." Chapter 172. The allure of wealth. At least you are perceptive. Tonight, when you meet with my brother, be sure to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, Shengshui Mountain Manor shall face dire consequences. Yin Shengye understood the underlying message. Although he was justified, Wang Yuxue did not wish for him to chastise her brother too harshly. "Fear not, I shall not make things difficult for him. When it comes to serious matters, you need not worry about me with that." Wang Yuxue dashed away. Yin Shengye was left speechless, realizing that once she achieved her objective, she would abandon him. Such callousness. "Is this how you leave?" Upon hearing his voice, Wang Yuxue halted, turning back to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. "Do not be too pleased with yourself." Yin Shengye touched the spot where she had kissed him, feeling as though he were in a dream. Had they truly established their relationship? Setting aside these fanciful thoughts, Yin Shengye had matters of significance to attend to. Since enrolling in Qianfan Academy, he had been assisting Wang Yutian, allowing his own affairs to languish. While in Xanadu, certain endeavors were inconvenient to pursue, as prying eyes were everywhere. However, the circumstances had now changed. During his previous descent from the mountain to aid Wang Yutian against several members of the Shao family, Yin Shengye had noticed a shop that appeared to specialize in gathering intelligence, essentially, a place where information could be purchased. This presented a pivotal opportunity for Yin Shengye, who hoped to procure some obscure news through this source. Resolute in his decision, he prepared a few items and promptly made his way down the mountain. Drawing upon his memories, Yin Shengye located the shop, its sign emblazoned with the characters Zhika. A faint smile crossed his lips. There was something intriguing about it. Upon entering, he found only a solitary, unremarkable table for guests, devoid of patrons, and no attendants to greet him. Indeed, it was a shop with character. At the back stood a high counter akin to those found in pawn shops, where a figure lay dozing. Knocking gently on the counter, Yin Shengye announced his presence. "What do you want? If you have business, consult the sign to the right and bring the requisite funds." The middle-aged woman behind the counter, roused from her slumber, glanced up momentarily before muttering a dismissive remark and returning to her repose. "What a character!" Yin Shengye murmured, glancing to the right where, as expected, a sign displayed the prices. 10 taels of gold for commoners, 100 for officials, 1,000 for ordinary families, and 10,000 for royalty. Special information was subject to negotiation. The woman's tone suggested that most could scarcely afford such fees. Yin Shengye, however, had come prepared, having brought a significant sum of money with him. To inquire about such intelligence would undoubtedly be costly. He had stacked bundles of gold notes ready at hand. With a resounding slap, he deposited a stack of gold notes on the counter. Once more awakened, the woman exhibited impatience, ready to unleash her ire, but her gaze was ensnared by the glimmer of the gold. "Young master, what information do you wish to inquire about? Speak freely." The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically. With years of experience, she discerned that the stack of gold notes amounted to at least 10,000 taels. "I wish to inquire about the great war that transpired over a decade ago. Concerning the conflict between the Shang and Xia dynasties." The woman paused in surprise, pondering the intentions of this young gentleman. "Young master, why are you interested in that war? Is it not customary for you to ask for the reason when others seek information?" Yin Shengye smiled, for he recognized from her expression that the war held secrets yet untold, a mystery of considerable magnitude. Suddenly, the woman's expression shifted again as she hastily replied, No, I am merely curious. However, young master, how much do you wish to know?" If you desire the entirety of the account, I fear this sum may prove insufficient. After a moment's reflection, she considered her own inquiries. If someone was willing to pay and if her superiors consented, she would gladly sell the information. The news of that great battle from years past cannot be easily sold. Thus, she must first gauge the situation. Yin Shengye understood that obtaining such information would not be a simple task. Yet he was never in want of money. Whatever the amount, he wished to know it all. As for the payment, rest assured, it would certainly not be lacking. Young master, be bold. Prepare 100,000 gold as a deposit. The woman concluded, attempting to tuck the gold notes away, but was abruptly stopped by Yin Shengye's hand. Young master, do not misunderstand. Although there is already a considerable sum here, the specific details of that battle are not available at this location. I must seek approval from my superiors for further arrangements. Moreover, upon seeing these gold notes, my superiors will recognize your earnestness in acquiring the information, and naturally, they will deliver all the details to you. Upon hearing this response, Yin Shengye released his grip. It was not that he held any particular trust in this small establishment. Rather, he was unafraid. Should this little shop attempt to abscond with his money, he was confident that his strength would suffice to dismantle it without much difficulty. The woman secured the money, then smiled as she pinned a receipt, handing it to Yin Shengye. Young master, the information should arrive in 10 days. I would appreciate it if you could return then. Yin Shengye accepted the receipt, cast a glance at the woman, and turned to leave. Upon exiting the shop, he glanced once more at the sign of the establishment before striding away. Returning to the mountain, Yin Shengye first made his way to his residence. The library of Qianfan Academy had always occupied his thoughts. He had visited it twice thus far. While he had memorized a great deal, it consisted mainly of techniques and esoteric skills. Beyond these, many other texts remained uncommitted to memory in a matter of time. Be it a few months or half a year, he would be departing, and before he left, he must ensure that he had copied those books in their entirety. His previous visit to the library had involved seeking out Dean Tang, but this time, Yin Shengye wished to avoid him and instead headed to Peng Hanyan's quarters. In addition to his goal of visiting the library, he was also curious to discover the purpose of the ball Gu Tao had given him in relation to Peng Hanyan. Hanyan, Hanyan, are you there? Come in. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he found Peng Hanyan in the midst of her cultivation. Yin Shengye chose not to disturb her, opting instead to wait quietly. So obedient. This isn't like you. Peng Hanyan opened her eyes and teased Yin Shengye. You certainly weren't this well-behaved when you were with that girl from the Wang family. Yin Shengye was at a loss for words. It seemed this bold woman had not left but had been observing him from the sidelines. Do you wish for me to misbehave? Yin Shengye replied with a sly smile, his expression decidedly lewd. You could certainly test the waters of my misbehavior. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He could not endure Peng Hanyan's full force. Such an encounter would be far from pleasant. Am I that kind of person? Sometimes, emotions are hard to restrain, much like what I feel with you. Although Peng Hanyan felt a tinge of anger, it was merely a fleeting emotion. However, upon hearing Yin Shengye's words, her ire flared. What do you mean by emotions hard to restrain? Does it imply that as long as one sees something desirable, they can give in? What does he take me for? Subsequently, a piercing scream echoed. Ah, Yin Shengye, following a perfect parabolic arc, crashed through the door, soaring out of Peng Hanyan's dwelling, traversing the courtyard, and landing on the ground outside, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his body convulsing. Chapter 174. Acknowledging your senses, Peng Hanyan swiftly emerged, grasping one of Yin Shengye's feet, and forcefully swung him back and forth over a dozen times before finally dragging him back inside. The disciples of Qianfan Academy, who were either cultivating or strolling nearby, witnessed this spectacle and quickly dispersed, fleeing in panic. They feared being caught in the crossfire and secretly rejoiced, grateful they had not provoked her. Otherwise, the one so brutally beaten could have easily been themselves. At this moment, Yin Shengye, being dragged, could only think of one thing. What sins had he committed? Why had he dared to provoke Peng Hanyan? Had he been out of his mind? Had he feared he would never find a wife? As he lay on the ground, his introspection was marked by a profoundly tragic demeanor. Recalling the last time he had been injured and the genuine concern Peng Hanyan had shown him, he found her to be rather endearing. However, this thought sent a shiver down his spine. What was happening to him? How had his taste changed so drastically? Before Yin Shengye could finish his self-reflection, he was violently flung against the wall, his foot propped against it, his head tilted downwards, though not feign death. Given your physique, enduring a few more blows would be trivial for you. Peng Hanyan looked at him with disdain. Did he think that by acting like this, he would elicit her sympathy? Yin Shengye felt wronged. How could he immediately rise? Instead, he pretended not to have heard her words. Seeing no movement, Peng Hanyan smirked. It seemed the previous tosses had not been sufficient. She was prepared to administer a few more. Although Yin Shengye was not gravely harmed, he truly did not wish to endure another round. It was quite uncomfortable. Thus, he rolled on the ground and quickly stood up, wearing a beaming smile, hastily addressing Peng Hanyan. No need, no need. I genuinely have matters to discuss. Humph. Indeed, men are all of this character. Peng Hanyan scoffed, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Yin Shengye scratched his head, perplexed by her words. What had he done to warrant such a conclusion? To prevent Peng Hanyan from erupting again, he adjusted his expression and moved to sit beside her. Hanyan, I came to see you for an important matter. We can discuss these trivial issues later. All right, very well. I am curious to hear what serious matter you wish to discuss. If it pertains to Wang Yuxue, then there is no need to bother me. Moreover, this matter is not concluded. Yin Shengye felt a headache coming on. When had this formidable woman become so calculating? Fine, as you wish, let us speak. Peng Hanyan shot him an irritated glance. All right. I believe you are aware of my background, and you should also understand why I have come to Qianfan Academy. Peng Hanyan remained silent, merely nodding as she continued to watch Yin Shengye. That is good. Thus, my stay at Qianfan Academy shall be fleeting. In due course, I shall depart, regardless of the destination, and I shall certainly not linger at Qianfan Academy. Therefore, prior to my departure, I wish to broaden my horizons and enhance my cultivation. With my current level of cultivation, perhaps I could contend with Shan Xian, yet I would undoubtedly falter in the presence of a revered master. My previous victory was solely due to your assistance. Without you, I would have surely been the one to fail. Upon hearing this, Peng Hanyan offered a faint smile and promptly inquired, How astute of you! But what is it that you wish to convey? Chapter 175. The color-changing pearl gazing closely at Peng Hanyan's smile. Yin Shengye felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing that she might once again swing him around and send him crashing to the ground. Well, the reason I mention this is that I would like you to escort me to the library. Please, do not be hasty in your refusal. Although I could gain entry through Director Tang, I do not wish to trouble him unnecessarily, which is why I have come to you. Is there anything else you wish to say? Peng Hanyan's expression remained unchanged, which only heightened Yin Shengye's anxiety. He quickly added, Yes, I have acquired a remarkably useful treasure that I intend to gift to you. With that, Yin Shengye promptly retrieved the pearl from his bosom, cradling it in his hand and presenting it before Peng Hanyan. This is it, a rather unremarkable black orb. What is there to admire? You claim it to be a treasure, but what purpose does it serve? Peng Hanyan scrutinized the pearl intently, perceiving it merely as an ordinary black sphere, perhaps distinguished only by its rare material, failing to discern anything extraordinary about it, though not be in haste. You should hold on to it for now. Yin Shengye was uncertain about how the pearl entrusted to him by Gu Tao could be activated. However, one thing was clear to him. The individual referred to by Gu Tao was none other than Peng Hanyan. As for its usage, that would depend on this formidable woman. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Peng Hanyan grasped the pearl, and suddenly, the black orb emitted a dark radiance, transforming into a remarkably clear and transparent gem. This unexpected change startled Peng Hanyan, as if she were ensnared in a binding spell. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Yin Shengye was up to no good, and she had fallen into his trap. As for the black pearl's transformation, Yin Shengye was equally bewildered. Was this what it meant for it to take effect? Hanyan, are you all right? Noticing Peng Hanyan's dazed state, motionless and entranced, Yin Shengye grew increasingly anxious. Had he truly been deceived by that ancient being? How could a creature that had lived for countless ages be so benevolent as to bestow its powers upon an unknown individual? In a moment of panic, Yin Shengye swatted the pearl from Peng Hanyan's hand, shaking her vigorously. What are you doing? After a couple of shakes, Peng Hanyan glared at him, as though he had committed a grave offense. I sensed something was amiss and thought the pearl might be problematic, hence my actions. Yin Shengye was at a loss for words, unable to articulate the situation. In any case, he could not divulge Gu Tao's affairs. Who could tell whether that old monster might employ his peculiar abilities to draw himself closer? Nonetheless, this truly is a remarkable item. Where did you acquire it? Do procure another for me. Observing Yin Shengye's mounting anxiety, Peng Hanyan retracted her anger, her countenance transforming into a radiant smile, blossoming like a flower. This indeed posed a dilemma for Yin Shengye. Where could he possibly find a second one? Pray, enlighten me about the effects this jewel has had upon you. Since the origin could not be disclosed, he deftly shifted the subject. This orb possesses a unique power. It may restore my visage to its former glory. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that the old monster had not deceived him after all. That is splendid news, Peng Hanyan continued, but this force is rather peculiar. I am uncertain of its nature. I shall inquire with Grandfather Zheng and Grandfather Tang. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Shengye retorted. Chapter 176. Bonds of affection and loyalty. Peng Hanyan fixed her gaze upon Yin Shengye, sensing something amiss in his reaction. Are you concealing something from me? Not at all. Yin Shengye felt a twinge of guilt. Was this woman excessively cautious? Having just received such a significant boon, how could she so swiftly emerge from that joy to cast doubt upon him? In truth, Peng Hanyan was genuinely elated to have acquired this power. Yin Shengye's willingness to bestow such a precious treasure upon her spoke volumes of his regard. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was not her caution but rather his own actions that raised suspicion. Yin Shengye's mind raced, desperately seeking an excuse to evade Peng Hanyan's inquiry. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he devised a plausible story. It unfolded thus. Today, while descending the mountain, I chanced upon this orb at a stall, sensing a latent power within. Thus, I purchased it. However, upon returning, I found myself unable to absorb its essence, which is why I sought you out. Peng Hanyan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, men were often less than virtuous. Realizing that it was merely an object he could not utilize that he thought to bestow upon her. Yet, upon further reflection, the very fact that he considered her first upon acquiring something valuable indicated a measure of loyalty. Is that so? Might it be possible to procure another? Yin Shengye felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Was she truly becoming addicted? How could that be? To stumble upon such a treasure at a mere stall was already a stroke of fortune. The likelihood of finding another was exceedingly slim. Peng Hanyan held no skepticism towards Yin Shengye's words, placing her trust in him. Indeed, some individuals, while idly wandering, could unearth rare treasures, though such luck was not easily come by. Very well, in light of your generous gift, I shall escort you to the library. The weight on Yin Shengye's heart finally began to lift, yet one concern lingered. What if Peng Hanyan, in her ignorance of this power, approached the two deans with her questions? What then? They harbor no special feelings for each other. How could their little tricks possibly deceive themselves? This is quite serious. It is imperative to prevent Peng Hanyan from seeking out the two deans. Moreover, it is necessary to find a legitimate origin for this power within the library, for otherwise, given Peng Hanyan's dedication to her cultivation over the years, she would undoubtedly probe deeper into the matter. Fortunately, the library of Qinfan Academy is vast, encompassing a wealth of content, and it surely contains explanations. Hanyan, you mentioned earlier that you find this power peculiar. Perhaps the library holds the answers. With the multitude of books within, there may be insights unknown to the two deans, all of which can be discovered therein. Furthermore, the knowledge one acquires independently is often more gratifying than that imparted by one's elders. Peng Hanyan could not help but agree with Yin Shengye. Indeed, the library should provide clarification. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something strange about Yin Shengye, though she couldn't articulate what exactly that strangeness entailed. Without dwelling on this perplexity, the two proceeded toward the library together. They remained there for 2 days and nights, with Yin Shengye exerting every effort to control himself, resisting the urge to faint. When he reached his limit, he paused to recuperate before continuing. During this time, he copied numerous texts, inadvertently neglecting a prior agreement. After expending so much energy, Yin Shengye finally unearthed relevant records concerning the orb. This orb is known as the Xuanqi Pearl. Crafted from a unique, transparent material, its function being to seal the Xuanqi. The method of releasing the Xuanqi is determined by the individual who inputs it. Chapter 177. News of the Young Master. Just like the pearl in Peng Hanyan's possession, when it makes contact with her body, the Xuanqi within is unleashed, entering her being. Having finally found a plausible explanation, Yin Shengye let out a sigh of relief. After showing the book detailing the Xuanqi Pearl to Peng Hanyan, she realized that she had unwittingly stumbled upon a significant fortune. Simultaneously, her gaze toward Yin Shengye transformed, glimmering with newfound affection. Yin Shengye's purpose in visiting the library was solely to copy these texts, and he remained oblivious to the changes in Peng Hanyan, thus missing a chance for an intimate encounter. The two continued to spend another day in the library before emerging. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Yin Shengye had managed to extract all the books within, his mind now teeming with a plethora of information, rendering him somewhat disoriented. Remaining there any longer could lead to a collapse in the span of just 3 days. He absorbed an overwhelming volume of information. Without a moment to recalibrate, it was a miracle he hadn't succumbed. Upon exiting the library, Yin Shengye felt he could no longer hold himself up and promptly fainted on the ground. His sudden collapse startled Pang Hongyuan, who hurried to lift him and carried him toward her courtyard. As she gazed at Yin Shengye lying on the bed, she found herself perplexed as to why merely reading could leave him utterly exhausted. After setting him down and examining him, she concluded that his fatigue was indeed the cause of his state. But be so worn out from reading alone left Pang Hongyuan at a loss for words to describe this man. Yin Shengye lay in Pang Hongyuan's room for a full 4 days before awakening. Only after she recounted the events to him did he realize he had been unconscious for 4 days. Fortunately, it was merely a bout of dizziness, and he had not succumbed to foolishness. Indeed, a stroke of good fortune. As he rose from his bed, Yin Shengye assessed his physical state. Finding no significant issues, he addressed Pang Hongyuan, saying, "I apologize for the inconvenience these past few days, but I must take my leave now and will return to see you tomorrow." Without waiting for her response, Yin Shengye dashed away. His rapid departure stemmed from a pressing thought. Prior to seeking out Pang Hongyuan, he had reconciled with Wang Yushue, which, in essence, meant he had also made amends with Wang Yutian. Moreover, it seemed he had promised to meet that evening at the back mountain. Given his abrupt absence for several days, it was certain that Wang Yushue and Wang Yutian were quite distressed. Thus, he felt compelled to meet them promptly. Unbeknownst to Pang Hongyuan, Yin Shengye's thoughts were occupied with these matters. However, during his stay, she had found it rather inconvenient to retain him, so she made no effort to stop him. Upon returning to his residence, he discovered Wang Yushue and Wang Yutian awaiting him outside his door. Casting a glance at the two, he maintained an air of calm as he opened the door and stepped inside. "Come in," he beckoned. Wang Yutian exchanged a hesitant glance with Wang Yushue before finally entering, with Wang Yushue closely following. "Shengye, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even show up that night." Wang Yushue gazed at him with a pitiful expression, her eyes reflecting both reproach and concern. "I had some urgent matters to attend to and was away for a few days," Yin Shengye replied with a smile, fully aware of Wang Yushue's sentiments. Yet, he offered no warmth towards Wang Yutian. "So, have you come to a decision?" Wang Yutian inquired, adjusting his demeanor before responding. "Yes, I have come to a conclusion. My family has provided guidance, and I also have some news to share with you." "What news?" Yin Shengye replied, his interest in Wang Yutian's claims somewhat lukewarm in his eyes. Wang Yutian appeared to be a young master of grand ambitions, but lacking in decisive action. One might question what valuable information such a person could possibly provide. With a smile, Wang Yutian noted that Yin Shengye's attitude towards him was of little concern. Rather, the news he bore was precisely what Yin Shengye yearned to know. This very necessity was what had emboldened Wang Yutian to approach him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to confront him. He had not taken to heart the matter of Yin Shengye's previous failure to appear, for it was characteristic of him to behave in such a manner. From Wang Yutian's expression, it seemed that the information he possessed was indeed of interest to Yin Shengye. Furrowing his brow, Yin Shengye pondered how Wang Yutian could know what information he desired. Had he been investigating him, or perhaps tracking his movements? "Do not overthink it. I have not dispatched anyone to follow you," Wang Yutian interjected, having surmised Yin Shengye's suspicions from his skeptical gaze. "Let me put it this way. My family has connections with the informants." Wang Yutian was acutely aware that without presenting something substantial, Yin Shengye would remain skeptical of his intentions. If he failed to demonstrate his sincerity, there was little chance of rekindling their alliance. Upon hearing Wang Yutian's explanation, Yin Shengye finally comprehended the situation. How could a powerful entity like the Holy Snow Mountain Manor lack its own intelligence network? The guest attendant, perhaps, is merely capitalizing on the intelligence gathered by the sacred Snow Mountain Manor for their own benefit once more. If that is the case, then you should directly convey the message to me. At this juncture, if Yin Shengye still fails to grasp Wang Yutian's intentions, he would indeed be a fool. No, it does not belong to my household, but rather to the sacred Snow Mountain Manor, thus you must still make the purchase. Yin Shengye rolled his eyes. In other words, Wang Yutian remains unable to make decisions, still that ineffectual young master. Nevertheless, do not be anxious. I can provide you with some additional information. Very well. You are quite generous. Is it not merely about money? Yin Shengye was indifferent. As long as he was given a piece of gold, he could procure as much as he desired. Fortunately, he lacked for none of that gold. When can the information be delivered? You may go to the guest attendant now to retrieve the information. Of course, the money must be prepared. Regarding the price of the information, Wang Yutian could assist Yin Shengye, but in the face of such a substantial sum, Wang Yutian's assistance would likely be negligible in terms of the overall cost. Originally, the information Yin Shengye sought was a closely guarded secret of the sacred Snow Mountain Manor, and it was precisely due to his relationship with Wang Yutian that he could acquire this information. Therefore, the help provided by Wang Yutian was not insignificant, and the remainder would have to be resolved by Yin Shengye himself. This meeting marked the first encounter after the fallout between Wang Yutian and Yin Shengye, and their conversation did not last long to restore their previous closeness. It would only be after Yin Shengye obtained the information from the guest attendant that any further steps could be taken. Simultaneously, both were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning of rebuilding their relationship, just a test of renewed trust. After the Wang siblings departed, Yin Shengye left the Thousand Sails Academy and descended the mountain. In a small town, he sought out an inn and tirelessly replicated the prepared gold ingots. By evening, Yin Shengye hastily packed them into boxes, calculating that, based on the weight from his past life, there should be several tons. With everything prepared, he swiftly made his way to the guest attendant. At the counter sat the same languid middle-aged woman. "Where is the information I requested?" "Young master, you have arrived. The information you sought has long been prepared," the woman began, and the latter part of her sentence was one that the elegantly attired young master could surely comprehend. "Carry the message, summon the carriage, and follow me." Yin Shengye naturally understood the unspoken conclusion of her statement and refrained from further discussion. Soon after, at the inn where Yin Shengye had settled, the carriage from the guest attendant was loaded with boxes of gold. Returning to the guest attendant. Chapter 179. Astonishing news at this moment. Yin Shengye held 2 envelopes in his hand, seated upon the floor of the inn. Previously, he had yearned to uncover the truth of that incident from years past. Yet now, with the answers in his grasp, he found himself hesitant to open them. Rising to his feet, Yin Shengye tucked the 2 envelopes into his bosom and resolutely made his way towards Qianfan Mountain, seeking to calm his mind before perusing the contents within. Quietly, he returned to his room alone. Sitting on the floor, he extracted the 2 envelopes, gazing at them in silence. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Yin Shengye picked up the thicker of the 2 envelopes and withdrew the message contained within. After reading it, Yin Shengye took a deep breath, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. The events of that year were far from simple. A decade ago, a confrontation between the Holy Snow Mountain Manor and the Blood Mist Prefecture led the 2 formidable forces to opt for war between the 2 nations they controlled, in order to achieve their objectives while minimizing casualties. Seizing such a favorable opportunity, the fierce Flame Empire initially intended to provoke the Zhou dynasty into action, but was subsequently deterred by a joint threat from the Blood Mist Prefecture and the Holy Snow Mountain Manor, prompting the Zhou dynasty to maintain neutrality and observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the emperor of the Shang dynasty, Zhou Yongyan, seized this chance to significantly weaken several prominent dukes within the Shang, thereby consolidating the royal family's grip over the entire dynasty. The cautious Duke of Wei, Sun Jin, unexpectedly acquired certain intelligence and discreetly chose to assist the royal family, preserving some measure of strength, albeit at the cost of substantial losses among his direct lineage. In the aftermath of this great conflict, only 2 generations remained, passing down the legacy across the ages. That night, Qi Wenyi intended to stealthily infiltrate the Duke of Wei's residence, presumably having uncovered a piece of information and seeking to unravel the threads of the situation. After calming himself and comprehending the circumstances, Yin Shengye opened the remaining envelope. Upon reading it, his face flushed with anger. He had not anticipated that this supplementary information pertained to Yin Shengxiao, something he could never have foreseen. Ordinarily, Yin Shengxiao exhibited a certain arrogance and disdain for his elders, often looking down upon him. However, Yin Shengye could never have imagined that he would engage in such treachery. Recently, shortly after Yin Shengye had left home for over half a month, a significant figure within the Yin family had committed a grave error in office, resulting in his execution. This individual's position was relatively vital to the Yin family. During a council meeting at the palace, Zhou Yongyan had promptly appointed Yin Shengxiao to this role. The outcome astonished all, including Yin Hong too. Nevertheless, the position ultimately remained within the Yin family, and little consideration was given to it. The focus shifted to ensuring that Yin Shengxiao quickly acclimated to his new responsibilities. However, from this revelation, Yin Shengye discerned that the death of the Yin family member was a result of Yin Shengxiao's machinations. This individual had commanded the military forces guarding the Yin family's fief, and now that power lay in Yin Shengxiao's hands, on the surface, everything appeared normal, yet in secret, Yin Shengxiao was no longer the same. He was now under the control of the royal family. Even if he realized the gravity of his situation and wished to withdraw, it was already too late. All evidence of his treachery against the general was in the royal family's possession. Should this evidence be revealed, Yin Shengxiao would find himself with no foothold in the capital or even within the Shang dynasty itself. Therefore, to ensure his survival, Yin Shengxiao had no choice but to obediently heed the royal family's commands. With the military forces of the fief in the hands of outsiders, the Yin family faced peril. If the royal family deemed the time ripe to act against them, it could lead to their annihilation. The preservation of the Yin family was Yin Shengye's immediate concern. Under such circumstances, Yin Shengxiao could only meet his demise. Chapter 180, Blood-Biting Technique. After incinerating the contents of the two letters, Yin Shengye made his way towards the back mountain in order for the Yin family to endure and stand firm in the Shang dynasty, or even to supplant it. The presence of a venerable figure is indispensable. Without such a guardian, even the most formidable masters of the arcane would be rendered as ineffectual as mere kitchen hands. Therefore, the immediate priority is to enhance one's cultivation. Both the arcane energy and the bloodline must be diligently attended to. The cultivation of arcane energy has stagnated for quite some time. Yet Yin Shengye remains unperturbed, for the advancement of arcane energy cannot be rushed. What is paramount now is to unlock the latent power within his bloodline. After spending 3 days poring over tomes in the library, Yin Shengye gleaned a wealth of knowledge, encompassing both advantageous and disadvantageous insights. Among these was a certain arcane technique known as the blood-devouring art, which is fundamentally predicated upon the Yin family's sanguinary lineage. This technique possesses a unique capability. It allows the practitioner to absorb the bloodline power contained within blood, yet it does not drive the members of the Yin family to madness. During combat, employing this technique not only augments one's strength, but also permits the absorption of a portion of the bloodline power from the enemy's blood, thereby fortifying one's own lineage. This ability bears a resemblance to the previous Yin Rite, with the sole distinction being its capacity to consume bloodline power from any bloodline, rendering it a potent and sanguinary arcane art. In this world, while it may appear that everyone harbors reservations and maintains caution towards one another, when confronted with the lure of profit, they invariably transform into marauders. To ascend to the status of a predator, one must possess considerable strength. Otherwise, one is destined to be preyed upon. Thus, Yin Shengye is determined to master this arcane technique, employing every conceivable means to enhance his power. Venturing to the rear mountains, Yin Shengye swiftly distanced himself from Qianfan Academy and delved deeper into the wilderness. The cultivation of the blood-devouring art necessitates blood, ideally human blood. Yet, he has not descended into the depths of madness. Hence, he opted for beast blood, by nightfall. The mountains teem with wild beasts, for this is their prime time for hunting and procreation. Amidst a woodland, 2 gray wolves stealthily advanced, their sights set on a deer that, upon sensing danger, bolted at an astonishing speed. To secure a meal, the wolves must approach with utmost caution and deliver a fatal bite. Having traversed a sufficient distance, the wolves entered the realm of predation. Just as they leaped forward, a stone struck and pierced their skulls. After drinking the blood of the 2 wolves, Yin Shengye seated himself upon the ground and commenced his practice of the blood-devouring art. Although gray wolves are mere ordinary beasts, the bloodline power within them is scant. Nonetheless, it suffices for the cultivation of the blood-devouring art. A dark arcane energy began to emanate from Yin Shengye, followed by a blue arcane energy, the 2 hues continually shifting. The black arcane energy was a manifestation of his practice of the blood-devouring art. If these 2 energies could harmoniously blend, it would signify the successful cultivation of the technique. As time wore on, Yin Shengye's countenance grew increasingly grim, as countless black streaks emerged upon his face, swirling rapidly as if he were possessed. Gradually, the arcane energies he emitted ceased their interchange, distinctly occupying equal halves. Naturally, in the darkness of night, the black energy remained unseen, leaving only the blue visible. In reality, Yin Shengye's left side radiated black arcane energy, while the right side exuded blue. Had it been daylight, it would have presented an extraordinarily bizarre sight. The distinction between the black mysterious energy and the blue blood energy is stark. If you do not provoke me, I shall not provoke you. Thus we coexist in harmony. Yin Shengye opened his eyes, his left eye enveloped in darkness, while his right eye radiated a striking blue hue, an exceedingly peculiar sight. Chapter 181. Demonic Energy. Contrary to expectations, what has gone awry? Although Yin Shengye cannot perceive this change visually, he is acutely aware of the transformations within his body. As previously mentioned, if the cultivation is successful, the 2 types of mysterious energy should merge, with the blue deepening in intensity, rendering the black energy imperceptible within him. Yet now, not only does he possess blue energy, but also the black energy, both coursing through his limbs and bones, coexisting in tranquility. Before the awakening of the bloodline power, Yin Shengye had 2 combat styles, one purely utilizing mysterious energy, and the other a blend of mysterious energy infused with bloodline power. The latter significantly enhances his combat prowess. However, with the introduction of this black energy, Yin Shengye has acquired an additional means of fighting, fully harnessing this black energy. This new form not only promises to greatly augment his combat capabilities, but the specifics of its power remain to be discovered through practical application. Nonetheless, this anomalous state induces a sense of apprehension in Yin Shengye. What if this black energy harbors adverse effects? Despite poring over numerous texts in the library of Qianfan Academy, he has found no similar references or related materials. After much contemplation, Yin Shengye, in vain, decided to return. Days passed, each one bringing him closer to the beginning of the next month. After just 2 more instances, he would be able to leave Qianfan Academy. During this time, Yin Shengye lived in ease, spending his days leisurely exploring the mountains with Hongyayuan or Hongyayuan, enjoying a considerable degree of comfort. Before he knew it, the beginning of the 2nd month had arrived. "I am in the depths of the back mountains cave," he declared. "I have come. The task you entrusted to me has been accomplished." Having visited twice before, Yin Shengye approached Gu Tao with familiarity. The elder acknowledged, "You have done well." A mysterious smile crept upon Gu Tao's aged visage as he continued, "Do you have questions for me?" Yin Shengye sensed that he could not conceal his bodily condition from this ancient being. "Do you possess a solution?" "Of course, I have a solution. However, such favorable circumstances do not exist in this world. Do not be so confident. Merely glancing at me does not grant you knowledge of my afflictions. I could make empty assertions as well." Believing in Gu Tao's claim of a solution, Yin Shengye had gained some understanding of cultivation issues, albeit not as much experience as Gu Tao. If he could extract some key information from Gu Tao's words, he might be able to resolve his own predicament. "Doubtful?" Gu Tao replied, "Very well, let me enlighten you. The blood-devouring technique is a form of demonic skill, with only 1 in 1,000 or so able to successfully cultivate it. Many believe they have succeeded, yet they have merely developed a form of demonic energy capable of devouring mysterious energy and bloodline power. This malevolent energy is exceedingly potent, far beyond the grasp of ordinary cultivators, who find themselves gradually consumed and annihilated by its relentless force over time. And you, my dear, are but one among the multitude who have cultivated this dark energy. Am I not correct in my assertion?" Gu Tao exuded confidence, believing that even if he articulated these notions, Yin Shengye would remain at a loss for a solution. However, the reality was quite the contrary. Upon the emergence of that ebony energy, Yin Shengye merely assumed it to be a form of mysterious qi, only to realize now that it was indeed malevolent energy. Fortunately, the library contained records pertaining to this dark force, detailing methods to counteract it, of which Yin Shengye was well aware. Yet, mastering this malevolent energy posed a formidable challenge. Chapter 182. Why suffer thus? You speak truly. I have indeed practiced the blood-devouring technique, and complications did arise during my training. However, feel free to express your thoughts. I shall not assist you in any endeavor." Gu Tao momentarily paused, taken aback by Yin Shengye's response. Could it be that Yin Shengye had heard of this malevolent energy? Such an answer implied a considerable understanding of it, which seemed improbable. "Young man, well done. Since you are aware of how to confront it, even revealing the truth would yield no benefit." Gu Tao once again donned a smile, recognizing that the youth, often proud, might possess some knowledge yet remain somewhat uninformed. As for Yin Shengye, he was an individual of great promise, thus sharing this insight was of no consequence. Malevolent energy, mysterious qi, and the power of bloodlines all share fundamental characteristics. They are energies derived from the heavens and the earth, manifesting within our bodies. Though they are interconnected, they possess distinct qualities. Mysterious qi is relatively gentle. Bloodline power is tumultuous, while malevolent energy exhibits a fiercely aggressive nature. In other words, if your body can achieve a certain degree of resonance with this malevolent energy, you may harness it for your own purposes, thereby mitigating the perils it presents. Yet, despite such assertions, truly mastering this malevolent energy for personal use is no simple feat. In all my years, I have yet to witness anyone accomplish it. Yin Shengye rolled his eyes, thinking, isn't that merely stating the obvious? Do allow me to finish. While it may be impossible to wield it, one can certainly expel it from the body and subsequently eradicate it. Upon grasping this outcome, Yin Shengye felt a surge of joy. But how does one expel it? I, too, am uncertain. You must devise your own methods. Nonsense if you don't know, then let it be. Hurry and complete the remaining 2 tasks. I can hardly be bothered with you. Having lingered in the cave for a brief while, Yin Shengye was once again immobilized, only to be unsealed, which enhanced his control over the Yin attributes within him before he departed. Upon returning to his abode, Yin Shengye contemplated Gu Tao's words. To wield the malevolent energy for oneself is a rarity. Must I truly expel it entirely? Yin Shengye felt a pang of reluctance. During his time with this dark energy, he had come to appreciate its formidable strength. How splendid it would be to fully master it. Ruffling his hair in frustration, Yin Shengye recalled the methods he had gleaned from the library, which could temporarily suppress the growth of this malevolent energy. Yet, what of the long term? What then? The uncertainty weighed heavily upon him. On the following morning, Yin Shengye rose as usual. The night before, he had resolved that regardless of the encroaching demonic energy, he would not opt to expel it from his body. One must have aspirations. Thus, he sought to procure a spiritual elixir to suppress the demonic force, lest he be caught unawares by an eventual eruption of its power. In his quest for medicinal herbs, his first choice was naturally Hongyayuan, for such a prominent force as the Holy Snow Mountain Manor should be capable of gathering the necessary ingredients. Subsequently, he compiled a list of the elixirs he would require, distinguishing between those he needed and those he did not, ensuring that the existence of the demonic energy within him remained a closely guarded secret. "Yushue, are you there? Let us take a stroll today, and be sure to invite your brother." Early in the morning, Yin Shengye called out from outside Hongyayuan's door. The door swung open, revealing a drowsy yet exquisitely beautiful face before him. "If we are to take a stroll, why must you summon my brother?" Hongyayuan inquired, her heart brimming with joy at the invitation, though puzzled by the mention of her brother. "Aren't we all family in the future? A little more interaction now would only be beneficial," she mused. Reflecting on his words, Yin Shengye too felt that his phrasing had been somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, Hongyayuan had just awakened, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and he sneezed several times in quick succession. "Who is speaking ill of me?" Chapter 183. Future brother-in-law. As Hongyayuan dressed and prepared to venture out for his morning exercise, he chanced upon Hongyayuan and Yin Shengye approaching hand in hand. "Do you two require something?" he asked, bemused by the sight of the affectionate pair seeking him out. Did they wish to make him uncomfortable in the absence of his beloved? "Brother, Yin Shengye suggests we go for a stroll." Hongyayuan exclaimed. "At a stroll?" Hongyayuan pondered, perplexed by the invitation. What is there to think about? It's merely a walk, a meal, a leisurely saunter. Do you not find it stifling atop the mountain every day? Yin Shengye thought to himself, at times when you ought to engage your intellect, you seem to neglect it. With all your cunning ideas, who knows if you're concocting some scheme? Soon after, Hongyayuan found himself compelled by Yin Shengye and Hongyayuan to descend Qianfan Mountain and head towards the small town. The town remained unchanged, its streets sparsely populated, devoid of the bustling vendors that characterized the capital's vibrancy. What is there to enjoy in this town? Hongyayuan remarked grimly, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Yin Shengye and Hongyayuan. What is there to see in such a desolate place? Are we merely here to dine? The fare at Qianfan Academy is undoubtedly far superior. Did I not mention we would just take a stroll, then share a meal and engage in conversation? Hongyayuan felt a sense of discontent, but Yin Shengye was indifferent to his feelings. What mattered most was whether Hongyayuan could assist him in procuring the items on his list. Thus, under the insistence of Yin Shengye and Hongyayuan, the three entered a modest establishment and ordered some food and drink. At that moment, even Hongyayuan found the situation peculiar. It seemed that Yin Shengye was more intent on dining and fostering connections than simply taking a stroll as promised. Pouring a glass of wine for the three of them, Yin Shengye raised his cup. Having been at Qianfan Academy for quite some time, this marks the first occasion that the three of us have genuinely sat down together for a meal. And it also serves as a chance to treat my future brother-in-law to dinner. Hongyayuan let out a sigh. The matter between Hongyayuan and Yin Shengye was an inevitability. However, it was quite out of character for Yin Shengye to be so formal after having taken the trouble to meet. "All right, Yin Shengye, just speak your mind. There's no need for circumlocution. Regarding your relationship with Yushue, I trust my opinion is of little consequence to you. As you've rightly pointed out, I am now akin to your brother-in-law. Thus, if there is something you wish to discuss, do so directly. I shall certainly assist you if I am able." Hongyayuan was no fool. He could no longer endure the tension. Clearly, Yin Shengye was facing certain predicaments, issues he found difficult or inconvenient to address, and though they were not monumental, they were nonetheless pressing, prompting him to seek Hongyayuan's assistance. Yet, asking for help so plainly was not an easy feat, hence this rather awkward exchange. The sensation of being exposed was far from pleasant, much like the current demeanor of Yin Shengye, who wore a somewhat embarrassed smile as he glanced at Hongyayuan and Hongyayuan. "All right, I will be forthright. I am unwell and require medicine to recover." "What?" Hongyayuan and Hongyayuan exclaimed in unison. "Is it possible that Yin Shengye is ill?" For those who cultivate, there are only injuries. Illness is unheard of, before they could recover from their shock. Yin Shengye continued, "Brother-in-law, this is a list of the spiritual herbs needed for my ailment. Please take a close look and see if you can procure them for me." Wang Yuqian and Wang Yushue stared blankly at the list. So many herbs for healing. Which person falls ill requiring hundreds of spiritual herbs for treatment? What affliction do you have that necessitates such a multitude of remedies? And why are they all spiritual herbs? The quantities are not even specified. What exactly are you planning? Wang Yushue took the list with one hand, scrutinizing it. Although she did not comprehend pharmacology, she grasped some basic principles. All right, Yin Shengye, regardless of whether you are truly ill, I will not concern myself with your reasons for needing these herbs. Some of the items are relatively common, while others are quite rare, and it may take time to gather them. Nonetheless, I will do my utmost to collect them as part of my sister's dowry. Brother, why do you say such things? Wang Yushue blushed, her voice soft. With our parents absent, the eldest brother assumes the role of father. Besides, would you be willing to let her marry someone else? Absolutely not. Wang Yuqian replied with a knowing smile directed at his sister. Elder brother, you are too mischievous. Rest assured, brother-in-law, after some time. Once I have resolved certain matters, I shall come to propose. Yin Shengye replied with an air of satisfaction, knowing that this solidified his bond with Wang Yushue. Just then, a strange and frivolous voice interrupted. Propose? Oh, you're rather handsome. Why not come with me instead? A young man, who was rather presentable, approached the table of three amidst the support of several companions. Wang Yuqian cast a glance, pondering the purpose of this individual's visit. This young man, known as Nangong, was the heir of the Blood Mist province, yet he had chosen not to remain in his homeland. What could possibly bring him here? Indeed, it is true that my woman possesses remarkable beauty. Should anyone desire to entice her away, that individual must undoubtedly be more handsome than I. However, you, my dear fellow, are rather unremarkable in appearance. Yin Shengye is not a person of gentle temperament. He believes that praises for his own woman need not come from others. Furthermore, to utter provocative words upon first meeting, does he seek a confrontation? Yin Shengye is certainly unafraid. Ha ha ha, few dare to call my appearance unappealing. You possess quite the audacity. Have you considered the potential consequences of your statement? Nangong chuckled, appreciating the man's boldness. Consequences? What are consequences? Do not presume that having a few esteemed individuals standing behind you makes you formidable. They are merely respected figures. I truly do not regard them with much concern. Having dispatched several esteemed figures myself, would Yin Shengye be intimidated? The answer is a resounding no. Nangong's expression shifted. A person who could speak thus must be no ordinary individual. Though he often displayed arrogance in the Blood Mist province, he still understood the necessity of restraint. Dare I ask who you are? I am Nangong. Yin Shengye glanced at Nangong, a smirk playing on his lips. As a young man, surrounded by esteemed guards, he dared not exhibit arrogance. What a pitiful display. Wang Yuqian, who might he be? Nangong furrowed his brow, feeling slighted by the lack of recognition despite his self-introduction. Wang Yuqian was accompanying him. Could he possibly possess some significant status? The expression on Yin Shengye's face grew more intriguing. He had not anticipated that this individual was an acquaintance of Wang Yuqian. How fascinating! Seeing Wang Yuqian seated there and daring to provoke him, it was evident that the opponent did not regard the sacred Snow Mountain Villa with much respect. Since he knew Wang Yuqian, was he associated with the Blazing Flame City? However, the direct lineage of Blazing Flame City bore the surname Luo. Would an ordinary character dare to address Wang Yuqian in such a manner? Thus, it became clear that he was not from Blazing Flame City. Considering these deductions, Yin Shengye could only conceive of one force on par with the sacred Snow Mountain Villa, the Blood Mist province. Brother, Wang Yushue called out with a hint of concern, realizing that the opponent's acquaintance with her elder brother indicated a notable background. What if Yin Shengye acted impulsively and stirred up trouble? Oh, so you are Wang Yushue. I am Nangong, the heir of the Blood Mist province, here to formally propose to the sacred Snow Mountain Villa. Yin Shengye could hardly believe that this heir, Nangong, had come with the intent of proposing, targeting none other than Wang Yushue. How could this be tolerated? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you should not speak of my woman, nor should you entertain the notion of possessing certain individuals. An apology will suffice to put this matter to rest. Otherwise, what? From childhood to adulthood, Nangong had never encountered such a person or experienced such circumstances. To be so utterly despised, so ruthlessly pressured, and so brazenly threatened. If he did not reclaim his dignity, what would remain of his face, and what would remain of the face of Blood Mist Zhezhou? Otherwise, you shall not pass through this door. Yin Shengye's expression turned frigid. Since Wang Yuesno had marked him, he could not allow anyone else to interfere. Humph, too cowardly to reveal their name. A nameless wretch daring to act so brazenly before the young master of Blood Mist Zhezhou. It seemed they had a death wish. A young guard behind Nangong Ijo stepped forward to speak. Wang Yutian observed silently, not uttering a word, while Wang Yushue was in a state of frantic anxiety. Yin Shengye remained unyielding. Let us see who truly had a death wish. Wang Yushue tugged at Yin Shengye's arm forcefully, signaling him with her eyes not to act impulsively. Yin Shengye gently patted the back of Wang Yushue's hand, reassuring her not to worry. Then show us your skills. The young guard drew his sword and swiftly lunged at Yin Shengye. With a slap on the table, Yin Shengye leaped into the air, performing a somersault to evade the thrusting blade. Landing firmly, he raised his hand and beckoned the young guard with a flick of his fingers. The young guard felt insulted and shouted, his purple aura enveloping the sword in his hand as he struck at Yin Shengye. Yin Shengye sidestepped, flicking his finger, causing the incoming sword to be deflected. With a swift turn, he delivered a kick, sending the young guard flying to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed. He isn't sufficient. Get another. Or perhaps you shall step forward, of course. Your esteemed one behind you may also join in. Yin Shengye cast a cold glance at the fallen guard, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Nangong Ijo. Humph, Tianxian, not bad old Qin. Let him witness the might of blood mist Zazhou. The fact that his own divine guards could not best the individual before him left Nangong Ijo feeling humiliated. Today, he would ensure there was a price to pay. Yet, the divine guards by his side were of similar strength, so sending them in would yield the same result. Young master, I cannot engage. Wang Yutian sat alongside the young man. And given his apparent status, if I were to bully the weak, it would alter the nature of the conflict. Old Chun whispered in Nangong Ijo's ear. Someone had provoked blood mist Zazhou, and while he desired to teach them a lesson, actions must be taken with the larger picture in mind. Very well. Nangong Ijo gritted his teeth. All of you attack together. Since the esteemed one could not intervene, let all the divine guards strike as one. He could not believe they could not vent their frustration. Subsequently, the remaining 6 divine guards behind Nangong Ijo mobilized their energies and charged toward Yin Shengye. Faced with 6 divine guards, Yin Shengye displayed no sign of panic. Extending his hand, the sword from the guard he had just incapacitated flew into his grasp. Chapter 186, Battle Against 6 Guards. Having been at Xinfan Academy for so long, it was time to test the fruits of his learning. Yin Shengye began to twirl the sword in his hand, deftly neutralizing each of the 6 incoming blades. In truth, Yin Shengye need not exert himself so. He could have simply shattered them with brute force. However, to bring this encounter to a swift conclusion, one must resort to the power of one's bloodline. Yet, Gu Tao has advised against such measures, urging restraint in light of this, and as long as it remains feasible, Yin Shengye shall adhere to the physician's counsel, forgoing the use of his bloodline power, even if it means exerting a bit more effort. The 6 swords were deflected, and the 6 guards, taking advantage of the momentum, turned back towards Yin Shengye. Drawing upon their recent experience, the 6 swords lunged at him from various directions. As they attacked, the air around them, stirred by the violet energy, emitted a subtle yet palpable tremor. The few patrons within the restaurant, already sparse, were frightened by this disturbance and fled, eager to distance themselves from this site of conflict. In terms of technique, the 6 guards were no match for Yin Shengye, which is why they resorted to fighting with energy exceeding that of their opponent. Wang Yutian and Wang Yushue remained oblivious to Yin Shengye's true level. He appeared to be at the human Xian stage, yet his prowess was vastly superior. Although he seemed to be at the heavenly Xian stage, his strength did not align with what one would expect at that level. Despite the evidence from their previous encounter, Wang Yutian was still eager to witness Yin Shengye's capabilities once more. Wang Yushue, however, held a different perspective. She was acutely aware of Yin Shengye's formidable strength. Yet, when one is deeply concerned for another, that concern transcends ordinary levels of care. Brother, Shengye is in danger. You must intervene and assist him. Fear not, as long as those esteemed ones do not take action, they should be unable to harm him. However, this does not resemble Yin Shengye's typical style of combat. The last time they witnessed him fight, he employed thunderous techniques to vanquish his foes, yet this time, he seemed to be holding back. Wang Yutian furrowed his brow. Previously, Yin Shengye had mentioned he was unwell. Could it be true? Otherwise, why would he be so restrained? Meanwhile, faced with the overwhelming pressure of the Xian energy, Yin Shengye opted to avoid confrontation, adhering to his previous strategy of refraining from using his bloodline power, lest he suffer bodily harm, which would ultimately be his own burden. Nangong Ijo meticulously observed the skirmish. His 6 guards were unable to subdue this individual, leaving him baffled about the origin of such a formidable opponent. Even he, confronted with 6 guards, would not have been able to endure. After Yin Shengye retreated, the 6 guards pressed forward once more. still enveloped by the same oppressive energy. This approach would not suffice. Gathering his energy, Yin Shengye struck fiercely at the guard nearest to him. The assailant was taken aback by Yin Shengye's audacity to confront him head-on and hastily raised his sword to defend. With this block, the combined pressure of the six diminished significantly. Following his strike, Yin Shengye leveraged the momentum to leap over the guard and aimed a powerful blow at another, forcing the second guard to kneel on one knee. The consecutive forceful attacks disrupted the formation of the six guards. Yin Shengye seized the opportunity, executing a somersault in midair, his sword swirling elegantly as he maneuvered. The guard who had knelt was struck across the back, collapsing to the ground and hastily rolling away, fearful of another strike from Yin Shengye. Yin Shengye had no intention of pursuing this guard further. Having injured one and disrupted their rhythm, it was now time for him to unleash his own prowess. His sword shot forth, piercing directly towards another guard, adorned with brilliant blue energy that shimmered magnificently, its potency rivaling the splendor of its hue. Chapter 187. The three guardians of the Long family. Another guard, caught completely off guard by the sudden thrust of the sword, had no time to react. The rapid shift in the battle left him with no choice but to position his sword horizontally, attempting to block the tip of Yin Shengye's blade. Yet, how could Yin Shengye's strike be easily repelled? With a resonant clang, the sword shattered in two, and the blade pierced the guard's right chest. Yin Shengye showed no mercy as he withdrew his sword and delivered a kick to the guard's left chest. The guard, reeling from the blow, crashed through the wooden wall and fell outside, unconscious. Observing this outcome, Wang Yutian smiled faintly, fully aware that these individuals were no match for Yin Shengye. However, he needed to exercise greater caution now. Nangong Yizhou was accompanied by a revered elder, while Wang Yutian had none by his side. Should Nangong Yizhou become enraged and threaten Yin Shengye with himself and his sister, matters could become dire. Wang Yutian's concerns were proven well-founded. When one guard was struck down, Nangong Yizhou's expression darkened considerably. Witnessing his guard being sent flying by Yin Shengye, followed by his subsequent unconsciousness, a murderous intent began to well up within Nangong Yizhou. Old Chen, seal off the area and expel everyone. Those who refuse to leave shall be killed. Yes, young master, Old Chen responded, promptly departing with the revered elder. Seeing this, Wang Yutian grasped Wang Yushua's hand and rose, slipping one hand into his garment. Wang Yutian, you'd best refrain from any rash movements. Nangong Yizhou observed Wang Yutian's subtle actions, realizing he was reaching for a signal for help. Nangong Yizhou, I advise you to withdraw now. Otherwise, none of you shall escape. Wang Yutian sought to avoid offending the blood mist of Zhezhou too gravely, hoping that Nangong Yizhou would make the wisest choice. Humph, you insult me, threaten me, and harm my guards. Do you truly believe I will relent now? What would you do if you were in my position? Nangong Yizhou had no intention of antagonizing the Holy Snow Mountain Villa, yet he could not let Yin Shengye off the hook. Nangong Yizhou, I shall say no more, I have conveyed my message. But I hope you are prepared to face the consequences. With that, Wang Yutian took Wang Yushue and attempted to leave. However, as they took but a single step, they were blocked by the revered elder accompanying Nangong Yizhou. Wang Yutian's expression darkened. It seemed there would be no peaceful resolution. Nangong Yizhou, have you considered the cost of your actions? To eliminate everyone present here. Who would know what transpired today? Nangong Yizhou replied with a sinister smile. Is that so? Do you truly believe our Holy Snow Mountain Villa lacks capable individuals? Just then, a voice emanated from outside, followed by the appearance of three figures. Long Wei pays his respects to the young master. Long Jia pays his respects to the young master. Long Chung pays his respects to the young master. The three simultaneously exuded their powerful auras, all being revered elders. Younger master, we encountered them while clearing the area. With the arrival of the three esteemed elders, Old Chen returned alongside another revered elder. The emergence of the three revered elders from the Long family was an unexpected development for Wang Yutian. Yet their arrival was most opportune. Esteemed elders, I extend my greetings. Wang Yutian promptly grasped Wang Yushua's hand and led her to the side of their companions. This time, the individuals from Shuowu Zhezhou dared not obstruct them. Young master, let us depart. Long Wei surveyed the surroundings, dismissing the ongoing battle involving Yin Shengye entirely. This left Wang Yutian in a state of hesitation. Brother, we cannot abandon Shengye. Wang Yushua exclaimed anxiously, with the three esteemed members of the Long family showing no inclination to intervene. What was to become of Yin Shengye? Were they to leave him to contend with the denizens of Shuowu Zhezhou on his own? In chapter 188, titled The Five Lord Siege, Long Wei spoke up. Young master, miss, our mission is to ensure your safety. The fates of others are not our concern. Although he recognized the identity of the young man, before the master of the estate issued a command, Yin Shengye had no ties to the Shengye mountain manor. Shengye, Wang Yuqian shouted towards the combatant Yin Shengye. You must leave. Having incapacitated one and wounded another, Yin Shengye felt a significant alleviation of pressure. He observed the transformations unfolding around him. While Nangong Ijo sought to retain him here, he too wished to transform this locale into Nangong Ijo's final resting place. Thus, he hoped fervently that Wang Yuqian would escort Wang Yushue away from this perilous environment. Their departure would afford him greater freedom to act without restraint. Be vigilant. Do not overexert yourself. With that, the Wang siblings followed the three esteemed members of the Long family as they withdrew. With Shengye Mountain Manor refraining from involvement, the confrontation became considerably more manageable, and Nangong Ijo had no intention of detaining Wang Yuqian and the others. Once the members of Shengye Mountain Manor departed, Yin Shengye wasted no time. With a series of lethal maneuvers, he rendered Nangong Ijo's guards incapable of combat. Old Qin, eliminate him. Yes, young master. Alongside Old Qin, four esteemed individuals surged forth to engage Yin Shengye. Confronted by these four lords, Yin Shengye cast aside any regard for Gu Tao's medical advice. His entire being surged with azure energy, erupting into an extraordinarily deep blue. His pupils and hair were suffused with this hue, exuding a pressure that surpassed even that of the esteemed ones. The transformation of Yin Shengye left the four lords momentarily stunned. Was there such an application for spiritual energy? Could the prowess of Tianxian manifest such overwhelming force? Regardless, today's events had certainly fostered enmity. A person wielding such secretive techniques would undoubtedly possess a formidable background. For this reason, the outcome of today's encounter was clear. One of them would not survive. Had the incident unfolded, it might have posed a significant dilemma for Shuewu Zizhou. Initially, Old Shun had chosen to observe the fray, but now he had no choice but to join the fray himself. Before breaking through the power of bloodline, Yin Shengye was merely an ordinary practitioner. However, upon entering the realm of spiritual communication, his strength rivaled that of the esteemed ones, perhaps even surpassing them. Thrilled by the prospect of engaging five esteemed adversaries, Yin Shengye felt invigorated, eager to employ his newly acquired abilities. The augmented shadow attributes. 5 powerful streams of white spiritual energy surged toward him, and Yin Shengye extended his hand forward, forming a blue shield. The white energy collided with the shield, freezing in its tracks, halting its advance, transforming into a pillar before ultimately vanishing. The passive defense is certainly not in Yin Shengye's style. His sword, enveloped in a cerulean glow, emanated a dazzling radiance once more. The azure blade moved in accordance with Yin Shengye's wrist, slicing through incomprehensible maneuvers that the 5 esteemed ones could not decipher. The 5 revered figures likewise unsheathed their swords to counter Yin Shengye's assault. The 6 engaged in an incessant aerial skirmish, transforming the once quaint shop into ruins, their forms shifting continuously amidst the clash. Nangong Ijo, however, retreated to a safe distance, fully aware of the formidable power wielded by the esteemed ones. He knew that even a mere brush with their might could spell grievous injury, if not death. As he observed the battle unfolding in midair, a peculiar sensation washed over him. He felt that the 5 esteemed ones on his side were utterly incapable of subduing this individual. Elder Chun, the strongest among the 5, stood at the pinnacle of their realm. This confrontation struck him as akin to a hedgehog, with no discernible point of attack. The seamless defense and offense of Yin Shengye left him at a loss, unable to identify a chink in his armor. Chapter 189. The 10 directions locking mist formation formed the array. Elder Chin bellowed, aware that prolonging the conflict would be decidedly unfavorable for them. Although extended combat typically reveals vulnerabilities, would their adversary grant them such an opportunity? At their level of mastery, if one wished to retreat, it was hardly a daunting task. Thus, to compel their opponent to remain, they had to overpower him, forcing his hand, at Elder Chin's command. The 5 esteemed ones swiftly took their positions, encircling Yin Shengye. Their collective aura gradually intensified, and the white ethereal energy enveloping them morphed into a crimson mist, resembling a fog of blood. Observing this menacing display, Yin Shengye began to sense the mounting pressure, as the blood-like ethereal energy confined him within. The time for a lethal strike was nigh. Grasping his long sword, Yin Shengye unleashed waves of ethereal energy infused with bloodline power in a desperate bid to shatter their encirclement. Yet, as the energy surged forth, it dissipated within the sanguine mist, which remained unresponsive. When the 5 esteemed one's momentum reached a critical threshold, Elder Chun cried out once more, "Embrace death." 10 directions blood mist sword. In an instant, all the blood mist seemed to come alive, coalescing into streams of sword energy that lunged at Yin Shengye. Ice Seal. He activated his bloodline power to its utmost, a chilling aura rapidly radiating outward. The encroaching mist swords slowed in their advance but continued their assault, ultimately halted by Yin Shengye's ice shield. Faced with such a predicament, Elder Chen and the four esteemed ones furrowed their brows. No one had ever been able to obstruct their 10 directions locking mist formation. Even a sage would tremble before such an array. Could this young man possibly be a Saint Emperor? Unthinkable. If their opponent were truly a Saint Emperor, he would be beyond their capacity to handle. Change the formation. Heavenly sword slays demons, with Elder Chen's commanding shout. The other four esteemed ones harmonized their ethereal energies. The previously offensive blood-colored mist swords vanished only to reappear above Yin Shengye's head. Countless blood-hued mist swords rained down upon him, and with all his might, Yin Shengye defended himself, conjuring a dome of azure ice mist overhead. In truth, this mist was a colossal ice shield, the vapor emanating from its surface. As the blood-red mist swords descended with alarming speed, they struck against the blue ice mist, producing an incessant sound akin to cracking ice. Yin Shengye gazed at the relentless barrage of blood-red mist swords, and for the first time, he felt a surge of fear. Previously, he had triumphed over a revered elder, but that victory had been achieved with the assistance of Peng Hongyayuan. Now, devoid of her support, he faced 5 revered elders alone, and a sense of helplessness began to envelop him. It appeared that while his strength surpassed that of an average revered elder, it was not by a considerable margin. The blood-red mist swords continued their descent, the sound of ice cracking growing ever louder. Yin Shengye, unwilling to meet his demise so easily, found himself unwillingly resigned to fate. Just then, a small vial appeared at his chest. It was the blood elixir he always carried. He had no choice but to rely on it. The bottle shattered, and a multitude of blood elixirs floated in the air, which Yin Shengye consumed in one swift motion. Like a parched lake encountering a rare torrential downpour, his blue profound energy erupted instantaneously. The blue ice mist above him expanded exponentially, and the descending blood-red mist swords, unable to touch the ice mist, were swiftly frozen and dissipated. Transform. Elder Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The 10 directions locking mist formation had 3 remaining moves, and this particular formation had rarely employed its 3rd move since its inception. Now, with this young man having breached the 2nd move, failing to employ the final move to eliminate him would spell disaster for the blood mist Zhao. Chapter 190. The eruption of demonic energy. It was not only Elder Chen who harbored such concerns. The other 4 shared his trepidation. Upon receiving Elder Chen's command, the 4, along with the sword in Elder Chen's grasp, disintegrated into powder, dispersing within the blood mist. Combined, the powder mingled with the mist, merging with the blood fog, and subsequently coalescing into an enormous blood sword. Having consumed the blood elixir, Yin Shengye's power surged, and he regarded the blood sword above him with indifference. Under his extraordinary control, the blue ice mist also began to take shape, swiftly forming into a colossal blue sword to counter the blood sword. In that moment of formation, Yin Shengye thrust upward with great force, aiming his blue giant sword at the blood-red giant sword. However, at that instant, he suddenly coughed blood, causing the blue giant sword to dissipate into the air. The blood fell to the ground, instantly freezing the surrounding area for several meters. Was this the consequence of wounding both oneself and the enemy? Yin Shengye let out a bitter smile, realizing that the day after tomorrow would likely mark his own demise. The 5 revered elders, witnessing his state, felt a surge of delight. Although they were uncertain of what had transpired with the young man, it was an opportune moment to eliminate him. Die! The red giant sword descended slowly, and Yin Shengye found himself unable to resist. The chill had already harmed his internal organs, rendering him incapable of further combat. He wished to summon demonic energy to fight back, yet the energy within him remained unresponsive. At this moment, the only thing awaiting him was death. Suddenly, the blue aura surrounding Yin Shengye vanished, and dark stripes began to traverse his face, while a black profound energy emanated from him. The demonic energy erupted. The energy coursed through his body, healing his injured organs instantaneously. With eyes as dark as midnight, Yin Shengye surveyed the descending giant sword and the 5 revered elders encircling him. Ha ha ha! The heavens do not forsake me. The demonic energy is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Yin Shengye appeared to have succumbed to madness, throwing his head back in laughter before swiftly advancing towards the blood-red giant sword. With a clenched fist, dark magical energy enveloped his hand entirely. The moment his fist collided with the sword's tip, the immense blade shattered instantly, disintegrating into fragments that dissipated into mist in that very instant of the sword's destruction. All 5 venerables, including Elder Chun, spat out blood, their faces ashen. The 10 directions locking mist formation has been breached. Young master, flee quickly. Elder Chan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted loudly. Nangong Yijo understood that if escape was not possible, death was the only alternative. Casting a glance at Nangong Yijo, Yin Shengye thought, can you truly escape? To buy time for Nangong Yijo's flight, Elder Chin and the other 4 venerables charged at Yin Shengye. Unarmed at this moment, Yin Shengye was no longer the same as before. He met the swiftly approaching 5 with fervor. The 6 engaged in a brutal exchange, with Yin Shengye enduring 4 punches before retaliating with a single blow that obliterated one of his opponent's fists, sending blood and flesh splattering. An astonishing scene unfolded as the injured individual's blood involuntarily flowed from their body into Yin Shengye, transforming into a lifeless corpse that crumpled to the ground. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, the remaining 4 lost all will to continue the fight. Were they battling a human? Clearly, they were confronting a monster. Without a second thought, the 4's minds were consumed by a singular desire, to flee. The blood that entered Yin Shengye's body only heightened his exhilaration, causing his demonic aura to surge, his eyes growing increasingly obsidian. He then unleashed a palm strike towards the remaining 4, the vast, shadowy hand sent them sprawling to the ground. Yin Shengye followed in the wake of his palm, crushing one individual's skull upon landing. Chapter 191. Death. The 3 remaining individuals lay on the ground, their bodies eroded by demonic energy, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist, forced to watch as Yin Shengye, radiating pitch-black mystical energy, approached. The wails echoed throughout the surroundings as the 3 venerables met their demise. A stream of blood entered Yin Shengye's mouth. He closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the sensation. Opening his eyes, he gazed in the direction of Nangong Yijo's escape before leaping suddenly, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Nangong Yijo was engulfed in panic. What manner of being could withstand the combined assault of 5 venerables? His sole thought was to evade this calamity and seek vengeance. He had not contemplated anything beyond that. In his disarray, he distanced himself from the small town, and just as he was about to retreat into the mountains, he encountered the siblings Wang Yutian and 3 venerables from the Holy Snow Mountain Manor. Wang Yutian, 3 venerables, save me, please help, he seeks to kill me. Overcome by terror, Nangong Yijo's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling, utterly disheveled. Nangong Yijo, I had warned you before. Such decisions come with dire consequences. Were it anyone else, Wang Yutian would have intervened on Nangong Yijo's behalf, for such words could earn him a favor. But now, facing Yin Shengye, he found himself powerless. Young master, Long Wei softly called out to Wang Yutian. His intention quite simple, he sought to persuade Wang Yutian to intercede. For regardless of the perspective, assisting Nangong Yijo would undoubtedly be advantageous for the sacred Snow Mountain Manor. Elder Wei, it is not that I disregard your standing. Rather, this matter lies beyond my purview, and I lack the capacity to intervene. Moreover, I advise you not to involve yourselves, lest I cannot guarantee the dreadful consequences that may ensue. The Long family maintained a neutral stance within the sacred Snow Mountain Manor, and Wang Yutian wished to avert any misfortune befalling them. Long Wei, Long Jia, and Long Chung exchanged glances, clearly perplexed by Wang Yutian's words, yet they did not take them to heart. The trio was well aware of Yin Shengye's background. He was merely a debauched young lord of a national duke. The sacred Snow Mountain Manor, he loomed as an insurmountable mountain. Consequently, Wang Yutian's words did not weigh heavily on Long Wei and his companions. Nangong Yijo was engulfed in despair. Wang Yutian's message was unequivocal. He would not advocate for himself. Was it truly destined that he would perish in this insignificant town? Unwilling to accept such a fate, Nangong Yijo pressed on, attempting to flee. Just as he had not ventured far, the malevolent figure of Yin Shengye appeared before Wang Yutian and his party. Casting a glance at them, he paid them no heed. His focus fixated on the distance where Nangong Yijo stood, intent on pursuing him. Stop, Long Wei, Long Jia, and Long Chung positioned themselves in front of Yin Shengye. This matter ends here, Long Wei declared, seizing the opportunity to speak. Yin Shengye remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Wang Yutian. At that moment, when their eyes met, Wang Yutian averted his gaze. Understood. This was not Wang Yutian's wish. I shall grant you a chance. Stand aside. Yin Shengye spoke coldly. Long Wei furrowed his brow, taken aback by the utter lack of respect shown by Yin Shengye. What of the sacred Snow Mountain Manor? Did Yin Shengye intend to show no regard whatsoever? Yin Shengye, one ought to leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Not a chance. Step aside. Yin Shengye retorted, and with those words, he seemingly teleported past the three men, arriving before Nangong Ijo. Spare me. Spare me. I swear I will never do this again. I beg you, let me go. Nangong Ijo, gazing at the formidable Yin Shengye, had abandoned all other thoughts, reduced to pleading on his knees, hoping for mercy. Chapter 192. Shameless ambush spare you? Go to hell. Yin Shengye replied with a cruel smile, unleashing a surge of dark energy from his right hand, which obliterated Nangong Ijo's skull. Long Wei and his companions were taken aback. They had anticipated that Yin Shengye might hesitate in light of their intervention, yet they could scarcely believe his audacity. Yin Shengye, you are utterly reckless. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never grasp the gravity of the situation. Long Wei bellowed, drawing his sword and charging forward in an instant. Elder Wei, Wang Yutian shouted, smiting his forehead in realization. This was a grave mistake. Yin Shengye, enveloped in demonic energy, was not the same as his usual self. He exuded an aura of sheer malevolence, fearless in the face of danger. As Long Wei's sword lunged towards him, Yin Shengye deftly seized the blade with his left hand and, with a swift strike of his right palm, sent Long Wei crashing to the ground. Elder brother, Long Jia and Long Cheng gasped in astonishment, instantly rushing forward to join the fray. It's over. Wang Yutian uttered despondently. Elder brother, can the three of them truly withstand Shengye? Wang Yushue shared a foreboding sense, realizing that the situation had drastically deviated from its original course. They should not be able to. Wang Yutian deduced. The fact that Shengye was able to pursue and effortlessly slay Nangong Ijo indicates that the esteemed ones accompanying Nangong have already perished at his hands. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Shengye to follow. Since the 5 esteemed ones brought by Nangong Ijo could not contend with Yin Shengye, can the 3 from the Long family hope to prevail? Certainly not. Just as Wang Yutian had surmised. Upon Long Jia and Long Cheng's arrival, Long Wei re-entered the battlefield. Yet, the demonically charged Yin Shengye was beyond the capabilities of the 3. The battle was brief. The 3 esteemed ones from the Long family were swiftly overpowered and rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Long Wei and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, engulfed in profound fear. At that moment, they finally comprehended the gravity of Wang Yutian's words. However, understanding came too late. Death's specter awaited them, unless an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Elder brother, we cannot allow Yin Shengye to kill them. Wang Yushue cried out desperately, I will give it a try. Wang Yutian replied, feeling exasperated. He wished they had heeded his advice to avoid such trouble. Were it not for the greater good, he would have relished watching their demise. Shengye, can you spare them? Yin Shengye's attention was drawn by Wang Yutian's plea, and he turned to face him, coldly replying, They must die. Shengye, even if it is for my sake, I implore you to spare them. Wang Yushue stepped forward, her urgency palpable. Yushue, Yin Shengye intended to continue, but was suddenly besieged by a violent headache, causing him to collapse from the sky. Now's our chance. Long Wei whispered, relinquishing his sword, which soared towards Yin Shengye's heart. Yin Shengye sensed the impending danger, yet by the time he reacted, it was too late. His hands clasped over his chest, merely intercepting the hilt, while the blade had already pierced his heart. Yin Shengye grasped the sword hilt, withdrawing the blade, and with a wild cry that echoed skyward. His eyes, once entirely black, blazed with a crimson light, as though driven mad. You shall all perish. In an instant, Yin Shengye vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, Long Wei's head had been severed from his body, leaving behind just a lifeless trunk. Long Wei's demise was instantaneous, prompting Long Jia and Long Cheng to flee in haste. Chapter 193. Demonic Fury. At this juncture, Yin Shengye had no intention of allowing the remaining few to escape. How could he possibly permit Long Jia and Long Cheng to flee? Having just flown several zhang away, it fell to the ground as a headless corpse. Yin Shengye landed, and the fresh blood from the 3 bodies rapidly flowed out, coalescing into a stream that surged into Yin Shengye's mouth. Upon swallowing this blood, the crimson glow in his eyes intensified. He turned to gaze at Wang Yutian and Wang Yushue, instantly appearing before Wang Yutian. Yushue, flee. Just as Wang Yutian uttered these words, one of Yin Shengye's hands clutched Wang Yutian's neck. Wang Yutian's face flushed crimson, utterly immobilized. Elder brother, Shengye. Wang Yushue frantically beat against Yin Shengye's hand, but in response, Yin Shengye's other hand seized Wang Yushue's neck. Ugh. Wang Yushue emitted pitiful sounds, overwhelmed with distress, tears streaming down her cheeks at the thought of dying at the hands of the person she cherished. Yin Shengye stared at the flushed face of Wang Yushue, noticing the tears at the corners of her eyes. He hesitated, as if he had encountered this individual before. Despite the malevolent aura that had erupted within him, Yin Shengye retained a semblance of rationality. Yet, at that moment, the excessive use of his dark energy left him in immense discomfort, coinciding with a sudden ambush. The darkest side of his heart erupted, mending his injuries while simultaneously stripping him of reason, leaving only primal instinct. Witnessing Wang Yushua's torment and her tears stirred a flicker of awareness within him. "I am familiar with you," Yin Shengye rasped, then released Wang Yushue. After being set free, Wang Yushue felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that Yin Shengye still recognized her. "Shengye," she gently called, leaning into his embrace and touching the area pierced by the sword. Perhaps it was Wang Yushue's tenderness that rekindled Yin Shengye's consciousness. He released Wang Yutian and held Wang Yushue close, the very moment he embraced her. Yin Shengye let out a heart-wrenching scream. Shaking his head in anguish, his hands repeatedly striking his own head, the crimson light in his eyes flickering. "Shengye, what is wrong with you, brother? Think of something." Wang Yushue grasped Yin Shengye's hands, preventing him from harming himself. "Let me give it a try." Wang Yutian, uncertain of what to do, resorted to conventional methods. Purple mysterious energy surged from Yin Shengye's back. As it entered his body, Wang Yutian felt a terrible realization. He could not control the energy within himself, which flowed incessantly into Yin Shengye. If this continued, he would perish. "Yushue, Shengye is absorbing my energy." "Ah!" Wang Yushue gasped in shock. "What should we do?" "Shengye, Shengye, do you remember me? I am Yushue, your snow sister. We promised to marry and to be together for a lifetime." Wang Yushue, feeling helpless, could only hope that her voice would awaken Yin Shengye. Indeed, after several calls from Wang Yushue, Yin Shengye responded, as if regaining some semblance of consciousness. Immediately, he forcefully pushed Wang Yutian aside, seized Wang Yushue, and vanished into the air. Watching the figure gradually disappear, Wang Yutian sighed inwardly. "What a mess this is. What should I do now?" Chapter 194. The resentful Peng Hongyayuan. After Yin Shengye flew away with Wang Yushue, they landed atop a mountain peak. Gently placing Wang Yushue on the ground, it was evident that a red glow still flickered in Yin Shengye's eyes. Lying on the ground and observing Yin Shengye's current state, Wang Yushue felt a twinge of fear, uncertain of what he might do next, whether he would kill her or. Overwhelmed by dread, Wang Yushue attempted to rise and continue rousing Yin Shengye, only to find him lunging towards her. Peng Hongyayuan had absorbed the primordial energy from the mysterious energy pearl and had been merging this newfound power over the past 2 days. After her diligent efforts, she sensed a remarkable transformation. Her body seemed to be shrinking, and compared to before, her once imposing physique had drastically changed. Not only that, but her cultivation had also undergone a significant qualitative enhancement. If she were to completely assimilate this power, she believed even her great-grandfather would not stand a chance against her. Initially, she had intended to seek out Yin Shengye to share this promising news. However, upon arriving at his residence, she found no sign of him. After inquiring about his whereabouts, she learned that Yin Shengye and Wang Yutian had descended the mountain. That scoundrel! Harboring resentment, Peng Hongyayuan made her way back to her courtyard but halted at the entrance. No, she could not allow him to revel in his triumph. Thus, Peng Hongyayuan descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, she was met with a scene of devastation. From the few survivors, she learned of the fierce battle that had transpired. Worry for Yin Shengye filled her heart as she followed the traces of the conflict, eventually spotting Wang Yutian, who was busy collecting the bodies of Nangong and the 3 members of the Long family. "Wang Yutian, where is Yin Shengye?" Wang Yutian was taken aback. "What brings you here?" "Shengye is fine. He took my sister that way." He refrained from divulging the details of the events, secretly hoping that if Peng Hongyayuan was searching for him, then Yin Shengye and his sister must be safe. Following Wang Yutian's direction, Peng Hongyayuan glanced over, her resentment morphing into fury. In such a desolate wilderness, what could a solitary man and woman possibly do? Yin Shengye, clenching her teeth, she soared into the sky, her expression radiating unbridled rage, continuously searching for Yin Shengye in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Peng Hongyayuan finally located him. "Curse that wretched scoundrel." She spat, then turned away, unwilling to gaze upon Yin Shengye and Wang Yushue at the mountaintop any longer. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, Yin Shengye looked up and caught sight of Peng Hongyayuan's silhouette. "Yushue, Yushue, awaken." Once atop the mountain, Yin Shengye had completely taken possession of the woman's body. Simultaneously, his consciousness had returned. However, having already committed a grave error in his state of confusion, he resolved to embrace the consequences of his actions. In the stillness of the night, a sense of unrest stirred within Shengye. "What's the matter?" You are quite the troublemaker. Let me rest a little longer. Wang Yushue, eyes still closed, grasped the clothing beside her and draped it over herself. Reluctantly rousing from her slumber, as she opened her eyes and began to dress, she caught sight of a figure in the air, immediately recognizing who it was. The wave of shyness washed over her, flushing her cheeks with warmth. Shengye, why didn't you call me sooner? She playfully chided, now fully clothed. I didn't know either. Hurry and get dressed. I hope that lioness doesn't erupt. As Wang Yushue hastily donned her attire, she noticed her clothes were torn to shreds, riddled with holes. What was she to do? Looking up at Yin Shengye, she realized his clothing was also in tatters. Chapter 195. The Scoundrel Shengye. Look at me. What shall I do? Wang Yushue's face burned with embarrassment, leaving her no choice but to rely on Yin Shengye for a solution. Well, I shall think of something. Yin Shengye observed the state of Wang Yushue's attire, which was utterly unfit for public view. With no other option, he placed his hopes on Peng Hongyayuan. With audacity and risking a blow, Yin Shengye soared into the air, standing before Peng Hongyayuan. Hongyayuan, it has been 2 days. And you have grown even more beautiful, by the way. What brings you to enjoy the mountain scenery today? Yin Shengye said with a charming smile, aiming to curry favor. Humph! Peng Hongyayuan did not respond, letting out a cold snort and turning her back on him. Unbeknownst to her, this turn revealed Wang Yushue, adorned in her tattered garments. Peng Hongyayuan quickly understood that this fellow had come seeking clothing from her. Though the antics of Yin Shengye and Wang Yushue were ludicrous as a woman, she recognized the embarrassment of walking about in such a state. Yin Shengye, you shall pay for this upon our return. With that, Peng Hongyayuan approached Wang Yushue, shedding her outer robe and draping it over her. The trio returned to Qianfan Academy, where Wang Yutian was still preoccupied with some troublesome matters in Peng Hongyayuan's courtyard. Wang Yushue and Yin Shengye stood before her like children caught misbehaving, heads bowed. Peng Hongyayuan sat in a stone chair before them, her gaze fierce. Yin Shengye, you have greatly disappointed me. Sister Hongyayuan, it is not as you think. Wang Yushue, fully aware of the entire situation, realized that Peng Hongyayuan had only seen a fragment of the truth and must have misunderstood Yin Shengye. What do you mean? Is what I saw a lie? No, it is not a lie. However, certain events transpired that were beyond Shengye's control. Wang Yushue's cheeks flushed. Indeed, she had shared an intimate encounter with Yin Shengye, yet the circumstances were not as Peng Hongyayuan perceived. Humph, Yushue, I do not care what transpired in between, but Yin Shengye's actions have left me profoundly disappointed. Some deeds, once done, cannot be undone, and to expect a woman to provide an explanation. What does that say about a man? To speak candidly, Peng Hongyayuan harbors little resentment towards Wang Yushue. Her ire is directed at Yin Shengye. Were it not for Yin Shengye, would Wang Yushue have deigned to submit to him? And in such desolate wilderness. It is indeed a moral degradation. Moreover, if one is enamored, they ought to express their feelings boldly and bring the beloved home, seizing the opportunity while one's prowess surpasses that of others, to claim what one desires. What is this if not the behavior of a scoundrel? An act befitting a coward? Sister Hongyayuan, please cease your words, be silent. Allowing someone to take such advantage and then speaking in their defense. Truly, you are beyond redemption. Have you said enough? Yin Shengye lifted his gaze, his expression solemn as he fixed his eyes upon Peng Hongyayuan's face. Not nearly. You are but a coward, a scoundrel, and utterly shameless, morally bankrupt. Peng Hongyayuan unleashed a torrent of invective, perceiving Yin Shengye in such a light. With a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, Yin Shengye responded, very well. Let me show you the might of a coward and a scoundrel, one despised by all, if you wish to fight. Then today shall be the day I bring you to your knees. Little did he know, before he could finish his words, Yin Shengye lunged forward, pinning Peng Hongyayuan to the ground, his lips capturing hers. Chapter 196. Ruined. Wang Yushue covered her mouth in astonishment. Was Yin Shengye not being overly audacious? Did he not fear the possibility of a fierce retaliation from Peng Hongyayuan? After a long moment, Yin Shengye released Peng Hongyayuan, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he regarded her with a roguish demeanor. Peng Hongyayuan's complexion flushed with indignation, her heart seethed with frustration, yet she was at a loss for how to express it. Yin Shengye's actions elicited both affection and animosity within her. Throughout her life, no man had ever dared to treat her with such force, to behave so brazenly. Those who dared entertain such thoughts were swiftly sent flying by her wrath. Yet, facing Yin Shengye, Peng Hongyayuan felt no inclination to resist. Instead, a thrill coursed through her, a hope that he would continue to act in such a manner. Nearby, Wang Yushue's eyes darted back and forth, keenly observing the reactions of both. while internally bracing herself to mediate. Should Peng Hanyan become exceedingly incensed by Yin Shengye's behavior, even if she could not intervene, she hoped to play a role in the unfolding drama. After several breaths, the scenario did not unfold as Wang Yushue had imagined. Peng Hanyan stood in place, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she glared at Yin Shengye, seemingly devoid of intent to retaliate. Today was a splendid day. After a long day of commotion, nightfall was approaching, a time to rest. Yin Shengye concluded his musings, extending his hands, one grasping each woman, leading them towards Peng Hanyan's dwelling. After a night of harmonious coexistence, Yin Shengye emerged from the house, invigorated. "Old Peng, what brings you here?" To his surprise, the first person he encountered was indeed old Peng. What was he here for? To catch him in the act? "Yin Shengye, you scoundrel, how dare you spend the night here? Just wait until I break your legs. Old Peng, are you not being reasonable? What harm is there in my resting here? Besides, who was it that persistently wished for their great-granddaughter to marry me? At present, it seems that matters are nearly resolved, yet you are here making a fuss and even placing blame upon me." Although, in the ordinary course of events, Yin Shengye held little regard for the old man Peng, it must be acknowledged that he is indeed the only living relative of Peng Hanyan in this world. Thus, Yin Shengye felt it necessary to approach the issue with reason. Certain events have transpired, and if nothing had occurred, then indeed, nothing has happened. "You?" Struck momentarily speechless by Yin Shengye's words, old man Peng eventually retorted, "If not you, then who else should I blame? I have raised my great-granddaughter to such an age, only for you to abscond with her. If it is not your fault, then whose fault could it be? One must adhere to reason. When have I ever abducted your great-granddaughter? Is she not right here? To claim that I have taken her away is utterly preposterous. Old man, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Just as old man Peng contemplated continuing his argument with Yin Shengye, Peng Hanyan emerged, impeccably dressed. "Child, you? Alas, this scoundrel Yin Shengye has wronged you." Old man Peng appeared utterly distraught, yet remained at a loss as to how to console his great-granddaughter. "Old man, what are you saying? What wrong has been done? Last night, nothing occurred between Yin Shengye and me. Do not speak recklessly." Peng Hanyan's face flushed crimson. How could this elderly man, despite his age, be so indiscreet? Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. "Nothing happened?" A faint disappointment flickered across old man Peng's face. He had distinctly witnessed Yin Shengye entering the room. How could it be that nothing transpired throughout the entire night? Chapter 197. Men and women observing the situation, Yin Shengye stifled a laugh to himself. How could this old man's little ploys deceive him? If anything had truly occurred between him and Peng Hanyan, he would likely be left on the mountain for the rest of his life. To escape, one would have to surpass old man Peng in cultivation, but when could that possibly be? In other words, should they engage in a relationship akin to that of the Pengs, old man Peng would undoubtedly find a justification to persuade himself to keep Yin Shengye at Qianfan Academy. Of course, Yin Shengye had not contemplated this before encountering old man Peng. Only after observing his expression did these thoughts arise. At this moment, Yin Shengye could only exclaim inwardly, "That was close." Old man Peng scrutinized his great-granddaughter, and indeed, she remained an untouched maiden. How disappointing! Since nothing had occurred, old man Peng could only leave the courtyard with a sense of disinterest. It was at this juncture that Wang Yushue stepped out. When Peng Hanyan emerged, she had been secretly watching from behind the door. Having heard that the director of Qianfan Academy, Peng, was ill-tempered, she wondered if he would strike her down should he discover that she had become Yin Shengye's woman before Peng Hanyan. Thus, the farce concluded, and both Yin Shengye and Wang Yushue decided not to linger. After bidding farewell to Peng Hanyan, they departed together. "Scoundrel," Peng Hanyan spat, retreating indoors. As Yin Shengye and Peng Hanyan strolled along the academy path, their hands intertwined, displaying an undeniable intimacy. "Shengye, do you think Sister Hanyan will be upset?" Wang Yushue still felt a tinge of apprehension. Although nothing transpired between her and Peng Hanyan last night, she had engaged in quite a tumultuous affair with Yin Shengye for an extended period. "It's all right, do not fret, I have made an agreement with her, and I shall not hold you accountable," Yin Shengye reassured her, though deep down, he too was uncertain whether Peng Hanyan would harbor any resentment. An agreement is one matter, yet reality presents an entirely different scenario. Should Peng Hanyan feel discomfort and act out in a fit of madness, Yin Shengye would find himself at a loss. "Oh, Shengye, after parting with my brother yesterday, I remain unaware of his situation. I shall take my leave now." Wang Yushue, being a perceptive woman, understood intuitively what needed to be done without any further elaboration. "Well, do check on things and let me know if anything arises." Yin Shengye felt a rush of joy at the prospect of what Peng Hanyan might do, yet he hesitated to dismiss Wang Yuxue. Her decision to depart was indeed fortuitous. Once she had walked a considerable distance away, Yin Shengye swiftly made his way to Peng Hanyan's residence. In the distance, Wang Yuxue revealed a portion of her form, observing Yin Shengye with a faint smile, captivating and enchanting. Meanwhile, Wang Yutian, after parting ways with them, was left to manage the aftermath of the bodies alone. With no other recourse, he resorted to erasing all traces of the incident, hoping to conceal the truth for as long as possible. The small town at the foot of the mountain was largely devastated, and many lives were lost. Wang Yutian utilized his limited authority to restore the town to its previous state as much as possible. After much contemplation, he sent forth several directives in quick succession. This was the first time Wang Yutian experienced the sensation of making decisions solo, and it felt remarkably exhilarating. He truly savored the experience of being a young master. After laboring for much of the day, Wang Yutian returned home in the dead of night. Lying down, he felt an unsettling sense that something remained undone. After considerable reflection, he realized he had forgotten to compose a letter to inform his grandfather of the events that had transpired. Subsequently, he wrote fervently, revising repeatedly, feeling dissatisfied with each attempt. It was not until dawn that Wang Yutian finally penned a report that met his approval, believing his grandfather would regard him with newfound respect upon reading it. Once the letter was dispatched, Wang Yutian reclined comfortably in bed, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door roused him from the brink of slumber. "Who is it?" he called out, irritation evident in his voice. "Elder brother, you have returned." Wang Yuxue appeared before him. "You and Yin Shengye did not encounter any issues after leaving together, did you?" Upon seeing his younger sister, Wang Yutian's demeanor shifted. He had nearly forgotten about her amidst the chaos of his own concerns. Initially, he had worried for Wang Yuxue's safety, but seeing her unharmed before him alleviated his fears. Still, considering the pair's absence for nearly a day and a night, it was likely that whatever was meant to occur had transpired. No, not at all. Wang Yuxue was taken aback by her brother's inquiry, her cheeks flushing as she stumbled over her words. "I truly did not." Wang Yushue's gaze flickered with hesitation. The events that transpired between her and Yin Shengye were not yet something she could divulge to her elder brother. After all, she and Yin Shengye were not formally engaged, and Wang Yuxue harbored concerns regarding her brother's traditional mindset. I see. Since Wang Yuxue was reluctant to speak, Wang Yutian chose not to probe further. She was grown, and surely she must discern what was permissible and what was not. "Elder brother, what do you understand?" she exclaimed. "Let us not dwell on this. After we depart, how can you even say that? You both left, and I am left to deal with the mess left by Yin Shengye. It was better to avoid this topic altogether, for once it was broached, it would only fuel Yin Shengye's ire." The young master of Shuowu Zizhou was deceased, as were the three scions of the Long family. The question remained, what should be done about it? Wang Yutian presently had no clear plan and could only pen a letter detailing the events to her grandfather, seeking his counsel. Her younger sister's return was rather untimely. Had she remembered the matter yesterday, Wang Yutian would have had to search for her endlessly, which would have been utterly exhausting. "Elder brother, was it not for my sake that Shengye acted?" Wang Yuxue said as she stepped aside, playfully tugging at Wang Yutian's hand. "You truly are incorrigible. The root of all this turmoil lies with Nangong Yizhou. Were it not for his thoughtless words, none of this would have transpired." Yet, speaking candidly, the Nangong family was indeed quite detestable, with none appearing even slightly amiable. Wang Yutian recognized that it was unfair to place all the blame upon Yin Shengye. Lacking a true culprit or an outlet for his grievances, he could only lament about Yin Shengye. Given the current circumstances, Wang Yutian felt powerless, uncertain of how the situation would ultimately unfold. "Elder brother, please lend your support to Shengye. Did you not say yesterday that those medicinal herbs would count as my dowry?" Wang Yuxue implored, shaking Wang Yutian's arm earnestly. Very well, for you are my soul sister," he acquiesced. "However, this matter is beyond my control. It ultimately hinges on grandfather's disposition. Should he express his support for Yin Shengye or choose to conceal this affair, there may yet be hope, and you and Yin Shengye could have a future together. Conversely, if grandfather does not take such action, the most likely outcome would be the sacrifice of Yin Shengye to quell the fury of Shuowu Zizhou and the Long family. There is even the possibility that you might be married off to Shuowu Zizhou as a means of atonement." Chapter 199. I acknowledge my error. Wang Yutian's expression grew grave. This was merely the outcome he could envision. Whether there existed a more favorable or a worse outcome was beyond his contemplation. "Elder brother, could things truly devolve into the worst-case scenario?" "Alas, I cannot say. Grandfather's intentions elude my understanding. Wang Yutian lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. He still held high hopes for Yin Shengye and wished for him to become his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, the very subject of their discussion was currently kneeling before Peng Hanyan. Hanyan, I acknowledge my mistakes. I recognize my folly in allowing impulse to govern my actions, yet I implore you to hear my explanation. Yin Shengye, feigning a pitiful demeanor, found himself entangled with Wang Yushui not out of desire, but rather as a consequence of circumstances that left him no choice. Had he departed at that moment, would it not have been a greater folly? Han Yin, I beseech you to speak. In light of my sincere apology, grant me your forgiveness. From the instant Yin Shengye entered to apologize, Peng Hanyan had kept her eyes closed, engrossed in her cultivation, offering him naught but disdain. Have you finished? Peng Hanyan, still with her eyes shut, replied indifferently. Not yet. Han Yin, you look far more radiant and slender than before. This was something Yin Shengye had long since observed, yet before he could offer his praise, Peng Hanyan erupted in anger, denying him the opportunity to commend her. Nonetheless, it is never too late to express admiration. Indeed, as soon as Yin Shengye spoke, Peng Hanyan opened her eyes. Gazing at him intently, I shall grant you a chance to explain. Very well. Yin Shengye rose, regarding the woman before him in an instant. The whites of his eyes and his brown irises turned completely black, dark stripes manifesting on his face, flickering in and out of visibility. Peng Hanyan was taken aback. What was happening? At that moment, Yin Shengye exuded an aura of aggression and an uncanny danger. Could yesterday's battle be linked to this? Deep down, Peng Hanyan bore no genuine resentment towards Yin Shengye. After all, a man who does not attract the admiration of other women cannot be deemed exceptional. She held a certain appreciation for him. Perhaps these intense reactions stemmed from jealousy. Yin Shengye retracted his demonic energy, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply before speaking. Do you see clearly now? Do you comprehend what this is? Yin Shengye stated calmly. I do not know. Your earlier demeanor was quite sinister. Should others have witnessed it, you would likely have become a target for the eradication of evil. Peng Hanyan began to grasp the situation. Such bizarre phenomena often lead to a distortion of one's senses. This is another of my secrets, one that pertains to life and death, and I am willing to divulge it all. This is demonic energy. When I cultivate, aside from distractions, I refine the demonic power. As time progresses, the demonic energy will intensify, gradually consuming me, and when it fully envelopes my being, that shall be my demise. Peng Hanyan understood. She was familiar with the concept of demonic energy, though she had never encountered it firsthand. However, she had gleaned its potency from her readings. Does demonic energy erupt frequently? I do not know. Previously, I could not control it at all, but after yesterday's provocation, I have gained a modicum of control. Whether that is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. And the events between Yushui and myself transpired while I was being consumed by demonic energy, having lost my senses. Though this statement may be somewhat insincere, if it secures Peng Hanyan's understanding, a single act of insincerity is not a transgression. I shall inform the old man and seek his counsel on your behalf. Chapter 200. The Return of Luo Lai. Please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not utter a word of this to your great-grandfather. If he finds himself at a loss against the demonic energy, the first course of action he would undoubtedly take is to eliminate me. You may not comprehend the sheer terror unleashed when my demonic energy erupted. I obliterated 5 esteemed ones in an instant, and subsequently, overwhelmed by the turmoil, I completely lost my sanity and nearly brought harm to the Yushui siblings. Yin Shengye promptly intervened, recounting the events of the previous day in meticulous detail. The fact that he harbored demonic energy was a secret that must not reach others. Firstly, because such energy was deemed intolerable by society, and secondly, Yin Shengye sought to master it. Thus, it was a matter of either death or successful control. Never had he contemplated a third possibility. Peng Hanyan was perplexed, unable to fathom why Yin Shengye held such a perspective. Did he not yearn to rid himself of the demonic energy entirely? However, recognizing that Yin Shengye had made his own determination, she refrained from further interference, yet she still felt compelled to inquire about matters concerning the demonic energy. Shengye, you must take care of yourself. Rest assured, I still intend to marry you. I will be just fine. Seeing her express such sentiments, Yin Shengye felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Han Yin, have you begun to absorb that power within you? Noticing the subtle changes in her form yesterday, he surmised that the energy bestowed by Gu Tao was indeed taking effect. Yes, I have absorbed a small portion. I sense a tremendous transformation within my body. Perhaps in due time, I shall return to my normal state. The changes were not solely physical. Her cultivation had also advanced significantly. In your current state, you would be unable to withstand a single move against me. Oh, how impressive! Yin Shengye chuckled, naturally taking her hand and drawing her into an embrace. Though Peng Hanyin initially contemplated resistance, the strength to do so had fled, leaving her devoid of the will to fight back. Hanyin, in a while, I must depart from Qianfan Academy. There are matters at home that require my attention. It was inevitable that he would have to discuss his departure with her. Whether he did so sooner or later made little difference, and it would be better to inform her sooner rather than later. If he were to leave in haste one day, without the luxury of a farewell, there was no doubt she would be inclined to give him a thorough thrashing. Perhaps a light beating would be the least of his worries. I know you will eventually leave Qianfan Academy. Truthfully, I had never envisioned leaving this place in my lifetime, but encountering you has changed everything. Once I regain my normal self, I shall seek you out. I will be waiting for you. Let us not forget our 3-year pact. As their feelings deepened, they unwittingly surrendered themselves to one another. In the evening, Yin Shengye rose, gazing upon her exquisite visage, and bestowed another kiss before taking his leave. After his departure, Peng Hanyin opened her eyes. What a scoundrel! Post-departure, Yin Shengye immediately made his way deep into the back mountains, intent on completing the enhancement of his shadow attribute control for the final time. After Yin Shengye departed, Luo Lai stood at the foot of Qianfan Mountain alongside 4 esteemed elders. Qianfan Mountain, Qianfan Academy, I, Luo Lai, have returned. Yin Shengye, Wang Yutian, Wang Yushue, let us see how you evade this time. Having been forcefully taken away last time, Luo Lai returned to the City of Flames after enduring rigorous training under his father for several months. Now, he has one foot firmly planted in the realm of the esteemed. Brimming with confidence, beneath the esteemed rank, he feels nearly invincible, at least against Yin Shengye and Wang Yutian. Chapter 201. Subjugation. Yin Shengye ventured deep into the back mountain, standing before the stone door, as if attempting to peer through it. The time has not yet come. Why have you arrived here ahead of schedule? Gu Tao's hoarse voice echoed in Yin Shengye's mind. I have a few inquiries to make. Enter. Yin Shengye crossed the stone door and stepped inside. Approaching Gu Tao, he sat cross-legged on the ground, calmly observing him. Why demonic energy has erupted? It is evident from your exterior. The moment Yin Shengye entered, Gu Tao sensed the demonic energy emanating from him. Although he had felt it before, it had never been this intense. The only explanation for such potency is that Yin Shengye's demonic energy must have erupted once already. Do you have a way to help me control it in a short span of time? No, but I can share some good news. Good news? A sense of anticipation welled up within Yin Shengye. Could this good news be what he had hoped for? Your state of mind is fluctuating. Do you believe that the good news I speak of aligns with your desires? However, you may be disappointed. The news I share is not what you yearn for most. A faint disappointment flickered across Yin Shengye's face. Indeed, one should not expect fortune to fall from the sky. Gu Tao's aged visage bore a slight smile. This young man was still too naive not to despair. The situation is not as dire as it appears. This eruption of demonic energy, I am unaware of the method you employed to suppress it, but this opportunity to subdue your demonic energy has granted you the potential for complete control. Sense the demonic energy within. Do you feel capable of mobilizing it? There is no need to follow Gu Tao's instructions. He has already attempted this with Peng Hanyin. Indeed. Yes, this is because the relationship between you and the demonic energy has transformed. Gu Tao rose, pacing within the cavern before turning back to face Yin Shengye. Previously, the demonic energy and your relationship could be likened to that of strangers. Yet, you exist in a symbiotic bond. When you encounter a life-threatening situation, it will instinctively emerge. However, this circumstance is perilous. If the demonic energy erupts while you are subjected to certain stimuli, your mind may become fragmented, allowing the demonic energy to seize control of your reason. When the demonic energy dominates your intellect, there are but 2 outcomes. One becomes a mindless husk, driven solely by instinct, or one regains clarity and suppresses the demonic energy. Yet you are among the few capable of subduing the malevolent energy. Having articulated this, I trust you can fathom certain implications. As for the subsequent course of action, I believe you must possess a clear understanding in your heart. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengye appeared to grasp the situation somewhat. The inability to manipulate the malevolent energy previously stemmed from a lack of familiarity. Following the events of yesterday, the relationship between the malevolent energy and himself had transformed, evolving into that of acquaintances. A slight exertion of influence now felt akin to borrowing a couple of coins from a casual friend, effortless. To truly harness this malevolent energy for his own purposes, it seemed there were 2 potential approaches. One could either completely conquer it or forge a bond of life and death with it. I have gleaned some insights. The malevolent energy resembles a temperamental essence. To turn it into an ally, one must either touch its heart or subdue it. Indeed, while no one has yet achieved the latter, the notion of moving it emotionally is a novel concept to me. However, it warrants exploration. Yin Shengye recalled that his ability to subdue the malevolent energy was attributed to Hongyayuan. Could it be that each time the energy surged,